Chapter 1. The Ninth Life. In the vast expanse of the Tian-Tsang continent, within the southern domain, an enigmatic force began to coalesce in a desolate region of the Danyang dynasty. First, a silhouette emerged, followed by internal organs, bones, flesh, and hair. The newly formed Wang Feng clutched his throat and staggered backward, only to fall clumsily to the ground, rolling several times. "I'm fine, really." Upon realizing he could vocalize his thoughts, Wang Feng felt a surge of joy. He had been resurrected once more. Yet, a grave expression soon settled on his face, for this was his final life. He had engaged in an epic battle with the Ice Empress for countless days and nights. Their clash resonated throughout the void, nearly shattering the very fabric of existence and threatening the Tian-Tsang continent itself. This had been his most formidable incarnation across 9 lifetimes, a survival he dubbed his 8th life, which ultimately ended due to his own hubris. However, he took solace in the fact that he had managed to inflict a parting blow on the Ice Empress, enduring the piercing chill of her sword through his heart, sealing their fate with a kiss, determined to disrupt her resolve even in death. "System, come forth quickly." Wang Feng urgently summoned the system within his mind. "Beep. Loading. Please wait a moment." The system's voice crackled, sounding as if it were struggling to maintain coherence, causing Wang Feng a headache. "Beep. Host, I have resigned myself to this fate. I have exhausted my essence for you." A thunderous voice echoed in his mind, leaving Wang Feng flabbergasted. He had no desire for demise. "What time is it now?" As he surveyed his surroundings, he inquired of the system. "Beep. It has been over 10,000 years since your battle with the Ice Empress." "What?" His voice escalated dramatically, for this revelation was utterly staggering. In his previous 7 lives, the longest span had barely reached a millennium, yet this time it extended to over 10,000 years. Though he had been instantaneously resurrected each time after falling to the Ice Empress, the system clarified that it required time in the void to reconstruct his body, leading him to perceive it as a swift revival. "Beep, consider this. What was your cultivation level in your 8th life?" Reflecting on the system's words, Wang Feng found them to hold merit. He had survived for several millennia, having played the role of the underdog for just as long, ultimately relying on the system to ascend to the imperial realm. In his 8th life, there were 3 emperors. The first, a reclusive elder; the second, the Ice Empress, a formidable glacier; and the third, Wang Feng himself, a newly minted emperor who had not even settled on a title before meeting his demise. It seemed as if the Ice Empress was bound to him, as he invariably encountered her with uncanny precision in every life. He had even speculated whether the system was orchestrating this connection. The system's response was unequivocal. If it were indeed responsible, it would self-destruct on the spot. Moreover, each time Wang Feng perished, a fragment of his essence was consumed. Then she must be dead by now, even if she isn't. Her Tao heart must surely be damaged. Heaven bless. Let her meet her end swiftly. Heaven bless. Wang Feng exclaimed, clasping his hands in prayer, fervently wishing for the demise of the Ice Empress. "Beep. Hold on. I shall scan the continent immediately." "Beep. Detection complete. Only one emperor remains in this world, and it is not the Ice Empress." The system's voice resonated with evident delight. The Ice Empress had finally met her demise. This wretched host no longer had to face death. "Ha ha ha. She is finally dead." Wang Feng collapsed onto the ground, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, laughing heartily for a full 2.5 minutes. Then, with a sudden leap, he exclaimed, "Ouch!" In his exuberance, he had twisted his waist. Though agony coursed through him, a joyful smile lingered on his face. Reflecting upon his past 8 lives, he felt a surge of emotion, often questioning the heavens at midnight as to why the world bore the likes of Jiang Hanshi. In his first life, having just traversed into the Tian-Tsang continent, he had believed that, with the aid of the system, he could effortlessly vanquish all formidable foes and win the heart of a transcendent beauty. However, reality delivered a devastating blow, one that was truly lethal. In his first life, he indeed laid eyes upon an exquisite woman, yet his arrogance, fueled by the system, led to his demise at the hands of her sword. And who could that stunning woman be but Jiang Hanshi? In his second life, upon discovering he possessed 9 lives, Wang Feng reveled in his newfound audacity. He traversed secret realms with impunity, surviving unscathed, and emboldened by a protagonist's aura, grew even more arrogant. He sought vengeance against the captivating woman, only to find she had surpassed him by an entire realm. Wang Feng fled through numerous mountain ranges, yet could not escape her relentless pursuit, ultimately meeting his end once more. In his third life, driven by the desire to ambush her, he covertly observed her battles. However, his plans were thwarted when her chilling sword, propelled by the tumult of combat, severed his head from his shoulders. In his fourth life, resurrected, Wang Feng sat in a meditative posture, embodying a visage of compassion, and inquired of the system, "Why do I continually encounter her?" The system replied, "Beep, I do not know either." Ultimately, due to a transmission talisman, Wang Feng was abruptly transported before Jiang Hanshi. Upon seeing him, she struck at his heart with ferocity. Wang Feng could only grasp that sword, blood pouring from his mouth, cursing the system for its treachery, and with a final glare, he succumbed to death. In his fifth life, he met his demise at the hands of Jiang Hanshi's delicate fitting end, one might say. In his sixth life, he was slain by a blade of her sword energy. The seventh life was the second longest he endured. In that existence, Wang Feng discovered that Jiang Hanshi was on the verge of breaking through to the Emperor realm, prompting him to disguise himself and hide. Yet, he still felt her hand. What was the cause? Lo and behold, he perished as collateral damage from the residual effects of her heavenly tribulation. It turned out that her ascension to the Emperor realm summoned 9 thunderbolts, and Jiang Hanshi had chosen to undergo her tribulation atop the very tunnel he had excavated. This nearly drove Wang Feng to despair in the end. He was not merely exasperated, but obliterated by her thunderous trial, leaving no trace behind. The eighth life promised to be even more entertaining. Wang Feng refrained from utilizing any means of transportation, not daring to reveal his true form. He relied solely on foot to traverse the land, changing his location every 3 days. His journeys took him across all directions, yet he could not afford to linger even for a moment beyond the designated time. This was the wisdom gleaned from his 7 previous lifetimes. Thus, he lived in constant trepidation for over a millennium, not daring to take a wife, as such a bond would only bring harm to another. He avoided entering secret realms, steering clear of any place that posed a threat or where Jiang Hanshi might be present. He sought a tranquil spot to meditate for 3 days, only to flee upon the conclusion of that period. This cycle continued, leaving him with a scant understanding of the vastness of the Tian continent. Ultimately, through sheer perseverance and the rewards granted by the system, he cultivated his skills to reach the Emperor realm. Having barely withstood the 9 ancient dragon thunderbolts, Wang Feng's resolve faltered. He found himself outside the palace of the Ice Empress, unleashing a torrent of attacks. This vendetta must be avenged, having been slain by her 7 times. He felt it was a matter of honor. However, emboldened by his newfound strength, he foolishly underestimated the Ice Empress, failing to recognize that a recent breakthrough did not equate to invincibility. When he realized he could neither defeat her nor escape, Wang Feng, with the piercing chill of a sword embedded in his heart, approached the Ice Empress step by agonizing step. He embraced her with all his might and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. In his final moments, it seemed as though he witnessed the Ice Empress striking his lifeless form. Chapter 1. The Ninth Life. The Repository of Thoughts. Having passed through a small dark room, some content has been trimmed, yet I have endeavored to maintain the integrity of the narrative. Please excuse any subsequent inconsistencies. Rest assured, it remains readable. In the southern region of the Tian continent, in a desolate wilderness of the Danyang Empire, an enigmatic force began to coalesce. First emerged a silhouette, followed by internal organs, bones, flesh, and hair. The manifested Wang Feng clutched his throat and staggered backward, only to tumble clumsily to the ground, rolling several times. I'm fine. Upon realizing he could vocalize, Wang Feng felt a surge of joy. He had returned to life once more. However, his expression soon turned grave, for this was his final life. He had battled the Ice Empress for an unfathomable number of days and nights. Their confrontation had ignited a fierce clash in the void, nearly shattering the fabric of reality and threatening the Tian continent itself. This had been his most formidable existence throughout 9 lives, which he deemed his 8th life of survival. yet he ultimately perished due to his own inflated ambitions. Nonetheless, he had no regrets. He had managed to grasp the Ice Empress in his final moments. Withstanding the piercing cold sword that stabbed his heart, he had stolen a kiss from her, determined to disrupt her resolve even in death. System, manifest at once. Wang Feng urgently summoned the system within his mind. Ding! Ding! Host, please allow me to load for a moment. The system's voice crackled, as if it were stuttering, causing Wang Feng a headache. Ding! Host, I have resigned to my fate. I have exhausted my entire essence for you. A booming voice echoed in his mind, and Wang Feng felt a sense of dismay. He did not wish to die. What time is it now? As he surveyed his surroundings, he inquired of the system. Ding! It has been over 10,000 years since your battle with the Ice Empress. What? His voice escalated several octaves as the revelation stunned him. In previous lives, the duration had never exceeded 1,000 years. Why was this instance so prolonged? His shock was palpable, for the highest span in the first 7 lives was merely 1,000 years, and now it had escalated to over 10,000. Although he had been revived in an instant after each demise at the hands of the Ice Empress, the system's explanation indicated that time was consumed in the spatial realm to reconstruct his body, leading him to believe in instantaneous resurrection. Ding, consider this. What was your cultivation level in your 8th life? Wang Feng reflected, acknowledging the system's reasoning. He had survived for several millennia in his 8th life, having played the role of a lowly figure for thousands of years, ultimately relying on the system to ascend to the Emperor realm. In his 8th life, there were 3 emperors. The first was a reclusive elder, the second was the Ice Empress herself, and the third was Wang Feng, the new emperor, who had yet to even formulate a title before meeting his demise. It appeared as though the Ice Empress was inexorably linked to Wang Feng. In every incarnation, he invariably encountered her with uncanny precision, leading him to suspect the system might be orchestrating this fate. The system's response was unequivocal. If it were indeed responsible, it would self-destruct on the spot. Moreover, each time Wang Feng perishes, a fragment of his essence is consumed. Then she must be dead now, even if she isn't. Her Tao heart must surely be damaged. Heaven help us. May she swiftly meet her end. As he spoke, Wang Feng clasped his hands together in prayer, fervently wishing for the demise of the Ice Empress. Ding! Hold on, I will scan the continent right away. Ding! Detection complete. Only one great emperor remains in this world, and it is not the Ice Empress. The system's voice echoed with palpable joy. The Ice Empress had finally fallen, and this wretched host would no longer face death. Ha ha ha! She is finally dead. Wang Feng fell flat on the ground, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, laughing heartily for a full 2.5 minutes. Then, with a sudden leap, he exclaimed, ouch. In his exuberance, he twisted his waist. Though agony coursed through him, his face radiated a joyful smile. Reflecting on the past 8 lives, he felt a surge of emotion, often questioning the heavens about the existence of Jiang Hanshi in this world. In his first life, upon arriving in the Tian continent, he had hoped that the system would empower him to effortlessly vanquish all foes and win the heart of an unparalleled beauty. Yet, reality delivered a devastating blow, one that was truly fatal. In his first life, he indeed encountered a stunningly beautiful woman, but his arrogance, fueled by the system, led him to be decapitated by her single sword strike. And who could that breathtaking beauty be but Jiang Hanshi? In his second life, having learned of his 9 lives, Wang Feng reveled in his newfound audacity. He traversed secret realms with abandon, believing himself to be cloaked in the halo of a protagonist, only to become even more arrogant. He sought vengeance against that beautiful woman, only to discover that she had ascended far beyond his realm. Wang Feng fled across numerous mountain ranges, yet he could not escape her relentless pursuit, ultimately meeting his end once more by her sword. In his third life, driven by the desire to ambush her, he covertly observed her battles. He intended to launch a surprise attack, only to be decapitated by her icy sword, which had been propelled through the heat of combat. In his fourth life, resurrected, Wang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding a benevolent demeanor as he questioned the system. Why do I continually encounter her? The system replied, Ding, I do not know either. Ultimately, a teleportation talisman from the system brought Wang Feng directly before Jiang Hanshi. Upon seeing him, she struck at his heart with a fierce blow. Wang Feng could only grasp the sword, coughing up blood in a frenzy, cursing the system for its treachery, and ultimately he met his demise, eyes wide in shock. In his fifth life, he was slain by Jiang Hanqi's delicate foot, a death that could be deemed fitting. In his sixth life, he was cut down by a wave of her sword qi. In his seventh life, which lasted the second longest, Wang Feng discovered that Jiang Hanqi was on the verge of breaking through to the Emperor realm, prompting him to disguise himself and hide. Yet, he still felt her hand. What was the reason, you ask? He was caught in the aftermath of her lightning tribulation. As it turned out, breaking through to the Emperor realm summoned 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, and Jiang Hanqi happened to be undergoing her tribulation directly above the tunnel he had excavated. It nearly drove Wang Feng to madness in the end. He did not succumb to anger, but was instead obliterated by her lightning, leaving not a trace behind. The eighth life proved to be quite the spectacle. Wang Feng, in his trepidation, refrained from utilizing any means of transportation, not even revealing his true form. He relied solely on foot to traverse the terrain, changing his location every 3 days. He had journeyed through every direction, never daring to linger for even a moment longer than necessary. This was the hard-earned wisdom he had gleaned from his previous 7 lifetimes. Thus, he lived in constant fear for over a millennium, too apprehensive to take a wife, believing that doing so would only bring misfortune to others. He shunned the secret realms, avoiding any place that posed a threat or where there was even a possibility of encountering Jiang Hanqi. He would find a secluded spot to meditate for 3 days, then promptly depart, repeating this cycle without ever truly grasping the entirety of the celestial continent. In this manner, he persevered and, through the rewards granted by the system, eventually cultivated himself to the realm of the Emperor. He barely managed to withstand the 9 ancient dragon thunderbolts. Yet, emboldened by his newfound strength, he found himself unable to resist the urge to confront the Ice Empress outside her palace. This vendetta must be addressed. She had taken his life 7 times, and failing to avenge such a grievance would be unworthy of a gentleman. However, in his arrogance, he failed to consider the disparity in power between himself, a newly ascended emperor, and the Ice Empress. As the battle unfolded, realizing he could neither prevail nor escape, Wang Feng approached the Ice Empress, enduring the piercing pain of her cold sword thrust into his heart. With all his strength, he embraced her and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. Even in his final moments, it seemed he could still perceive the Ice Empress as she lashed out at his lifeless form. Chapter 2. So you speak of the songstress. The scene shifts back to the present. Wang Feng clutched his waist, the pain intense yet overshadowed by an overwhelming joy. The Ice Empress had finally perished, liberating him from a life of desperation. System, quickly scan this location, he commanded, regaining his composure after absorbing the news of the Ice Empress's demise. Beep, insufficient source energy, unable to scan. Damn it. In a fit of frustration, Wang Feng smacked his thigh, inadvertently aggravating his injury, causing him to cry out in pain. Regardless, he endured the discomfort and climbed a nearby tree to survey his surroundings, which appeared relatively safe. He immediately began to channel the chaotic body dominance technique. True to its name, the chaotic body dominance technique refines the physical form and alters one's constitution, achieving dual cultivation of body and spirit with unparalleled dominance. It was this very technique that enabled Wang Feng to ascend to the Emperor realm within a mere millennium, achieving both corporeal and ethereal supremacy. This was the root of his unwarranted confidence in confronting the Ice Empress. Little did he anticipate the outcome would be a 6-to-4 ratio. She 6, he 4. He had been so close to vanquishing her, yet found himself utterly spent. A series of crackling sounds emanated from within Wang Feng, signaling the transformation of his constitution through the technique. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the chaotic body dominance technique, his physique would evolve into the chaotic body itself. The pain in his waist dissipated rapidly, replaced by a continuous influx of spiritual energy and a radiant glow to his skin. 3rd layer of body refinement accomplished. Wang Feng leapt from the tree, landing firmly on the ground. He pondered the changes that might have transpired in the Tian continent over the millennia, especially considering the fall of the Ice Empress. As he journeyed onward, he scanned his surroundings, muttering to himself. After running for a while, he realized he could not escape this vast expanse. Perhaps it was his inadequate cultivation that hindered his speed. Suddenly, a sharp wind whistled past his ear. Instinctively, he reached out and caught a venomous snake, effortlessly tearing it in half. He discarded the head and tail, consuming the middle portion as a spicy snack. Under the current circumstances, he could not afford to prepare a proper meal, though he had grown accustomed to such improvisations. He was well aware of how he had survived in his 8th life. The flesh and blood of these beasts aided in refining his constitution, serving as an unconventional means of enhancing his cultivation. After examining his surroundings once more and finding them barren, disappointment washed over him. He had hoped for a hearty feast. Finding a suitable spot to rest, Wang Feng turned his attention to the system panel. Wang Feng Body Refinement Realm. 3rd Layer Techniques. Chaotic Body Dominance Technique. 100 Collapse Heavenly Fist. Vedic Palm Items. None Source Energy. 0 Comprehensive Evaluation. Novice. Gazing at the disheartening data on the panel, Wang Feng struck a nearby tree with a fist, venting his pent-up frustration. It was all the Ice Empress's fault, but thankfully, she was no more. Retreating from the interface, he focused his thoughts and accessed the system marketplace. Beep, system marketplace temporarily closed. A jolt of alarm coursed through Wang Feng. Surely, these functions cannot be rendered entirely useless? He hastily urged his mind to navigate through the options, one by one. The lottery function is temporarily disabled. The dog system. What is going on? Wang Feng was truly anxious. Although he could survive without these abilities, his quality of life would undoubtedly diminish. The system responded. How dare you call out? Your current realm is too low, and I have exhausted my essence to save you. If these functions are not disabled, the entire system will cease to exist. Reluctantly, Wang Feng complied, realizing that if the entire system were to shut down, he would indeed face a miserable existence. At least in his previous state, he could engage in banter with the system. In his 8th life, he scarcely dared to socialize with others, relying solely on witty exchanges with the system. Otherwise, as a reincarnated individual, he would surely succumb to madness from boredom. Suddenly, a task was triggered. Exit the southern forest. Reward: 1 low-grade spirit refining pill. To his delight, Wang Feng heard the system's voice. Having a task was a boon. He had risen to prominence in his 8th life through tasks, the most significant of which was the lottery. The chaotic dominance body technique he possessed was obtained through a lottery draw. The system had chided him for his extraordinary luck. Yet he was unaware of the grade of this technique. Nevertheless, it should be above imperial grade, as only those capable of reaching the great emperor realm could cultivate such skills. A quasi-imperial realm practitioner could never break through to the great emperor level without an imperial grade technique. The realms of the Tian subcontinent are classified as follows: body refining, spirit gathering, spirit binding, spirit expansion, and spirit transformation. The 3 foundational realms are harmonizing yuan, breaking yuan, and heavenly yuan, followed by Saint King, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Exiting the southern forest. So this place is called the southern forest, he mused, unacquainted with it. Wang Feng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. After 10,000 years, the entire continent must have undergone a transformation. After all, even the Ice Empress had perished. The thought made him chuckle. Noticing that dusk was approaching, Wang Feng resolved to seek shelter in a cave, hoping to find one occupied by bears. He scoured the desolate southern forest repeatedly, but found no cave. Instead, he stumbled upon a village. Entering the village and observing the bustling inhabitants, Wang Feng furrowed his brow. Most of the villagers appeared emaciated, as though on the verge of starvation. Young man, are you lost? An elderly man suddenly appeared behind him, startling Wang Feng. His fist was halted just a centimeter from the old man's face. Any closer, and the few teeth he had left would be at risk. Do you have any advice on how I can get out of here? Wang Feng withdrew his fist and took a step back. There is no way out. You must rely on yourself. Then tell me, old man, Wang Feng retorted, disregarding any notions of respect for the elderly. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Morality is a trivial concern. Young man, do not be hasty. Your anxiety is futile. Fortunately, you have entered our village. Otherwise, you would likely perish outside by nightfall. The old man, seemingly oblivious to Wang Feng's harsh words, continued to chuckle. Nightfall? Is it truly dangerous then? Indeed, the old man stroked his long white beard, his expression enigmatic. What kind of danger are we speaking of? Wang Feng, filled with perplexity, posed a question, awaiting the old man's response. Yet, the old man maintained an inscrutable demeanor, as if caught between words, leaving Wang Feng utterly speechless. How could a mere practitioner of the first layer of body refinement pretend to be a sage? Observing the information displayed on the old man's panel, Wang Feng noted that this was a fundamental system function that fortunately remained active, albeit rather simplistic. Mo Lei Identity, Village Chief of Lu Village Realm. First layer of body refinement primary weapon, none. Unlike Wang Feng's panel, his did not display any martial arts techniques, but it did include a primary weapon, primarily serving to provide Wang Feng with essential information. For as night fell, countless skeletal monsters and other malevolent entities would emerge from the earth. After the old man finished speaking, he turned his head, waiting for Wang Feng to inquire further. But after a prolonged silence, no sound came forth. Chapter 3. The Willow Tree Turning Around. He wondered, where had the man gone? At this moment, Wang Feng had already ventured to another part of the village, closely examining the grand willow tree before him. To his astonishment, he discerned that this majestic willow possessed a semblance of divinity. It was likely the village guardian spirit. Willow Tree Identity. Fragmented Soul of Lu Ling Realm. Ninth layer of spirit gathering primary weapon, Willow Branch. The fragmented soul of Lu Ling. Who was Lu Ling? Wang Feng admitted he had never heard of such a name, not even in his previous 8 lifetimes, indicating that this willow was truly extraordinary. At that moment, the great willow extended a branch, gently lowering it behind Wang Feng. Without hesitation, he took a seat upon it, sensing the willow harbored no ill intentions. The willow branch gradually retracted, elevating Wang Feng to the trunk, enveloping him in a layer of verdant spiritual energy. This was a fortuitous encounter. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy and promptly began to cultivate the chaotic dominance body technique. First layer of body refinement. Second layer of body refinement. Third layer of body refinement. His realm soared to the 9th layer of body refinement before coming to a halt. In the realm of cultivation, the body refinement stage was considered the most rudimentary tier. For someone like Wang Feng, who possessed imperial-level techniques, advancement came with remarkable ease. Thank you. May I inquire what you desire? Wang Feng asked in the language of the Tian continent, as he did not believe the willow would bestow such a boon without reason. The willow extended its branches, returning him to the ground, whereupon it began to inscribe words in the earth. I hope you can assist in procuring some food for the villagers. Wang Feng read the words inscribed on the ground, syllable by syllable. The willow truly was the guardian spirit of the village. Agreed, Wang Feng affirmed. Ah, young man, tell me, what did the willow spirit convey to you? At that moment, the village chief, having searched for some time, finally found Wang Feng beneath the willow tree. It granted me a slight enhancement in my realm. I shall procure some food for you all, and then I must take my leave. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mo Lei was moved to tears and knelt before the great willow, expressing his gratitude. O willow spirit, how I wish you could move, for then we could migrate. As Mo Lei bowed, his voice trembled with emotion. They hesitated to leave solely because of the willow spirit's presence. It had safeguarded the village for generations, and the villagers would never forsake it, not even in death. Within the village, there exists a hunting team, the most esteemed being at the first level of spiritual gathering. However, that particular team member has not returned for several days, likely having been torn apart by the malevolent spirits of the night. The remaining hunters have also vanished, with one returning gravely injured and currently in a state of unconsciousness. This explains why the villagers appear so emaciated. Without the hunters, they have endured prolonged hunger. The willow tree extended its branches to gently touch the head of the village chief, Mo Lei, who, in its eyes, had knelt before it in a similar manner decades ago, though back then, his face bore a joyful smile. Come with me, young man, Mo Lei said as he rose and pulled Wang Feng along, leaving behind the swaying willow that stood solitary, evoking a sense of desolation. You need not heed the willow spirit's request to seek food for us. Do not risk your life in the process. Mo Lei grasped Wang Feng's arm and led him far from the willow before pausing to speak. Tomorrow morning, you shall find your way out of here. He waved his hand and turned away, his stooped silhouette appearing rather mournful. Are the people of this village so simple? Wang Feng muttered as he observed the departing figure. He was determined to seek food, not solely for the willow, but now also for these humble villagers. Returning to the willow, he resolved to endure the night. As darkness enveloped the village, a green barrier rose around it, isolating it from the outside world. Willow spirit, willow spirit. Suddenly a faint child's voice emerged from beneath the tree, timid and seemingly fearful of being overheard. "Will you let me swing once more?" A little girl whispered as she gently touched the willow. The tree did not speak, yet the movement of its branches confirmed its response. "Giggle, thank you, willow spirit." The little girl laughed softly, climbing onto the branch, which began to sway gently under her. Wang Feng regarded her with great curiosity, pondering why she appeared as a typical child when most of the villagers were so frail. However, he refrained from questioning her, and she remained oblivious to his presence atop the willow. Folding his arms, he leaned against the tree and succumbed to slumber. "Willow spirit, I must go now, or my mother will scold me again." The little girl bid farewell with a tone of reluctance, and the willow waved its branches in response. As night turned to day, the villagers emerged to fetch water, but this time, a new scene unfolded. A group of children played at tossing stones. Their movements, however, appeared constrained, as if they hesitated to indulge in unbridled play. Wang Feng leaped down from the willow and approached them, inquiring, "Why do your actions seem so peculiar?" The children, wary of the stranger, initially hesitated, but upon seeing Wang Feng's non-threatening demeanor, one replied, "Because we wish to lessen the suffering of our fathers and mothers." A child wiped the snot from his nose before continuing, "Suffering? Yes, a significant part of my father and mother is already missing. The more we play, the hungrier we become." Hearing this, Wang Feng's mind quickly shifted. It was akin to cutting flesh to feed the young. Had this village truly reached such a dire state? He searched his pockets, but alas, he found nothing to offer these children. He had a habit of giving small gifts to children he adored. "Brother will make sure you all enjoy some truly delectable meat shortly, all right?" Wang Feng spoke in a tone meant to soothe the little ones, their eyes lighting up with unbridled hope, without the slightest doubt regarding his words. "Really? Can my father and mother eat first?" "Ha, rest assured. Everyone will have their share." After exchanging a few more words, Wang Feng could see from their expressions just how long they had been suffering from hunger. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. "Someone has fainted." Many children rushed toward the source of the noise, and amidst the chaos, he faintly heard cries of mother. Wang Feng shook his head, reflecting on the hardships of the cultivation world. Life in the prosperous eras of Blue Star was undoubtedly the most blissful. He turned to leave the village, dressed in the simple garments of a novice, a plain green robe flowing to his waist, exuding the aura of a refined scholar. Once outside the village, Wang Feng began marking his path to avoid losing his way. While it sounded simple, capturing a demon beast or wild animal proved to be quite a challenging endeavor. Wang Feng dashed from tree to tree, not knowing how long he had been at it. From his elevated vantage point, he managed to spot a few small wild creatures. However, he was perplexed by one question. Why didn't the villagers venture out to seek food themselves? Was there some underlying reason? Unbeknownst to him, the only person in the village with the capability to move was the village chief. Yet, it had to be said that finding demon beasts and wild animals here was indeed a formidable task. He had made countless marks without much success. Eventually, he managed to catch 2 rabbits, 1 bird, and a few eggs. By now, the sun blazed in the sky, and even with his 9th layer of body refinement, Wang Feng was drenched in sweat. His green robe had suffered a significant tear, which he had used to bind the 2 rabbits and the bird. As for the eggs, he simply stuffed them inside the rear of the rabbits and used some cloth to seal the openings, thus solving the issue of transporting the eggs. Suddenly, Wang Feng paused, watching with a wary gaze as a circular teleportation portal began to materialize before him. It seemed that someone had encountered an issue with the teleportation array that had brought them here. Chapter 4. The rebirth of Jiang Hanshi. Concealed behind a great tree, Wang Feng held his breath, observing the scene below. From within the circular portal, a long, fair leg emerged, and Wang Feng nearly lost his composure at the sight. He quickly discerned that this figure was not only female but also unclothed, prompting him to take a closer look. As the woman fully emerged, Wang Feng gasped in astonishment, a wave of heat rushing to his face, causing him to genuinely bleed from his nose. Because this woman is not only bare, but also embodies one of the 4 divine beasts, a harbinger of calamity. Wait a moment, is that Jiang Hanshi? Wang Feng was struck dumb as he looked up, his heart shaken by an earthquake of emotions. This exquisite visage was one he would never forget. The very woman who had slain him 8 times. Dog system, isn't she dead? Wang Feng turned and fled, cursing the dog system fervently in his mind. Ding host. Wait a moment. Are you tired of waiting? For every retort the system made, Wang Feng shot back with equal fervor, riling the system to annoyance. She currently lacks cultivation. It is the perfect opportunity for you to vanquish her. Not tired of waiting? Wait a moment. What did you just say? The words Wang Feng had intended to spew were suddenly halted, and he turned back at high speed, a devilish grin on his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanqi had also heard the commotion from the tree and shouted angrily, "Who is it?" Hastily, she retrieved her garments from the divine sea space to cover herself. Being seen in such a state was undoubtedly her second most humiliating moment in millennia. Since that fierce battle, her imperial physique had suffered grievous injuries, and her Tao heart was severely compromised. She was on the verge of descending from the imperial realm, her recovery from injuries taking millennia, and she had not fully healed from her internal wounds. The memory of that rogue emperor's lecherous act made her feel nauseated, further destabilizing her Tao heart. Considering that her imperial body could not withstand the injuries and the cracks in her Tao heart, she had no choice but to plan for a breakthrough and recultivation. After thousands of years of preparation, she finally began to reincarnate, intending to restore her entire being using the cost of her imperial realm cultivation and physique. With prior experience of progressing from body refinement to the imperial realm, Jiang Hanqi was confident she could once again break through to the imperial realm, and the next iteration would undoubtedly surpass her previous state. After weighing the pros and cons, she deliberately chose a safe location in the northern realm for her rebirth and recultivation. However, she did not anticipate that during her rebirth, the void would become chaotic, a force so terrifying that even she, an emperor, could not ignore its pull. For although that force could not destroy her imperial body, it could very well trap her in an unknown place forever. Reluctantly, she began searching for a secure place to be reborn amidst the chaotic void. Now, after her shout, a series of bouncing sounds emanated from the tree, only to vanish without a trace, leaving Jiang Hanqi fuming in place. Damn it! Jiang Hanqi cursed under her breath, gripping her sealed imperial artifact, the cold sword. If it weren't for her current lack of cultivation, that rogue would surely have been captured and dealt with severely. She put away the cold sword, contemplating the need to find a stable location. In her current mortal guise, she could only summon the power of the cold sword to the level of a mystical artifact, a result still aided by her divine consciousness. Haha, I'm back. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng dashed back, laughing raucously. Jiang Hanqi's expression turned frosty as she swiftly drew the cold sword, striking behind her with a burst of cold energy. Instant step. Wang Feng, using his agility, appeared behind Jiang Hanqi, for he too had once traversed the imperial realm. The martial arts technique is naturally not inferior to Jiang Hanqi, perhaps even superior, yet he primarily relies on his fists. How could this be? Jiang Hanqi's pupils dilated, utterly astonished that the figure concealed in the shadows could evade her icy sword's assault. It is noteworthy that even if the sword were sealed, it is still an imperial weapon. This strike could injure even those at the gathering spirit realm, a fact she had verified upon her arrival. The highest level here is merely the spirit establishment realm. How could this person have eluded her attack? Jiang Hanqi did not even catch a glimpse of Wang Feng's face before she was overcome by a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Wang Feng maintained his posture as he sliced downward, retracting his hand and shaking it with a chuckle. Ah, you've fallen into my hands, haven't you? Dog system, come forth. Why is she still alive? Wang Feng began to curse the dog system in his mind, frustrated by the inaccurate information it provided. Ding, there are only two possibilities. First, this is not Jiang Hanqi. Second, she wishes to recultivate, likely due to the severe harm inflicted upon her body and Tao heart after your battle in the eighth life. Not Jiang Hanqi. How could that be? With her aura that repels others and this icy sword, I could never forget her. Wang Feng crouched down and gently patted Jiang Hanqi's exquisite, pale red face, speaking softly. To confirm, he cast a probing spell on her. Jiang Hanqi identity. The extreme ice empress undergoing a realm-breaking recultivation realm. Mortal innate weapon. Imperial weapon. Icy sword. Sealed. TSK, how beautiful. Yet, she resembles a massive ice block, impervious to melting. Wang Feng had encountered Jiang Hanqi countless times, and once again, he couldn't help but marvel at her stunning visage. Ding. Thus, only the second possibility remains. Severely harmed in body and mind. Then she might as well perish. Wang Feng picked up the trembling, icy sword from the ground, channeling a surge of chaotic spiritual energy into it, suppressing its coldness, and thrusting it towards Jiang Hanqi's heart. Clang! The icy sword pierced Jiang Hanqi's chest, breaking through the skin but unable to penetrate any further. Well, I knew it. Recultivating at the Emperor realm, her cultivation may be lacking, yet she possesses numerous treasures. It's merely that she cannot activate them. However, the protective talisman does not require activation. It will automatically trigger when its master is in peril. Wang Feng hastily discarded the icy sword. With just that meager amount of chaotic spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly be counterattacked by the sword if he continued to hold it. Wang Feng lifted Jiang Hanshi onto his shoulder. Since I cannot slay you, I shall take advantage of you. You claim to be severely injured, so let me exacerbate your condition. First, I must deceive that icy sword into allowing him to wield it. As long as he can use it, it will undoubtedly cut through here, especially since Jiang Hanshi had used this sword to kill him several times before. Hey, look at your master. She is unconscious. I need to treat her. Are you leaving or not? Wang Feng called out from 2 meters away from the icy sword, which trembled even more at his words. How dare he utter such nonsense when it had witnessed Wang Feng nearly stab its master to death? If you do not leave, then I shall take my leave, and your master shall accompany me. Upon hearing those words, the cold sword ceased its tremors on the ground, as if beckoning Wang Feng to approach. Wang Feng, however, was not so foolish. He positioned Jiang Hanshi protectively in front of him, grasping her delicate hand as he seized the cold sword. Realizing its intentions had been unveiled, the cold sword ceased its pretense and vanished without a trace upon making contact with Jiang Hanshi. TCH, you won't even let me use you once. You can't escape now. Your master is doomed. Wang Feng remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Jiang Hanshi. Wang Feng's words instantly stirred anxiety within the cold sword, which was trapped within Jiang Hanshi's divine sea space. It had forgotten this detail. It had retreated hastily to prevent Wang Feng from wielding its power. Now, it was too late, as only its master could summon it forth from the divine sea. Wang Feng glanced at his attire, contemplated briefly, then shook his head, deciding to use hers for binding instead. He found a secure spot and tore off Jiang Hanshi's outer garment. To his surprise, beneath it lay a sheer silk dress, effectively concealing the significant mark of the great beast of the 4 divine beasts. Nonetheless, the upper portion offered a tantalizing glimpse within, revealing a beauty that was utterly captivating. Wang Feng wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose and attempted to tear further, only to discover it was resistant to his efforts. This revelation clarified why he had been unable to pierce her heart earlier. The sheer dress was undoubtedly the cause. He was unaware of the rank of this sheer garment, but it was certainly a high-grade protective artifact, one that he, at his current stage, could not breach. Witnessing her clad in just the sheer garment ignited a fire of excitement within him. He suppressed his turbulent emotions, resolving to wait until they returned to the village to proceed at a more leisurely pace. The cultivation world was perilous outdoors, with tales of many perishing in such a manner. He bound Jiang Hanshi securely, especially her hands, fearing she might unexpectedly extract a magical artifact from her divine sea. Fortunately, her dress was long enough that only her nose remained visible, prompting Wang Feng to pinch her exquisitely delicate nose. Wait a moment. If I can't pierce her heart, I can certainly crush her head. With that thought, Wang Feng struck her head with a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, Wang Feng was propelled backward. What was the cause of this? Frustration welled within him. Damn it, I can't kill you, so I suppose I'll just have to have my way with you. As Jiang Hanshi stirred slightly, Wang Feng swiftly delivered another blow to her neck. He discovered that as long as the attack was not lethal, it could inflict harm upon her, though he was baffled by the underlying principle. Observing the now motionless Jiang Hanshi, a wicked smile spread across Wang Feng's face. Once he hunted down a large demon beast or wild creature, he would return for the enchanting maiden. Wang Feng still had to fulfill his promise to the willow tree. And thus, while carrying Jiang Hanshi, he marked his path in search of the demon beasts. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Wang Feng, with one arm hoisting Jiang Hanshi, returned to the village, cradling a beast resembling a cross between a tiger and a lion. Everyone, come out for a feast. Wang Feng stood on the desolate village path, calling out loudly, prompting doors to swing open one by one. His eyes gleamed with greed as he beheld the 3-tiered beast. Yet not a single soul dared to approach. It was not only the formidable strength required to slay such a creature that dissuaded them. Their very bodies and hearts forbade them from seizing the opportunity. Come, come, do not be so reserved. Tonight, beneath the willow, we shall hold a bonfire gathering, and feast upon meat to our heart's content. Wang Feng beckoned the villagers, who numbered only a few dozen. This substantial beast would suffice for all. And he had also brought several birds and small beasts at his waist. Please assist me in processing this meat. I have some matters to attend to. Can anyone lend me a room? Wang Feng gently placed the bound Jiang Hanshi on the ground and released the birds and beasts from his belt. The villagers, perplexed by the red rags binding her, could only discern her nose, yet her form bore the semblance of a woman. You truly went for it, young man. Our entire village owes you gratitude. Upon receiving the news, the village chief, Imole, hurried over. At the sight of the beast and the smaller animals, he immediately knelt down. The villagers followed suit, and Wang Feng was taken aback. He quickly helped the chief to his feet, urging the kneeling villagers to rise. Children danced around him in wild excitement. Joy enveloped the village as they anticipated a feast. Finally, there was meat to eat, and they would no longer face the grim prospect of starvation. Who can provide me with a room? I have matters to attend to. I will. Use mine. And my room is spotless. In an instant, the villagers clamored, eager to offer Wang Feng their homes. Ultimately, he followed the chief to an unoccupied house that had been tidied, albeit lacking bedding. Wang Feng tossed Jiang Hanshi onto the bed, exhilarated. Having slain her 8 times, this was her due. Since I cannot kill you, I must begrudgingly resort to other means, he chuckled. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought of using his handsome visage. Instead, he transformed his appearance into that of an extraordinarily grotesque face, reminiscent of the gourd from Plants vs. Zombies. Wang Feng laughed heartily as he pulled the cloth from Jiang Hanshi's head, revealing her captivating eyes fixed upon him. This startled Wang Feng. She had awakened earlier, yet dared not move. Little beauty, your fate is sealed. His lewd grin, paired with his gourd-like face, was a comical match. Ahem. Jiang Hanshi coughed twice, genuinely repulsed. You dare. With her voice, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. I dare. Why should I not? Wang Feng, grinning mischievously, looked down at the so-called Ice Empress lying on the bed, exclaiming, Tonight, I shall have my way with you. What will you do about it? Jiang Hanshi's icy gaze bore into him as he leaned closer. As she leaned in to kiss her lips, she suddenly veered to the side. Indeed, a chilling needle shot forth from Jiang Hanshi's mouth, piercing the wall with a sharp sound, instantly coating it in a layer of frost. Wang Feng was left utterly alarmed, nearly falling victim to her lethal intent once more. Haha, you seem incapable. Startled, Wang Feng delivered a powerful blow to her head, propelling himself away with great force. He hastily rose and, employing his agility, sprinted towards the edge of the azure barrier, only to find himself unable to escape. In a panic, he dashed into a nearby building, changing into a slightly larger set of clothing. He also altered his appearance back, feeling fortunate for having disguised himself earlier. Unbeknownst to him, in his attempt to irritate Jiang Hanshi, he had inadvertently saved his own life. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Wang Feng stepped outside, betting on Jiang Hanshi's forgetfulness regarding his true form. After all, in his longest-lived 7th and 8th lives, he had always maintained a disguised appearance. Bang! A frigid sword aura erupted from the very house he had just vacated, leaving it in utter ruin. The sword energy struck the barrier, creating a breach, but it was quickly mended. Thief, come forth and face your demise. Jiang Hanshi, now clad in blue, angrily pursued him from within. The villagers, preoccupied with processing the meat of the demon beasts, were suddenly startled by the appearance of a celestial being. The entire village was taken aback, frozen in shock, and then gripped by fear. This otherworldly woman was formidable, and they feared a massacre. Wang Feng, however, remained unperturbed. He understood Jiang Hanshi's nature all too well. Unless provoked, she would not resort to senseless killing, which was precisely why he dared to bring her back to the village. In truth, Wang Feng was inclined to assist the villagers, as it would bolster their fighting strength, even though his initial intention had been rather mischievous. However, it seemed that now he could only employ her as a formidable ally. Standing before the dilapidated house, Jiang Hanshi cast a cold glance over the gathered villagers, finding none of them to be the person she sought. When her gaze fell upon Wang Feng, it lingered momentarily. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 6. The squash-faced man. Wang Feng felt a surge of guilt. Yet he squared his shoulders and briefly met her gaze before hastily averting his eyes. Observing that he appeared just as the villagers did, Jiang Hanshi dismissed her suspicions. Have any of you seen someone? She began but faltered, unable to articulate the man's appearance. Fairy sister, are you searching for someone with a face resembling a squash? Wang Feng volunteered, stepping forward. Yes, have you seen him? Jiang Hanshi pondered, realizing that this description indeed suited the individual she sought. He ran outside. Wang Feng pointed towards the azure barrier, beyond which lay a pitch-black void, obscuring the path ahead. I shall kill you, Jiang Hanshi murmured to herself, her icy gaze fixed on the direction Wang Feng indicated. However, she had no choice but to relent for the moment, as even if she ventured out, there was no guarantee she would find him. Finding a quiet spot, she settled down in a meditative posture, invoking the Imperial Ice technique, a supreme skill of the Emperor level, yet one that also evoked her deepest regrets. Previously, she had managed to master 2/3 of its fragmented manuscript. By the time she collected the final piece, she had already ascended to Emperor status. Thus, one of her motivations for this arduous recultivation was precisely this. The cost of breaking through and starting anew was immense, stripping her of all her cultivation, as well as many treasured artifacts and resources. Now, she possessed merely 3 magical tools and 1 personal weapon, alongside a scant few garments and elixirs, all dwindling in number. At best, these provisions would only support her cultivation up to the spirit expansion realm. Furthermore, her current physique could not withstand the potency of the elixirs she carried. She would have to first reach the spirit gathering realm before proceeding further. The personal weapon she wielded was, of course, the sealed Emperor-grade frost sword. Wang Feng, witnessing her in deep cultivation, dared not disturb her, for to disrupt another's practice was a grave transgression, one that could lead to dire consequences. In a past life, he had met his end at the hands of Jiang Hanshi for such an indiscretion. Truth be told, Jiang Hanshi had imparted many profound life lessons to him, albeit at the cost of his own life, a testament to the adage that one must risk everything to learn. Concerned for her focus, he decided to busy himself with preparing the beast meat instead, wielding his knife to slice through it with precision. He expertly removed the bones of the creature, chopping it into pieces and skewering them onto nearby branches. Once everything was prepared, he stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Upon lifting his gaze, he was startled, stumbling back and slipping on the beast meat, for Jiang Hanshi had been silently observing him for an unknown duration. He had been so engrossed in his task that he had failed to notice her presence, and the shock of seeing her now sent a wave of trepidation through him. Do you seem to fear me? Jiang Hanshi's captivating, yet chilling gaze fixed upon Wang Feng as she spoke in a measured tone. And no, celestial sister. I merely did not notice you and was startled, he stammered, rising to his feet with hands planted on the ground. Why was she staring at him? Had she recognized him? Is that so? Jiang Hanshi mused, studying him intently. Indeed. I was just going to roast some meat. Wang Feng exclaimed hastily, retreating from her presence, his heart racing with anxiety, primarily due to the overwhelming psychological shadow she cast over him. System, what should I do? Am I destined to meet my demise once more? He frantically inquired within his mind, recalling that every encounter with Jiang Hanshi seemed to spell doom. Ding. The system proposes a strategy. Take advantage of her current low cultivation level and gradually win her over. What? Wang Feng exclaimed aloud, drawing the attention of everyone around, including Jiang Hanshi, who looked on with curiosity. What? It's burnt. He quickly improvised, explaining that the meat had charred, and the others resumed their tasks, seemingly unfazed. Win her over? How could I possibly do that? With her icy demeanor, I fear she might freeze me solid. Wang Feng once again engaged in a silent dialogue with the system, expressing his skepticism regarding the proposed solution. Ding. There is no alternative. You two are as if destined to be together. You have perished 8 times already. Why not attempt to pursue her this one last time? This is your singular opportunity for success. Observing Wang Feng's contemplative demeanor, the system felt a mix of frustration and determination, having previously conveyed similar sentiments. Wang Feng had made attempts before, but they invariably culminated in a desire to eliminate her, an endeavor that not only proved futile, but also left him feeling quite aggrieved. Ding. Is she beautiful? Indeed. Ding. You've seen her form. Do you find it appealing? I do. Ding. Her delicate hands. Are they not tender? Very much so. Ding. So, will you pursue her? I will. Wang Feng instinctively exclaimed in response to the system's query. Realizing the attention of those around him was once again drawn to him, he hastily offered an explanation. I hadn't anticipated that this beast was male. Wang Feng exclaimed, astonished as he examined the beast's meat strung upon a branch. Come here. You there. Eat this, It will nourish you." He beckoned the most feeble-looking individual from the crowd, handing him a portion of the beast's kidney, urging him to partake. Thank you, thank you." The man expressed his gratitude profusely. "And you children, come here." Wang Feng called to a group of youngsters, who, filled with delight, approached him, curious about his intentions. "Here, take these bird eggs to eat." He handed them some freshly roasted eggs. Not only Wang Feng was engaged in grilling meat. The entire group was partaking in the task, for the beast was substantial, and Wang Feng had specifically chosen it, making it impossible for him to manage alone. "Thank you, big brother." The children chirped, their innocent voices warming Wang Feng's heart. "Did you see that big sister over there?" Wang Feng pointed to Jiang Hanqi, who was sitting a short distance away. "Yes, she's so beautiful," the children replied. Wang Feng then took additional bird eggs and instructed them, "Take these eggs to her." "All right." The children nodded enthusiastically and bounced towards Jiang Hanqi. Big sister, this is what big brother asked us to bring you. They are very delicious." As the children placed the eggs before Jiang Hanqi, their innocent exuberance was met with her puzzled gaze. They then skipped away to find their parents. Jiang Hanqi, observing the eggs before her, discreetly swallowed hard. Her cultivation was not yet robust enough to withstand her hunger. With slender fingers, she picked up an egg to examine it, glancing towards Wang Feng's group to ensure no one was watching. Once assured of her privacy, she delicately cracked the shell and tasted it. It was tender and surprisingly palatable. As she consumed the remaining eggs, she caught sight of Wang Feng's cheerful expression directed at her. For reasons unknown, a wave of guilt washed over her, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. Fortunately, this person remained oblivious to her true identity. After brushing her now slightly darkened fingers, she closed her eyes and resumed her meditative practice. A faint chill wafted from her, barely perceptible to the casual observer. "Hurry," she blushing, "press the attack." "What eyes do you possess to claim she is blushing? Are you attempting to bring about my demise?" With the experience of 8 lifetimes, Wang Feng could hardly be oblivious to the fact that Jiang Hanqi, once known as the Ice Empress, was merely embarrassed by consuming such mundane food in his presence. Chapter 7. Come sleep in my room. With the 6th layer of body refinement achieved, a subtle cold aura coiled around Jiang Hanqi before vanishing into her being. After a brief respite, Jiang Hanqi, enduring the pangs of hunger in her belly, mused that she could withstand this for a few more days. Tomorrow, she would venture to hunt some magical beasts, offering them a portion of her catch in exchange for their assistance in roasting the meat. They would surely acquiesce. "Hey, just eat it." At that moment, Wang Feng approached her, holding a skewer of beast meat. As he drew near, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop slightly, transforming him into a veritable human air conditioner. Don't be shy." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Feng interrupted her, swiftly grasping her delicate hand and seizing the skewer of meat. Jiang Hanqi was taken aback, not anticipating that the rather handsome young man would suddenly seize her hand. Startled, she found herself unable to withdraw it. When she finally attempted to pull away, she found he had already released her, leaving her holding the skewer of beast meat. Wang Feng maintained a calm facade while secretly reveling in his triumph, boasting to the system, "See? This tactic is called letting go to entice. Ding. Host is impressive. This is your last chance. Don't let her kill you again." Jiang Hanqi stared at the skewer in her hand, somewhat taken aback by this man's presumptuousness. Yet, recognizing his good intentions, she refrained from voicing her discontent. "Thank you," she uttered awkwardly. Wang Feng waved his hand. "No need for thanks. We're all comrades here." As Jiang Hanqi observed Wang Feng's retreating silhouette, she took a small bite of the beast meat in her grasp. How could it be so delectable without any seasoning? How had he prepared it? During her previous cultivation, she had subsisted on pills before reaching the spirit bonding stage, and thereafter, she had only consumed elixirs. Naturally, she was oblivious to the taste of meat. To her surprise, it surpassed the flavor of those mixed elixirs of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. Jiang Hanqi's reluctance to connect with others had rendered her isolated from the villagers, who regarded the sudden appearance of this stunning woman with bewilderment. They soon recalled the bundle wrapped in tattered cloth that Wang Feng had brought back. Upon witnessing her furious exit from her dwelling, they glanced at the dilapidated house nearby. The villagers were hesitant to engage with her, fearful of being struck down by her blade. As night fell, the village chief found Wang Feng a vacant house to inhabit. He explained that these buildings had once belonged to the hunting team, but they had not returned in quite some time, and the houses were maintained daily. allowing for a worry-free stay. Wang Feng, having gathered some insight, began to understand why the villagers suffered from such hunger. This group of mere mortals, even if they were to find mystical beasts, would likely falter in the face of such formidable creatures. Wang Feng has now earned a reputation as a respected figure within the village, having inadvertently saved the majority of its inhabitants. Thank you, village chief. Take care on your way, Wang Feng said politely. Oh, spare me such formalities. We owe you our gratitude, the village chief replied, then shifted the conversation to inquire about Jiang Hanqi's identity. Rest assured, that woman is someone I brought back. I will see to her arrangements shortly, Wang Feng assured him. The chief cast a peculiar glance at Wang Feng, realizing the implications of his request for a room. Ah, I see. So that is the nature of your business. He chuckled, though it seemed the endeavor had not come to fruition. Ahem, haha. Village chief, you should head back now, Wang Feng said, awkwardly chuckling in response to the chief's scrutinizing gaze, eager to dismiss him before further contemplation led to more absurd conclusions. Wang Feng approached Jiang Hanqi and gently asked, "Will you be sleeping here?" Jiang Hanqi, unsure how to respond, chose silence, continuing her meditative practice with her eyes closed. "Why not come sleep in my room?" he suggested, cautiously increasing the distance between them before uttering the words. At once, Jiang Hanqi opened her strikingly deep and beautiful eyes, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. "You don't look at me like that. I merely suggested you sleep in my room," Wang Feng stammered, feeling the weight of her stare as memories of past lives resurfaced. When Jiang Hanqi heard the phrase, unwanted child, her pupils constricted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she finally rose to her feet. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the Ice Empress was sensitive about her dignity. He knew well that she had been abandoned by her parents at a young age, only to be discovered by a former saintess of the Holy Land who recognized her extraordinary potential. She possessed a unique spiritual root, becoming a direct disciple and embarking on a life of unparalleled success. Aside from her abandonment, her life was notably unblemished, save for the 2 instances in which Wang Feng had captured her in his 8th life. "Shall we go?" he inquired. She affirmed, and upon her agreement, Wang Feng turned to head to his room, with Jiang Hanqi naturally following suit. Unbeknownst to her, there were several vacant houses within the village, and she had been lured into his abode. "You seem somewhat familiar," Jiang Hanqi remarked upon entering the room, a statement that nearly caused Wang Feng's heart to leap from his chest. "Yet, I seem to have forgotten you," she added, furrowing her brow as she attempted to recollect. "How could that be? I have never left this village since my birth." "You must be mistaken," Wang Feng quickly interjected, attempting to disrupt her line of thought. "Is that so?" Jiang Hanqi mused softly, her brow tightening as she considered the possibility that she might indeed be mistaken. After several millennia, how could she possibly remember this nameless youth whom she had vanquished 6 times? Perhaps there would be fleeting memories of that time, but after several millennia, they have long faded away. The only 2 individuals capable of etching themselves into her memory are her master and the one who embraced and kissed her, both of whom have since passed. Wang Feng feigned searching the room, nonchalantly remarking, "Alas, it appears there is no second bed." Jiang Hanqi cast a cold glance at his clumsy pretense, furrowing her brow as she replied, "I can sleep on the floor." "Surely that cannot be," Wang Feng insisted. "You should take the bed. I shall rest on the floor." His naive demeanor surprised Jiang Hanqi, who had expected him to suggest they share the bed. "System. What is this tactic called?" Wang Feng chuckled inwardly. "To entice with a feigned retreat. No, this is a diversionary tactic. Making her believe I wish to share the bed, while in reality, I intend to sleep on the floor, thus presenting myself as a paragon of virtue." "Impressive." Pleased by the system's praise, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 8. Mission. Win over the Ice Empress, Jiang Hanqi. "Do hurry and get into bed. How can a fairy sister sleep on the floor?" "No need," Jiang Hanqi, clad in a blue gown, replied coldly as she regarded Wang Feng. As Wang Feng shut the door, he promptly lay down on the floor and continued, "If you do not sleep in the bed, it will be wasted tonight. Moreover, sleeping on the ground with small stones will be uncomfortable. I am tough-skinned and resilient. I fear not the small stones, but you." With your delicate skin, Wang Feng trailed off, sensing that further words might provoke her aversion. Jiang Hanqi, watching Wang Feng's back as he lay on the floor, felt a sense of helplessness at the presence of such an unfathomable individual. Wang Feng's heart leaped with joy upon hearing her ascend to the bed. If his favorability rating in Jiang Huanqi's heart was once 1, it must now be 2. Only 98 points remain before he successfully wins her over. The task of winning over Jiang Huanqi is within reach. The flawed system lacks a clear favorability rating, leaving him to tally it in his mind. Ding. Mission: locate the hunting party from Lu Village. Time: 3 days. Reward: breakthrough to Gathering Spirit Realm. Ding. Mission: win over the Ice Empress Jiang Huanqi. Reward: breakthrough to Invincible Realm. Wang Feng was initially puzzled by the task to find the hunting party from Lu Village. The time constraint suggested that the hunting party would meet their demise after 3 days, a conclusion drawn from his accumulated experiences. Moments later, another task emerged: to win over the Ice Empress Jiang Huanqi, which promised a direct ascent to the Invincible Realm. What does invincibility entail? It signifies the absence of adversaries, a world under his dominion. Wang Feng nearly leaped up to take Jiang Huanqi right then and there, but calmed himself to inquire of the system. Would forcibly taking her count as successfully winning her over? If so, he would risk everything to claim her. Ding, that does not count. You must win her over to the point where she is utterly devoted, willing to surrender herself to you completely. Additionally, the union must culminate in a harmonious consummation. This is the most crucial step. Alas, this proves quite the challenge. No wonder the reward is the Invincible Realm. From the rewards of this unparalleled realm, one can discern just how arduous it is to strategize against Jiang Huanqi. Moreover, there is no affection meter to observe. One must solely gauge her favor through personal observation. A single misstep could result in a swift and brutal demise. As Jiang Huanqi listened to the sporadic, excited whispers in her ear, she furrowed her brow, perplexed by the intentions of the source. Was he watching her engage in some unspeakable act? Unable to resist, she opened her eyes and beheld Wang Feng, who was rolling about on the ground. The floor was spotless. Wang Feng pondered where to seek the hunting team the following day, growing increasingly agitated with each thought. As he tossed and turned, he found himself locking eyes with Jiang Huanqi. "Ha, still awake, I see." After a prolonged gaze of several seconds, Wang Feng awkwardly chuckled to break the eerie silence. It seems you harbor some concerns." Jiang Huanqi mused internally, realizing that not all men were as despicable as she had assumed. "I am contemplating the disappearance of the entire hunting team from my village and how to locate them." Rising to his feet, Wang Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes, intending to step outside for a breath of fresh air to alleviate his ennui. He opened the door and made his way to the willow tree, climbing its branches to survey the distant horizon. Beyond the azure barrier lay an impenetrable darkness, rendering everything invisible. Sighing, Wang Feng reclined against the tree trunk, taking a deep breath, resolved to inquire with the village chief the next day. The evening breeze caressed his face, and at that moment, he heard the voice of a little girl once more. He recognized it as the same child from the previous day. Willow Spirit, I wish to play." Her voice was as soft as ever, seemingly afraid of being overheard. The Willow Spirit did not decline her request and extended a branch toward her. Wang Feng, with his hands clasped behind his head, leaned back against the trunk, gazing up at the sky. Despite the azure barrier, he could still see the twinkling stars above. A grand moon hung in the sky, appearing vastly larger than that of the blue star, as if it were within reach. The soft laughter from below had faded away, and the Willow Spirit returned to its usual state. Only one person remained in the village center, leaning against a willow tree. Having resided in this world for nearly 2 millennia felt akin to a mere existence. He had been slain by Jiang Huanqi a total of 8 times, which brought a sting to Wang Feng's eyes. In truth, he bore some blame for provoking her. Upon first encountering Jiang Huanqi, he had foolishly regarded her as his own, mistakenly believing himself to be the destined champion, invincible. It was not until he faced death that such arrogance was extinguished. Yet, it was as if they were bound together, destined to cross paths again. Gradually, they had morphed into adversaries, and in their 8th life, they had fought to a standstill, both grievously wounded. Yet Wang Feng was too exhausted to continue the battle. He could not fathom what she intended to do with his imperial form, which still held considerable value. After all, it was on par with an imperial artifact, and given his dual cultivation of law and body, it might even surpass such artifacts in worth. Sigh, retreat, and cultivate a deeper bond with her. Perhaps then she would refrain from taking my life. Wang Feng leapt down from the willow tree and made his way back into the house. "Have you been crying?" The icy voice of Jiang Huanqi reached him just as he closed the door. Wang Feng rubbed his eyes. Sand had blown into them. Indeed, I have cried. Not only now but countless times in the past. All of it is due to you, Jiang Hanqi. Listening to his words, which were akin to a child's ruse, Jiang Hanqi fell silent. She chose not to press further, recognizing that this man's troubles bore no significance to her. If Wang Feng were aware, he would undoubtedly shout at her, declaring that it was entirely relevant to her. Wang Feng gazed at her tightly shut eyes and curvaceous figure for a considerable time. One must admit that if this woman were to be taken home as a bride, he would surely find eternal happiness. Despite having witnessed Jiang Hanqi across 8 lifetimes, Wang Feng could not help but marvel at her beauty anew each time. Indeed, she was indistinguishable from the celestial maiden he envisioned in his heart. Have you seen enough? Jiang Hanqi's voice, imbued with a chill, reached Wang Feng's ears. Though she had lost her imperial prowess, remnants of her divine consciousness remained, making it easy for her to perceive Wang Feng's unwavering gaze. The celestial sister is too beautiful. I inadvertently lost myself in admiration. My sincerest apologies. Wang Feng hastily clasped his hands in apology, observing that Jiang Hanqi had fallen silent. He then lay down on the ground and drifted into slumber, preparing to regain his strength for the following day's hunt with the village's hunting team. A few minutes later, Jiang Hanqi, with her eyes closed, murmured, I know of a group of people trapped in a certain location, though I am uncertain if they are the hunting team you seek. However, Wang Feng was already fast asleep. Had he been awake, he would have retorted, your late revelation is rather loud. Jiang Hanqi, not hearing any response, succumbed to her own heavy slumber, utterly fatigued. The tribulations of breaking through and being reborn had drained her of much of her cultivation, consciousness, resources, artifacts, and numerous other essentials. The group she mentioned was detected during her chaotic rebirth, coinciding with the moment she had inadvertently slain Wang Feng a millennium ago, shortly before he emerged from the village to hunt. Thus, he had witnessed her stepping out from the void of transmission. A night passed without incident. Chapter 9. You are in unrequited love. The following morning, Wang Feng beheld Jiang Hanqi, tightly embraced by him. His initial thought was one of dread. He was doomed. What to do? What to do? How did I end up sleeping on the bed, clutching her? Flee. He must escape. Should Jiang Hanqi discover that he had held her through the night, she would undoubtedly draw that cold sword and strike him. Observing the rosy hue of her profile, Wang Feng cautiously lifted his hands and then his feet. With a swift motion, he rolled backward, producing a thud as his body collided with the floor. He had rolled a considerable distance away from the bed. As Jiang Hanqi heard the sound, her eyelids fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. After a moment of staring blankly at the ceiling, she rose from her bed. What are you doing? She inquired, observing Wang Feng, who was performing push-ups in an unseemly manner. I am doing push-ups, a form of physical exercise, Wang Feng replied, somewhat sheepishly. His gaze fixed firmly on the ground, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Hanqi. Nonsense. This is merely infatuation. Jiang Hanqi's cold voice pierced through the air, silencing the surroundings in an instant. Who else could Wang Feng be infatuated with besides her? He had previously referred to her as fairy sister, yet here he was, exuding a scholarly demeanor. How could this seemingly refined individual be such a character? No, that's not it. I truly am exercising. Wang Feng hastily stood, meeting Jiang Hanqi's gaze without a trace of embarrassment, and they locked eyes for several seconds. Seeing the sincerity in Wang Feng's eyes quelled some of Jiang Hanqi's doubts. Could it be that he was genuinely engaged in physical training? I swear by my heart's resolve, Wang Feng began to declare, prepared to affirm that push-ups indeed constituted physical exercise, unafraid of the consequences, though he was wary of Jiang Hanqi's potential wrath should she wield her cold sword against him. There's no need, Jiang Hanqi interrupted, her skepticism dissipating entirely. Swearing by one's heart was no trifling matter. To break such an oath could lead to inner demons, or worse, a divine retribution that could spell death. Very well, Wang Feng feigned a foolish expression in acquiescence. Phew. Fortunately, she did not discover that I had once embraced her. He had not anticipated that Jiang Hanqi would be so deeply asleep, only awakening when he had fallen and rolled several times on the ground. After tidying themselves, the two emerged, each harboring their own thoughts. Wang Feng pondered how to locate the hunting party, while Jiang Hanqi contemplated hastening her cultivation to reach the northern borders and find the Ice Palace, entering its sect. Thus, her new life with an extraordinary advantage would commence once again. The Ice Palace was one of the super sacred places on the Tian subcontinent. Her previous cultivation had also transpired within its confines, propelling her to the rank of emperor. Historically, the Ice Palace had produced 3 emperors, rapidly elevating its status and power, nearly rivaling the foremost sword sect of the Tian subcontinent, though the Ice Palace chose to value harmony and thus ranked second. Wang Feng first sought out the village chief to inquire about the hunting party. Glancing at Jiang Hanshi as she departed the village, he felt no concern for her escape. Even he, at the 9th layer of body refinement, might struggle to leave the southern forest. How could Jiang Hanshi, at merely the 6th layer of body refinement, possibly manage to do so? Knock, knock, knock. Wang Feng arrived at the village chief's door and rapped on it a few times. With a creak, the door opened, revealing the hunchbacked figure of the village chief, who regarded Wang Feng with curiosity. "Little Feng, is there something you need?" the chief inquired, stroking his beard in an attempt to project an air of a sage, though his appearance seemed to hinder such an impression. "I would like to inquire, dear village chief, if you possess any news regarding the hunting team from our village?" The chief, sensing the urgency in his voice, interjected, "Xiao Feng, even the captain of the gathering spirit realm has not returned. It would be unwise for you to venture forth. Our village already owes you a great debt of gratitude. We cannot allow you to take such a perilous risk. Rest assured, do you not recall the woman I rescued? I intend to take her with me," Wang Feng replied, alluding to Jiang Hanshi. The village chief turned his gaze towards Wang Feng, acknowledging the formidable beauty who had indeed demonstrated remarkable strength, even managing to breach a crack in the azure barrier of the willow deity. The villagers remained unaware of when the willow deity had become their guardian. Even the chief remembered its existence from his childhood. Its cultivation undoubtedly surpassed that of the gathering spirit realm, having once engaged in a spar with the village's sole practitioner of that realm, only to find itself bound by its branches in a playful manner, though it regrettably could not move. "Come in," the chief beckoned, opening the door and inviting Wang Feng into the modest abode. The interior was quite simple, furnished only with a table, chairs, and a bed, along with a few basic necessities. The most valuable items were likely the remnants of beast meat hanging within the dwelling. "I am uncertain of the reasons for their absence, but they are likely deceased," the chief remarked, a tone of sorrow evident in his voice. The absence of the hunting team signified a grim fate for the village. The sole member who had returned from the expedition remained in a state of unconsciousness. "No, they are not dead," Wang Feng asserted with unwavering certainty, though the chief regarded him with skepticism. "How could that be? They have been missing for at least 3 days. In the southern forest, 3 days is an unwritten rule. Beyond that, one seldom returns." After speaking, the chief took a sip from a cup of water resting on the table. "They are undoubtedly alive. Simply tell me what you know, and I shall endeavor to locate them within the next 3 days." Wang Feng's conviction was palpable, prompting the chief to cast him a puzzled glance, questioning the source of his confidence. "Well, the only information I possess is that they headed east, and beyond that, I know nothing," the chief admitted. "That's it? Just that? Surely there must be more," Wang Feng exclaimed in disbelief, confirming the brevity of the chief's reply multiple times. "Indeed, it truly amounts to just one sentence. How am I to search with such limited guidance?" Nevertheless, there was a hunting team member who had managed to escape back to the village, though he remained unconscious. The chief continued, urging Wang Feng to accompany him in locating this individual. Impatient with the chief's pace, Wang Feng hoisted him onto his back, eager for direction, and thus began a fervent sprint. Slow down, slow down." The chief's voice quivered in protest, but Wang Feng's vigorous strides drowned out his concerns. After some time, the chief finally had Wang Feng halt, and as he set the chief down, he observed that the dwelling before them was indistinguishable from the others in the village. Chapter 10. The Haunting Demon. After placing the village chief down, Wang Feng approached and knocked on the door, rapping loudly. Knock, 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 knock. Soon, a frail and pallid woman emerged, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, unmistakably a recent victim of sorrow. Upon recognizing Wang Feng, she greeted him with utmost respect, for it was he who had ensured that her child could now enjoy meat and broth. "Li Mei, has Zhangxi's condition improved?" The village head inquired with genuine concern. "Still the same. He remains unresponsive," Li Mei replied, her voice quivering as fresh tears streamed down her cheeks, the mention of her sorrowful plight prompting her distress anew. "May I take a look?" Wang Feng interjected from his position nearby, hopeful that he might offer a solution, for he possessed an array of formidable techniques. "Please, come in. The place is rather humble. I hope our benefactor does not mind," Li Mei said as she opened the door, allowing Wang Feng and the village head to enter. "Not at all." Wang Feng quickly waved his hand, recalling the hardships he had endured. In his 7th life, a simple room was considered a luxury, and he had met his end in a most unremarkable dwelling. Upon entering, Wang Feng's gaze fell upon a small girl, nestled beside a gaunt man in his 30s. To his surprise, the child was the same girl who often played beneath the willow tree at night. She lay sweetly asleep next to her emaciated father, who was likely her parent. Wang Feng cast a probing glance. Zhang Si identity. Member of the Lu village hunting team realm. 7th layer of body refinement, innate weapon, none status. Haunted by malevolent spirits. The status update revealed the gravity of his condition. Haunted by malevolent spirits? Did you not take him to the willow tree? Wang Feng inquired, perplexed. For it was reasonable to assume that the divine willow could resolve such afflictions. "We have long ago." The willow's spirit caressed his forehead with its branches, stabilizing his state. "Yet he remains unresponsive," Li Mei answered while gently wiping Zhang Si's palm with a warm cloth from her position by the bedside. "Ah, that is indeed peculiar," Wang Feng murmured to himself, finding it strange that a willow tree of the 9th layer of spirit gathering, imbued with some divinity, could not remedy this haunting. "Golden Eye, activate," Wang Feng silently commanded, and in an instant, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, only to fade back to normal. Yet before him, Zhang Si's condition had transformed. "Is this a fusion?" Wang Feng observed the grotesque, disheveled creature, its matted hair and savage fangs grotesquely intertwined with the man's body. No wonder the willow could not intervene. Any forceful attempt would surely result in the man's demise. However, there was no cause for despair. The inability of the willow did not imply that he, with his myriad techniques, could not prevail. The malevolent spirit before him was merely at the 8th layer of body refinement. Such audacity! "Sit down at once. Remove the child. I shall handle this," he commanded decisively. Wang Feng urged Li Mei to move the little girl who was sleeping beside the man, taking decisive actions to distance the three of them slightly. He intended to gather some healing supplies, but then reconsidered and said, "Oh, no need. Just follow me." Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the willow tree. Indeed, he could simply dash to the willow tree. After the confrontation, he would have it administer the healing. He swiftly scooped up the man and hurried towards the willow, with the village chief and the others hastily following behind. The villagers, witnessing this scene, were perplexed about Wang Feng's intentions with Zhang Si. By the time Wang Feng reached beneath the willow tree, a crowd had gathered behind him. "Wait, I am about to treat him, and the process may be somewhat brutal. So please do not interfere," Wang Feng cautioned, for if he were to halt midway through expelling the malevolent spirit, the man would suffer a fatal backlash. After conferring with the willow tree to prepare for the healing, he summoned the limited chaotic spiritual energy available to him, concentrating it in his hands. "Kill palm." Wang Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a master exorcist. A radiant golden light emanated from his hands as he struck Zhang Si's chest with a resounding impact. He simultaneously targeted the sides of the neck with a powerful blow. He did not spare the head, neck, chest, or even koan, finishing with a forceful strike to the feet. The villagers, hearing the series of thunderous sounds, felt as though each blow was a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Alarmed, they quickly shielded their children's eyes. Li Mei, covering the little girl's eyes, wept uncontrollably as Wang Feng's strikes on Zhang Si resonated painfully in her heart. The assault lasted a full 2.5 minutes. After completing the sequence, Wang Feng clenched his fists and delivered a devastating punch to both sides of Zhang Si's chest. A piercing scream erupted, and at that moment, the malevolent spirit was expelled violently from Zhang Si's body. Regaining its senses, the spirit hurried to reattach itself to Zhang Si, but the willow tree acted more swiftly. With a resounding crack, it sent the spirit reeling, leaving a fissure in the ground. "Quick, heal him," Wang Feng called out before succumbing to unconsciousness. The exertion had drained him completely. He was now devoid of spiritual energy, having barely managed to finish that sequence. The willow tree's branches promptly ensnared the bleeding Zhang Si. Had the willow been a moment later, the entire village would have been in peril. Another branch reached out to Wang Feng, and 2 beams of green light flickered in the village. Wang Feng's pallid face, due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, rapidly regained its color. When Wang Feng awoke, it was already night. You're awake? A voice, familiar to the point of intimacy, reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Hanqi. Coughing, Wang Feng feigned severe injury, though he was unscathed. With a forced cough, he unleashed a mouthful of blood, propelled by chaotic spiritual energy. If he was to win the heart of this Ice Queen, he would need to be a bit more ruthless. Jiang Hanqi was taken aback, rising swiftly from her chair to approach Wang Feng. She pressed several acupoints on his body and placed her delicate hand upon his chest to channel her spiritual energy. You are quite foolish to risk your own life for the sake of others, she remarked, frowning as she sensed the chaotic spiritual energy within him. I've become accustomed to it, Wang Feng replied hoarsely, trembling as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Why? Jiang Hanqi inquired, her curiosity piqued. In her extensive life, she had never encountered someone willing to sacrifice their life for another. Having been sheltered within the Ice Palace, her existence had oscillated between two extremes: a perilous life rife with intrigue and danger, or a mundane, abundant life marked by exceptional protection. Chapter 11. Would you like to become my kin? She had never before witnessed anyone willing to lay down their life for another. Most people were inclined to shield themselves at the expense of others. Because they are my family, Wang Feng asserted, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Jiang Hanqi. Family? She echoed with a bitter laugh. Regrettably, I have never experienced such a sentiment, and likely never will. As she continued to stabilize the tumultuous energy within Wang Feng, her expression remained impassive, yet internally, she felt a profound sense of self-mockery. To outsiders, it appeared her master had imparted wisdom effectively, yet the essence of familial warmth was entirely absent. The burdens she bore were known only to her. Whenever she faltered in her training, her master would either scold or chastise her before resuming guidance. Fortunately, her innate talent was exceptional, allowing her to grasp concepts swiftly upon the second attempt. However, she bore no resentment towards her master. Without him, she might have been utterly consumed by the world outside, devoid of her current accomplishments. Would you like to become my kin? Wang Feng seized the moment to present Jiang Hanqi with a pivotal question. This inquiry momentarily stunned her, leaving her gazing blankly at his chest until she regained her composure. All right, you should be nearly recovered now, Jiang Hanqi replied, deliberately shifting the subject with a cool detachment. Ding, host, why did you always contemplate killing her before? The system, having observed Wang Feng's actions, posed a question. Wasn't the host skilled in flirtation? Why had he previously only considered eliminating the Ice Empress? Wang Feng ignored the system and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Hanqi. Thank you. As he prepared to rise, his eyes fell upon a bowl of meat soup on the table, and he feigned weakness, collapsing back onto the bed with a thud. Jiang Hanqi quickly grasped his arm to steady him. I'm hungry, Wang Feng declared, noting Jiang Hanqi still seated nearby. What do you mean, Bring me that bowl of meat soup. Wang Feng silently chastised himself. Fortunately, Jiang Hanqi did indeed rise to fetch the bowl, allowing Wang Feng to continue his charade. Here, eat. Jiang Hanqi gently presented a wooden bowl filled with meat soup and a wooden spoon before Wang Feng, her demeanor calm, yet resolute. Wang Feng, trembling with uncertainty, could only extend his hand weakly towards the bowl she held, as though the moment he grasped it, it would inevitably slip from his fingers and shatter upon the ground. Observing his disheartened expression, Jiang Hanqi frowned slightly and offered, I shall fetch someone to assist you. With that, she turned to leave, but Wang Feng hastily interjected, Wait. It is quite late now. Surely the villagers have retired for the night. Moreover, are you not human? Very well. If that is the case, I shall forego eating. His tone bore a hint of melancholy, his voice gradually diminishing. All right, Jiang Hanqi replied, seeing his reluctance and choosing not to press the matter further. A smile graced Wang Feng's face, though inwardly he thought, if I claim I do not wish to eat, you truly will not allow me to partake. You responded with an all right. When a man states his disinterest, it is meant to be taken seriously, do you not understand? Jiang Hanqi placed the bowl of soup back onto the table and said coolly, This evening, you shall rest well in bed, I will manage on the floor. Wang Feng, eyes closed, found himself too weary to respond, utterly exasperated by Jiang Hanqi's demeanor. Noticing his silence, Jiang Hanqi settled down against the wall and succumbed to sleep. Her cultivation at the 6th level of the body refinement realm was insufficient to sustain her through an entire day and night without rest. Furthermore, having utilized her cold sword on several occasions during the day, she felt fatigue creeping in. Thus, they remained in tranquil slumber until midnight, when Wang Feng awoke, roused by genuine hunger. Yet, he could not simply rise to fetch the bowl of meat soup, for that would surely reveal his deception to Jiang Hanqi. Reluctantly, he devised a plan to roll his way to the table. Ideally, he hoped to create enough commotion to awaken Jiang Hanqi and continue his charade. Steeling himself, he prepared mentally for the pain that would follow. With a determined resolve, he rolled off the bed, and the previously rosy hue of his face turned a shade of blue from the impact. The pain was undeniable. With a thud, he landed on the floor, followed by a series of thumps as his arms and legs collided with the ground. Jiang Hanqi was startled awake by the noise, her instincts on high alert. Her gaze fell upon the sight of a man struggling on the floor, resembling a worm crawling towards the bowl of soup. And it was none other than the hapless Wang Feng himself. Fully aware that Jiang Hanqi had awakened, he feigned ignorance and continued to drag his seemingly frail body towards the table at a sluggish pace. After a brief struggle, he collapsed onto the ground, gambling on whether Jiang Hanqi would come to his aid. If she chose not to assist, he would simply endure a night on the floor, albeit hunger gnawed at him. Ultimately, Jiang Hanqi could no longer bear to witness his plight. She rose and approached him, crouching down to help him back to bed. Wang Feng quietly inhaled the warm, comforting scent of her presence, feeling quite content. "Do you wish to drink this bowl of meat soup?" Jiang Hanqi inquired, standing by the bed and regarding him with a tone far more amicable than their previous encounters filled with quarrels. Feeling a pang of hunger, Wang Feng appeared pitiful, resembling a delicate wife. The meat soup had long turned cold. Jiang Hanqi glanced at the unappetizing broth before speaking again. "It's fine. I've eaten worse before. I'm hungry." Upon hearing Wang Feng's desperate words, Jiang Hanqi reluctantly approached, lifting the bowl of soup. "I can't hold it." At that moment, Wang Feng feigned weakness. "Open your mouth." Jiang Hanqi's icy voice reached Wang Feng's ears, and joy surged within him. Jiang Hanqi had finally taken the bait. He opened his mouth, and Jiang Hanqi scooped a spoonful of soup, feeding it to him. Wang Feng swallowed eagerly, this time genuinely responding to his hunger. The soup gradually diminished as it was ladled back and forth. Throughout, Wang Feng watched the woman who had killed him 8 times attentively feeding him soup. She was undeniably beautiful, especially in her focused demeanor. Wang Feng admitted that he had harbored inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Hanqi since his previous lives. However, due to his inferior status, they had never belonged to the same realm. In earlier lives, Wang Feng's overwhelming arrogance had ultimately turned them into enemies. "Is it good?" Jiang Hanqi asked coldly as she fed him the last spoonful. "Very good," Wang Feng instinctively replied, only to be met with her frigid gaze. My body feels a bit uncomfortable. I think I'll rest now." Wang Feng felt a shiver under her intense stare, realizing he had misspoken, and hurried to find a blanket. After searching for a while, he discovered that there was none. Good night." With his hand still suspended in the air, Wang Feng forced a laugh to ease the awkward atmosphere. He promptly closed his eyes, pretending to be in a deep sleep. Chapter 12. News of the hunting party. Jiang Hanqi placed the bowl back on the table and returned to her previous sleeping position, sitting cross-legged once more. After a short while, she spoke again. "I know of a group trapped somewhere, but I am unsure if it is the hunting party you seek." After waiting for a response from Wang Feng and receiving none, Jiang Hanqi decided not to pursue the matter further, accepting it as his lack of fortune. "Really?" Just as Jiang Hanqi was about to drift off to sleep, a voice of surprise startled her. This ignited a flicker of anger within her. She was on the verge of slumber, only to be awakened by his words. "Indeed, but let us discuss it tomorrow." Jiang Hanqi clenched her teeth, her tone tinged with hostility. Wang Feng felt a chill run down his spine, fearing to speak further. If only she lacked her protective talismans and that cold sword. Wang Feng mused, he would not fear her. A swift blow could easily end her life or incapacitate her on the spot. As Wang Feng indulged in these delightful fantasies, he too succumbed to the depths of sleep, twitching slightly in the midst of his slumber. The room remained silent, with occasional chirps of insects breaking the stillness. A night passed without further incident. The following day, Wang Feng first visited Zhang Xi's home, curious about his condition. After being greeted by the delighted Li Mei, Wang Feng beheld the little girl feeding Zhang Xi, who, despite still being weak, had at least regained consciousness. Upon noticing the unfamiliar guest, Zhang Xi cast a puzzled glance at Li Mei. "This is our benefactor. He is the one who saved you," Li Mei hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi urged the little girl to step aside, attempting to rise to express his gratitude to Wang Feng. "You are not well. It would be best if you remained still, Wang Feng interjected, stepping forward to gently push him back down. Zhang Si, understanding his own frailty, complied, knowing that he would likely collapse if he attempted to stand. Thank you, benefactor. This kindness will not be forgotten by my entire family. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Zhang Si expressed from his reclining position. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively and stated, I have come to inquire about your hunting team. At the mere mention of his comrades, Zhang Si's eyes brimmed with tears, fearing they had perished. Wang Feng sighed in exasperation, wondering why they all assumed the hunting team had met their end. Just tell me what you know, he urged, eager to bypass pleasantries. When Wang Feng exited the room, a sense of ease washed over him. His next task was to devise a way to summon Jiang Hanshi to accompany him, rather than to deceive her. Zhang Si had left markers, which contributed to Wang Feng's relief, as searching for individuals became considerably easier with such guidance. Upon returning to his lodging, Wang Feng discovered that Jiang Hanshi had vanished. He hurried to the village center in search of Lu Shu. After inquiring, Lu Shu extended a branch in a certain direction, precisely toward the eastern part of the village. Wang Feng planned to proceed eastward to seek the markers and simultaneously look for Jiang Hanshi. He was confident he would not fail to find her, as their destinies were intricately intertwined, with an astounding 99% of their fates tied to one another. Moreover, it was a fateful bond, spanning 9 lifetimes, with each incarnation leading them to encounter one another with flawless precision. After running for a considerable distance, Wang Feng finally located Jiang Hanshi after about an hour of searching. He wondered just how far she had strayed. From a distance, he observed Jiang Hanshi cautiously sizing up a beast resembling a cross between a horse and a sheep. The creature, with a sheep's head and a horse's body, suddenly charged at Jiang Hanshi. Unfazed, she wielded her cold sword and deftly retreated, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the beast to deliver a strike. In that moment, Jiang Hanshi refrained from unleashing her icy aura, knowing it would render the creature's flesh rock hard, complicating matters when it came time to thaw it. In an instant, the beast was decapitated, and although Jiang Hanshi had not intentionally released the cold energy of her sword, frost still formed around the incision. Wow, the fairy sister is truly impressive. Wang Feng clapped and exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Jiang Hanshi immediately became alert, scanning the area for the source of the voice. Upon recognizing Wang Feng, she relaxed slightly, but was still puzzled as to how he had arrived there. How did you end up here? She asked, as she stored the head and body of the beast in her divine sea space and approached Wang Feng with her questions. I have come in search of our village's hunting team. I learned from Zhang Si that I merely need to locate the mark he left. Wang Feng, observing the cold sword wielded by Jiang Hanshi, quietly distanced himself, not realizing that his action had been noted by her. Are you afraid of me? Jiang Hanshi inquired. And as soon as she uttered this, the cold sword began to tremble, as if urging her to strike Wang Feng. Hastily, Wang Feng increased the distance between them, remarking, I fear your sword. It appears as though it desires to cleave me. Jiang Hanshi, perplexed by the quivering blade in her grasp, wondered what was amiss. What was the connection between the sword and this man? However, much of the sword spirit's consciousness was sealed, rendering it incapable of conveying even the simplest of messages. Jiang Hanshi could only rely on her cultivation to improve, which would eventually lift the seal. Otherwise, this imperial weapon, if unleashed without restraint, could effortlessly raise the southern woods to the ground. Seeing the cold sword still tremble violently, Jiang Hanshi decided to sheath it. She found some merit in the man's temperament. It seemed he had inadvertently offended the sword in some manner. Wang Feng, upon witnessing her sheathing the sword, momentarily contemplated whether to knock her unconscious, but he dismissed the impractical thought, reasoning that it would be of no use. Fairy sister, might you accompany me in search of the hunting team? Wang Feng inquired, frowning slightly as he regarded Jiang Hanshi, who stood not too far from him. I shall not go, she replied, indifferent to the lives and deaths of that group. She would not squander her time seeking them. She had now reached the 9th level of body tempering, and her priority was to break through to the spirit-gathering realm. Only after achieving this breakthrough could she truly consider herself a cultivator. The body tempering stage was merely to prepare the physical form to accommodate spiritual energy. It was a significant phase. Otherwise, the system would not have designated the task rewards as a breakthrough in realms. Some individuals never managed to break through to the spirit-gathering realm, thus remaining mere mortals throughout their lives. However, with imperial-level cultivation techniques, Both Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were assuredly capable of such a breakthrough, though traditional cultivation would consume considerable time. Hence, Wang Feng resolved to rely on system rewards for a swifter ascent. At the very least, he need not cultivate for several days. He only needed to locate the hunting team. Of course, it would be even better if he could save them, for the villagers were quite simple. And he was eager to assist. Chapter 13. The Burrowing Mouse. Please, fairy sister, grant me this one favor. I implore you. Wang Feng pleaded, clasping his hands in supplication to Jiang Hanshi, when suddenly a thought struck him. With a cheerful grin, he remarked, Fairy sister, I presume you do not know how to cook, do you? Based on Wang Feng's extensive knowledge of Jiang Hanshi through 8 lifetimes, it would be astonishing if she possessed such a skill. She rarely even encountered rare herbs and treasures. Given her current cultivation, she was undoubtedly hungry. Jiang Hanshi, caught off guard by his inquiry, realized he had touched upon a truth. Indeed, she did not know how to prepare a meal. She understood the implication behind Wang Feng's words. Fairy sister, are you suggesting we consume the meat of the horse and sheep raw? That would not do. Eating it raw would be particularly foul. In Wang Feng's words, there lingered a hint of tea flavor, and he observed Jiang Hanshi deep in thought. He chose not to disturb her. After all, she was an empress and should comprehend even his simplest remarks. Consider this, since you have ventured out to hunt magical beasts, it is likely that the trapped hunting party is ensnared by a formidable creature. Should you slay it, I shall prepare a meal for you. And rescuing the hunting party would be a mere afterthought. Surely a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Noticing the subtle wavering in Jiang Hanshi's resolve, Wang Feng pressed on, recognizing the potential of having a powerful ally at his disposal. Follow me. Ultimately, Jiang Hanshi's determination faltered. Even at her current level, she required sustenance. Moreover, she was quite eager to indulge in the tantalizing roasted meats she had previously tasted. Having never experienced such delights before, she found herself unable to resist after that first encounter. Although elixirs could enhance her cultivation, their flavors were utterly unique. As Wang Feng watched Jiang Hanshi's receding figure, a surge of joy filled his heart. She had acquiesced. It appeared there would be no need to search for a marker, as she had mentioned the previous night that a group was trapped in a particular location. Even if that group were not the hunting party, it mattered not. He would rescue those who served his interests and, for the others, he would simply instruct Jiang Hanshi to eliminate them, thereafter disposing of the bodies. Wang Feng followed Jiang Hanshi to the entrance of a cavern. Gazing at the large hole before them, he inquired uncertainly, Is this it? Yes, Jiang Hanshi replied curtly, leaping into the abyss without further ado. Wang Feng, after surveying the area, followed suit. Unbeknownst to him, a spirit-gathering realm tree leopard, its skin nearly indistinguishable from the bark of the tree, watched them descend into the darkness. The tree leopard raised a paw to lick it, groomed its fur, and then rested its head between its forepaws, feigning slumber. Upon landing, Jiang Hanshi glanced up just in time to see Wang Feng plummeting towards her and swiftly sidestepped to avoid him. Ah, sister fairy, save me! Wang Feng shouted in midair, hoping Jiang Hanshi would catch him, though such hopes were evidently in vain. With a thud, dust billowed around him as he painfully rubbed his backside and stood up, his comical posture eliciting a slight change in Jiang Hanshi's expression. Yet, it quickly reverted to her usual icy demeanor, leaving her previous amusement a fleeting memory. Hiss, cough, cough. Wang Feng gasped as he rubbed his rear, inadvertently inhaling dust, which sent him into a fit of coughs. He found himself in a ridiculous position, one hand clutching his throat in desperation while the other tended to his posterior, uncertain of which discomfort to prioritize. A gust of cold wind erupted from Jiang Hanshi, dispersing the dust around Wang Feng, allowing him to finally cease his coughing. However, he was soon left shivering from the chill, and after channeling the chaos dominance body technique, he finally regained his composure. Only then did they have the opportunity to survey their surroundings. The labyrinthine passages were dense, and at least 10 different tunnels were visible before them. Instantly, the thought of the burrowing mouse sprang to both their minds. Such magical beasts were notorious for creating intricate tunnels, and they possessed an uncanny ability to navigate their own labyrinths with ease. The creature delights in luring its prey into its burrows, as if the tunnels it excavates are mere illusions. It is no wonder that the hunting party from the village has been ensnared. They are evidently trapped by the burrowing rodent. However, it is likely that this creature does not possess a cultivation level surpassing that of the hunting team leader, given that there remains over a day's time for their mission. Stay close to me, Jiang Hanshi commanded, drawing her cold sword and casually selecting a passage to proceed. Wang Feng hurriedly followed suit. The cold sword quivered upon sensing Wang Feng's presence, prompting Jiang Hanshi to silently reassure it, explaining that Wang Feng was not a malevolent individual and urging it to calm down. Upon hearing this, the sword nearly jolted Jiang Hanshi's hand free, yet it ultimately obeyed and ceased its tremors. Nonetheless, this peculiar reaction stirred a sense of indescribable emotion within Jiang Hanshi as she scrutinized Wang Feng intently. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was calculating the rodent's cultivation level based on the number and area of the tunnels, estimating it to be around the 9th level of body refinement. As he was lost in thought, he inadvertently locked eyes with Jiang Hanshi, who was clearly pondering something. Suddenly, a massive stone crashed down, blocking their entrance. Damn this filthy rodent, Wang Feng cursed, stepping forward to strike the stone with a punch. His fist penetrated the surface, yet the stone remained unbroken, illustrating just how solid and thick it was. We must proceed deeper. Jiang Hanshi beckoned Wang Feng back, and together they chose another passage to enter. With a thunderous rumble, another boulder descended from above. Jiang Hanshi cleaved it in two with her sword, only to glimpse the rear of a rodent scurrying back into the depths. You filthy rodent! Wang Feng shouted in anger, quickly following Jiang Hanshi as they sprinted through the tunnel. They were beset by falling stones, foul odors, venom, and refuse at every turn. The most outrageous incident was when a lump of excrement flew their way, narrowly missing them. Infuriated, Wang Feng, under Jiang Hanshi's astonished gaze, tore a piece of fabric from his clothing and wrapped the offending mess. Jiang Hanshi instinctively distanced herself by at least 3 meters, pondering whether this man had some peculiar proclivity. Noticing her bewildered expression, Wang Feng's mind inexplicably wandered to the concept of cow dung hot pot from Blue Star. He suddenly felt the need to clarify, this is not for consumption. I know you're not intending to eat it, nor did I suggest that you would. Jiang Hanshi interrupted, her certainty about Wang Feng's unusual preferences deepening. Even without her uttering a word, he felt compelled to explain, and his explanation only revolved around food. This is a mess I must deal with, he thought. Just wait and see, he concluded, deciding to demonstrate his intentions through action. After traversing several more passages, they finally encountered the burrowing rodent once more, which had emerged from above, preparing to hurl stones at them. As Wang Feng listened to the rustling sounds emanating from within the wall, he quietly concentrated his chaotic spiritual energy. With a sudden pop, the wall shattered. A rat's head emerged, poised to hurl stones at them, but Wang Feng's reflexes were swifter. Chapter 14. Encountering the hunting party, the chaotic spiritual energy surged into his bag, and with a decisive flick of his mind, he hurled it at the burrowing rat. Boom! The bundle, enshrined in what appeared to be the excrement of some unknown beast, exploded before the rat. The chaotic energy, rather domineering, ensured that the debris adhered firmly to the rat's body. Haha, foul rodent, enjoy your meal. Wang Feng laughed heartily from beneath the rat's line of sight, and Jiang Hanshi finally understood the purpose behind his earlier actions. Squeak, 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 roar. The burrowing rat, incensed, emitted a furious roar, and to Wang Feng's surprise, it did not retreat but instead leaped down, intent on confronting him with bloodshot eyes. Recognizing the danger, Wang Feng swiftly summoned his formidable ally, shouting as he fled, "Fairy sister, help!" Wang Feng grasped Jiang Hanshi's arm, glancing back at the rat with evident fear. "Let go," Jiang Hanshi said, her tone unyielding as she glared at him, prompting Wang Feng to release his grip. Otherwise, he feared that he would perish before the rat even had the chance. "Fairy sister, strike it." Without needing further encouragement, Jiang Hanshi brandished her icy sword and charged forth. She too was thoroughly vexed by the repugnant rat, realizing that she had been provoked by this insufferable brat. Observing the treasures adorning the rat's body, Jiang Hanshi dared not approach too closely. The sword's aura surged forth, unleashing a torrent of freezing energy upon the rat. The burrowing rat, taken aback by the unexpected might of the human, no, the formidable weapon in her grasp, found itself ensconced in a layer of frost in mere moments. Sensing the impending peril, the rat attempted to flee into the passageway, but Wang Feng was not one to let it escape. He hefted a large stone and, with keen foresight, hurled it toward the rat's intended route. With a resounding crash, it blocked much of the passage, yet the rat stubbornly insisted on its chosen path. In an instant, it lunged forward, gnawing at the obstruction with remarkable speed. Before long, its head had passed through, but this provided Jiang Hanqi with an opportunity. She launched a swift strike aimed at its rear, emitting a chilling wave of energy. Freeze! With her command, the rat's hind legs were ensnared by two solid blocks of ice. Squeak! 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 The burrowing rat, now frantic, turned and desperately gnawed at the ice binding its feet. Lacking the power to break free from the confines of the ice, it could only resort to biting. Ultimately, it met its end with a swift stroke, its posture still frozen in the act of gnawing at the ice. Jiang Hanqi flicked the blood from her sword, revealing some valuable spoils. And with a tremor of her blade, a gust of freezing air erupted, instantly cleansing the sword of any remnants. "Bravo, fairy sister! You are amazing!" Wang Feng exclaimed, clapping fervently in admiration. Having a powerful ally was indeed advantageous, sparing him from exerting himself, though he noted that his companion was somewhat chilly. Jiang Hanqi did not respond but continued down a passageway, resolute in her pursuit. "Fairy sister, do you not want this filthy little mouse?" "No. Fairy sister, wait a moment. I want it, please hold on." As Jiang Hanqi was about to enter the next passage, Wang Feng hurriedly called out to her. Jiang Hanqi, slightly impatient, wondered why this boy was so insistent, yet she paused her steps to wait for him. Seeing that she had stopped, Wang Feng rushed in front of the burrowing mouse. Carefully grasping it by its two forelegs and hoisting it onto his shoulder, skillfully avoiding the soiled areas. The burrowing mouse was as large as half an adult, and aside from the awkwardness of his posture, Wang Feng managed well. "Fairy sister, could you please keep this mouse for me?" Wang Feng thought of Jiang Hanqi's divine sea space, recalling how she often conjured items from thin air. Despite her recent cultivation, she still possessed many of her belongings. "You expect to place this filthy dead mouse into my divine sea space?" Jiang Hanqi shot him a cold glance. With no other choice, Wang Feng resigned himself to carrying the dead mouse while following Jiang Hanqi. In the tunnels, insects and other creatures often emerged, but there seemed to be no immediate danger. Within the burrowing mouse's territory, no other beasts dared to encroach upon its food, unless they were capable of killing it. After a while of running, they finally heard a cacophony of voices and painful wails echoing from another passage. "Fairy sister, over here!" Wang Feng exclaimed joyfully, having finally located them. And he dashed towards the sound. As long as he found them, his mission would be accomplished. The cries of anguish were faint, likely to avoid attracting the attention of the burrowing mouse that Wang Feng carried on his back. Ding! Task of locating the hunting team in Lu Village completed. Reward: breakthrough to Gathering Spirit Realm. The system notification resonated in Wang Feng's mind almost instantaneously upon spotting the group. Although he felt no significant change in his body, he sensed that his internal spiritual energy had expanded more than double, hinting at the impending formation of a cohesive mass, which was the essence of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Approaching the group with the burrowing mouse still on his back, he noticed one of them. A woman with a severed arm was the source of the pained wails. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man questioned warily as Wang Feng drew near. However, surprise flickered in his eyes upon seeing the burrowing mouse on Wang Feng's back. A mere Gathering Spirit Realm practitioner could not have captured that mouse. Thus, the boy must have slain it. No wonder it had been so long since they had seen it. "I am a new resident of Lu Village, seeking you all. Come, follow me," Wang Feng beckoned, prompting the 6 members of Lu Village to relax their guard slightly. "What has happened to Lu Village?" The middle-aged man seemed worried, recalling they had not returned in days. Lu Village had no provisions. What would they do? After pondering, Wang Feng decided to reveal the truth. "We had to sacrifice flesh to feed," he stated, each word leaving his lips with gravity, leaving the 6 in stunned silence. Some among them, upon hearing the news, could not hold back their tears and began to weep. "However, it matters not, for I have already resolved this issue. They still have some demon beast meat to sustain them." Wang Feng, carrying the burrowing rat on his back, reassured them, alleviating some of their worries. "Thank you," exclaimed the middle-aged man, evidently the leader of the group, expressing his gratitude to Wang Feng. After all, this youth bore upon his shoulders a burrowing rat of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, making him well-equipped to tackle demon beasts. Just then, a captivatingly ethereal woman entered, drawing the attention of the 4 men present. It was Jiang Hanqi, and in that instant, they were spellbound, not of lewd disposition. Yet they quickly regained their composure. It was indeed impolite to stare, and they silently acknowledged that they had never encountered such beauty. "Can you walk?" Wang Feng inquired. observing their blood-soaked appearances and the woman who was still gritting her teeth, clutching her severed arm and lamenting. Chapter 15. Life is like a play. All dependent on performance, yes, they replied. Very well, just follow us, Wang Feng said, turning and running towards Jiang Hanshi with the rat still in tow. Sister Fairy, I will guide you. Could you clear the path? Wang Feng noticed Jiang Hanshi stepping back slightly, her expression impassive, likely due to the odor emanating from the burrowing rat on his back. Understood, Jiang Hanshi responded, brandishing her cold sword and standing a short distance away. Thus, they commenced their journey, which could hardly be termed a search for a path, as it merely involved following the blocked passageway. With Jiang Hanshi shattering the boulders one by one, they swiftly reached the entrance of the cave they had arrived at earlier. Wang Feng gazed up at the cave entrance, which was at least 4 or 5 meters high. However, for them, leaping up should pose no difficulty. His eyes darted as he suggested, Sister Fairy, you should ascend first. It is somewhat inconvenient for me to carry the burrowing rat. Without further ado, Jiang Hanshi discarded her sword and soared upwards on her flying sword. The few from Lu village stood in awe. Was this the spirit bonding realm? To fly on a sword indicated either her remarkable cultivation or the exceptional quality of her sword. I shall proceed ahead. You may wait a moment before following, Wang Feng announced, leaving the 6 from Lu village in a state of confusion, pondering what he meant by waiting. Yet, without granting them a chance to respond, Wang Feng leaped after Jiang Hanshi. Alert! Host, what is your intention? Watch my maneuvers, young brother. To win the heart of a beauty, one must exhibit some audacity. Wang Feng mused internally, and the system remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. The tree leopard of the second layer of the spirit-gathering realm observed Jiang Hanshi as she ascended, its demeanor unfaltering as it crouched low. Its gaze was sharp, and its fur, resembling tree bark, bristled, becoming incredibly resilient. A sudden whoosh of wind sounded, startling Jiang Hanshi as she prepared to retaliate with her cold sword. At that moment, in a display of foolish bravado, Wang Feng rushed forth. Be careful! Though Jiang Hanshi could have easily countered the tree leopard, Wang Feng's sudden intervention forced her to pause. Utilizing the burrowing rat as a shield, Wang Feng realized that the claws of the tree leopard were exceedingly sharp. In an instant, the tree leopard pierced through the body of the burrowing mouse, and Wang Feng felt an immense force surge through him, compelling him to relinquish the creature. The tree leopard aimed to first eliminate the woman it perceived as the greatest threat. This sentiment was acutely felt within its instincts. The woman posed the most significant danger. With a swift motion, it cast Wang Feng aside and unleashed a vine towards Jiang Hanshi in an attempt to strike her down. With a resounding thud, the target was not Jiang Hanshi, but rather the man who had just been knocked away, Wang Feng. The tree leopard was taken aback by his astonishing speed, as he had just been swatted aside and now stood before it once more. The force of the blow sent Wang Feng flying toward Jiang Hanshi, leaving a prominent gash on his back. Jiang Hanshi's expression shifted as she observed Wang Feng. She could not comprehend why he would act so foolishly. As he soared towards her, she chose not to evade this time, reaching out to grasp him. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Feng's body slumped down, landing atop her. Dazed, he found himself amused by the situation. This inexperienced maiden had never interacted with men before, and thus was unaware of their cunning ways. Swiftly, Jiang Hanshi laid him down on the ground, seizing the cold sword to slash at the approaching vine once more. The icy energy traveled along the vine and surged into the tree leopard's mouth. With a sudden explosion, it detonated, but apart from a few frost formations, it proved largely ineffective. However, this outcome was anticipated by Jiang Hanshi. Shaking the cold sword, a more intense chill erupted forth. How could a weapon capable of severely injuring a cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm fail to harm a tree leopard of the same realm? Positioning the sword before her chest, she swiftly charged at the tree leopard. Jiang Hanshi's speed was blinding, and the leopard soon realized that its limbs had been hindered. Left with no alternative, it attempted to confront her directly, yet it gravely underestimated the sword's potency. Upon contact, a tremendous blast ensued, freezing the entire body of the leopard solid, allowing the cold sword to easily pierce its forehead. The astonishment and fear that should have graced the leopard's face never had the chance to manifest before it succumbed to death. Jiang Hanshi swiftly collected the tree leopard into her divine sea space and hurried back to Wang Feng's side, her gaze falling upon the ghastly wound marring his back. The normally frigid expression she wore, akin to eternal ice, finally revealed a flicker of unidentifiable emotion. She summoned a wave of cold energy to envelop Wang Feng's grievous injury. Though he could endure some discomfort, the chilling sensation soon rendered him shivering uncontrollably. The wound was numbed by the frost, leaving him devoid of any pain. Only a profound sense of rigidity and numbness. Jiang Hanqi regarded the trembling Wang Feng with little surprise. It was a normal reaction under the circumstances. At that moment, 6 individuals from Lu village, having heeded Wang Feng's earlier instructions, emerged from the cave. Upon their arrival, they quickly discerned the reason for the boy's request for patience. A battle had undeniably transpired, evidenced by the ghastly wound upon the young man. So horrific it could only be described as a grievous injury, deep and excruciating. Meanwhile, the gentle woman was tending to his wounds, though the onlookers could not ascertain the nature of her actions. However, the beautiful woman accompanying the young man must have been healing. Over here, after Wang Feng was carried and his wound treated, Jiang Hanqi rose and addressed the others. You all carry him. I have some matters to attend to. Wang Feng, squinting his eyes, seized the opportunity while Jiang Hanqi turned away to blink at the others. They understood his silent cue, and suddenly, each of them spat out a mouthful of blood. The most severely affected was the one with the severed arm, who, with a sudden burst, sprayed blood forth, crying out in pain and lamentation. Jiang Hanqi's expression turned cold. How could she be so foolish as to not realize that they did not wish to carry Wang Feng? At the very least, you could have taken turns to vomit blood. Are you treating me like a fool? She admonished, her icy gaze piercing through them. The group exchanged awkward glances, but the young man signaled them to comply, so they had no choice but to indulge this pair. Jiang Hanqi had abandoned any hope that these ingrates would assist Wang Feng. She knelt down, grasped the unconscious Wang Feng, and slowly lifted him onto her back. After all, this injury was sustained for her sake. It was not too much to bear him for a while. Feeling the trembling of Jiang Hanqi beneath him, Wang Feng noted her frigid demeanor as she cast a cold glance at the 6 from Lu village. As she turned to leave with Wang Feng on her back, she reflected that had she not traveled a great distance to rescue them, none of this would have transpired. This young man was indeed foolish, akin to a saint. Even monks in the realm of cultivation were not as compassionate and self-sacrificing as he was. The 6 from Lu village stood in silence, scratching their heads, realizing that their impression of the young man was now irrevocably tarnished. Enough thinking. The sun is setting. We must return to the village, cried the woman with the severed arm, struggling to speak. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Chapter 16. Applying medicine. Strangely enough, there were no malevolent spirits in the burrow created by the burrowing rat. It was uncertain whether they had been slain by the rat or if some other reason was at play. Throw that young man on the back of the burrowing rat and let us go, shouted the middle-aged man as he approached to carry the rat. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the creature reeked terribly. Meanwhile, Wang Feng lay on Jiang Hanqi's back, savoring the softness of her body and her unique fragrance. He mused that the punishment he endured had not been in vain. However, as he was carried by the beautiful woman, a primal urge within him was stirred, especially with her body pressing against him. No, Wang Feng fervently suppressed the feeling, urging himself to remain calm. Little brother, please do not rise at this moment. If you accidentally awaken, she might very well chop you into pieces. Wang Feng conjured images of beautiful landscapes, malevolent spirits, and the repugnant things from his past lives to finally quell the burgeoning desire. Are you awake? Jiang Hanqi inquired, sensing movement behind her. Was he still trembling? Although Wang Feng had managed to suppress his urges, his movements were nonetheless noticed by Jiang Hanqi. Can you walk on your own? Jiang Hanqi came to a halt, preparing to set Wang Feng down. Even the act of carrying him felt awkward. She had never been this close to any man before. Wang Feng quickly tightened his grip around her warm neck and exclaimed, Fairy sister, if you put me down, I want to be able to walk. Jiang Hanqi frowned at his boldness, contemplating whether such audacity warranted a swift punishment. Ultimately, she dismissed the thought. Accelerating her pace, Jiang Hanqi navigated through the swiftly passing woods, which were beginning to tire Wang Feng, who shook his head but could not resist the encroaching sleepiness. Already burdened by injuries, the chill emanating from his back only intensified his desire for slumber. Unconsciously, he clung tighter to Jiang Hanqi, his head drooping onto her shoulder. Feeling his movement, Jiang Hanqi turned to find Wang Feng with his eyes closed, resting against her, his handsome features surprisingly appealing. Realizing he had fallen asleep, she stifled the discomfort within her and lifted Wang Feng's legs, allowing her to run more swiftly. With a powerful push of her foot against the ground, they surged forward. Employing her most energy-efficient technique, Jiang Hanshi made great haste, and as night descended, she was the first to reach the village with Wang Feng on her back. Coincidentally, the hunting team returned just as she arrived. Jiang Hanshi encountered the group, her icy gaze piercing through the 6 hunters, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The villagers, overjoyed at the return of the hunting team and Wang Feng, rushed forward, quickly attending to the injured woman with a severed arm. Others approached Wang Feng, and it seemed that each returning member was surrounded by concerned villagers. The sight of the injured woman and Wang Feng's grievous wound, a deep gash that tore through his clothing, was too harrowing for most to bear. They hurried to fetch blankets, herbs, and medicinal powders. Jiang Hanshi coldly addressed the villagers nearby before carrying Wang Feng inside a house. The villagers worked efficiently, soon returning with herbs and blankets. Jiang Hanshi accepted the herbs and infused them with spiritual energy, ensuring they adhered closely to Wang Feng's wounds. She then removed his clothing, calling for nearby villagers to assist in stripping away his upper garments, revealing the deep, bloody gash. Suddenly feeling the chill, Wang Feng awoke in a daze, only to cry out, It's so cold it hurts." As the icy substance applied to his back sent shivers through him, Wang Feng writhed in discomfort. "What on earth is this?" he gasped. Jiang Hanshi noticed his convulsions were causing the herbs to misplace and called upon the villagers to hold Wang Feng firmly on the bed. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of sounds, Jiang Hanshi, in a fit of irritation, seized a rag and stuffed it into Wang Feng's mouth to silence his cries. Wang Feng, burdened by excruciating pain, felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. His limbs were firmly restrained upon the bed, while the icy agony on his back rendered him immobile, as if subjected to the torment of a spinal procedure under anesthesia. Uttering muffled sounds through the fabric stuffed in his mouth, he pondered whether he would once again meet his demise at the hands of Jiang Hanshi in this final existence. The villagers, unable to bear the sight of Wang Feng's suffering, averted their gazes, intensifying his belief that Jiang Hanshi intended to take his life, compelled by her formidable power over them. As he prepared to unleash his spiritual energy to repel those who restrained him, a sharp command from Jiang Hanshi pierced the air, "Do not move." Her voice, cold and authoritative, seemed to wield an enchanting power. Suddenly, Wang Feng sensed that the situation was not as he had presumed, and the energy he had been on the verge of releasing began to wane. With another herb pressed against his back, he turned his head, finally catching a glimpse of the treatment being administered. Yet, as another herb was applied, a surge of pain coursed through him, prompting him to stifle his movements. Outside, the hunting party conversed with the villagers about their recent experiences, chuckling at the sounds emanating from the house. They knew well the depth of the wound that had inflicted such suffering upon the young man. It was a poignant irony that he had once hoped for the woman to carry him, a testament to the trials a hero must endure in the presence of beauty. The sounds of agony persisted until midnight, leaving Wang Feng drenched in sweat and utterly drained, as if all vitality had been extracted from him. Several villagers had departed, while Jiang Hanshi sat leisurely in a chair, sipping water. "Sister Fairy, you are truly merciless," Wang Feng lamented, sprawled across the bed, his upper body bare, with the quilt only covering the unmedicated areas. An onlooker might misinterpret the scene as something more intimate. Jiang Hanshi, indifferent to his plight, retreated to a corner, settling against the wall in a meditative posture. Originally, she had intended to seek spiritual herbs or rare treasures today, but this young man had disrupted her plans entirely. "Sister Fairy, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with roasting meat today," Wang Feng reminded her, still clinging to his earlier promise. "No matter," Jiang Hanshi replied, regaining her spiritual energy as she sat on the ground. She was astonished that he still thought of his commitment to help her, recognizing that had he ventured beyond the mountains, he might have been consumed whole. As Jiang Hanshi restored her energy to its peak, she realized that a breakthrough to the gathering spirit realm was imminent, possible within days. Though she could have achieved it today with the right resources, time would have to suffice for now. Yet, what perplexed her was the inability to fathom the depths of this man's character. It is reminiscent of that lecherous emperor. In her time, she too could not see through the formidable being she was battling. Yet, in the end, she succeeded in vanquishing him. It seems that some peculiar constitution rendered Jiang Hanshi unable to perceive him clearly. However, it is likely that this individual possesses no more than the 9th layer of body refinement. These matters are of no concern to her. After a brief respite, she intends to depart and journey northward. Without any martial arts, this man will likely meet his end either withering away in this village or falling prey to a beast. Jiang Hanqi certainly has no inclination to bestow martial arts upon someone she barely knows. She is not as benevolent as the man before her. With the system at his side, Wang Feng remains inscrutable to Jiang Hanqi. This is also why Wang Feng is untroubled by the possibility of being discovered while in her company. In her previous lives, she had already discerned this intangible ability. Are you asleep? Wang Feng softly called out to the closed-eyed Jiang Hanqi, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him. What is it? Jiang Hanqi replied, her voice maintaining an air of aloofness. Sister Fairy, I am so cold, Wang Feng said, noticing that Jiang Hanqi was still awake, and his voice trembled with the cold. Bear it, Jiang Hanqi stated curtly, and fell silent again. Wang Feng cursed her inwardly countless times. How could she lack even a modicum of compassion? Even if she would not part with her clothing for him to wear, she could at least retrieve a set from her divine sea space for him to make do with. As the blanket was not tightly secured around him, Wang Feng dared not cover himself with it. Otherwise, by midnight, the medicinal herbs on his back would surely be dislodged, exacerbating his wounds. Resigned, Wang Feng could only hug the blanket, covering his lower body while avoiding pressure on his injuries, and drifted into a restless slumber, hoping he would remain still through the night. Thus, the mundane days of recovery passed swiftly. On the 7th day, each night Wang Feng would find himself bound tightly to the bed, while Jiang Hanqi diligently applied medicine to his wounds. The sounds of his suffering echoed like the wails of a slaughtered pig for a full week, and the villagers had grown accustomed to it. By the 8th day, the absence of those sounds felt somewhat disconcerting. With the meat consumed, they would need to hunt again. The 6 villagers of Lu Village, under Wang Feng's gaze, offered their prayers to the willow tree before departing the village. They dared not request Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi to accompany them. After all, they were their village's benefactors, and they merely needed to await their return with meat. Jiang Hanqi had already consumed all the sheep, horses, and tree leopards from her divine sea space. Now, aside from some jerky, there was scarcely any food left in the village. Once Wang Feng ensured all matters were settled, he prepared to leave. The small favor from the willow tree had long been repaid. He was merely fulfilling a task and lending a helping hand to the villagers in gratitude for the shelter they provided in this desolate wilderness. Village chief, do you have any pens or paper? Wang Feng inquired of the village chief, seeking writing materials. Ultimately, he was able to find only bamboo slips. Well, this will have to suffice. After all, it is not for my own use. Village chief, you must consider erecting a temple for me when the opportunity arises, Wang Feng remarked, contemplating the transcription of a high-level Huang-grade martial art to present to the villagers, thereby easing their survival. This benevolent act would also favor him during his future tribulations, as performing good deeds could sway the heavenly tribulations to become gentler. In the realm of Tian-Tsang, there exist 2 types of celestial tribulations, the malevolent lightning that obliterates countless lives, and the virtuous lightning. The former, characterized by its ferocity, comprises not 9 but 18 bolts. The initial 9 are beneficial, while the latter 9 serve merely as destructive forces devoid of any advantage to the body. The latter type, known as virtuous lightning, varies in intensity, even when it embodies the ancient powerful lightning. Although the benefits to the body remain unchanged, the impact of the tribulations is somewhat mitigated. Are you departing? Village Chief Mo Lei exclaimed as he suddenly knelt before Wang Feng, startling him into action as he rushed to assist the elder. Xiao Feng, during these past days, it can be said that you have revitalized our village. On behalf of all the villagers, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The chief, filled with emotion, acknowledged Wang Feng's significant contributions to Lu Village. If possible, a statue or a temple in my honor would suffice to ensure my journey remains smooth. Wang Feng jested. Certainly, once our village stabilizes, I shall see to it, the chief assured him. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Feng departed with several bamboo slips in hand. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Feng began transcribing the slips. In no time, he had successfully copied the high-level Huang-grade martial art, Shattered Stone Palm. The techniques ingrained in his mind by the system were firmly retained, alleviating any concerns of forgetfulness. By afternoon, the hunting team returned, bearing minor injuries and a few wild beasts and demonic creatures. The villagers sprang into action, diligently tending to the bloody spoils. As evening descended, the absence of Jiang Hanqi weighed on Wang Feng's mind. He found himself anxious, not out of fear for her demise, but rather concerned that she might depart more swiftly than he could, possibly planning a silent farewell, hoping to leave a striking impression in her memory. "Do, brother, please take care of these bamboo slips," Wang Feng said during a brief interlude at mealtime, handing the slips to Du Gang, the captain of the hunting team. Du Gang perused the contents, growing increasingly astonished. "Wang Feng, what manner of person are you? To gift such a precious high-level Huang-grade martial art so freely is extraordinary. This is far too valuable. I must insist you keep it." He attempted to return the martial art to Wang Feng, who had only managed to attain a mid-level Huang-grade technique after years of arduous practice, barely reaching the gathering spirit realm. "Take it. Allow the villagers to practice. Surely, you wish for them to lead better lives," Wang Feng insisted, pressing the slips back into Du Gang's embrace, noticing his hesitation. "Accept it, practice diligently, and speak less," Wang Feng added. "Yes, thank you." Du Gang clasped his fists in gratitude, ultimately accepting the shattered stone palm. Deep down, he yearned for the martial art, as is the nature of humanity. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Emerging from the azure rift she had cleaved, Jiang Hanqi stumbled into the night, her body marred with wounds. Following closely behind her was a skeletal figure on a skeletal horse, wielding a formidable long sword. With a mighty swing of his long blade, he aimed at Jiang Hanqi. She raised her dimly glowing cold sword to block the attack, only to be sent flying by the force of the strike. The azure barrier repaired itself swiftly, but countless malevolent spirits lurked outside. Fortunately, only one skeletal warrior riding a skeletal horse managed to breach the defense. The willow branches elongated rapidly, striking the skeletal head with a resounding crack. The skeletal rider met the attack with its own blade. Chapter 18. Must undress to apply medicine. Do you not understand this principle? Surprisingly, the skeleton merely lost its horse. The crackling sound of the willow striking the skeletal steed echoed continuously. In mere moments, the horse was reduced to a heap on the ground. Yet, the skeleton wielding the long blade appeared impervious to pain, countering the willow branches with relentless strikes. Wang Feng, observing the skeletal warrior, was taken aback. The skeletal horseman bore the following attributes: identity, skeletal horseman of Nanlin, realm, 8th layer of spirit gathering, primary weapon, inferior yellow-grade long blade. He had seen more than one of these skeletal horsemen outside the barrier, along with a multitude of skeletal soldiers, some even mounted. A few were entwined with malevolent spirits, their claws flailing menacingly. Wang Feng hurried to Jiang Hanqi's side, supporting her as he draped her arm over his shoulder. She bore no fatal wounds. It was evident that without her protective talisman, she would have perished. Upon seeing Wang Feng, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, her head drooping as she fainted. "Hey, wake up," Wang Feng called, gently tapping her cheek. At that moment, the cold sword trembled on the ground, as if signaling Wang Feng to rescue its master. Ding. Mission: eliminate the skeletal horsemen that invaded the village. Reward: 100 source points. A mission had arrived? Wang Feng, carrying Jiang Hanqi, turned his gaze toward the skeletal horseman engaged in combat with the willow tree and the newly joined Du Gang. Realizing he could not defeat it immediately, he swiftly picked up Jiang Hanqi and dashed into a nearby house, laying her on the bed before rushing back outside. "Do not harm me. I will avenge your master," Wang Feng called out to the cold sword, which responded with a slight tremor. Cautiously, he reached for the sword. Should it react unexpectedly, he would drop it. Fortunately, the cold sword seemed to understand, displaying no malice despite its dimness. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy, infusing it with chaotic spiritual energy. Instantly, the sword radiated a swirling aura of chaotic coldness, dispelling its former dullness. With determination, Wang Feng stomped his right foot on the ground and charged toward the battlefield. Sword in hand, employing a strategy of distraction, he approached the skeletal horseman as if to strike. The skeletal warrior raised its blade in defense. Yet Wang Feng's figure vanished before it. The skeletal horseman, possessing keen perception, swiftly turned, wielding its long blade downward in an attempt to strike him from behind. A clang echoed as Wang Feng skidded backward across the ground, while the willow branches and Du Gang rushed to re-engage. Ultimately, it was a matter of cultivation level. He had to rely on this cold sword. 7-star steps. Wang Feng silently chanted a phrase in his heart, and with the steps reminiscent of the Big Dipper, he charged towards the skeletal general. Raising his cold sword, he struck down with all his might. Boom! The force of the blow shattered the skeletal general into countless fragments. An undeniable testament to the thrill of equipment superiority. A notification chimed. Congratulations, you have completed the task of defeating the invading skeletal general. Reward, 100 source points. As the skeletal general fell, the system's prompt echoed in the air. The villagers hurried to assist Du Gang, who was the most severely injured among them. Wang Feng surveyed the battlefield and found some loot, discovering a long, straight sword, the very one wielded by the skeletal general. It was a low-grade yellow weapon, roughly the same height as him. The hilt resembled that of a Guan Dao, while the blade was akin to a straight Tang sword. Wow, how striking! Wang Feng exclaimed. Practicing a few moves, with a conical hat, he would undoubtedly resemble a mysterious figure of great prowess. Glancing at the cold sword in his left hand, he suddenly remembered that Jiang Hanqi was still unconscious in the house. What a splendid opportunity. Wang Feng felt elated. Someone, bring me some herbs. He called out to a few villagers who quickly fetched some medicinal herbs, and he hurriedly returned to the house with the long sword and cold sword in hand. He hung the cold sword on the wall at a safe distance to avoid potential injury. Observing Jiang Hanqi's delicate form, Wang Feng crushed the herbs and infused them with a bit of chaotic spiritual energy, adhering to the principle of treating others with their own methods. He nearly forgot. Healing would undoubtedly require removing her clothing, as depicted in countless dramas. Wang Feng paused, placing the herbs aside, and closed the door firmly, sealing it shut. The cold sword trembled against the wall, having long sensed that this man was not of noble character, yet its master continued to protect him. Hey, what is your rush? I'm here to heal your master, do you understand? If I don't, your master could perish. Wang Feng scolded the trembling cold sword, as if it were ignorant of the necessity of undressing for healing. Otherwise, the wound could become infected. There's scientific rationale behind that. Disregarding the cold sword's frantic vibrations, Wang Feng extended his hand. Moments later, he felt a sudden rush. Uffed. Wang Feng wiped his nose, only to find it covered in blood. He was gushing again. The intensity was overwhelming, rendering him unable to control the surge of vitality coursing through him. Although Jiang Hanqi was shielded by a thin veil of fabric, the tantalizing hints of her form heightened Wang Feng's excitement. I'm merely here to heal her. I'm merely here to heal her, he chanted inwardly, before decisively peeling away the veil. As Spring's light burst forth, he promptly turned his head away. The sound of dripping echoed on the floor, his blood meeting the ground. Wang Feng felt a burning heat in his abdomen and a flush in his head, symptoms of surging vitality. Taking a deep breath, he chastised himself for his lack of composure. Having seen her form without the veil, he found it bewildering that he nearly lost control upon witnessing her in the thin fabric. After practicing the chaotic body technique, Wang Feng took a cloth to wipe his nose, finally managing to suppress the restlessness within him. Once he had prepared himself mentally, he slowly turned his head. Wang Feng quickly pressed down on his own agitation once more. After applying the ointment to several areas, he noticed that Jiang Hanqi's complexion visibly began to redden, and warmth started to emanate from her body. This was the overwhelming force of the chaotic spiritual energy cultivated through the technique, a potent and vigorous essence. In truth, Jiang Hanqi's injuries were not numerous. Most had been shielded by her protective garment. However, the wounds that had been inflicted were rather severe. Wang Feng applied the medicine to her arms, neck, and calves. At that moment, Jiang Hanqi stirred slightly, subconsciously feeling an intense heat enveloping her body. Seeing that she seemed on the verge of opening her eyes, Wang Feng hastily covered them with both hands. Fortunately, after a while, she fell still once more, allowing him to exhale in relief. If she were to discover him, it would surely lead to a fierce confrontation. Nearby, the cold sword trembled violently, almost shaking the walls, clearly showcasing its fury. Wang Feng ignored it, quickly cleaning the area and wiping away the blood that had dripped onto the floor. He dressed Jiang Hanqi in her clothing, applying herbal ointments to the wounds. If she were to find out that he had applied the herbal remedies, it would spell disaster for him. Once everything was done, Wang Feng sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Jiang Hanqi's exquisitely beautiful cheeks. Each glance elicited a sigh of admiration. After having been killed by her in 8 lifetimes, he felt entitled to reclaim some semblance of worth. Leaning closer to her delicate, rosy lips, he acknowledged his own peculiar inclinations. After all, who could remain unaffected upon encountering a celestial being that perfectly matched their ideals? The fact that he had not acted more inappropriately during her unconsciousness was a testament to his restraint. Truth be told, even if he had desired to, he could not have crossed certain boundaries, unless he could instantly revert to the imperial realm of his eighth life. The cold sword, meanwhile, trembled with such intensity that it seemed ready to take flight and eliminate Wang Feng. You could at least cast me away rather than subject me to this spectacle, it seemed to lament. Chapter 19. The end of the southern forest is a cliff. The following morning, Jiang Hanqi's eyes fluttered open as she gently rubbed her forehead. A throbbing headache greeted her. As she sat up, she realized that the areas of her injuries were covered with herbal ointments, identical to those she had applied to the men from earlier. Jiang Hanqi quickly assessed her body, relieved to find that the herbs had been applied externally over her clothing. At that moment, the cold sword began to tremble nearby, prompting her to approach it and inspect. Uncertain of its message, she ultimately chose to return it to her spiritual space. The cold sword lamented the door being blocked. Jiang Hanqi had changed into a flowing green gown. Suddenly, she noticed a bamboo slip on the table, inscribed with numerous characters. She walked over, picked it up, and softly read aloud, "Dear beautiful fairy sister, I am setting off on a journey far from the village, so do not miss me." The preceding content is rather straightforward, detailing the departure of Wang Feng. Jiang Hanqi once again encountered a message from the endearing Wang Feng, adorned with a cheerful, smiley face. It dawned on her that this foolish boy was indeed Wang Feng. The corners of Jiang Hanqi's lips seemed poised to curve into a smile, yet she suppressed it. She pondered whether this Navi lad would be devoured whole upon venturing beyond the village. After all, in her recollection, Wang Feng was someone who might sacrifice his life for others. Such individuals were rare. Typically, they did not survive long enough to reach her level or attain significant realms of cultivation. "I must take my leave," she mused. Realizing with alarm how terrifying the night had become, it was a lapse in her caution. Jiang Hanqi had intended to depart the previous night, but halfway through her journey, she discovered skeletons emerging from the earth, alongside skeletal horses clawing their way out. Distant wails echoed, and she finally grasped the purpose of the village's azure barrier. It was designed to ward off such malevolence. Initially intent on forcing her way through, she found that the more she fought, the more they multiplied. Despite her strength, she could hardly withstand the relentless assault of the skeletal horde and had no choice but to retreat. Stepping outside, Jiang Hanqi observed the sky. The sun had only just risen, suggesting that the foolish boy had likely departed not long ago. It was time to embark on her journey. Acknowledging that her connection with him was merely a fleeting moment, and she would likely not encounter him again. Clad in a flowing azure gown, she walked toward the outskirts of the village. Though she was not well acquainted with the villagers, a few came to bid her farewell. The ethereal figure in the azure dress gradually receded, leaving behind a silhouette of cascading hair as the village returned to its former routine. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was hastily traversing the terrain, having encountered several villages, some in ruins, others intact. Yet, he refrained from entering any, driven solely by the desire to escape this cursed place. The horrors he witnessed the previous night in the southern forest haunted him still. Days had passed, and Wang Feng's cultivation had reached the third layer of the spirit-gathering realm. His spiritual energy was sufficient to propel him swiftly out of the southern forest. With a cry of "Die!" Wang Feng wielded his long blade, severing the head of a 2-meter-long serpent that obstructed his path. The decapitated black snake writhed violently. Wang Feng promptly gutted it, consuming its bitter gall, and using his blade to tidy up the remains. He discarded the head and tail, munching on the flesh as he continued his journey. After devouring the snake, he felt a slight rejuvenation of energy within him. Tasting the lingering blood in his mouth, he realized he was parched and fatigued, seeking a small river to rest and rinse his mouth. Wang Feng's cultivation realm stood at the third layer of the spirit-gathering realm, employing the chaotic dominance body technique. With no items in possession and a source point tally of 100. His overall evaluation, chicken. Upon discovering the river, Wang Feng glanced at his status panel. Noting the absence of the term vegetable, it had transformed into chicken. He grimaced, cursing the ineptitude of the system in his mind. Observing the fish in the river, he refrained from using his long blade to spear them. Time was of the essence. He needed to exit this so-called southern forest before nightfall. Speed was of the utmost importance. Wang Feng silently muttered to himself and began to employ his agility to hasten his journey. His speed had increased several-fold since he had departed from the village. The sun, having traversed from the western horizon to its zenith, gradually transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, while the clouds in the sky resembled a fiery inferno. In a forest located within the southern domain, a man and a woman were frantically making their way out. "A cliff?" Wang Feng exclaimed as he gazed up at the seemingly insurmountable precipice above him, shocked to discover that this forest lay beneath a towering cliff. Cursed fate! Casting a glance at the rapidly descending sun, Wang Feng could no longer afford to hesitate. Fortunately, he had brought along a low-grade yellow weapon, a long straight sword. Or else he would have been forced to claw his way up. With a few powerful strides, he hurled the sword ahead and stepped upon it. Utilizing the technique of levitation, he soon realized that the ascent of the low-grade sword was still agonizingly slow. Wang Feng grasped the sword beneath him, thrusting it into the cliff wall, while his right hand sought out a protruding ledge. With a forceful yank, he pulled the sword free and propelled himself upwards with incredible speed. Feeling the imminent descent, he once again plunged the sword into the wall, repeating this motion tirelessly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanqi was equally astonished upon encountering the cliff. Why did this expanse end in such a precipice? Drawing forth her cold sword, she stepped onto it and began her ascent. The quality of her sword was superior, allowing her to rise at a much greater pace than Wang Feng, who was laboriously climbing on the other side. As the sun set and the stars emerged in the sky, Zhang Hanqi stepped forward, landing upon solid ground. As her sword automatically returned to her grasp, she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in a secluded area encircled by cliffs. Suddenly, a bony hand emerged from the cliffside with a crack, yet there was none at her feet. It appeared that the depths below might be a cursed land, and Zhang Hangzi murmured to herself, contemplating the skeletal hands that only appeared beneath the cliff. That wretched man must have perished long ago. After all, if he could not withstand her, how could he possibly contend with the malevolent spirits of the night? This spared her the mess of having to deal with him. After observing for a moment, Zhang Hanqi turned and distanced herself from the cliff, while the so-called wretched man on this side was in dire straits. The wall incessantly birthed skeletal hands, and Wang Feng could only smash them to pieces or directly extract the skeletons within and hurl them into the abyss below. Almost there. Almost there. Wang Feng looked up to see he was nearing the cliff's edge, where the wall had vanished. At that moment, he sensed something within the cliff was about to break free and quickly shifted his stance. A skeletal figure riding a bone steed burst forth from the cliff wall, its green eyes fixated on Wang Feng. "Begone! Die!" Wang Feng spat as the skeletal rider brushed past him, causing the bone steed to plummet downwards. What the hell? Such audacity! Wang Feng peered down, astonished to see the skeletal soldier still clinging to the wall as the bone steed ascended. There was no indication of a descent whatsoever. This defied all logic. In a hurried frenzy, Wang Feng ascended with great urgency, ultimately drawing his blade and propelling himself to the precipice of the cliff. At the very moment he surged forward, the skeletal horseman swung his great sword, narrowly grazing Wang Feng's pant leg. Instinctively, Wang Feng stepped onto his long, straight sword midair, casting his gaze upon the skeletal figure whose eye glimmered with an eerie green light. A standoff ensued between the two, each beholding the other. Chapter 20. A Potion of Spring and the Sunflower Scripture? Wang Feng discerned that the skeletal horseman seemed unable to ascend the cliff, suggesting some inherent limitation. This restriction was advantageous. Thus, Wang Feng distanced himself slightly and, from afar, employed his telekinetic abilities to launch his long straight sword towards the skeletal horseman. Yet, the skeleton was no mere target. It raised its great sword in defiance, adopting a position at a right angle while mounted upon its steed, ready to intercept the incoming blade. The clash was thunderous. The two blades, both of inferior quality, collided in the night sky, igniting sparks amidst the darkness. Fortunately, the skeletal horseman lacked a secure footing, and Wang Feng's sword struck true, sending both the skeleton and its steed tumbling down the cliff. Having lost interest, Wang Feng retrieved his long sword and secured it diagonally across his back. He then began to retreat step by step from the cliff's edge. Meanwhile, the skeletal horseman reappeared at the cliff, maintaining a vigil at a right angle as it watched Wang Feng depart. The skeletal horseman, harboring a desire for a confrontation, moved its bony jaw, producing a raspy whisper, revealing that it possessed a semblance of consciousness. Beep. Mission: exit the southern forest completed. Reward: Low-grade spirit condensing pill. Wang Feng hastily caught the small vial that descended from above and tucked it into his garments. He pondered, system. How much storage space can be unlocked with 100 source points? As he walked along the dimly lit path, he recalled that these source points had been acquired from defeating the skeletal horsemen in Lu Village. The absence of storage space proved inconvenient, and the Divine Sea realm required cultivation to the Saint King level for expansion. Jiang Hanshi, not being a reincarnated soul, naturally retained her Divine Sea space. Beep. 100 source points can unlock 1 cubic meter of storage space. 1 cubic meter was scarcely sufficient. It wouldn't even accommodate his long sword. How utterly inadequate. Wang Feng sighed. Well, the lottery function should be operational, right? He remembered that in his previous 8 lives, even a slight accumulation of source points enabled the lottery feature. Beep. Host must explore independently. The interface resides within your mind. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Feng realized that his mind had been dulled by Jiang Hanshi's recent antics. He focused his thoughts and accessed the system interface within his consciousness. The lottery function illuminated before him, accompanied by the marketplace feature, which was quite promising. Wang Feng opened the marketplace, recognizing it as a randomly refreshing entity. Unlike any he had encountered before, it would refresh daily, offering 10 new items each time. As he surveyed the newly refreshed goods, he couldn't help but curse the unreliable system in his mind. The first item, Mystic Teleportation Talisman, priced at 1,000 origin points. The second item, Panga's Essence, priced at 999. The third item, Chilled Soda, priced at 1 origin point. The fourth item, a worthless trinket. Even Pangu would be depleted by your folly, and alas, I cannot afford it. Yet you present me with this nonsense. Wang Feng gazed at the items displayed on the system panel, particularly the Panga's Essence. Throughout countless lifetimes, he had seen it innumerable times, appearing 8 out of 9 in the marketplace. The Mystic Teleportation Talisman was another matter. In one of his past lives, he had been sent before Jiang Hanshi by this very talisman, only to meet his demise. A heap of rubbish. Wang Feng scoffed, purchasing a bottle of chilled soda for 1 origin point, and with a satisfying crack, opened it and took a sip. Let me spin for a prize. Wang Feng regarded the lottery page, where options for 10 origin points, 100 origin points, 1,000 origin points, and 10,000 origin points were displayed. With a 10-fold increment, he selected the 10 origin points lottery. The interface for 10 origin points was exceedingly simplistic, consisting solely of white and green hues. 90% was white, while 10% was green. Tap, 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 tap. Wang Feng concentrated, and the wheel began to turn slowly, accompanied by the pleasant sounds customary of such a drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a pair of floral underpants. Undoubtedly, it was a white item, a pair of red underpants adorned with large flowers. Not too shabby. Wang Feng found the underpants somewhat useful and, feeling undeterred, sought a tree behind which to change, slipping into the floral undergarment. The sensation of being unencumbered transformed into a newfound sense of security. Once more, he exclaimed, gambling is an art. Let me go for an 8-time draw. Excluding the 9 origin points he could not use, he wagered everything else in one bold stroke. As the saying goes, gambling is indeed an art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a soft bone pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial maiden spring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a super potent pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a pair of black stockings. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spring awakening. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a handsome blue robe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won another pair of floral underpants. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sunflower scripture. Wait, what is the meaning of this, system? Is this some sort of jest? Do you intend for me to consume these aphrodisiacs before self-castration? Wang Feng brandished his long knife, imagining cleaving the system before him in two. Fortunately, the system's techniques were of 2 types, infusion and textual. Moreover, the infusion type could be opted out of, allowing a conversion into origin points if one chose not to learn. Ding. The lottery function is entirely fair and just. It all depends on one's luck. Oh, so it hinges upon luck, does it? Wang Feng trailed off in silence, overwhelmed by the implications of 9 lottery attempts. He was presented with 4 items related to his lower anatomy, with the first seemingly intended to facilitate his unscrupulous endeavors. Particularly the last one appeared to suggest that he should first apply a layer of softening elixir for insurance, followed by the alluring powder to ensnare her, and finally, just before the act, take a potent aphrodisiac, culminating in a study of the secret arts. It was indeed a repugnant system, he thought bitterly. The system offered no verbal response, but rather reacted through action. Suddenly, packages and bottles of assorted items cascaded down, and Wang Feng found himself unable to catch them with his hands. The clattering sound of items hitting the ground echoed around him. Fortunately, the pills were contained within bottles. Otherwise, they would have been spoiled. Even if he did not intend to use them himself, they could easily be turned against others. Such had been his modus operandi in his 8th lifetime. He observed, curious to see who would dare to offend him. Damn it! This wretched system could have at least announced its distribution. You deserve it, you foolish host. Wang Feng dismissed the moronic entity. Picking up the blue robe from the ground and brushing off the dirt, he leaned his long sword against a nearby tree and stripped down to a mere pair of shorts, donning the stylish blue robe. Lacking a mirror, he could not admire his own reflection, so he set that thought aside for the moment. He tore his discarded clothing into a large strip of cloth to package the items, finally securing it around himself. The absence of storage space was indeed troublesome, or rather, the lack of a source point was a significant bother. Continuing on his journey, he remained oblivious to how much longer it would take to encounter others. Chapter 21. A chance encounter with the notorious fool. That foolish boy was likely perished in the darkness by now, she mused. Jiang Hanshi soared through the sky on her flying sword, her thoughts unwittingly drifting towards the foolish boy in her heart. Such a loyal and affectionate individual, regrettably lost. Shaking off her reverie, she glanced down and spotted a figure leisurely traveling with a bundle on his back. This silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, narrowing her eyes. She adjusted her focus. To her astonishment, it was indeed that foolish boy. He had not died. A flicker of joy ignited within Jiang Hanshi, a sentiment she did not even recognize. Alas, their fates were entwined no longer. She silently wished him well on his path of cultivation. With that thought, she accelerated on her flying sword, continuing her journey into the distance. Fairy sister, fairy sister. Wang Feng sensed the surge of spiritual energy above and looked up. Spotting Jiang Hanshi, he immediately called out, hoping she would grant him a ride. Jiang Hanshi, hearing the voice behind her, chose to ignore it. They were not destined to travel together. Upon reaching the ice palace, she would surely return to the realm of the emperors on her path of cultivation. Meanwhile, this foolish boy was merely a small stone cast into her tranquil waters, creating a ripple that quickly faded into silence. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Feng would soon blaze across her surface like a meteor, obliterating it entirely. Don't run. Fairy sister, let me aboard. Wang Feng chased after Jiang Hanshi, exclaiming in frustration, why won't she acknowledge me? Wang Feng was utterly convinced that she had indeed heard him. He had called out with his spiritual power. I'm coming, I'm coming. He cursed under his breath as he watched Jiang Hanshi soar away into the sky. Just wait, next time we meet, I'll change my appearance and form, and feed you that soft bone pill to scare you to death. Jiang Hanshi was truly despicable, having killed him 8 times, and now refusing to even give him a lift. Wang Feng, in his wretched state, hurried along the path, hindered by his low cultivation level. The quality of his long knife was also inferior. Thus, his speed in flight was slower than his swift running. As he continued on his journey, Wang Feng found himself unaware of his exact location on the Tian continent. Nevertheless, he was still in a desolate wilderness, occasionally encountering small wild beasts. At the moment, he was roasting a rabbit, the fire crackling cheerfully. The rabbit, skewered on a branch, sizzled as it cooked. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls echoed around him, accompanied by a few discordant barks. Wang Feng glanced around and realized he had been encircled by a pack of wolves. Strangely, these wolves seemed unperturbed by the fire. As he squinted, his pupils contracted. What did he see? A Siberian husky. Moreover, this husky appeared to have established itself as the leader of the wolf pack. Its intelligent gaze unmistakable to Wang Feng. The reason for its status as the alpha was clear. Only the leader had the right to step forward and assert dominance. Woof, woof, woof. More crisp barks rang out, identical to those he had heard earlier. Wang Feng finally understood the source of the previous barking. It was indeed this husky. Coughing, he spat towards the husky, bemused that such a creature could lead a pack of wolves. The husky deftly dodged, puzzled as to why this human showed no fear. Get lost. Wang Feng snapped, returning his focus to the delightful rabbit sizzling on the fire. Among the wolves, the strongest was merely at the 9th layer of body refinement. Curiously, it was not the strongest wolf that was the leader. Rather, this 8th layer husky had assumed the role of the alpha. The husky raised its right front paw and beckoned. Instantly, a fierce wolf emerged, followed by another, howling in unison. With such a display, if there were a like button, Wang Feng would undoubtedly press it. How splendid. Boom. Wang Feng's cultivation level, at the 3rd layer of spiritual gathering, was unmistakably revealed. In an instant, the once formidable pack of wolves fled in terror, leaving the husky trembling in place. With a thud, the husky, its wise eyes wide, suddenly knelt down, bowing in submission. As if pleading, "Please don't kill me. Want some?" Wang Feng waved the fragrant roasted rabbit in front of the husky. The husky lay on the ground, nodding its head before shaking it in hesitation. Cleverly, it seemed to comprehend human speech. Eagerly, the husky nodded again, its round eyes brimming with hope. As if pleading for mercy on account of his own cleverness, Wang Feng suddenly conceived a brilliant idea, glancing at the back of the two-hued canine. In the realm of cultivation, this creature was significantly larger than its counterpart on Blue Star. The beast before Wang Feng was as colossal as the so-called king of tigers from Blue Star. Wang Feng had witnessed the true tiger king of the cultivation world, whose physique resembled that of a dinosaur. Wow! The gusts of wind rushing past his ears were exhilarating. Having lived for so long without ever riding a steed, he had been preoccupied with entanglements with Jiang Hanshi. Giddy with excitement, Wang Feng gave the canine a playful slap on its rear, stuffing the roasted rabbit he had prepared into its mouth. Of course, he had already satiated his hunger. This was merely a reward. Grasping the canine's ears with both hands, he leaned forward, akin to riding a motorcycle, while his long, straight sword was secured to his back with a vine. The sound of the wind accompanied the crunching of the creature's meal, and he felt droplets of saliva wafting past him. Stop! Stop! Wang Feng tugged at the canine's ears, causing it to come to a sudden halt. Using the momentum, he launched himself towards a nearby bull horse. In the fleeting moment before the creature could react, he drew his sword and struck downwards. A chaotic arc of sword energy surged forth, cleaving the ground as it sped towards the bull horse. With a resounding thud, the chaotic blade energy continued its relentless advance until it severed tree after tree, finally coming to a rest in the distance. The two-hued canine stared in shock, its eyes nearly popping out. If this human wished to slay it, even a mere fart could likely obliterate it. Remarkable indeed, 2 types of meat to feast upon. Wang Feng set aside his sword and lifted the bisected beast, grasping one half in his hand. Come here, Hadi, he beckoned to the canine, which approached with quivering paws. Use your claws to scrape the blade vigorously. He placed some dry grass atop the sword, and obediently, the canine raked its claws against the blade, sparks flying upon contact. Wang Feng had inadvertently discovered that its claws were as hard as steel. Eventually, after much exertion, the grass caught fire. Chapter 22. This person is cold and unfeeling. This person is warm-hearted and loyal. You've worked hard, Hadi. Wait a moment, and I will procure some bullhorse whip to nourish you. Wang Feng patted the canine's forehead, which remained in its usual foolish demeanor, panting heavily. In the depths of the forest, under the cover of night, a man and his dog roasted the bullhorse meat together. The canine occasionally howled, seemingly scolding its pack of wolf friends. Ultimately, after a few firm taps from Wang Feng, it settled down. I'm going to sleep. Keep watch for me. If you dare run away, I shall take your little eggs, Wang Feng warned, leaning against a tree by the fire, observing the canine gnawing on the bullhorse whip. As the 200-pound dog fixed its intelligent gaze upon Wang Feng, it clutched its front paws together, displaying an expression of sheer terror. Though the foolish creature had an opportunity to flee, its limited intellect held it back, compelling it to remain loyally by Wang Feng's side throughout the night. Jiang Hanshi, on the other hand, was a cold-hearted and ruthless individual, akin to an unyielding iceberg. It was unclear how one might capture her heart. Perhaps an entire lifetime would be necessary to win her over. With his eyes closed in meditation, Wang Feng's thoughts wandered to Jiang Hanshi's frigid demeanor. He found himself at a loss as to how to warm her icy disposition. Perhaps it was best to let fate take its course, for their connection was undoubtedly profound. At that moment, Jiang Hanshi lay in a guest house, her face concealed by a veil. Without it, she would draw too much attention, and even with the veil, many were still drawn to her presence. Reclining on her bed, Jiang Hanshi reflected upon the tedium of her existence over the millennia, filled solely with cultivation and more cultivation. This contemplation led her thoughts to the foolish boy who had cried out in pain when she applied herbal medicine to his wounds. He was kind-hearted, innocent, and possessed a loyal spirit, appearing almost naive enough to be easily deceived. If he ventured into the realm of cultivation, he would likely meet an untimely demise within mere days. Thus, the two of them drifted into slumber, each harboring different thoughts. At Jiang Hanshi's side lay a cold sword, while a foolish dog kept vigil beside Wang Feng. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke on the third day, Wang Feng had been intermittently riding on the back of the wise dog for 3 days. At last, they arrived at the outskirts of a city. "My dear companion, these past few days have been a burden for you. I am truly sorry. You may return now," Wang Feng said, patting the dog's forehead with a tone of melancholy, revealing his reluctance to part ways. The dog continued to stare at him with its foolish eyes, seemingly sharing in his sorrow. "Come now," Wang Feng beckoned, and in an instant, the dog surged forth with a speed that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Vanishing from sight, Wang Feng stood there, momentarily stunned, raising a hand in a farewell gesture. "Hey, at least look back," he called out in frustration, before turning to approach the city gate. "Who goes there?" "Halt!" shouted the guard stationed at the gate as he observed Wang Feng dismounting from the dog. Sensing that this individual was no ordinary man. "I am but a wandering cultivator, seeking to stay in this city for a few days. Is that permissible?" Wang Feng declared, emanating the aura of a third-tier spirit-gathering cultivator, while the guard's strongest rank barely reached the 9th tier of body refinement. The soldier's demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost respect. "Very well, esteemed sir. I merely wish to inform you that the city lord's son has been incapacitated recently. Currently, entry is permitted, but exit is not." "Oh," Wang Feng mused, recalling Jiang Hanshi's figure. Could she be the one responsible for incapacitating the city lord's son? After all, she had flown in this very direction. Uncertain yet intrigued, he decided that staying a few days would offer the opportunity to witness a thrilling chase for a fugitive. "Very well, allow me entry," he insisted. The guards, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ceased their obstruction and called out to their companions to let him pass. In truth, they were merely pawns in a larger game. If the wanted criminal truly breaches the city gates, they would be unable to stop him. Their duty is merely to report to the lord of the city, and they do not exhibit such diligence. As Wang Feng entered the city, he observed patrols moving away in orderly formation. There were no vendors lining the streets, only a few timid shops that dared to remain open. "Good sir, it's time to close up and head home. The city is currently under a state of alert. No matter how long you stay, there will be no buyers." Not far off, a group of soldiers were persuading an obstinate vendor. Yet the old man seemed deaf to their advice, stubborn as ever. With a shout, the leading soldier disregarded the vendor entirely. A few soldiers began to dismantle the stall, and the old man was powerless to intervene. After watching for a while, Wang Feng turned away. In the cultivation realm, such obstinacy often leads to a swift demise. Just as in his previous lives, where his stubbornness to kill Jiang Hanshi ultimately resulted in his own demise time and again. Wang Feng sought out an apothecary, intending to sell the spring medicine he possessed. Such a commodity would surely find a buyer. If this shop refused, he could always try another, as carrying it would serve him no purpose and only weigh him down. After a thorough search, he finally discovered an apothecary with its door ajar. Wang Feng, with a long straight blade slung across his back, entered. "Good sir, are you interested in some fine goods?" He leaned against the counter, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a thief, speaking softly to the proprietor. The shopkeeper, intrigued, inquired, "What fine goods do you possess?" As Wang Feng unwrapped his bundle and placed it upon the counter, 2 pairs of black stockings and a pair of flamboyant floral undergarments tumbled out. Noticing the shopkeeper's incredulous expression, Wang Feng hastily removed the undergarments and stockings, revealing the true items for sale. "What do you think? I also have a cultivation manual. Would you be interested in that as well?" After examining it, he noted that this Kuhuan manual was a mid-tier technique. To master it, one must first undergo castration. You must be aware of the immense value of these items, particularly this manual. It is unparalleled. Once mastered, no one below the spirit realm can rival you. Observing the shopkeeper's hesitance, Wang Feng embellished his claims, extolling the manual's virtues. 50 low-grade spirit stones for it. Is that acceptable? Agreed. Wang Feng's response was resolute. leading the shopkeeper to believe he was making a poor bargain. Wait. That price is for the manual alone, not for the entire bundle. As the shopkeeper attempted to seize the entire package, Wang Feng quickly pressed it down. My young friend, are you jesting with me? Do you truly think that selling the manual for 50 spirit stones would be a loss for you? And yet you wish to acquire the entire bundle. Wang Feng projected his aura, causing the shopkeeper to wither in response. After all, he was merely at the second level of the spirit-gathering realm, which was already considered high in this city. Well then, I shall only take the manual, the shopkeeper conceded, lifting it. Wang Feng harbored no anger. He would allow the shopkeeper to make his own decisions, driven by his greed for small gains. Very well, if you refuse the rest, so be it. Wang Feng accepted the 50 low-grade spirit stones handed to him, stowed them in his bundle, resecured it upon his back, and exited the apothecary. The proprietor watched as Wang Feng departed into the distance, a sly grin spreading across his face. That fool has indeed sold it. Let me ascertain the true strength of this technique. He had already perused the initial pages and found no issues, leading him to make the purchase. As he turned the pages, the sound of rustling paper filled the air, his excitement mounting with each leaf turned until he reached the very end. His expression betrayed a thrill of exhilaration. He had stumbled upon an incredible bargain. Chapter 23. Jiang Hanxi's second trump card, a mid-tier cultivation technique of the Huang grade, would typically cost no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yet he had acquired it for merely 50. He could no longer contain his mirth, laughing aloud until he flipped to the last page, revealing 8 bold characters. The simplicity of these 8 characters nearly caused him to suffer a heart attack. To cultivate, one must first possess this skill. What? The proprietor was momentarily stunned, hastily rushing outside, only to find no trace of Wang Feng. My 50 low-grade spirit stones. He gritted his teeth at the entrance of his shop, too afraid to shout too loudly lest he attract the patrolling soldiers. Reluctantly, he resolved to keep the technique for now, uncertain whether to sell or practice it in the future. Meanwhile, Wang Feng strolled through the streets, laden with his belongings, only to find many shops closed and nowhere to go. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a plume of smoke and flames rising from a nearby location. A spectacle to behold. Wang Feng leaped onto a rooftop, settling into a prime vantage point. After refreshing the system store, he found only a sweet ice cream cone available for purchase. This wretched system would not offer any sunflower seeds. Wang Feng spent a few of his source points to acquire an ice cream cone, reclining comfortably on the rooftop to savor it. Not far off, at the center of the city near the Lord's mansion, a green and a cold light shot up into the sky. The ground was teeming with soldiers wielding crossbows. Wang Feng, licking his ice cream cone, employed a reconnaissance skill and confirmed it was indeed Jiang Hanxi. The other figure was a middle-aged man, the lord of the city himself. The two engaged in a fierce battle, sparks flying as their weapons clashed. That weapon has broken. Wang Feng chuckled, observing the middle-aged lord staring dumbfounded at his long spear, which had been cleaved in two by Jiang Hanxi's cold sword. Damn it! How can a mere 5th-tier gathering spirit cultivator possess such a powerful weapon? The lord cursed inwardly, yet a sense of greed began to stir within him. This cold sword was clearly extraordinary, and the woman wielding it was equally remarkable, beautiful as a celestial being. He felt a stirring desire, not only for the sword, but for the woman herself. She must be captured, and that cold sword seized. Jiang Hanxi wiped the blood from her sword. Her veil had long vanished amidst the chaos of battle. With a cold voice, she addressed the Lord, "If you wish to die, I shall oblige." It appeared that Jiang Hanxi had been provoked. Raising her cold sword, she unleashed a powerful strike towards the second-tier gathering spirit lord. The lord could only retreat in haste, for the fighting style of this stunning woman was truly terrifying. Although much of her prowess relied on her magical artifact, she revealed not a single flaw. Combat experience left him feeling inadequate. "I grant you passage, depart." After another round of fighting, the lord of the city could no longer withstand the pressure. Without any weapons left, he was utterly helpless, being relentlessly pursued by that enchanting woman wielding a chilling sword. It was truly frustrating. Despite her being of a significantly higher realm, he still found himself unable to defeat her. However, it was evident that she was nearing her limit, and with just a bit more time, he could surely turn the tables. Stand aside. Jiang Hanxi assessed her dwindling spiritual energy. Further consumption would be futile. She decided to let him go. If she lingered, Even if she were to slay the city lord, others would inevitably come after her. No, don't run this way. Wang Feng watched as Jiang Hanshi soared across the rooftops, heading straight for him. He quickly leaped down, hoping she merely intended to pass by. Yet, it was clear he was mistaken as she landed directly before him. Jiang Hanshi sheathed her chilling sword, her tone significantly softer than usual, her voice tinged with weakness. Take me away. Engaged in a battle against a higher realm, she had already employed countless secret techniques. Her current spiritual power could only sustain her escape beyond the city limits. Once her energy was depleted, she would be nothing but a lamb awaiting slaughter. At this moment, she faced two choices. The first was to unveil her final trump card, annihilating the entire city to eliminate future threats, though it would likely leave her gravely injured and hinder her future tribulations. The second option, which had only just emerged, presented itself upon seeing Wang Feng. Naturally, this led to a newfound possibility. How can I carry you, fairy sister? Wang Feng glanced up at the city lord, who was watching them intently, then back at Jiang Hanshi. Don't concern yourself with him. If he dares approach, I have my ways to handle it. All right. Wang Feng swiftly scooped up Jiang Hanshi, employing the fastest technique he could muster as they dashed toward the city's edge. Jiang Hanshi trembled noticeably in his arms, and a playful smirk crossed Wang Feng's lips. I have you now. Let's see how you can retaliate. He was certain Jiang Hanshi wouldn't harm him. If she did, she would be unable to escape the middle-aged city lord's grasp. Use my back. Jiang Hanshi struggled to articulate. Wang Feng tightened his hold, relishing the softness of the beauty in his embrace, which only spurred him to run faster. I can't. I have a blade on my back, and carrying you this way will hinder my speed. Please, don't move. I want tea. I assure you, you want tea. Ignoring her protests, Wang Feng continued to hold her in a princess carry, sprinting ahead. The city lord, pursuing relentlessly from above, dared not descend. If you continue to chase, I may have to unleash my ultimate attack. Wang Feng shouted to the sky, but the city lord remained unconvinced, trailing them without relent. As they neared the city's exit, the city lord finally prepared to strike, unleashing a virtual green palm print aimed directly at them. Fairy sister, hurry. You said you could handle this. Wang Feng gazed at the unconscious Jiang Hanshi in his arms, aware that she had not yet exhausted her abilities. After I use it, take me away. You must not do anything else to me. Jiang Hanshi instructed earnestly, prompting Wang Feng to nod in agreement before gently setting her down. Destruction of the sacred seal. Die. With a swift gesture, Jiang Hanshi ascended into the air, a jade seal materializing from her brow, radiating a blood-red hue. It rapidly expanded and, in an instant, surged toward the middle-aged city lord soaring in the sky. Wang Feng's astonishment was palpable. This was a sacred artifact, a protective talisman, second only to imperial treasures. He now understood why he could not shatter the seal atop Jiang Hanshi's head. Though its full power was not unleashed, it was formidable enough. The city lord finally felt fear, but it was too late. Escape was no longer an option. Before he could flee, Wang Feng mocked him. I told you to stop chasing. Now you've chased yourself to death. Ha ha. The destruction of the sacred seal shattered the ethereal green hand in midair, its might unabated as it bore down upon the middle-aged lord. No. With a horrified scream, the city lord was obliterated into a mist of blood, which fell from his mouth. Yet, the sacred artifact remained untouched by even a drop of blood, gracefully returning to Jiang Hanshi's brow. Truly, she was like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Wang Feng marveled as Jiang Hanshi, adorned in a flowing white dress, descended rapidly from above. He hurried forward, leaping to embrace her. In the terrified gazes of those in the city, he departed with effortless grace. Chapter 24. Am I a pervert? Cradling the beautiful figure in his arms, Wang Feng dashed to a secluded wilderness, gently leaning the unconscious Jiang Hanshi against a tree. Encountering you surely brings misfortune. He lightly tapped her porcelain forehead and rummaged through a nearby bundle, deliberately ignoring the aphrodisiac to inspect the soft bone elixir lying quietly within. If Wang Feng dared to administer a drug to Jiang Hanshi, he was certain that her first reaction upon awakening would not be anything intimate, but rather a series of exclamations. Enough of that. I want to feed it to you. He picked up a piece of black silk, comparing it to Jiang Hanshi's white dress. It appears custom-made. He mused, addressing the system. Is this specifically tailored for Jiang Hanshi? Wang Feng found himself at a loss for words. Was it mere coincidence to have custom-made stockings? Yet, he found himself liking it. a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he slowly reached toward Jiang Hanshi. The crackling of the fire broke the stillness of the night, bringing a touch of warmth. Wang Feng sat by the fire, softly singing to himself. Jiang Hanshi, leaning against the tree, stirred her fingers and, upon opening her eyes, saw the foolish boy's silhouette. Coughing lightly, she emitted a sound that was predominantly passive with a hint of assertiveness. Awake? There's no water here. Make do with this. Wang Feng produced a sweet ice cream cone from the system's store, presenting it to Jiang Hanshi. In the shopping system, aside from certain unique items that can only be purchased once, most can be bought in unlimited quantities, but they will vanish the next day. What could this be? Jiang Hanshi did not respond, but gazed at the ice cream that emitted a gentle chill. Delicious. What are you afraid of? Are you worried I'll slip something into it? Wang Feng shook the ice cream in his hand, urging Jiang Hanshi to take it. Yet, she did not accept it. Instead, she scrutinized Wang Feng. You truly want to eat it? There's no water here, Wang Feng remarked, astonished, and after a moment of silence. He noticed Jiang Hanshi remained unmoved. Can you not move? He leaned closer to Jiang Hanshi, discovering that she did not shy away, seemingly confirming his suspicion. You are forcibly using that magical artifact. I thought you had complete control over it. Wang Feng sought to alleviate the awkwardness by casually initiating a conversation. I could before. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Hangzi leaned against the tree and spoke coldly, feeling her throat itch, prompting another round of coughs. So, that means you can't now. Wang Feng took a bite of the ice cream, realizing it would melt if he delayed further. I'm sorry, Jiang Hanshi uttered, leaving Wang Feng momentarily bewildered. How could this woman express an apology? Sorry for what? Wang Feng was equally perplexed, wondering why Jiang Hanshi would apologize without cause. I interrupted your journey. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, her pale face tinged with remorse as she spoke. It's nothing. Come, have one. Wang Feng produced another ice cream, deepening Jiang Hanshi's curiosity. Does he possess a storage bag? Yet, why had she not noticed it? I want to eat. Cough, cough, cough. Observing Jiang Hanshi's feeble hands resting on her abdomen, Wang Feng felt a surge of amusement. She was such a show-off, overly concerned with appearances. Really, you want to eat? I want tea. Are you truly not eating? I am really not eating, Jiang Hanshi replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Wang Feng's mischievous expression. How could she eat if she couldn't move? Oh, I forgot, you can't move. Wang Feng pretended to remember, though he had long since devised a plan. Open your mouth. Ah, he said, bringing the cone of ice cream closer to Jiang Hanshi's lips, mimicking a baby-feeding gesture as he opened his own mouth wide. I want to eat. Jiang Hanshi's tone had grown a shade colder. This foolish boy was far too presumptuous. Don't be shy. Just admit we're practically family. If we're not family, we're closer than that. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Feng said earnestly, looking into Jiang Hanshi's eyes. I truly don't want to eat. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Hanshi maintained her frosty demeanor, occasionally succumbing to coughs. Wang Feng grew irritated. This was intolerable. When a woman says no, she really means yes. Moreover, given her current state, if she didn't consume something hydrating soon, she might well cough herself into oblivion. He pressed the ice cream against her lips, and in an instant, her delicate mouth was graced with the cold treat. Yet, she still refused to open up, awkwardly turning her head away. So stubborn. Wang Feng redirected the ice cream toward her averted face, but she merely shifted to the other side. The ice cream was about to melt. Wang Feng gazed at the ice cream in his hand, which had begun to melt ever so slightly. With a resigned sigh, he took a bite. Jiang Hanshi observed him, her icy eyes flickering with a hint of anger. Yet her ears flushed so crimson that they seemed almost ready to emit steam. The sight of this endearing moment brought an involuntary smile to Wang Feng's lips. To me, a person devoid of cultivation is merely a charming little sister from next door. She continues to play the role of a feisty kitten, as if her teeth could inflict harm. Seeing Wang Feng still laughing, Jiang Hanshi felt a surge of indignation. How could he be so unreasonable? To touch something she intended to eat first with his lips? With her cool, sticky lips, she couldn't help but lightly nibble on them, marveling at the delightful sensation, sweet and refreshing. Perhaps it was rather delectable? Wang Feng noticed her action and, with a broad grin, quietly watched her, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The intensity of his gaze left Jiang Hanshi feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, she had promised herself not to indulge. Your ears are red, Wang Feng exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a wondrous discovery. No, they're not, Jiang Hanshi retorted instantly, perplexed at how she could be unaware of her own flushed cheeks. "I'm just teasing you," Wang Feng said, well aware of her pride, and chuckled. His playful demeanor tempted Jiang Hanqi to rise and deliver a slap to him. Little did she know, her ears were as red as if they had been scalded by hot water, rendering her utterly adorable, though she remained oblivious to this fact. Wang Feng found it thoroughly amusing to tease her. He had her completely under his thumb in their banter. However, he realized it was best to provoke her during her weaker moments or when her cultivation was entirely suppressed. Otherwise, he risked being struck hard enough to cough up blood. "Isn't the ice cream delicious?" Wang Feng jested, retrieving another ice cream to tease Jiang Hanqi further. This time, Jiang Hanqi chose silence. The treat was indeed delightful. Yet, for the sake of her pride, she resolved not to indulge, and she was also unaccustomed to being fed. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Hanqi instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth to stifle a cough, but in that moment, she remembered her current incapacitated state. Thankfully, she had encountered this foolish boy. Otherwise, she would have been a true lamb to the slaughter, vulnerable to the intentions of those with nefarious designs. "You are too stubborn." "I don't like that," Wang Feng remarked, pouting as he held the ice cream before Jiang Hanqi. "If you don't eat, I will feed you myself," he teased, making a mock gesture that only deepened the frost in Jiang Hanqi's expression, as if she had sprouted several dark lines upon her forehead. Cough, cough, cough. Despite her best efforts to suppress the urge to cough, she could not resist the itch in her throat. Look, open your mouth quickly, once you feel better." "I will take my leave," Wang Feng urged, bringing the ice cream closer, his face inching nearer to hers as if to imply that if she did not eat, he would personally feed her. In that moment, seeing his face so close, Jiang Hanqi finally relented. If she were not incapacitated, she would have delivered a resounding slap to the foolish boy before her, causing him to spew blood and learn a valuable lesson. Observing Jiang Hanqi as she savored her ice cream, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling a flicker of accomplishment within his heart. "Am I not a bit twisted?" This thought suddenly arose in Wang Feng's mind after his moment of delight, as only a psychological deviant would behave as he did. Chapter 25. Preparing myself mentally watching Jiang Hanqi delicately nibble on her ice cream, Wang Feng felt a sudden urge for more. He bought another cone, feeding Jiang Hanqi while enjoying one for himself. "This is delicious. You should try the cone too. It will fill you up," he observed as Jiang Hanqi had devoured the ice cream atop her cone. In a few large bites, he stuffed the remnants of his cone into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he stammered, urging her to eat the cone as well. "Do you want more?" "No." Once Jiang Hanqi finished, Wang Feng clapped his hands and resumed adding firewood to the blaze. He took a clean leaf from the ground to wipe his mouth. "Let me help you, otherwise, your mouth will feel sticky later." Wang Feng picked up another clean leaf and began to wipe Jiang Hanqi's mouth. Despite her frantic attempts to turn away, she could not evade his mischievous hand. "Sleep now, I will keep watch," Wang Feng said while tending to the crackling fire. Jiang Hanqi did not say much. She was unable to even recover her spiritual energy. This was the consequence of forcibly using a treasure beyond her cultivation level. "Why does it feel as if my legs are bound by something? Is it the after effect of using the sacred artifact?" Jiang Hanqi glanced at her white dress. She could not see her legs underneath. Resigned, she thought it absurd to ask the foolish boy to lift her skirt. It was likely as she surmised. Though this foolish boy could be a bit mischievous, he would not do anything overly inappropriate. Jiang Hanqi regarded Wang Feng, who was adding wood to the fire and smiling at her. She did not expect him to have changed into new clothes, appearing much more handsome than in the village. The soft crackle of sparks danced in her ears, and soon Jiang Hanqi drifted into slumber. Wang Feng gently tended to the warm fire, and in its glow, Jiang Hanqi's face appeared even more beautiful. "In this ninth life, it seems we are still bound together. What is it that allows me to encounter you with such precision in every lifetime?" Wang Feng gazed at Jiang Hanqi's exquisite face, pondering this perplexing question. In this life, should he meet his demise, it would be final. However, he had grown accustomed to death, while he wished to live. The fear of death had diminished significantly after 8 lifetimes. As he tended to the crackling fire, Wang Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. The next morning, he hoisted the soft and feeble Jiang Hanqi onto his back, using his long sword as a makeshift cane, and extinguished the fire before him. Wang Feng carried Jiang Hanqi on his back, a bundle secured to his chest, the hilt of a long, straight sword rhythmically striking the ground with each step. He continued to search for a place to rest. "Fairy sister, How much longer until you recover? He inquired, leaning on the sword as he walked, hoping for a precise timeline to plan his escape. As for their bathing concerns, once they reached the gathering spirit realm, dust would hardly cling to their skin, at most. Their clothes would merely become soiled. Are you calling me fairy sister again? Jiang Hanshi felt a bit uncomfortable being so closely carried by Wang Feng. She had never been in such proximity to any man before. Suddenly, she recalled a certain emperor. If given the chance, she would relish the opportunity to slay him once more, not merely to kill, but to subject him to death by 1,000 cuts. However, for now, she had no choice but to rely on this young man. Was she to depend on the corpse residing in her divine sea space? Strangely, this foolish boy bore a striking resemblance to that deceased figure, differing only in facial shape. The one carrying her was considerably more handsome than the lifeless body. If only Jiang Hanshi could peel away the skin from the face of that corpse, she would uncover all the answers. Hey, I was merely ensuring you stay hydrated. All for you, fairy sister, Wang Feng chuckled, scratching his head in a goofy manner. In no less than 7 days, or at most 30, Jiang Hanshi responded to his question, feeling a touch of embarrassment. She would have to rely on this man for her care in the coming days. When you are close to recovery, do let me know, so I can prepare myself. All right. Wang Feng felt reassured and continued on his journey, with Jiang Hanshi on his back. Carrying a frail beauty slowed his pace considerably. After a long search, they found no other city nearby aside from the desolate city without a lord. It seems we must spend another night out in the wilderness, he lamented. Finally settling by a small river with Jiang Hanshi still on his back. Can you retrieve your cold sword for self-defense? He asked. No, I forcibly used that jade seal. Now I cannot even access my divine sea space. Wang Feng was concerned that while he fished, someone might approach and abduct Jiang Hanshi. That would be a tremendous loss. A delicate and stunning woman like her was desirable to anyone, including him, especially as she was his target of pursuit. Unable to kill her, he was left with no option but to win her over. Wang Feng had watched countless dramas in his life, and the one he despised most was titled demonic carving, where a beautiful woman was stolen from her home due to lack of supervision. He carried Jiang Hanshi to the nearest spot by the river, found a tree for her to lean against, and fetched some water to offer her. If anything happens, just shout. I'll catch some fish for us to eat. All right. Jiang Hanshi was surprised by this foolish boy's vigilance. It seemed he was not as hopelessly naive as she anticipated. In the presence of Jiang Hanshi, Wang Feng, unashamed, began to loosen his garments. He removed his blue robe, prompting Jiang Hanshi to hastily turn her face away. She retracted her previous words, realizing that this foolish boy was irredeemably naive in certain aspects, who would strip completely in front of others, especially before a woman. With a splash, Wang Feng, now clad only in a pair of flamboyant shorts, plunged into the water wielding a long straight sword. As he opened his eyes, the water appeared somewhat murky, compelling him to channel his spiritual energy to enhance his perception. Gradually, he stilled himself, consciously disregarding the little fish around him. Now was the moment. Wang Feng sensed a large fish swimming past him. Swiftly, he plunged the blade of his sword into the belly of the fish, piercing through with astonishing speed. The resistance of the water felt negligible against his empowered arm. With another splash, he emerged from the water, triumphantly brandishing the sword with a large green fish impaled on its tip, and called out to Jiang Hanshi, "Fairy sister, I've caught a fish. Dinner is secured." As he swam towards the shore, Jiang Hanshi instinctively turned her face away, her cheeks tinged with a blush, for she had never witnessed a man stripped down to mere undergarments. "Fairy sister, I am wearing shorts," Wang Feng declared, playfully flicking the flamboyant fabric that adorned his lower half. Though it could be considered shorts, they were simply shorter than what one would typically expect. "Quickly don your full attire," Jiang Hanshi instructed, still averting her gaze. Wang Feng complied and donned his blue robe once more. Once the rustling of fabric ceased, Jiang Hanshi turned back. Wang Feng then found 2 pieces of dry wood and, using the tip of his sword, began the arduous task of creating fire through friction. "Oh, if only Daha were here," he mused. Chapter 26. Are you not hungry? While engaged in the laborious endeavor of firemaking, Wang Feng found himself thinking of Daha, specifically yearning for his steel claws. Jiang Hanshi, perplexed by the antics of this foolish boy, watched as he diligently drilled into a piece of wood with a sharpened stick. Wang Feng persisted for over an hour without pause. After 49 minutes of tireless effort, he finally succeeded. Observing smoke rising, he quickly transferred the small spark into a pile of dry grass and gently blew on it. Fairy sister, look! Wang Feng exclaimed, waving the flaming grass in front of Jiang Hanqi with a beaming smile. Her eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that this foolish boy could conjure fire with merely a stick and a piece of wood, though it seemed rather time-consuming. Once the fire was established, Wang Feng retreated behind a tree to change into another pair of flamboyant shorts, for the damp ones he had worn in the water felt quite uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me like that, fairy sister?" he inquired as he emerged from behind the tree, only to find Jiang Hanqi regarding him with a peculiar expression. It left him utterly bewildered. As he approached his belongings, the reason for her odd gaze became clear to him. To everyone's astonishment, the package that was meant to remain sealed had inexplicably opened. How it came to be unwrapped is a mystery. Regardless, the aphrodisiacs inside were fully visible to Jiang Hanqi. With a chuckle, Wang Feng quipped that he had discovered it, but would she believe him? Hastily, he wrapped the parcel back up, pondering that his favorability in her eyes must have diminished significantly. He regretted not discarding that troublesome item earlier, as it had been a nuisance to carry. Yet, it was derived from the source point, and he felt a pang of reluctance. After all, it could still serve to wreak havoc upon others in the future. Additionally, it could be reclaimed once the storage space was opened. Surprisingly, Jiang Hanqi merely acknowledged with a nonchalant "hm." Wang Feng remained oblivious to her true thoughts. It was as if they both chose to act as if the incident had never transpired, with Jiang Hanqi silent. Meanwhile, Wang Feng roasted fish by the warm glow of the fire, creating a curious atmosphere between the two, reminiscent of a couple of exceptional talents. "Eat," he urged. "I'm not hungry," she replied. Wang Feng presented the cooked fish to her lips, but clearly, she was beginning to doubt him. "Fairy sister, those items are of no use to you," he reassured, yet with every word, her expression grew colder. Who could say if he had secretly added something to the fish? "Why do you carry those aphrodisiacs? Are you intent on poisoning someone?" Jiang Hanqi's demeanor turned frosty. After all, there was no way he would use them to harm a man, right? "Before me stands a fairy. Why would I need to poison anyone?" Realizing he had misspoken, Wang Feng quickly fell silent. Was he not being foolish? First, he had revealed the aphrodisiacs, then implied he might use them against her. "Just eat. I'm not hungry," Jiang Hanqi said, her tone softening as she contemplated their current predicament. She genuinely feared that this foolish boy might harbor ulterior motives. "Are you really not going to eat?" Wang Feng inquired, a hint of disbelief in his expression. Just then, a loud growl emanated from Jiang Hanqi's stomach, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. She quietly closed her eyes, wishing to vanish along with the sound. Wang Feng leaned in closer, almost whispering in her ear, his breath warm against her skin. "Are you truly not hungry?" Feeling the warmth brush against her, Jiang Hanqi instinctively turned her head away. "Don't come near me," she exclaimed, maintaining a calm tone. But a flicker of anxiety glimmered in her eyes. Surely, this foolish boy wouldn't dare to make a move on her. "If you want to eat, then I might just have to take matters into my own hands," Wang Feng jested, undeterred, his laugh replacing any sense of seriousness. "Fairy sister, look at you now. Would I really need to use aphrodisiacs? Wouldn't it be even more thrilling if I were to be direct?" Suddenly, his expression shifted as he stood up, holding the roasted fish with utmost seriousness. It appeared that Jiang Hanqi's mind finally connected the dots. In her current state, did he truly require any aphrodisiacs at all? Jiang Hanqi could not help but recall the scene where Wang Feng tore her clothes apart right in front of her. Despite her frantic struggles, her inability to move rendered her efforts futile. "Well, since you do not believe me, I cannot force you. Once you have recuperated, I shall take my leave," Wang Feng said, turning away with the roasted fish in hand, his expression forlorn, nearly on the verge of tears, akin to a child abandoned by a disbelieving adult. "I will eat." Jiang Hanqi's melodious voice drifted from behind him, albeit now softer than before, lacking the icy coldness it once held. Wang Feng's heart raced at the unexpected warmth in her tone. It was a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "Fairy sister, do you believe me now?" he asked, his face lighting up with joy, reminiscent of a child receiving validation from an adult. Jiang Hanqi replied, her voice still faint, as if she were a delicate beauty forced into submission. Yet, she truly felt quite powerless at that moment. Wow, what could she have been thinking just now? Why has her tone transformed so? Wang Feng mused, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest if he heard another word from her. Jiang Hanqi had indeed altered her attitude, resembling a fragile fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. Wang Feng squatted down and offered the still warm roasted fish to her lips. Jiang Hanqi hesitated before taking small bites. Witnessing her finally eat, a flicker of accomplishment ignited within Wang Feng, a sense of triumph in his conquest. He found it somewhat unsettling that he felt a sense of achievement in such a scenario. Alas, the fish lacked salt and spices, he thought, mumbling as he fed Jiang Hanqi, lamenting how much better it could have been with seasoning. "I'm full," she stated. "Why didn't you finish it all?" Wang Feng inquired, raising the half-eaten fish in confusion. "Is your stomach so small that you only managed to eat one side?" "I'm full," Jiang Hanqi softly repeated, her eyes gently closing. "Oh, well then." Wang Feng began to eat the other half, initially expecting reprimands from her. Yet silence enveloped the air as he finished. Has she fallen asleep? He wondered, glancing to find her eyes shut, having unknowingly shifted into a more comfortable position. He adjusted her slightly and turned back to tend to the fire. Wang Feng discarded the fish bones, wiping the knife against a nearby tree before settling down to meditate. Upon reaching the gathering spirit realm, he knew his capabilities would enhance significantly. Hunger, too, was a factor, which is why he had no intention of diving back into the water to catch more fish. He could make do with the remaining morsels. Ding! Awaken Jiang Hanqi from her slumber. Reward, 50 source points. Wang Feng. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, at that very moment, Jiang Hanqi and Han Jian were struggling to withstand the oppressive force of the jade-hued seal within the Sea of Gods. The forced utilization of the sacred artifact abruptly yanked her from her slumber into the depths of her divine sea. This was not her fated weapon. Rather, this sacred emblem was something she had acquired by mere chance. At best, it could be regarded as a tool. Now, having recklessly employed the Annihilation's sacred emblem despite her limited cultivation, she naturally faced a backlash. The cold sword, as a sealed imperial weapon, was already remarkable in its ability to contend against an unsealed sacred artifact. Were the cold sword unsealed, it could effortlessly shatter the emblem in an instant. However, should the cold sword remain unsealed, its mere emergence would likely overwhelm countless foes with its formidable presence. These represent two extremes. Without ascension to an imperial weapon, all else is deemed worthless. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Wang Feng, from his first to his ninth life, had no weapon to wield and had grown accustomed to relying solely on his fists. "Hey, wake up!" Unable to resist the allure of the primordial essence, Wang Feng gently patted Jiang Hanqi's cheek and called out several times. Presently, Jiang Hanqi was entirely at his mercy, whether he roused her from her deep slumber or not. She was powerless to counter his actions. "Oh dear, she is really out cold." Wang Feng continued to tap her forehead a few more times, yet she remained unresponsive. At that moment, Wang Feng surmised that this task would undoubtedly be more intricate than anticipated. It seemed he would need to provoke her. He pinched Jiang Hanqi's nose and slapped her cheek again, wrapping her forehead as if trying to operate a malfunctioning television displaying shimmering snowflakes. What a foolish child. The miniature embodiment of Jiang Hanqi's consciousness within the divine sea muttered in irritation. She could sense all of Wang Feng's actions from her divine sea realm. Just then, as the Annihilation's sacred emblem loomed threateningly above her, Jiang Hanqi disregarded the discomfort it caused her visage. With her consciousness solidified, she thrust her sword against it. Although she was initially unable to manifest her consciousness within this divine sea, the Annihilation's sacred emblem had forcibly drawn her into its embrace. In a way, the emblem inadvertently aided Jiang Hanqi, allowing her to reclaim the cold sword from the divine sea, assuming she could withstand the emblem's current backlash. As Jiang Hanqi confronted the Annihilation's sacred emblem colliding with her sword, a surge of bloodlight clashed against a glimmering chill. Suddenly, she felt an itch beneath her feet. Cursing the foolish boy outside in her heart, she intensified her resistance against the jade blood-colored seal before her. Damn it! With a flick of her hand, a lifeless corpse emerged from the depths of her divine sea, eyes closed. The corpse lifted its right hand and struck down at the jade seal. Bang! The impact reverberated through Jiang Hanqi's divine sea, causing it to tremble violently. Consequently, the manifestation of her consciousness dimmed significantly as she struggled to control the corpse. Nonetheless, the jade seal was momentarily subdued, its vibrant bloodlight dispersed, retreating like a pitiful creature to a corner of the divine sea, too timid to stir further. Outside, Wang Feng noticed a slight movement from Jiang Hanqi's body and hurriedly slipped her shoes back on, ensuring that the fine goods upon her legs would not be discovered. Awake? I thought you were unconscious, Wang Feng said with a serious expression, pretending that if Jiang Hanshi had truly been unaware in the divine sea, he had merely sought to awaken her. You. Jiang Hanshi let out an exasperated huff, yet the words she wished to scold him with lingered unspoken in her throat. For the time being, she had to rely on him. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Sister Fairy, what is wrong with me? Wang Feng gazed at Jiang Hanshi with an innocent expression, as if her rebuke had left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. It's nothing. Jiang Hanshi appeared to deflate, closing her eyes and choosing to ignore Wang Feng. Ding. The task of awakening Jiang Hanshi from her slumber has been completed. Reward, 50 source points. Chapter 27. The Awakening of Jiang Hangzi. Hee ha. Observing Jiang Hangzi's predicament, Wang Feng could scarcely contain his laughter. Not only was there a reward to be claimed, but it was also quite amusing. Time slipped away swiftly. On the morning of the 30th day, Wang Feng leaned against a tree, perusing his character panel. Wang Feng Cultivation Realm. 9th layer of Spirit Gathering Technique. Chaotic Overlord Body Technique items. Yellow grade Intermediate Long Straight Sword. Low grade Spirit Condensing Pill. Inferior Soft Bone Pill. Flower Patterned Underwear. Inferior Heavenly Flower Spring Powder. Source points. 425 overall rating. Average. At last, Wang Feng had shed the chicken label, and the items listed were those within his storage space. Over the past month, he had utilized the source points earned from tasks to unlock 3 cubic meters of storage space, expending a total of 300 source points. Today marks the day of my ascension to the Spirit Binding Realm. Wang Feng retrieved a low-grade Spirit Condensing Pill from his storage space. While its presence was not strictly necessary, consuming it would facilitate a smoother breakthrough. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the pill into his mouth, and soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge. Jiang Hanshi, still in a meditative state, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her. Noticing that Wang Feng was on the verge of a breakthrough, she refrained from interrupting him and observed quietly. Strangely, she could not discern which realm Wang Feng was breaking through, leaving her puzzled. With a resounding crack, Wang Feng sat cross-legged for about an hour, and a crisp sound echoed from within him. The chaotic spiritual energy began to gather in his dantian. This process, wherein spiritual energy is consolidated, is known as the Spirit Binding Realm. Upon reaching this realm, the energy expenditure for flight would not be as burdensome. Wang Feng turned his inner gaze towards his dantian, where spiritual energy surged from all directions. A grayish-white chaotic hue gradually coalesced into a mass that resembled both gas and liquid. His body underwent a transformation, turning a fiery red as if scorched by flames. The blood within him surged, pulsating with a rhythmic sound. Jiang Hanshi, observing from the outside, was taken aback. Was this the dual cultivation of body and technique? She recalled witnessing Wang Feng release spiritual energy before, and now, as his body was being reinforced, it was only natural for her to deduce that he was indeed practicing both body and technique. She thought of the corpse within her divine sea space, also a practitioner of dual cultivation, who had severely injured her shortly after breaking through to the Emperor realm, nearly taking her life. Had he not been so overconfident, he might very well have succeeded. Dual cultivation practitioners can be categorized into 2 types. The first type is exceptionally gifted, having cultivated both techniques and body to a level worthy of being called powerful beings, effortlessly battling beyond their realms. The second type possesses limited potential, their talents simply not up to par, destined to be forever estranged from realms above the 3rd level of the Yuan. One might contemplate relinquishing one aspect in hopes of ascending to the Saint King realm. So, which path will you choose, the former or the latter? Jiang Hanshi gazed at Wang Feng, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, silently wishing for his success in attaining the former. Fairy sister, I have broken through to the gathering spirit realm. Am I impressive? Wang Feng exclaimed joyfully, his eyes alight with excitement as he shared the news with Jiang Hanshi, deliberately withholding the truth of his true level. Jiang Hangzi replied coolly. Undeterred, Wang Feng reveled in the exhilarating sensation of his recent breakthrough, feeling an abundance of untapped energy coursing through him. He glanced at Jiang Hanshi's skirt, pondering whether those black stockings might emit an odor. Surely, she wouldn't suffer from athlete's foot? Unlikely, since he had not detected any unpleasant smells over the past days, and her white skirt was evidently crafted from a special material, remaining pristine even now. He had initially considered teasing her about it. Fairy sister, we haven't bathed in ages. I feel quite filthy, Wang Feng remarked, only to be met with a piercing gaze that could only belong to Jiang Hanqi. This foolish boy even dared to suggest bathing her. A flicker of anger ignited within Jiang Hanqi. This impertinent boy was becoming increasingly presumptuous. Soon, she would regain her mobility, and he would surely face the consequences. You may wash yourself. I am not dirty. She firmly rejected Wang Feng's proposition, for indeed, she was not unclean. Very well then. Jiang Hanqi breathed a sigh of relief. Had he insisted, she would have been at a loss. Splash! Wang Feng dove into a new, pristine stream. They had traversed many miles over the past 30 days. Yet the nearby towns remained conspicuously sparse. He retrieved a fragrant towel from the system's store, infused with a delightful scent, and began to wash. Occasionally, he submerged himself to catch a few fish to bring ashore. Inhaling the mysterious fragrance of the towel, Wang Feng felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He wondered whether his standing in Jiang Hanqi's eyes had improved or diminished during these days. What did it matter? He would take advantage of her current weakness while he could. After all, he sought his own enjoyment first, caring little for her opinion. Life is fleeting, and one must indulge in merriment while pursuing cultivation. With the system backing him, he harbored no fear of stagnation in his training. Wang Feng placed the towel back into his 3 cubic meter storage space and retrieved a new one, wetting it and wringing it out. Climbing ashore, Wang Feng donned a pair of brightly patterned shorts and swam back to the bank. Once dressed, he approached Jiang Hanqi, towel in hand. Allow me to wipe your arms and face. I want to touch your body. Unnecessary. Jiang Hanqi attempted to evade him, yet found herself powerless as his hand drew ever closer. Wang Feng folded the towel into a square and lifted it toward her delicate, fair arms. One cannot help but remark on how fair, tender, and delightful to the touch that arm is. Wang Feng reluctantly admitted that he might indeed be slightly perverse. Yet, it mattered little. He was no paragon of virtue. However, he did not overstep his bounds to the extent of intruding upon her. Such actions could only be taken while she was in a stupor. Now was not the time. The cold towel glided over Jiang Hanqi's body, and she remained silent, acutely aware that no amount of admonishment would dissuade this foolish boy. Over the past month, her emotions had oscillated more dramatically than in the entirety of her existence. Panic, fury, frustration, remorse, discomfort, speechlessness, weakness, impotence, futile resistance, and a fleeting flicker of joy. Yet, when the towel approached her face, Jiang Hanqi felt compelled to intervene. She managed to lift her hand, though the effort appeared taxing. Fairy sister, you can move. Wang Feng exclaimed with a teasing tone, internally lamenting that his playful escapade was drawing to a close. What loomed ahead was a flight for his life. Jiang Hanqi, struggling, grasped Wang Feng's arm and, with a frosty demeanor, coldly stated, I told you, I do not require it. The surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce, a sign of Jiang Hanqi's recovery. Fairy sister, since you are recovering, I shall take my leave. The fish are yours to enjoy. Farewell. Wang Feng retreated swiftly, watching as Jiang Hanqi slowly rose to her feet before he turned and fled. Although he had reached the spirit realm, he dared not confront her, especially not with her formidable weaponry, nor could he fathom the extent of her hidden strengths. Why are you running? Jiang Hanqi called out in exasperation, observing the retreating silhouette of Wang Feng. This foolish boy had not behaved like this while teasing her. Wang Feng disregarded her, vanishing from her sight in mere moments, leaving her unable to trace his whereabouts. With no other recourse, Jiang Hanqi sat down to stabilize her breath, summoning the cold sword to stand beside her, within easy reach. She remained in meditation until nightfall before finally rising to her feet. Casting a glance around, she took a few steps forward, only to be struck by an unusual discomfort in her legs. As she walked a few more paces, the sensations in her legs felt markedly different from her previous experiences. Lifting her skirt, she discovered 2 strands of black silk encasing her legs, extending down to her feet. Instantly, the air around her grew noticeably cooler, a chill emanating from the intangible aura she radiated. Jiang Hanqi removed her shoes and discarded the black silk. Had Wang Feng been present, he would likely have suffered another nosebleed. Gazing at the warm strands of silk in her hand, she pondered their mysterious material, which, after more than 30 days of wear, bore no odor, instead retaining the fragrance of Jiang Hanqi herself. Wang Feng, she exclaimed through clenched teeth, finally voicing his name in frustration. She had come to understand why that foolish boy had fled with such haste. Looking at the garments in her hand, Jiang Hanqi contemplated her next move. Finally, He tucked the black silk into the divine sea space and swiftly departed from the spot on his cold sword. Chapter 28. If mistaken, apologize. Panting heavily, Wang Feng chuckled to himself. Jiang Hanshi must have discovered what was on her legs by now. As for why a person in the spirit-binding realm was drenched in sweat, it was purely from fright, an exhilarating yet terrifying sensation that left him in a cold sweat. She must have discarded the black silk, right? Alas, what a pity. He longed to see her saunter around wearing it. Such a loss for those 2 pieces of silk. One could only wonder if they might emit an odor. Be assured, host, the system guarantees quality. The black silk will only become more fragrant, never foul. Even if worn for 1,000,000 years, as long as it remains intact, it shall not stink. Oh, this wretched system, why reveal this only now? If I had known sooner, I would have snatched them off her. Wang Feng cursed at the system in his mind, and an idea sparked within him. Perhaps he should return now to take a look? Surely, she must have discarded them. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. It felt rather perverse. And there was a possibility of encountering Jiang Hanshi. Suddenly, he heard a series of familiar barks. Instantly, a dog with intelligent eyes appeared in his mind's eye. Haughty, don't let it escape. Accompanying the barks were sounds of explosions and shouts. Wang Feng then noticed the foolish dog, the husky, racing towards him, grinning upon spotting him. Woof, woof. The husky barked excitedly at Wang Feng from a distance. With a swift maneuver, the dog skidded to a stop before him, leaping up and kneeling at his feet. Woof, woof. Wang Feng observed the approaching figures and the husky at his feet. It seemed the silly dog was pleading for his assistance. Haughty, it's only been a few dozen days. How have you ended up like this? Wang Feng gently patted the husky's forehead. Leaving without a trace of nostalgia, he was now being chased back. Release that wolf king. It is coveted by our young sect master. A group of individuals clad in azure attire strode towards him, halting nearby to shout. Do you call this a wolf king? Wang Feng pointed at the daft-looking husky. Woof, woof. The husky stood, baring its teeth at the group, yet gradually inched behind Wang Feng. Displaying a stark contrast to its earlier demeanor upon seeing him, it appeared to harbor a strong disdain for these people. And this is my pet. Just because your young sect master has taken a liking to it, does it become yours? Wang Feng scoffed, resolute in protecting his haughty. After reincarnating 9 times, he had finally encountered a breed that felt particularly familiar. Ha! In this vicinity, everything belongs to our sect. You would do well to comply, or we shall leave you with nothing but a corpse. One individual appeared to find Wang Feng's words exceedingly amusing, bursting into hearty laughter. Listening to their malicious remarks, Wang Feng understood that negotiation was futile, surrender meant a merciful death, while resistance would lead to utter annihilation. I'm fed up with this. Wang Feng suddenly erupted into action, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated one man's head before they could even react. The headless corpse collapsed, completely unprepared for the onslaught. Father, we were wrong. The remaining 3 immediately knelt, fervently bowing their heads in apology. It's too late for apologies. Wang Feng raised his fist once more, and with a resounding thud, another man's skull was punctured. The 2 remaining adversaries, realizing that Wang Feng intended to show no mercy, drew their swords and charged at him. TCH, what arrogance from mere cultivators at the first level of the spirit-gathering realm. Wang Feng regarded them with utter disdain. Even a cultivator at the spirit connection realm would not dare to be so brazen. Woof woof. The dog, with its round, bulging eyes, stood up to witness the spectacle, barking a few times before awkwardly settling back down. With a swift kick, Wang Feng shattered one man's knee and viciously grasped his head. With a sickening crunch, the skull exploded in his grip. Wang Feng's 9 lives had not been lived in vain. One must be ruthless to survive in the realm of cultivation. How else could he have reached the Emperor realm in his 8th life? You kill us, and I shall kill you. The final man's threat was abruptly silenced as Wang Feng's fist caved in his chest, sending him crashing far away, ultimately colliding with a tree and expiring. Shaking off the remnants of the fray, Wang Feng retrieved a damp towel from his storage space, which maintained a suspended state of time but could not contain living beings. After discarding the towel, he began to search the bodies of the 4 men. 2 possessed swords, but they were of the most inferior quality, lacking any significant grade. Upon examination, it became clear that these 4 were mere lowly cultivators, devoid of even the most basic storage bags, carrying only a few scattered spirit stones. As for the disposal of the bodies, nature would take care of that. as wild beasts would come to collect them. "Hey you. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble. Don't you think you should show a little gratitude?" Wang Feng approached the foolish dog, affectionately stroking its head. The dog trembled, its round eyes fixated on Wang Feng's hand, paralyzed with fear at the memory of the brutal scene it had just witnessed. "What are you afraid of? Surely, I wouldn't crush your skull." Wang Feng tapped the dog's head a few times, bemused by its sheer foolishness. To his surprise, the dim-witted creature produced a small, translucent white jade vial from its mouth. "System, what is this?" Wang Feng picked it up for inspection, noting that it resembled a medicinal pill. Upon detection, it was revealed that this was an inferior-grade bone-refining pill. An inferior-grade bone-refining pill, indeed, Wang Feng remarked, patting the head of the clumsy dog, which, startled, became paralyzed with fear, its limbs trembling uncontrollably. "Where are your pack of wolfish companions?" Wang Feng pondered, perplexed as to why only this foolish dog was being pursued. For wolves typically operate in packs. Woof, woof, woof. The dog growled fiercely at this point, and Wang Feng surmised its meaning. Presumably, it had fled just like last time. Indeed, this pack of wolves was rather cowardly. "Let us go. Let us go." Wang Feng leaped onto the dog's back, grasping its ears and giving its rear a gentle smack. The dog bolted forward, eager to escape the unsettling presence of death nearby. It was not fear that propelled him, but rather an aversion to the lifeless bodies that made him uneasy. As Wang Feng rode away on the dog, another group of individuals arrived shortly thereafter. Unlike the deceased clad in green garments, this new assembly was adorned in purple, comprised entirely of women. How did the Qingxian sect's members meet their demise here? 5 elegant women in purple attire furrowed their brows as they surveyed the gruesome scene before them. "This individual is ruthless. One must not offend him lightly. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts in the coming days," one of the apparent leaders among the purple-clad women advised, visibly disturbed by the horrific sight of the fallen. "Boldly, the Ziling sect has slain members of our sect. What punishment shall they face?" Another declared. "It must be a matter of extermination. I shall return promptly to report to the sect master." The 5 women in purple gazed at 2 figures approaching, engaged in banter, accompanied by a throng of followers. A muttered curse escaped their lips. They were inadvertently bearing the blame for another's transgressions. "Wait. There is still hope for the Ziling sect. We merely need to arrange the marriage of their sect master to me. This way, we become in-laws and may avoid a deadly confrontation." The leading young master obstructed a disciple who was about to depart, presenting an air of optimism for their future. As for the identities of the slain disciples, he cared little. They were merely a handful of individuals, insignificant in the grand scheme. However, he could discern that such brutality was unlikely to have originated from the Ziling sect. Nevertheless, he was relieved, for he had been seeking a means to apply pressure on them. Now, with the deaths of those disciples, they could conveniently shift the blame. "Bah! Begone!" The 5 women in purple no longer paid heed to the pair before them, turning swiftly to flee. Should they linger any longer, they feared they might not escape at all. "Ha ha! In a few days, we shall have your sect master prepare herself for a cleansing." The men dressed in green did not hinder their departure. Instead, they called after them, mocking in their pursuit. "Ah, dear brother, it has been many days since we last met. I have missed you greatly. Come, come, extend your paw." The dog, with its wise, browless gaze, obediently extended its paw. Wang Feng seized it, vigorously scraping it against the blade of his inferior-grade long sword. How fortunate it was to have this dog. He no longer needed to resort to primitive means for fire. After igniting a flame, Wang Feng affectionately stroked the dog's neck and playfully tapped its crown. As Wang Feng tapped the crown of Erhat's head, the latter trembled visibly, indicating that Wang Feng had instilled a considerable psychological shadow upon it. Leaning against the fluffy body of the foolish dog, he found solace not only from the warmth of the fire, but also as if he had acquired a plush cushion, truly a delightful comfort. Refreshing the offerings in today's marketplace, he noted the following items. First, blood of the white tiger, priced at 888 source points. Second, mysterious spirit. After perusing up to the 6th item, Wang Feng finally discovered something of utility, and it was within his means. Sixth, a water flask containing an infinite supply of water, priced at 100 source points. He automatically disregarded several items that were beyond his budget and decided to purchase the infinite water flask. At last, he would no longer fear running out of water. Observing that he still had 325 source points remaining, Wang Feng contemplated saving for a chance at the 1,000 source points prize pool, which held the promise of something purple. He was prepared to test his luck. Time swiftly passed. Arriving at the 7th day, Wang Feng galloped on air ha to the outskirts of a small town. The obstinate dog flatly refused to accompany him into the realm of humans. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Feng delivered a swift kick to its rear, sending it off. Upon entering the town, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere, markedly different from the previous desolation he had encountered. The vibrant calls of vendors filled the air. Candied hawthorn for sale. Delicious candied hawthorn. Steamed buns, freshly baked and fragrant. The enthusiastic shouts of stall owners resonated in Wang Feng's ears, accompanied by the bustling chatter of passers-by. "Boss, I'll take 2 steamed buns," he called out, his mouth watering at the sight of the aromatic buns. However, when he approached, the vendor insisted, "I don't accept this worthless stone, I only take silver." Wang Feng pulled out a small red spirit stone, only to be met with the vendor's ignorance, as he only recognized silver. "Do you realize you've missed a golden opportunity for prosperity?" Wang Feng remarked somewhat eccentrically to the bun vendor, which only served to increase the vendor's disdain for him. "Bah!" The vendor spat disdainfully at the seemingly deranged Wang Feng, waving him away. "Such an attitude." Wang Feng scoffed, clutching his spirit stone as he turned to seek another opportunity, hoping to find someone with discernment. A low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of silver. Had that vendor been wise, he could have traded 2 buns for it, enough to sustain him comfortably among mortals for several lifetimes. Moreover, low-grade spirit stones were also valuable for cultivation. Perhaps, through a stroke of luck, that vendor might have even become a cultivator, had he recognized their worth. "Hey, young man, I sense extraordinary potential in your bones. You must be a prodigy in cultivation." Wang Feng approached a youth of around 17 or 18, hoping to trade for some silver. It seemed that the townsfolk lacked discernment. After visiting several shops and stalls, he received nothing but dismissals regarding his worthless stone. Resolved, he sought out a young individual, hoping to deceive him into exchanging some silver. When something of immense value is presented before the unknowing, it becomes rendered worthless. Wang Feng could only feel exasperated. "Really? Master, please allow me to bow before you." Thud, thud, thud. The youth, halted by Wang Feng, promptly knelt upon the ground, bowing his head several times with fervor. This left Wang Feng utterly bewildered, rooted in place. "You are rather perplexing. Perhaps the path of cultivation is not meant for you. I shall take my leave," he thought, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, and swiftly departed, convinced the boy must be unhinged. "Master, please do not abandon me," the youth cried, pursuing him relentlessly. His peculiar behavior stemmed from a recent divination session he had stumbled into, lured by the promise of it being free. Intrigued, he decided to partake. The fortune teller had uttered a cryptic phrase: "Upon exiting the alley, turn right, and the first individual you encounter who wishes to take you as a disciple is your destined opportunity." His words were enigmatic, and upon glancing sideways, the boy found the alley deserted, prompting him to flee in terror, unsure whether he had encountered a celestial being or a specter. By sheer coincidence, Wang Feng was the first person he encountered who remarked upon his remarkable physique. Was this not a sign to accept him as a disciple? Though Wang Feng appeared youthful, he had heard tales of immortals who could rejuvenate their age. Surely, this man must be one such immortal. And the boy thought it a perfect opportunity to become his apprentice, envisioning the prospect of being cared for by him. "I am not your master, begone," Wang Feng exclaimed, forcefully pushing the boy away from his leg, yet the youth clung on tenaciously. Very well, I shall accept you. Rise, my eager disciple," Wang Feng relented, lifting the boy with a feigned smile. However, the moment he released him, the boy vanished in an instant. "Ah, my master, do not run away. How could you deceive your disciple?" The boy lamented, sobbing as he wiped his tears, calling out after Wang Feng's retreating figure, ultimately left in solitude. "Goodness, that nearly frightened me to death. What a madman," Wang Feng exclaimed, finding his way to another street where he exhaled a sigh of relief, intending to sell a spirit stone, only to encounter yet another eccentric individual. Zhang Hanqi. Raising his gaze, Wang Feng's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. He had come across Zhang Hanqi once more. She was strolling down the street not far off, donning a white hat adorned with a veil. Others might not recognize her, but Wang Feng could identify her at a glance. It was no exaggeration to say that even if she merely trimmed her nails, he would discern them as hers. "Blast it! Just 7 days have passed, and here she is again. Wang Feng turned on his heel and ran, fervently hoping she would not spot him. Fortunately, Jiang Hanqi remained oblivious to his presence, engrossed in examining various trinkets. She thought the items quite delightful, having never played with such toys before. She picked up a rattle drum and gave it a spin. Such exquisite taste. She mused. This would be enjoyable for oneself or for the children at home. And it's quite affordable, merely 5 coins. The stall vendor cheerfully displayed 5 fingers. Jiang Hanqi gently shook her head, placing the rattle drum back down, and turned to leave. The vendor, seeing her disinterest, opted not to press further, perhaps sensing she simply did not fancy it. As Wang Feng fled in a state of disarray, he glanced back while running. In a fleeting moment, he caught sight of her shaking her head and placing down the rattle drum. He mused to himself that it was indeed unbecoming to be so prideful as to refrain from purchasing even a simple rattle drum. After all, she was no longer an empress. Returning hastily to the other side of the town, Wang Feng rushed into an inn, fearful of encountering that youth again. "Boss, how long can this spirit stone afford me a stay?" he inquired, retrieving a small piece of red stone, reminiscent of his earlier visit to the bun shop. "Dear guest, are you certain you wish to use this spirit stone as currency?" The innkeeper's face displayed shock, and Wang Feng recognized him as a man of discernment. "If you truly intend to use this spirit stone, then this and shall belong to you. Stay for as long as you desire. No need for that. Simply give me 80% of the inn's revenue, and the remaining 20% can be considered your management fee." Wang Feng placed the low-grade spirit stone on the table. The innkeeper accepted it with joy, realizing it was a lucrative deal. "This is the key to the finest room in the inn. Esteemed guest, take your pick of any room you desire." The innkeeper reverently presented a bundle of keys to Wang Feng. Ascending the stairs, Wang Feng randomly selected a top-tier room. Reclining on the opulent bed, he laid out the contents of his storage space. 1 low-grade bone refining pill, 1 infinite water flask, 68 low-grade spirit stones, 1 low-grade long sword, 2 non-mainstream long swords, 1 non-mainstream soft bone pill, 1 non-mainstream potent enhancement pill, 1 non-mainstream spring blossom powder, 1 non-mainstream bull spring, 1 pair of large floral underpants, 2 fragrant towels. System. Aside from the low-grade bone refining pill, large floral underpants, long sword, infinite water flask, and towels, convert all the rest into source points, Wang Feng instructed. Eyeing the spirit stones within his storage space, he was preparing for a substantial draw from the prize pool, for those source points were indispensable. The reason he had not converted them before was that without opening the storage space, there was no medium available. Simply put, the recycling function had not been activated. Ding. Recycling yield, 888 source points. With the addition of Wang Feng's original 325 source points, he now possessed a total of 1,213 source points. "Let us go." Wang Feng sat upright on the bed, seizing the water flask from the table and spilling a stream of water onto the floor. "Heavenly spirits, reveal your power. Prize pool, come forth with your bounty." With his command, the prize pool began to emit a rhythmic sound. Tap, 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 gradually turning. Stop. The sounds of the prize pool gradually subsided. The pointer appeared poised to land on a 50% probability white item. "No," Wang Feng shouted, seemingly invoking a miracle. The pointer astonishingly halted at the boundary between the purple and white items. "Deliver me a prize. A grand purple." Wang Feng gazed at the pointer, teeming with anticipation, recalling that it had only stopped at the boundary twice before. The prize pool is rather peculiar. It halts at the boundary, not presenting the items from either side. Instead, it randomly selects from within the pool, akin to a rainvocation. Suddenly, the entire wheel seemed to jam, bursting apart with a thunderous noise, shattering like glass in Wang Feng's mind. Yet, he displayed an expression of sheer exhilaration. "It's happening." His chaos dominance body technique was drawn in this manner. Though the wheel's grade is rather low, likely yielding no high-tier items. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a purple random weapon borrowing card. A card. Remarkably, it is a card. Wang Feng retrieved a gilded card from his storage space, on which a prominent character for weapon was emblazoned. Random weapon borrowing card function. Upon use, it will randomly summon a weapon from the celestial continent. During the card's validity period, that weapon will be forcibly bound to you as its master. The weapon could be an imperial artifact or a mundane one. Once the card's duration expires, the weapon will automatically return, severing its bond. Validity, 3 hours. Incredible. Wang Feng exclaimed, relieved that the soundproofing in the inn's top-tier room was commendable, and there were few patrons nearby. This card is a hidden ace, with the potential to summon an imperial artifact. Its strength is undeniable. If fortune favors him, it could very well save his life. The card's presence in the 1,000 origin point prize pool is undoubtedly due to the unpredictable nature of weapon summoning. Although Wang Feng primarily relies on his fists, he would certainly wield a weapon if given the chance. Striking a weapon with his fists could prove rather painful unless done in a crushing manner. However, he had been reluctant to cultivate weapons in his previous 8 lives, preferring the spontaneity of his fists. With 213 origin points remaining, should he attempt another draw? Wang Feng pondered as he sat cross-legged on his bed, deciding to go for another round, leaving 113 points behind. As the system's will spun for the 100 origin point prize pool, the pointer gradually settled on a green item. The prize pool is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Decent, quite standard. Wang Feng awaited the system's announcement, eager to discover the nature of the green item. Indeed, the 100 origin point prize pool contained white, green, and blue items, so a green item was perfectly reasonable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a calling rattledrum. A rattledrum? Wang Feng opened the item information and wondered aloud about its utility. Was it meant as a gift for Jiang Hanqi? Calling rattledrum function. Infused with blood, the holder shakes the drum to produce sound. Before Wang Feng could finish reading the description, he unsheathed a long, straight blade and made a small incision on his fingertip. A drop of blood mingled with the diminutive rattledrum, causing it to emit a brief glow. And then, nothing further happened. What now? Wang Feng hastily read the remainder of the description. The drum would resonate with the heart of the one who recognizes it as their own. So it's calling for me, is it? I must act quickly, Wang Feng exclaimed, realizing he had inadvertently pricked his finger while reading the instructions. Who could have imagined that this was a calling from a small rattledrum? TCH, away with you, Wang Feng cursed, tossing the rattle into his storage space before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber. Innkeeper, prepare a room of the highest grade for me. A cool voice resonated through the inn. The few remaining patrons looked up towards the source of this melodious sound. A charming figure clad in a white dress, slender and delicate, with a white veiled hat obscuring her true visage, stood at the counter. Miss, the keys to the top-tier rooms are in the hands of my esteemed innkeeper. We currently have only standard rooms available. The innkeeper, who had been dozing off, raised his head and addressed Jiang Hanqi. Then give me a standard room, Jiang Hanqi replied, dropping a few pieces of silver and taking the key from the innkeeper before ascending the stairs. This woman, merely upon first glance, radiated beauty. Yet one of the patrons interjected, do not even think about it. With her attire, she is likely a celestial being who could easily crush you with a single hand. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by another patron, who spoke with disdain towards the first. Chapter 31, Jiang Hanqi. Merciless as a killer having found her room and settled onto the bed, Jiang Hanqi sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. She had not anticipated the enormous price of forcibly using the Nirvana seal. For over 30 days and nights, her body felt weak and feeble, with only her head retaining some mobility. However, even turning her head proved uncomfortable, particularly when that foolish boy insisted on feeding her. A mere tilt of her head resulted in neck pain. That foolish boy must have done something to her. Otherwise, she would not have found herself dressed in his garments. Fortunately, she had been wearing a split skirt during those days, or she might have been exposed to his gaze entirely. Thankfully, when she awoke, her clothing was properly arranged, indicating that he had not removed her dress. Though he was mischievous, his nature was not malicious. He could not possibly be a lecherous man. Otherwise, during those 30 days, he would have taken advantage of her in her vulnerable state. Jiang Hanqi silently rejoiced at her keen judgment. Had she misread him, she would have been compelled to use her last resort to perish alongside him. Being toyed with by the lecherous emperor, Wang Feng, could have devastated her spirit. Having lost her strength due to the fierce battle with that emperor, she was left powerless. If Wang Feng had forced himself upon her, it would have either meant revenge or mutual destruction. Although half of her current plight stemmed from her injuries during the battle, the other half was undeniably linked to that incident, each contributing equally to her state. The higher one's realm, the loftier one's spirit. As someone who had never been touched by a man, being brazenly disrespected by that emperor provoked her utmost fury, destabilizing her very spirit. As for that foolish boy, Jiang Hanshi had already used her spiritual sense to examine him thoroughly. It was during that assessment that she realized nothing untoward had occurred while she was unconscious, which alleviated her worries. Jiang Hanshi then retrieved the scant few elixirs from her spiritual sea, commencing her cultivation. The potions she had managed to preserve were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. As she endured the potent effects of the elixir within her spiritual sea during her physical refinement, she found herself compelled to venture to Lu village in search of low-grade herbs to serve as a catalyst for her ascension into the spirit-gathering realm. Unexpectedly, her plans were thwarted by that foolish boy. Ultimately, she had no choice but to rely on arduous training to enter the spirit-gathering realm, which merely resulted in a slight delay. Jiang Hanshi swallowed a top-tier elixir, utilizing its potency to begin her breakthrough. In just an hour, she attained the 6th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. By midnight, she reached the 7th layer. By the 3rd watch, she had ascended to the 8th layer. And by morning, she achieved the 9th layer, success. Within a single night, she had traversed 4 minor realms, a feat that few in the vast Tian subcontinent could claim. With a gentle exhale, Jiang Hanshi released a breath of warmth. The cultivation in the spirit-gathering realm no longer demanded the need for sleep as in the physical refinement stage. Instead, the more she practiced, the more invigorated she felt. Gradually rising from her bed, she stepped outside the inn and set off in a particular direction. Meanwhile, Wang Feng stirred awake, stretching luxuriously beneath his covers, feeling utterly refreshed after a restful night. His departure from the inn coincided closely with Jiang Hanshi's within mere minutes. Kill. They've begun killing. As Wang Feng stepped out, chaos erupted before him. He observed 2 groups clashing in the streets, neither willing to yield. Among them, the highest cultivation level was merely the 9th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. If Wang Feng were to evaluate the skirmish, it would merely be the playful tussles of children. His eyes lit up with interest at the unfolding spectacle. Ah, I do relish such drama. He swiftly leaped atop a building, refreshing the system shop, only to find no food items available. In exasperation, he leaned back, watching the 2 factions exchange heated threats. To his surprise, the exchange bore relevance to him. Zishan, cease your struggles and cleanse yourself. I shall treat you with utmost care, taunted a young man in blue, holding the lifeless form of a woman clad in purple. Jiang Tu, you scoundrel. Even in death, I shall never marry you. Did I not inform you of her whereabouts just days ago? A striking woman in purple, adorned with more embellishments than the average attire, glared fiercely at the man in blue, her eyes aflame with murderous intent. Wang Feng employed his probing skill to assess the 2 groups. Each had its strongest member at the 9th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. However, the blue-clad faction outnumbered their adversaries and possessed superior overall strength. I witnessed your fellow disciples from the purple spirit sect commit the murder, and your aim was so poor that you were allowed to indulge. I shall seek her out later. Begone. You are a venomous vixen, mercilessly crushing the skull of my sect's disciple, leaving them to die in agony. If you refuse to marry me, how shall the souls of my fallen disciples find peace? The blue-clad man spoke with righteous indignation, his expression a mockery of the alluring yet formidable woman in purple. After listening to their exchange of threats, Wang Feng finally grasped the situation. It appears that someone took the blame for the incident involving the group of men clad in green who were slain in the wilderness. No wonder they seemed so familiar to Wang Feng, who mused to himself. Suddenly, a fierce brawl erupted after a brief exchange of harsh words, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, the entire street was enveloped in a tempest of spiritual energy, with numerous buildings reduced to rubble, their inhabitants having long since fled. Ah, Jiang Hanshi, why have you reappeared? Wang Feng exclaimed, caught up in the unfolding drama, as the ethereal Jiang Hanshi emerged once more. Without a second thought, she plunged into the fray, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Goodness, this is terrifying. This woman is ruthless. Wang Feng crouched on the rooftop, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had they crossed Jiang Hanshi? The scene was one of utter devastation, with no survivors left behind. To his surprise, the chaotic melee culminated in Jiang Hanshi's intervention. The street was littered with the lifeless bodies of both the purple-clad women and the green-clad men. In the distance, Jiang Hanshi stood amidst the carnage, her blood-soaked sword trembling slightly as she shook off the congealed blood, casting a cold glance over the fallen before departing with her weapon in hand. Time to loot the bodies, haha. Once Jiang Hanshi had flown away, Wang Feng hurriedly descended from the rooftop to begin his search for valuables. However, despite the ferocity of the battle, he found nothing of worth among the slain. Alas, how did you manage to offend Zhang Hanqi? He lamented, shaking his head as he rummaged through the storage pouch of the wealthiest among the green-clad men. Logically, Zhang Hanqi should not have intervened in their conflict. If she were truly a malevolent figure, she would have decimated the entire village in her quest to find him when he was captured. Yet, Wang Feng had neither the time nor inclination to ponder how they had wronged Zhang Hanqi. He was too engrossed in looting. Soon, others would arrive, and he needed to act swiftly. Just as he was thoroughly engrossed in his search, a feeble voice suddenly broke through the silence, a woman's voice. "Save me. Zhang Hanqi, you've left a loose end," Wang Feng thought, chastising her carelessness for leaving a survivor. The voice called out again, and Wang Feng turned to see the so-called leader of the Purple Spirit sect, Master Zishan. Despite the deep gash on her neck that should have claimed her life, it appeared some treasure had preserved her existence. Having nearly finished looting the bodies, Wang Feng rushed over to support her, inquiring, "How did you offend that woman?" Zishan visibly trembled, the memory of her throat being pierced by a sword flashing before her eyes. "We merely revealed her whereabouts," she replied weakly, her voice a frail whisper, as if she were on the brink of death. "Close your eyes. I will channel my spiritual energy to preserve your life," Wang Feng instructed. Wang Feng gazed at Zishan, who obediently closed her eyes and gently placed his hand upon the crown of her head. In a sudden burst, he summoned a spectral claw with his spiritual energy to envelop her head, ensuring a tranquil passage for her. "My apologies, but it seems fate has a penchant for bringing us together. Were you to be backed by some sacred ground, I too would not find solace." Wang Feng, addressing the headless corpse, offered a few words of contrition before seizing her storage pouch and hastily departing, leaving a scene of carnage in his wake. However, he swiftly turned back, yanking the jade pendant from her neck before making his exit once more. Wang Feng cared little for the notion of others bearing the brunt of his actions for his salvation. In the realm of cultivation, such concepts are non-existent. The strongest prevail, and one remains oblivious to how they might meet their demise. He recognized his own selfish inclinations but dismissed them. This was not Blue Star, but the realm of cultivation, where the only law is the absence of law. His myriad experiences across 8 lifetimes were neither too few nor too many. Yet he was resolute that compassion had no place in his heart unless it served his interests. After Wang Feng's departure, an hour passed before anyone dared to approach the now quiet battlefield. Initially, a few bold townsfolk ventured forth, only to flee in terror upon witnessing the devastation. Soon, a group clad in azure attire arrived to inspect the bodies. "The young master is dead," one of them exclaimed, panic rising. "This spells disaster. The surrounding area shall surely suffer." They were well aware of their leader's ruthlessness. The bodies had been disturbed, indicating the involvement of a third party or a formidable force. The leader of the azure-clad figures surveyed the grim tableau. Yet, their strongest factions were none other than the Qingxian sect and the Ziling sect. "Carry the sect members' bodies. Let's go." The group promptly obeyed, each hefting the corpses adorned in azure garb, while the remaining purple-clad women were left to the townspeople for burial. As night fell, within the inn of the town, in a top-tier room, Wang Feng found himself in a precarious situation. "Ah, fair maiden, might you lower your blade?" He stammered, his eyes wide with fear at the sword poised at his throat, wielded by none other than Zhang Hanqi, known as the Great Glacier. "Why did you flee last time?" Zhang Hanqi's tone was icy, deliberately probing, eager to witness how this foolish boy would respond. "Fair maiden, you misunderstand. I was preparing a gift in celebration of your recovery, only to find that you had vanished upon my return. Is that so?" Zhang Hanqi's voice dripped with malice, her cold blade inching closer to Wang Feng's neck. "And where is your gift?" The sword edged nearer, and Wang Feng felt the chill against his skin. In a panic, he rummaged through his storage space and produced a small rattle. Here, look," he exclaimed, hastily presenting the toy to Zhang Hanqi, who was taken aback by his unexpected offering. "Your gift is merely a trinket for a child?" Zhang Hanqi gazed at the small rattle in Wang Feng's hand, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion, while her voice conveyed an icy demeanor. "Fairy sister, I surmise you never played with such a trinket in your childhood. I find gifting cultivation items rather mundane. Thus, after much deliberation, I painstakingly crafted this rattle over the span of 7 days." With a few deft rotations of the rattle, Wang Feng felt a stirring within his heart. Fairy sister, please accept this rattle. It possesses the power to summon me. As long as you shake it, I shall be at your beck and call. Noticing Jiang Hanqi's lack of response, he gently nudged the icy sword at her neck with the rattle, then carefully placed it into her left hand that hung limply at her side. Have you forgotten something? Jiang Hanqi retrieved her sword, her tone ambiguous. Yet both understood the unspoken tension between them. What is it? Wang Feng feigned ignorance, shifting his stance, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Seizing an opportunity, he leaped toward the window, shattering it with remarkable speed, leaving even Jiang Hanqi momentarily stunned. Strangely, she did not pursue him. Instead, she lifted the rattle in her left hand for inspection. A slight smile graced her lips as she shook it gently, producing a couple of soft thuds. And then she observed the rattle closely while retreating to her room. The exquisite rattle bore two cartoonish designs on its surfaces, one depicting a young boy and the other a young girl. Had Wang Feng seen it, he would have gasped in astonishment, for those designs had not existed prior to Jiang Hanqi's possession. The people on the street and the innkeeper were startled by the noise, only to catch sight of a large black rat scurrying away. Don't run, the innkeeper shouted at the rat from the street, knowing full well the futility of his pursuit. Realizing he could not catch the rat, he hurried to inspect the room. Upon reaching the celestial room, the innkeeper glared in disbelief. Aside from the shattered window, there was no significant damage. Frustrated, he smacked his thigh, only to remember that this was no longer his inn. Phew, what a relief. This is no longer my establishment. In the shadows, a young boy observed Wang Feng's leap from the window, clenching his fists. I must seek you as my master. This solidified his belief that Wang Feng was indeed an immortal, having leaped from such a height without harm. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, sprinting through the streets, felt the rhythmic thuds resonating within his heart, followed by a tremor of emotion. He was taken aback that Jiang Hanqi did not pursue him, but was preoccupied with shaking the rattle. Humph. She claims it's a child's toy, yet she seems utterly captivated. After circling the town, he altered his appearance and returned to the inn with a composed demeanor, realizing that he had nowhere else to go. Little did he know that Jiang Hanqi resided right below him in the earthly room. Upon being discovered by her, Jiang Hanqi unexpectedly barged into Wang Feng's room, startling him greatly. Fortunately, he was not in the habit of sleeping in the nude. Ahem, innkeeper, please provide me with a room of the Xian category. Transforming into a middle-aged man, Wang Feng called out in a resonant voice to the manager who was calculating accounts at the counter. Certainly. Wang Feng tossed a few silver coins and received the key handed over by the innkeeper, proceeding upstairs. These coins, of course, represented the day's earnings of the inn. He had no desire to stay in the D or Tian category rooms. Being near that vast glacier was utterly petrifying. Moreover, he was unaware of which room Jiang Hanqi occupied. Seated in the Xian category room, Wang Feng scrutinized the jade plate in his hand, the very object that safeguarded the life of the woman in purple. System, please analyze this item. Wang Feng fiddled with the jade plate, which appeared to be a protective talisman. Ding, detection complete. One of the fragments of the creation jade plate. Ding, task, collect the 9 fragments of the creation jade plate. Reward, creation cauldron. The creation jade plate? Chapter 33, Rise. Kneel. The creation jade plate? Wang Feng was filled with astonishment. 8 lifetimes ago, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about the realm of cultivation would recognize this creation jade plate. Furthermore, there existed a legend in the cultivation world. During the ancient era, a quasi-emperor, wielding the complete creation jade plate, engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable emperor-level expert. Achieving parity, it is crucial to understand that the threshold between a quasi-emperor and an emperor-level expert is monumental. Those lacking talent may never cross it in their lifetime. While an emperor-level expert could not simply swat a quasi-emperor to death with a single blow, 2 would suffice. Wang Feng's innate talent was initially lacking, but through the chaos dominance body technique, he underwent transformation. Presently, he was still at the first level, merely emanating the aura of the chaos dominance body. Upon reaching the second level, he would gain strength, and after ascending to the third level, he would attain quality. At that point, the chaos dominance body would truly manifest. Deep down, Wang Feng harbored a suspicion that the chaos dominance body technique might not merely be an emperor-level practice. The ability to alter one's physique and talent was beyond anything he had ever heard. Moreover, the prospect of cultivating an extraordinarily powerful chaos dominance body through sheer effort, achieving a dual cultivation of both law and body, was remarkable. Noticing the additional reward of a creation cauldron, Wang Feng was puzzled about its nature. In his previous 8 lifetimes, he had never encountered it, but the name suggested a connection to the creation jade plate. He had never anticipated that a casually seized protective talisman would turn out to be a fragment of the creation jade plate. No wonder that sword wound nearly pierced her throat. She had survived due to this jade plate's protection. Wang Feng expressed a sense of awe, realizing he almost missed this opportunity. Fortunately, his keen eyes had detected it in time, prompting him to return and retrieve the jade plate. He placed the fragment of the creation jade plate into his storage space. Wang Feng then began to convert the remaining tattered items into source points. Ding. Total recovery, 6,480 source points. Wait, system, are you surnamed Ma? Wang Feng glanced at the 6,480 source points, incredulous at such serendipity. Disregarding this query, he now possessed a total of 6,593 source points, which he deemed quite ample. Wang Feng refreshed the marketplace, eager to discover any items that might enhance his strength and enable him to navigate the world of immortality with greater prowess. First item, medium-grade Xuanju pill. Price, 1,000 source points. Second item, Xian-grade Shunheng talisman. Price, 888 source points. Third item, blood of the white tiger from the transformation spirit realm. Price, 2888. Fourth item, Pangu essence. After perusing the offerings, he found little of interest, as the remaining items were beyond his financial reach. Ultimately, he decided to purchase the Xian-grade Shunheng talisman and the blood of the white tiger from the transformation spirit realm. The talisman would prove invaluable for his escape. Unlike the unreliable teleportation talismans that could misplace him, the blood, on the other hand, would significantly bolster his physical capabilities. Consuming a drop would likely propel him through several minor realms. Eschewing sleep, Wang Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling the chaotic overlord body technique to begin his training. Simultaneously, Jiang Hanshi, who had returned to her designated room, engaged in her own cultivation. The following morning, Jiang Hanshi paused her training, rising from her bed to venture outside. She needed to locate a large teleportation array in the Imperial City. She had learned that she was situated in the southern region of the Tian continent. Thus, she must first teleport to the eastern wilderness or the central state before proceeding to the northern border. The reason for avoiding the western desert was clear. It was the most desolate area of the continent, albeit one rich in resources, where treasures might lie just beneath the sand. As Jiang Hanshi exited her room, she brushed past an unfamiliar gentleman who seemed oddly familiar. However, she dismissed the thought, donning her white-veiled hat as she stepped out of the inn. Wang Feng observed the silhouette of Jiang Hanshi as she turned the corner, his heart racing inexplicably. Whether it was excitement or some other emotion, he could not discern. He needed to collect some funds from the innkeeper before departing. Muttering to himself, he approached the counter and called out to the owner. Once he confirmed that Jiang Hanshi had moved on, he restored his appearance to its original form under the innkeeper's startled gaze. I may not be returning for some time, so consider this and still yours. However, I require a few hundred silver coins for my journey, he stated, tapping the table as he regarded the innkeeper. The establishment should certainly be worth at least 500 silver, given that it was the largest and only inn in this small town. The innkeeper, aware that Wang Feng was no ordinary man, hesitated not for a moment. He discreetly produced a box from an unknown location and handed it to Wang Feng. Upon inspecting its contents, Wang Feng found the innkeeper to be quite generous, providing him with over 600 silver coins. After securing the coins into his nearly empty storage space, he made his departure from the inn. To his surprise, as he stepped outside, he found himself ambushed by a youth who had been lurking nearby. The boy, tearfully begging to become his disciple, clung to Wang Feng's legs as soon as he emerged. As Wang Feng's palm lingered atop his head, fortunately, he refrained from applying pressure. Otherwise, the street would have erupted into a cacophony. Are you insane? You startled me. Wang Feng, momentarily taken aback and filled with indignation, glared at the youth clinging to his leg. Master, I am an orphan, bereft of parents. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. The scruffy boy, tears and snot streaming down his face, tugged insistently at Wang Feng's pant leg. Beep. Mission. Accept Xiao Hao, who possesses the solar sword body, as a disciple. Reward. Sword intent. A task has been assigned. Wang Feng's gaze shifted to the boy clinging to his thigh, while his thoughts wandered to the system. Disciple, please rise. I shall accept you. After perusing the system's information, Wang Feng hurried to assist Xiao Hao in standing, only to find the lad still firmly latched onto his leg. Master. No. Please, Master. You are not deceiving me again. Xiao Hao wiped his nose, smearing it on Wang Feng's trousers, nearly provoking Wang Feng to kick him away in disgust. I will count to 3. If you do not rise by then, I shall not accept you. Wang Feng raised 3 fingers. 1, 2. Master, please, I will stand. Under Wang Feng's pressure, Xiao Hao finally stood up, albeit still clutching the hem of Wang Feng's garment. Kneel. Huh. Wang Feng's command left Xiao Hao bewildered. He was ordered to rise, and now to kneel. Perform the rite of apprenticeship. Realization dawned upon Xiao Hao, and he joyfully knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times with resounding thuds, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Having reincarnated through 8 lifetimes, Wang Feng's mind was a blend of the philosophies of the immortal realm and the modern world. Since this was indeed the realm of immortals, it was only fitting to adhere to its customs. Beep accepted Xiao Hao, who possesses the solar sword body, as a disciple. Mission accomplished. Reward, sword intent. Chapter 34. You are a genius. Do you comprehend the essence of genius? Wang Feng beheld a newly materialized, translucent sword levitating within his storage space. With a mere thought, he activated it, and a wealth of sword-related memories flooded his mind. The imagery of the street transformed, revealing a figure strikingly similar to himself, wielding a 3-foot-long ethereal sword, practicing in an open space. At times, the doppelganger seemed to reach a bottleneck in his training, lost in contemplation before resuming, embodying the essence of a true Wang Feng. Master? Master? As Xiao Hao's voice broke through, Wang Feng was swiftly drawn back from the scene before him, which ultimately shrank and dove into his consciousness. Though the sequence felt prolonged, akin to spanning countless years, in reality, barely 3 seconds had elapsed. At this moment, Xiao Hao sensed a palpable shift in the aura of his esteemed master. The atmosphere grew intense, as if countless tiny swords were slicing through the air around him. Outside the town, at its entrance, Zhang Hanshi seemed to perceive this change as well, turning to gaze toward the town's interior, murmuring to herself, "Is this sword intent?" Setting off with determination, they continued their journey towards the outskirts of the town. The essence of the sword was of no concern to her. She had witnessed many individuals condensing their own sword intents. Yet, there is a saying that rings true. A true genius is one who does not perish prematurely. Wang Feng glanced at the distance between himself and his somewhat aloof disciple, Xiao Hao, and called out, "Catch up, my disciple. I shall take you into the wilderness." As he walked, Wang Feng opened his panel to review his status. Wang Feng Realm, Spirit Foundation Stage. First Layer Technique, Chaotic Dominance Body Secret Art Items, Mystic Level Swift Movement Talisman, Blood of the White Tiger from the Spirit Transformation Realm, Random Weapon Borrowing Card. Low-grade Bone Refining Pill, Infinite Water Flask, Low-grade Long Sword Source Points. 2817 Overall Evaluation, Acceptable. He thought to himself that he needed to seize an opportune moment to consume the blood of the White Tiger from the Spirit Transformation Realm. The process of refining it was rather noisy, and Wang Feng wished to find a discreet location to avoid attracting unwanted attention. "My disciple, do you know where we are?" he inquired of the inexplicably fortunate Xiao Hao. "Master, I have heard others mention that we are in a place called the Dongyang Dynasty," Xiao Hao replied, scratching his head as he looked up at his significantly taller and esteemed master. "Oh, so it is the Dongyang Dynasty. Have you heard of it?" "I have not." A silence enveloped them for several minutes as they continued their walk. "My disciple, are there any sects in this region?" "The strongest are the Xianxing sect and the Xiling sect. The rest are unfamiliar to me." "I often hear mention of these two," Xiao Hao said, counting on his fingers. After naming the two, he found himself at a loss for the names of any others. "Oh, so it is these two. Have you heard of them, master?" "I have not." Wang Feng's response rendered Xiao Hao silent once more, and they continued in tranquil silence for a while. "My disciple, do you know where there might be a teleportation array?" "I do not." "Oh." 10 days swiftly passed. Wang Feng, alongside his disciple, lay concealed within a patch of grass, observing a tiger of immense proportions, resembling a dinosaur, not far away. "My disciple, charge." "Master, if you wish to expel me from the sect, there is no need to send me to my demise in such a manner," Xiao Hao replied, his lips twitching as he gazed at the mountain-sized tiger. "Have you not reached the 5th layer of body refinement? Remember, you are a genius. Do you comprehend the significance of the term?" A genius must battle beyond their rank. Although your constitution has yet to awaken, we must not shy away from challenging the odds based on an unawakened body. Wang Feng spoke earnestly to Xiao Hao. Master, you expect me, a fifth-layer body refinement practitioner, to confront a third-layer gathering spirit realm tiger? Xiao Hao's voice escalated in volume, causing the massive tiger in the distance to twitch its ears. As for how he knew it was a third-layer gathering spirit realm tiger, that was certainly information imparted by his master. Wang Feng gazed into the distance, where a tiger had already turned its eyes toward him. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao, oblivious to the impending danger, looked at Wang Feng with a mournful expression. It was only when Wang Feng chuckled mischievously that Xiao Hao, without a moment's thought, sprang to his feet and fled. However, Wang Feng was swifter, darting past him in an instant. Master, you are betraying your disciple, Xiao Hao shouted in anger. Turning to look back, and indeed, the tiger, as formidable as a small mountain, was now alarmingly close. With a single roar, the tiger sent Xiao Hao tumbling backward, crashing into a tree with a muffled grunt. Wang Feng perched atop the tree, laughing heartily as he observed Xiao Hao confronting the tiger, which was at the third tier of the gathering spirit realm. Foul beast, my master is up in the tree. Just wait until I call upon him to dispatch you effortlessly. Remarkably, instead of fleeing further, Xiao Hao, like a fool, began to threaten the tiger in hopes of intimidating it. Do not be foolish. Without entering the Yuan 3 realm, it cannot comprehend your intentions, let alone understand your words. Wang Feng leaned against the tree, dangling one leg, and chuckled as he explained. Xiao Hao, evidently unaware, saw the tiger lunging at him again and hurriedly shouted, Master, save me. If Jiang Hanshi were present, she would surely remark on how the bond between master and disciple was etched into their very beings. Wang Feng plucked a small stone from the ground and flicked it at the tiger. The creature yelped in pain and retreated, prompting Xiao Hao to hope that Wang Feng would continue to intervene. I will assist you this once. Unless you are on the brink of death, I shall not lift a finger again. After this declaration, Wang Feng ceased his actions, remaining atop the tree to watch the unfolding drama. Realizing that Wang Feng would not come to his aid any longer, Xiao Hao reluctantly drew forth a 3-foot-long, mid-grade yellow weapon sword from his waist. This sword had been procured by Wang Feng from the marketplace, as he could not let his disciple suffer unduly. He had spent 500 source points to acquire it. Now, after deducting the various snacks and necessities he had purchased, he found himself with a remaining total of 2,325 points. Come forth, vile tiger. I have my master to protect me, but you do not. Xiao Hao shouted in fury as he charged at the ferocious beast. The tiger, wary of the formidable foe in the tree, hesitated, yet its anger surged as it swiped down at Xiao Hao, knowing he was outmatched. Xiao Hao attempted to employ the footwork techniques Wang Feng had taught him over the past few days, albeit somewhat clumsily. He narrowly evaded the attack, though it still left several fine scars upon his body. I strike. With a downward swing of his sword, the mid-grade yellow weapon left a crimson mark upon the tiger's flesh. The beast, enraged, let out a deafening roar, its jaws agape as it unleashed a wave of condensed yellow demonic energy. This is unsporting, Xiao Hao exclaimed in shock, only to be sent flying by the force of the attack. When he finally collided with a tree and came to a halt, his chest was scorched black, and he was barely clinging to consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger lunged forward, but as it soared through the air, it seemed to lose its strength. With a sudden crack, a fine line appeared in the midst of the fierce tiger's face, which then split apart into 2 halves. The massive creature was cleaved from head to tail, the incision remarkably neat. As its body parted, a striking young man with flowing hair emerged, sheathing his blade. It was Wang Feng. My dear disciple, your talent seems to be lacking. You cannot even ascend the ranks in battle, he jested, standing before Xiao Hao and channeling gentle spiritual energy to mend his wounds. Although it was evident that Xiao Hao was no match for the ferocious tiger, inflicting injury upon it was commendable. Yet, the teasing remained. Soon, the charred scars upon Xiao Hao's chest were restored to their original state by Wang Feng's power. While such energy could not heal grievous injuries, it was sufficient to remedy wounds inflicted by an opponent of lesser rank. With a hint of pain, Xiao Hao gritted his teeth and shook his dizzy head, managing to speak. Master, did you also face such a large tiger in single combat? Wang Feng responded casually to his dear disciple's inquiry. I have never faced a male tiger in such a manner, but I have battled female tigers, far stronger than this one, no less than 8 times. Each battle was a fight for survival. Xiao Hao's innocent eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Master, you are incredibly formidable. Who emerged victorious in the end? Ah, in this instance, it was indeed my victory, Wang Feng replied, as Xiao Hao assumed that the outcome was determined after 9 encounters. The fact that his esteemed master triumphed only deepened his admiration. He felt a profound gratitude towards the fortune teller who had initially sought to find him a guardian. Though he had initially approached the situation with a desire for support, he now genuinely regarded Wang Feng as his master. Who wouldn't he wish to be a disciple of such an extraordinary figure? Enough of that. It is time to train your physical strength. Carry this tiger, Wang Feng declared as he saw Xiao Hao's condition had improved, tossing the massive tiger towards him. Xiao Hao hurriedly caught the 2 halves of the tiger, one in each hand. Though he was in the 5th stage of body refinement, it was a struggle. Over the past 10 days, they had traversed countless paths, visiting numerous cities, villages, and towns. Presently, they were headed towards a single destination, the Little Sword Sect. Despite its unassuming name, it was the most powerful sword sect within the Dongyang dynasty. Little did Xiao Hao know, his esteemed master intended to awaken his unique constitution upon nearing the sect and then entrust him to its training. Wang Feng had little inclination to babysit someone without resources. He sought to place Xiao Hao in a sect where he could flourish. His solar sword physique would be more than sufficient for the sect, although it was located quite far in the central continent. The pair continued their journey into the evening, and Wang Feng eventually found a cave within the mountains. Swiftly dispatching the beasts within, they settled inside, lighting a fire with the matches they had collected over the past few days. Xiao Hao tossed the massive tiger he had been carrying onto the ground. Engage in the cultivation techniques I have bestowed upon you. Though it is regrettable that my master did not provide an imperial-level sword technique for your study, Wang Feng remarked as he tossed firewood into the blaze. He had indeed never drawn forth an imperial sword technique. In truth, the imperial skills he had acquired were scarce. Aside from the chaos dominance body technique, there remained only the last tome, the 5-spirit emperor technique. This imperial-level practice is based on the 5 elemental attributes, requiring one to possess the 5 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to cultivate. Master, I am already immensely grateful to be able to cultivate, Xiao Hao admitted, unaware of the true implications of an imperial-level technique, as he diligently practiced the sacred-level technique his master had imparted. This sacred technique, known as the sky-breaking sword technique, was already a source of great satisfaction for him. Initially, the term breaking the heavens had left him speechless, a notion he had scarcely dared to entertain. Once you reach the quasi-emperor realm, you must forge your own techniques. Otherwise, you shall be deemed worthless. My disciple cannot be without merit, understand? Wang Feng mused inwardly. I may rely on the system's techniques, but my disciple must not be ineffectual. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations, master, Wang Feng declared, hoisting the 2 halves of a giant tiger and venturing outside, where he retrieved an infinite water flask to commence his cleansing task. With the boundless supply of water, he had no fear of scarcity. Though time appeared lengthy, it passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the colossal tiger had been consumed, and 3 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, spiritual energy had preserved the tiger's corpse. Disciple, guard me. I shall refine the blood of the white tiger, Wang Feng instructed as he observed Xiao Hao blocking the cave's entrance with a massive stone and then settled down to survey the surroundings. Having a devoted disciple was indeed advantageous. He could delegate any task, embodying the essence of taking on a disciple. Within the firelit cave, Wang Feng examined the white tiger's essence blood from the realm of spiritual transformation. Its exterior bore a protective substance reminiscent of amber, while the liquid within flowed ominously, evoking a sense of oppression. Crack! Wang Feng tossed it into his mouth like a candy and bit down, the essence shattering instantly. It dissolved upon contact, a faintly metallic taste coursing down his throat and radiating throughout his being. His entire form began to visibly redden and heat up, wisps of smoke rising from him. Xiao Hao, witnessing this spectacle, refrained from intruding on his master. This was surely the refining period his master had described. He heightened his vigilance, determined to prevent any disturbance during Wang Feng's critical refining process. Wang Feng felt the intense heat surging within him, akin to a teetotaler suddenly consuming several bottles of strong liquor, teetering on the brink of expelling blood from the overwhelming aftereffects. However, during his previous 8 lives, he had encountered this sensation countless times. As the wave of vitality surged, His body emitted crackling sounds, the noise of bones being shattered and reformed by the essence blood of the white tiger. His entire skeleton was in a continuous cycle of fragmentation and restoration, and even Wang Feng could not help but break into a sweat. He is not merely experiencing pain. His body is also aflame. In Xiao Hao's eyes, his master has ignited. A blood-red flame envelopes Wang Feng, surging towards the ceiling of the cave, a phenomenon born of his vital energy. Given Wang Feng's current cultivation level, absorbing the blood essence of the white tiger, which is several realms above his own, proves to be a formidable challenge. He invokes the chaotic dominance body technique to commence the refinement process. The energy within him begins to circulate vigorously. Outside, dawn breaks. Yet the cave remains cloaked in darkness, necessitating the presence of a fire pit. Thus, time passes until evening. By the second layer of the spirit-binding realm, midnight sees him at the third layer. On the third day, he reaches the fourth layer. By the sixth day, the fifth layer, and on the ninth day, he breaks through to the sixth layer. Chapter 36. The eerie, empty city. A chilling aura suddenly erupts, stirring up dust within the cave. The fire pit crackles ominously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Wang Feng raises his hand above his head and slowly brings it down, taking a deep breath before rising to stretch his limbs. A series of long, unmoved bones crack audibly, resonating magnificently in the sealed cave. Master, you have finally awakened. Just as Wang Feng finishes stretching, he hears a feeble voice. Turning around, he is startled. Who is this ghost? I am Xiao Hao. Now, Xiao Hao presents a disconcerting sight, his eyes vacant, complexion pallid, and lips chapped. While his face has not sunken due to starvation, it is clear he has suffered greatly. Quick, drink some water. Wang Feng hastily steps forward, retrieving the infinite water flask to pour water into him fervently. The sudden influx nearly leaves Xiao Hao gasping for breath. Once he has quenched his thirst, Wang Feng notes the slight improvement in his complexion and inquires, "How long have you been holding out?" Wang Feng, immersed in his own breakthrough, has lost track of time in the outside world and is unaware of how long has passed. However, given Xiao Hao's condition, it is evident he has endured at least 3 days without sustenance. 9 days. That is not too bad, but if it extends a few more days, you might well perish from hunger. Indeed, it is merely tolerable. True seclusion is measured in years. Disciple, wait here. I shall fetch some demonic beasts for you to replenish your strength. Wang Feng tells Xiao Hao, who is seated on the ground, before turning to shatter the boulder blocking the cave entrance with a single kick. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Feng returns to the cave, only to find Xiao Hao meditating. Regrettably, his solar sword body has yet to awaken, although his cultivation speed remains significantly faster than that of an average person. Awakening his physique would undoubtedly enhance his pace further. Once the meat is roasted, Wang Feng observes Xiao Hao devouring it ravenously and poses a few questions. After learning about Xiao Hao's activities over the past few days, he discovers the boy's astonishing innocence. He truly has remained without food or drink for 9 days. Aside from tending to the fire, he has been absorbed in his cultivation, even keeping his eyes open to ensure nothing disturbs his refinement of the white tiger's blood essence. Good apprentice, your master will not treat you unfairly. When the time is right, I shall awaken your potential, Wang Feng remarked as he glanced at his own status panel before patting Xiao Hao on the shoulder. Wang Feng, Realm, Spirit Formation, 6th Layer, Technique, Chaotic Dominance Body Art, Items, Profound Grade Godly Movement Talisman, Random Weapon Borrowing Card, Inferior Bone Refining Pill, Infinite Water Flask, Inferior Yellow Grade Long Sword, Origin Points, 2325, Overall Evaluation, Fairly Satisfactory. Have you finished your meal, my good disciple? Once you are done, we shall set off, Wang Feng said after waiting a moment and observing Xiao Hao, who had just let out a satisfied belch. All right, master, Xiao Hao replied. Indeed, Wang Feng affirmed, and the two exited the cave. Xiao Hao was momentarily blinded by the brightness outside, struggling to open his eyes. By the way, never claim that you possess the heaven-defying sword technique as a saint-level skill, nor should you mention that I bestowed it upon you. Why not? Xiao Hao queried, puzzled by the reasoning. This technique is far too advanced. It may attract deadly foes. If you find yourself pursued, that is one matter. But do not drag me into your troubles, Wang Feng cautioned earnestly. Moreover, apart from receiving imperial-level techniques, do not accept anything else. You currently lack understanding of these skills, but you will come to realize their significance in due time. Wang Feng's words carried a weight of seriousness, as even a Saint King would covet such a skill, let alone those beneath that rank. Understood. Xiao Hao nodded, prompting Wang Feng to continue their journey towards the small sword sect. According to reliable sources, reaching the small sword sect required traversing through the imperial city of the Dongyang dynasty. Wang Feng was also curious to see what this city, after a millennium, had become. Pondering the changes it might have undergone, he distinctly remembered that 1,000 years ago, such imperial cities were mere earthen structures, with emperors serving as puppets controlled by formidable beings. The journey was long, and for cultivators, time was the most trivial of commodities. Aside from a few ancient beings nearing their demise, time slipped away, and after 3 more days, Wang Feng pointed towards a city in the distance. Let us rest in that city ahead. From the outside, the city appeared guarded by a few soldiers. Wang Feng and his apprentice noticed nothing amiss and proceeded inside. However, once they entered, a sense of confusion washed over them, as they discovered it was an empty city. Looking back, they found no sign of the city gate. This clearly seems to be an illusionary formation, or perhaps an inexplicable, strange city, Wang Feng mused, glancing at the trembling Xiao Hao beside him. Master, what shall we do? Xiao Hao's voice quaked with uncertainty. In recent days, he had reached the 8th layer of body refinement, but as a newcomer to the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered such phenomena. Illusion-breaking eye technique. Wang Feng did not respond to him, instead focusing on the technique. A purple light flickered in his eyes, transforming his vision into shades of violet. This is not an illusionary formation, or is it beyond my current cultivation to perceive? Wang Feng pondered, bewildered by the nature of this bizarre city. There was not a soul in sight. Even the city gate had seemingly vanished, along with the soldiers who had once stood guard. Despite Wang Fengjiu's character, he was oblivious to the underlying reasons for the situation. Suddenly, a rhythmic drumming resonated within his heart, causing a slight tremor. Jiang Hanqi, what mischief are you up to now? Wang Feng muttered in annoyance, feeling the pulse within him. Master, who is Jiang Hanqi? Xiao Hao inquired curiously, puzzled by the sudden mention of a woman's name. You need not concern yourself with that. Ah, indeed, simply follow me. Wang Feng suddenly recalled that by heeding the call within his heart, they could surely escape this ghostly city. In an unknown location within the southern domain, Jiang Hanqi stood upon her flying sword, captivated by the small rattle in her delicate hands. The craftsmanship was exquisite, imbued with a playful charm that she found increasingly delightful. Did I truly create this over the course of 7 days? She mused softly, having never received such a gift before. Since ascending to the realm of the emperor, she had not been bestowed with any gifts, and prior to that, any offerings had been hollow and insincere, primarily for cultivation purposes. As she had never experienced the warmth of familial affection, she recalled Wang Feng's words. Would you be willing to become my kin? This sentiment echoed in her mind once more. Receiving this genuine little rattle stirred a ripple of emotion within her. Unable to resist, she shook the rattle gently. Unbeknownst to her, this simple act assisted Wang Feng in navigating out of the desolate city. Jiang Hanqi pondered whether this truly could summon him. She remembered Wang Feng's assurance that as long as she shook the rattle, he would sense it, though she suspected it might be mere fantasy. Could this truly be me? Jiang Hanqi mused, observing the small girl on the rattle, her expression stern and unapproachable. Yet, it evoked a tender instinct within her. Flipping the rattle, she then beheld a small boy grinning broadly. Is this him? She could not help but recall the image of Wang Feng affectionately calling her fairy sister. Suddenly, the cold sword beneath her trembled, and she felt the resonance beneath her feet. Realizing this, she hastily tucked the rattle away. Jiang Hanqi, oh Jiang Hanqi, your heart is in turmoil. She admonished herself internally, striving to regain her composure. I must not allow a foolish boy to disrupt my focus. It would be detrimental to my cultivation. Her previously gentle demeanor reverted to its frosty facade. Accelerating on her cold sword, she swiftly vanished from sight. In the Eastern Sun Empire, within the damaged town-suppressing imperial formation, Wang Feng grasped Xiao Hao's hand and, guided by his intuition, charged towards a section of the city wall. As anticipated, their bodies passed through effortlessly, and Wang Feng followed the rhythm of the drumming in his heart, racing onward. At that moment, Wang Feng surmised that as long as there were perceptible objects outside the city, one could ascertain the direction to escape. Thus, he decided to test this theory. And to his astonishment, he was indeed correct. However, he did not anticipate that this exit would be accompanied by an illusion. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been deceived, and turned to seek the city gates. What Wang Feng was oblivious to was that it was fortunate they had entered the city during the day. Had it been night, he would have been compelled to drag Xiao Hao away from the empty city in haste. Jiang Hanshi, I truly thank you, he shouted earnestly to the sky, genuinely grateful for this great glacier. Otherwise, he would have wasted an indeterminate amount of time attempting to escape this enigmatic city. Turning around, he noticed the city gradually transforming into an ethereal shadow before ultimately becoming transparent and vanishing from sight, making it impossible to locate again. Master, who exactly is Jiang Hanshi? Xiao Hao queried, trailing closely behind Wang Feng, puzzled. Throughout their journey in the empty city, his master had incessantly murmured Jiang Hanshi's name. Figure it out yourself. Let us hurry. Wang Feng lightly tapped Xiao Hao on the head and turned away, choosing to ignore him. Xiao Hao, clutching his head and grimacing, silently etched Jiang Hanshi's name into his memory, convinced she must be a former romantic interest of his master. Otherwise, why would he be so preoccupied with her? As Wang Feng and Xiao Hao continued their journey, the sun cast its radiant light upon the earth, blazing in the sky. Duck! Wang Feng pressed Xiao Hao's head down forcefully, following suit. A spiritual sword, composed of ethereal energy, whizzed overhead at an imperceptible speed. Who goes there? Wang Feng exclaimed in surprise and anger, bewildered that someone would dare to threaten their lives while they walked peacefully. You little brat, you've run quite far. Descended a middle-aged man clad in azure, his gaze malevolent as he fixed his stare upon Wang Feng and Xiao Hao. Do I know you? Wang Feng recognized the man's attire. It was indeed reminiscent of one of the factions he had encountered in the small town. However, this man's garments appeared even more opulent and distinguished. You certainly made me search high and low for you. It's a pity that woman fled so swiftly. Had she not, she would be the first to perish. The azure-clad man's voice boomed, filled with a venomous intent to rend them asunder. Wang Feng deduced that he had left a trail behind, but how had this man managed to track them? Observing the middle-aged man, who was at the third level of the spirit-building realm, Wang Feng's gaze sharpened. This individual could not be allowed to live. This was a principle he adhered to in the world of cultivation. Once enmity was incurred, regardless of whether one was weak or strong, any opportunity must be seized to eradicate them completely. Are you finished speaking? Wang Feng unsheathed the 3-foot-long sword from Xiao Hao's waist, preparing to demonstrate a technique for his apprentice to witness. Crack, crack, crack. You didn't think I came here alone, did you? The azure-clad man clapped his hands, and 2 additional figures emerged from behind him, also of the spirit-building realm, though at the first level. Huh, have you summoned 2 more to their doom? Wang Feng scoffed, as the system concealed his cultivation level. Unless he releases himself, others truly cannot discern his situation. The opponent likely estimates that he is merely at the 1st or 2nd level of the spirit-binding realm. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Such an arrogant child. The middle-aged man pointed at Wang Feng, his voice resounding, yet he hesitated to take action, which vexed Xiao Hao. Are you going to fight my master or not? Xiao Hao exclaimed impatiently. Adults are speaking. What business do children have to interrupt? Wang Feng lightly tapped his head, causing Xiao Hao to grimace in pain, silencing him. Observing the 3 figures in the sky, Wang Feng thought to himself that their vigilance was quite commendable. Had he still been at the 1st level of the spirit-binding realm a few days prior, it was indeed possible that they would have escaped. If you do not take the initiative, then I shall. Wang Feng channeled his chaotic spiritual energy, instantly levitating and charging towards the trio. Disciple, pay close attention. Wang Feng called to Xiao Hao, who promptly focused intently. Form the array. The leader of the Qingxian sect had anticipated that he should be at the spirit-binding realm. Given that the highest cultivator who perished in the town that day was at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Although he was not the one who killed him, it was wise to exercise caution, and now he had indeed tested that theory. What array can you pathetic lot possibly form? Wang Feng's figure flickered, and even the highest cultivator of the Qingxian sect could only catch a glimpse of a blurred silhouette. In an instant, several sword marks appeared on their chests. Wang Feng deliberately slowed his pace to allow Xiao Hao to learn some sword techniques, yet Xiao Hao still seemed unable to see. Thief, meet your demise. The trio was not merely standing targets. They would not allow Wang Feng to showcase his swordplay without resistance. Almost in a single breath, they synchronized their movements and formed several peculiar hand seals. The surroundings transformed in an instant. A faint blue spiritual energy swirled around the 4 of them. Of course, this held no advantage for Wang Feng. He remained patient, quietly observing their shifting forms, waiting for them to strike together. Soon, they encircled him. Ha ha. This fool cannot even move. The formation is set. Even if you are a 4th-level spirit-binding cultivator, you shall perish here today. The Huang-tier superior 3 fiends array is not something you can contend with. The leader of the Qing Xian sect laughed heartily, as Wang Feng merely stood there, watching them without a hint of action during their formation. Oh, the name sounds fierce, but do you truly believe you look the part? Wang Feng's expression was one of mockery, regarding the 3 as if they were complete fools. Kill him. The leader of the Qing Xian sect's voice turned cold, and the trio advanced towards Wang Feng in a surrounding formation. Wang Feng raised his sword in response, and it must be said that this unknown formation indeed made him feel that they had grown significantly stronger. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 members of the Qing Xian sect were taken aback. They had not anticipated Wang Feng's sword speed to be so swift. Almost simultaneously, he met their swords with his own. Chapter 38. Exploding heads and reducing to ashes. The clash of 3 sounds almost converged into one. Wang Feng wore a disdainful expression. If they sought death, he would oblige them. Is that so? What if I am above the 4th layer of the spirit-binding realm? How would you respond then? Wang Feng spoke casually, his aura gradually ascending. He felt that wielding a sword would only hinder his movements, so he casually tossed the long sword toward Xiao Hao. Startled, Xiao Hao watched as the sword flew through the sky and plunged forcefully into the ground. The 3 from the Qing Xian sect exhibited expressions of surprise, without weapons. What would he use to confront us? As fists met swords, Wang Feng's arm remained unscathed, while their long swords sparked with fiery glimmers. Damn it! The leader of the Qing Xian sect could only produce a blood-igniting pill and swallow it. In mere moments, his cultivation soared to the mid-tier of the spirit-binding realm, specifically the 4th layer. Consuming medicine in front of others? Are you an idiot? Wang Feng, with lightning speed, seized the leader's head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Bang! The leader's head, unable to escape Wang Feng's grip, exploded like fireworks in the sky. Fortunately, Wang Feng had previously formed a layer of spiritual energy in front of him to prevent any splatter from tainting his form. The remaining 2, witnessing such ruthlessness, were struck with fear, abandoning any thoughts of battle as they turned to flee. A bunch of insignificant pests dare to provoke me. Wang Feng would not allow their escape. Their sect might have some backing from the 8 great sects. Defeating the young would only bring the old. Defeating the old would lead to even older foes. In a flash, he shattered the limbs of the remaining 2. Gripping their heads tightly, Wang Feng did not hasten to crush them. How did you find us? The 2 remained silent, acutely aware that they were doomed regardless and had no intention of speaking. Why provide information to the enemy before death? That would be sheer folly. Not speaking? Then I shall search your souls. Wang Feng grinned menacingly, trying to intimidate them, aware that the energy cost of soul searching was considerable at his current level. Ha ha ha. You think you can search souls with your pathetic self? The 2 scoffed, having never witnessed anyone capable of soul searching in the spirit-binding realm. Wang Feng, amused by their arrogance, thought, these fools, just because others cannot, do they believe I cannot either? Soon, a pulling force began to emanate from his right hand. The man whose head he grasped began to roll his eyes, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. I'll talk. Upon witnessing this, the other man hastily spoke, his body trembling. He had witnessed the aftermath of a soul search before. They were well aware of the choice between a silent, painless death and a tormenting descent into madness before death, and they would undoubtedly choose the former. Speak. Wang Feng paused, unwilling to expend his own energy and spirit for these 2 fools. We killed everyone in the town, and after some investigation, only a handful managed to escape. Those who left the town have already been slain. Only you 2 and that woman fled the farthest. The 2, their faces flushed and struggling to articulate, revealed the information under Wang Feng's grip, stirring a ripple of intrigue within him. To my astonishment, they employed an indiscriminate method of ruthless extermination. Impressive, indeed. Wang Feng incapacitated the 2 individuals' cultivation. He began with the one whose soul search had been interrupted, meticulously applying pressure from the bones of the feet upward. Crack. Ah. The sound of shattering bone resonated, accompanied by a deafening noise. The individual, previously dazed from the soul search, instantly regained clarity. Wang Feng retrieved a fragment of a jade disc and affixed it to the person whose bones he had just crushed. Crack. This time, it was not the bones of the feet, but the throat. The one opposite, safeguarded by the jade disc, found even death a formidable challenge. As the throat bones shattered, the individual struggled to scream but could produce no sound. This was the epitome of agony. The torment coursed through his body, manifesting in muscle spasms. The other person, witnessing this horrific spectacle, was rendered speechless, realizing that Wang Feng intended to crush every bone in their bodies. Seeing Wang Feng continue his gruesome task, he gritted his teeth and viciously bit down on his own tongue. His cultivation was obliterated, and he could not even resort to self-destruction. This was the only means of escape he could conceive. Remarkably, it took immense courage to choose self-inflicted demise. Wang Feng observed the bulging cheeks of the corpse with a sense of amazement. Indeed, it seemed that dying by biting one's tongue was a swifter end compared to the torment of crushed bones. As for the remaining individual, the sounds of cracking echoed through the forest. After a while, the scholar clad in azure garments collapsed limply to the ground, resembling a soft-bodied creature, utterly powerless. The jade disc around his neck clung to his dwindling life force, barely sustaining him. "All right, you may perish now." Wang Feng delivered a decisive kick to his head, which exploded with a resounding bang. He then used a cleansing technique to rid his foot of any remnants. Subsequently, he reclaimed the jade disc from the lifeless body and stowed it away in his storage space. It must be said, this jade disc proved exceptionally effective, both for inflicting torment and for sustaining life. Beside him, Xiao Hao, who had already drawn his sword, was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. What sort of master had he taken on? "A master, why you?" Xiao Hao stammered, his demeanor akin to that of a foolish dog. "Ajay, master teaches you this lesson. One must deal with such individuals in this manner." Wang Feng brushed off his attire and approached the other corpse. A surge of chaotic spiritual energy shot from his fingertips, instantly obliterating the head into fragments. In the future, should one encounter enemies, if they can be killed, one must certainly shatter their skulls. Particularly when confronting geniuses with numerous means of self-preservation, not only must their heads be destroyed, but their hearts must also be crushed, followed by the obliteration of their bones, and finally, their ashes dispersed in water and buried in hundreds of parts. "Do you understand?" Wang Feng retracted his hand and turned to his disciple. "Why, yes." Xiao Hao nodded vigorously, clutching his sword, feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity in the presence of his master. According to Wang Feng, if the genius he spoke of were to unwittingly provoke him, would they not face the fate of eternal torment as described? "Ah, no. I am resolutely determined to become the finest disciple in the world. Let us proceed. Dealing with such trifling adversaries will be effortless." Wang Feng thoroughly searched the bodies of the three individuals, ultimately acquiring over 8,000 source points. His total source points now amount to 10,580, marking a significant milestone in this lifetime, as he has surpassed the 10,000 point threshold. Wang Feng was astonished to discover the considerable worth of their possessions. The three swords alone were at least of inferior yellow-grade quality, which made their value quite understandable. As he journeyed, time seemed to slip away in the blink of an eye over the span of 30 days. When the scene shifted once more, it was to the Eastern Yang dynasty, outside the imperial city. "Wow, master, this place is absolutely stunning," Xiao Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the city gate. Wang Feng, too, was taken aback by the splendid arrangement of even the city gate. The walls, constructed from packed earth, had been adorned in a golden hue. The sunlight glimmered upon them as if they were coated in gold, radiating a soft, yet resplendent glow, grand, yet not overwhelmingly so. The city gate, crafted from vibrant red sandalwood, stood out beautifully amidst the shimmering walls, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Beneath the gate, a bustling crowd thronged, filled with many inhabitants and several individuals possessing cultivation skills. Even Wang Feng, at the Spirit Connection realm, spotted a few. As he surveyed the scene, his pupils contracted sharply. He had encountered his fated maiden once again, Jiang Hanshi. Wang Feng's gaze was drawn to a captivating figure by the city gate, and he quickly lowered his head to hide behind Xiao Hao. After having not seen her for several days, he had assumed she had departed, believing he would finally have a moment of peace. Yet, it was evident how profound their connection was. If quantifiable, it would surpass even the heavens. Xiao Hao, bewildered by his master's unusual demeanor, observed Wang Feng's fearful expression and pondered whom he might be afraid of. He too noticed the enchanting figure beneath the white gauze hat. Recognizing her extraordinary beauty, "Master, that lady is breathtaking, even just her silhouette." Xiao Hao exclaimed, pointing towards Jiang Hanshi while peering back at Wang Feng, who was hidden behind him. Go away, go away. I have some entanglements with her, so you must shield me, Wang Feng urged. Master, do you know her? Xiao Hao questioned, his eyes wide with curiosity. Yes. Quickly, let us move, Wang Feng insisted, pulling Xiao Hao along as he sought refuge behind him. What a delightful prospect. Such a beautiful woman. Master, you should seize the opportunity to marry her. If I had a master mother, perhaps I could endure less of your torment. Xiao Hao's first thought was to encourage Wang Feng to wed Jiang Hanshi, as he had grown weary of the relentless challenges posed by his master. Each encounter was a battle beyond his means, leaving him battered and bruised. A master mother would certainly provide some guidance to his master, especially given how frightened Wang Feng appeared in her presence. Otherwise, with Wang Feng's focus solely on him, he felt a twinge of fear. Chapter 39. 10 Fingers Connected by Heart. Have you heard of this? Marry her? I wish I could. Wang Feng gently swatted Xiao Hao's hand away, his tone serene yet tinged with longing. Master, you must act quickly. With such a beautiful mistress, she may not be yours in a few years. Xiao Hao shouted at Wang Feng, even changing his address, drawing the attention of those around them. Wang Feng felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a shocking retort to his disciple. Oh, my dear disciple, you are truly putting your master in peril. Wang Feng glanced towards the spot where Jiang Hanshi had been, only to find she had vanished, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. Master, master, master. Xiao Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, his eyes wide with fear as he looked behind Wang Feng. At that moment, Wang Feng began to piece together the situation, seizing Xiao Hao by the neck and making a hasty retreat. Suddenly, a pulling force from behind halted their escape. Thus, Jiang Hanshi grasped Wang Feng by the collar while he held on to Xiao Hao's neck, forming a rather comical tableau at the city gate, attracting the attention of onlookers. Releasing the astonished Xiao Hao, Wang Feng slowly turned his head, his tone tentative. Ah, hee, fairy sister, we meet again. Do you remember me? Jiang Hanshi, slightly puzzled, questioned how he could recognize her when she was cloaked in a white veil. Any probing thoughts attempting to unveil her visage had been firmly suppressed by her will. Haha, fairy sister, I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Your ethereal grace is such that a mere glance would etch your image into my memory for eternity. As Jiang Hanshi remained silent, Wang Feng imagined the chilling beauty concealed beneath her veil. Boom. Mistresses of the heavens, allow your disciple to pay his respects. Just then, an untimely voice broke the silence, accompanied by a sharp sound indicative of a bow. Soldiers and passers-by at the city gate had been watching for some time, but upon realizing it was merely a reunion, they chose to look away. However, a woman in a splendid blue dress, her beauty obscured, caught the eyes of many as she passed by. Observing his inexplicably kneeling disciple, Wang Feng recalled how he too had knelt in confusion during his own initiation. Truly, he had taken on a perplexing apprentice. Yet, at that moment, a headache washed over him, aware that Jiang Hanshi might harbor murderous intent. Fairy sister, please ignore him. He is just a big fool. His brain surely kicked by a donkey, Wang Feng remarked, glancing at Xiao Hao and gesturing to his temple, his expression filled with exasperation. Master, how can you speak of me so in front of the mistress? Xiao Hao protested, the title of mistress not without reason, as he had discerned his master's infatuation with this woman. Call her mistress again, and I shall render you incapacitated. Jiang Hanshi's voice was icy, causing Xiao Hao to shudder at her tone. This mistress was rather fierce. It seemed Wang Feng had not yet won her over. Xiao Hao quickly rose and retreated behind Wang Feng, silently preparing to observe the unfolding drama. You have fled twice already. Do you intend to run again? Jiang Hanshi's voice was sharp as she addressed Xiao Hao, her brow furrowing beneath her veil. She was poised to deliver a forceful blow to his chest. However, Wang Feng was swifter, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. A graceful arc traced through the air before them. Apologies, my disciple, but if she were to strike, I fear your fate would be far worse than a mere swollen face. Sister Fairy, do not heed his nonsense. His mind has been muddled, perhaps by a donkey's kick. Wang Feng hastily clarified, apprehensive that Jiang Hanshi might strike him as she did Xiao Hao. Follow me. Jiang Hanshi seized Wang Feng by the collar, disregarding his thoughts, and dragged him into the imperial city. Within the imperial city, at the Gaoxing Tavern, Jiang Hanshi pointed at Xiao Hao with a cold voice. You, wait outside. Xiao Hao could only leave, his face marred with grievance. Jiang Hanshi removed her white veil, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Now, shall we discuss how that shoe appeared on my leg? This time, Jiang Hanshi avoided riddles and spoke directly, her tone serene. Her beautiful eyes coldly regarded Wang Feng, whose cultivation was merely at the third tier of spirit gathering and had been sealed by her binding spirit rope. The voice that reached Wang Feng's ears sounded like a spell, compelling him to ponder how to explain himself. Though he could shatter the seal within him and escape through the window, what would follow? He could evade once, but not for a lifetime. Furthermore, his cultivation had been a deception to Jiang Hanshi. He had consistently projected the aura of a third-tier spirit gathering, leading her to believe that was his true level. Had he not leaked his aura, Jiang Hanshi would have remained oblivious, just as before. Yet, Wang Feng typically emitted an aura that was subtly weaker than his actual prowess to avoid detection, especially given his youthful appearance. Others would assume he was affluent, with treasures veiling his true essence. Well, this is a lengthy story. Since you wish for me to elaborate, I shall oblige. Wang Feng began, but Jiang Hanshi, growing increasingly impatient with his rambling, felt her expression grow colder. If possible, she would not hesitate to end the life of this foolish boy who had disturbed her peace of mind. Yet, she was curious to see how he would weave his tale. For some reason, she found their interactions quite entertaining. If I must speak, then I shall. 3. Wang Feng's words were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Hanshi's voice. Truth be told, he was drenched in sweat. 2. Jiang Hanshi counted again, each number resonating in Wang Feng's ears like a countdown to his demise. 1. Fairy sister, I have observed that your aura emanates a certain chill each day, leading me to surmise that your constitution is of a rather frigid nature. Thus, I meticulously crafted that pair of footwear solely to keep you warm. As Jiang Hanshi counted to 1, Wang Feng rapidly expressed an exceedingly lengthy statement in one breath. Silence enveloped the room after his words, rendering the atmosphere eerily still. Only two pairs of eyes, each harboring divergent emotions, locked onto one another. Jiang Hanshi pondered Wang Feng's childlike remarks. Yet she couldn't deny that her own constitution was indeed quite cold. Deep within, she mused, does my presence truly evoke such a chill in him? Perhaps I should be more mindful and temper my aura? She couldn't help but recall the image of that little girl with a frosty expression atop the small rattle. In Wang Feng's mind, he wondered if her gaze signified a desire to slay him with a sword. He was suddenly beset by vivid memories of being pierced, slain, and decapitated by Jiang Hanshi across multiple lifetimes, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Simultaneously, they both began to speak, interrupting each other's thoughts. I possess a cold constitution. I have my own garments. Why, then, did you only make me a pair of footwear? Jiang Hanshi spoke first, her tone consistently icy yet melodically pleasing. This is significant. Have you heard the saying the fingers are connected to the heart? Wang Feng observed Jiang Hanshi's contemplative demeanor and added, thus, the toes are indeed connected. I merely feared you might feel cold, which is why I specially crafted that pair of footwear for you, to warm your heart. Wouldn't you agree? Then why not make 2 more garments? Why solely a pair of footwear? Could it be that you harbor some ulterior motives? Jiang Hanshi's tone carried a rare hint of playful intrigue, eager to see how this foolish lad would respond. What a splendid question. Wang Feng found himself momentarily flustered, utterly unprepared for Jiang Hanshi's soul-stirring inquiry. Noticing his silence, Jiang Hanshi found the situation rather amusing. Suddenly, Wang Feng remembered something, feigning embarrassment as he spoke. Fairy sister, does that imply? What do you mean? Jiang Hanshi inquired, intrigued by his awkward demeanor. Chapter 40. To kill or to maim, let fairy sister decide. Wang Feng steeled himself and blurted out an astonishing statement. Does that mean I shall strip you of all your garments? If silence is golden, then the room occupied by Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi resembled a golden vault. Silence. Stillness. The air seemed to solidify. Fairy sister, if you dislike it, you may return it to me, and I shall bestow it upon another. Wang Feng observed Jiang Hanshi's seemingly frozen expression and continued, daringly testing the boundaries of fate. He boldly suggested she return the gift, though he suspected it was already lost to her. Wang Feng lowered his gaze, intently watching Jiang Hanshi's movements. Should she make any swift or aggressive gestures towards him, he would be ready to flee. I have lost it. Jiang Hanshi's voice bore a sharpness unlike before. Wang Feng could not shake the feeling that this woman spoke differently than she had in the past. It felt peculiar, yet he could not quite articulate what was strange about it. If it were lost, so be it. However, if Sister Fairy were to conjure some ill thoughts, then let her do as she pleased. Wang Feng was at a loss for how to explain himself, so he simply opened his heart and allowed Jiang Hanshi to act as she wished. Meanwhile, he silently urged the system to retrieve the shards of the jade disc from his storage space, ready to make an escape at any moment. Suddenly, with a clang, Jiang Hanshi unsheathed her cold sword and, with lightning speed, lunged towards Wang Feng's heart. Wang Feng fought against the instinct to flee. His heart was shielded by the jade disc, so he was not afraid. He merely wondered if her sword would strike true. After all, the jade disc was one of the remnants of an imperial artifact. He estimated that its level was comparable to Jiang Hanshi's sealed cold sword, though one was meant for offense and the other for defense. Should she succeed in her thrust, he would have no choice but to elevate his cultivation and seek an opportunity to eliminate her. In his past lives, he had often transformed his intentions of courting her into thoughts of killing her. Jiang Hanshi furrowed her brow, perplexed, as her sword hovered just a breath away from Wang Feng's heart. "Why do you not dodge?" she inquired. "Because I am not afraid," he replied defiantly. "Why are you not afraid?" "Not afraid is simply not afraid." Wang Feng's tone was resolute, showing no intent to evade her question. "I, Wang Feng, have lived my life with integrity. Even a glance at the rear of the hen I've raised for 2.5 years would make me blush. How could I possibly have such base thoughts as to dress you in footwear for the sake of touching your legs? I assure you, I harbor no such sordid intentions." He raised 3 fingers, as if to emphasize the truth of his words. Jiang Hanshi could not help but chuckle at his declaration. Who would blush at the sight of an old hen's rear? Her laughter transformed the atmosphere, rendering everything around Wang Feng serene. In all his 8 lifetimes, he had never witnessed Jiang Hanshi smile, yet here she was, smiling so effortlessly. He found himself momentarily entranced by her gentle yet poised smile, though the cold sword in her hand made his hair stand on end. However, as if her demeanor could shift in an instant, Jiang Hanshi, realizing she had faltered, quickly composed herself. "If Sister Fairy truly intends to kill me, then let it be done." Wang Feng, recovering from his astonishment, called out as he cautiously leaned closer to the sword's tip, his mind racing with the desperate plea. "Hurry and retract it, please." Alarmed by Wang Feng's approach, Jiang Hanshi instinctively drew back her sword as it nearly grazed his chest. Seeing her retreat, Wang Feng seized the moment to thrust forward boldly. His chest met the tip of the cold sword just as it was withdrawn. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not struck. Based on his understanding of Jiang Hanshi and their amiable interactions thus far, he hoped that she held some degree of affection for him. As long as he had not committed any egregious acts, Wang Feng gambled that she would not desire his demise. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to hastily enhance his cultivation and find a way to eliminate Jiang Hanshi. After all, in this lifetime, the two of them are starting anew. With the system at his disposal, Wang Feng is naturally confident in his ability to defeat Jiang Hanshi. "Fool," Jiang Hanshi scolded, observing his forward movement before she sheathed her cold sword. She donned her white veil and hat once more, returning the sword to her spiritual realm before exiting the room. Wang Feng sank into a chair, exhaling heavily. Interacting with this woman is both thrilling and frightening. I preferred your rebellious demeanor when you were weak, easily manipulated, rather than the way you are now. Master, how is it? Xiao Hao rushed in, his swollen face evident, brimming with excitement as he sought to indulge in this juicy affair. Are you hoping to make your face more symmetrical? Wang Feng remarked with a hint of amusement, surprised by his disciple's peculiar thought process. Master, are you going to restore me? Come here. A moment later, Xiao Hao, gingerly touching his face swollen like a pig's head, obediently followed Wang Feng through the bustling streets of the imperial city. Master, if you're not going to restore me, why do you strike me again? Xiao Hao protested, cradling his face and flinching in pain. This is another lesson for you. Think before you speak, or you might not even know how you met your demise. Wang Feng tapped the top of Xiao Hao's head, leaving him unsure whether to cover his head or his face. Did you hear that? I heard. Next time you speak without thinking, I will spank you until you can't sit for 10 days or more. Wang Feng added, aware that his disciple, new to the realm of cultivation, remained innocently candid and would inevitably face peril. I won't do it again, I swear. Xiao Hao quickly raised his hands in surrender. By the way, Master really enjoys being called Master Mother. But do not utter it in her presence. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you. Wang Feng warned, acknowledging Jiang Hanshi's pride and vanity. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hao nodded earnestly. So, Master, Is she truly Master Mother? What do you think? Wang Feng retorted, disregarding Xiao Hao as he ventured to a nearby food stall, sampling various delicacies while strolling. To his surprise, the ruler of this dynasty is a woman, known as the Empress of Danyang, not the supreme ruler of the cultivation realm, but the sovereign of the throne. Observing the relatively clean streets, Wang Feng noted the rarity of beggars. A mere woman managing such a vast imperial city is indeed a remarkable talent. Chapter 41. Jiang Hanshi, why have you appeared again? Rows of crimson-tiled houses evoke a classic, authentic atmosphere, unlike the earthen structures outside, whose roofs are made of straw. If given the chance, Wang Feng would truly like to meet this so-called Empress of Danyang. Let us ponder whether she is merely a puppet controlled by others, as the emperor was perceived in the mind of him from millennia ago. The passers-by exhibit a myriad of appearances, and there are not a few who have attained the spiritual realm. However, it is likely that a figure of considerable cultivation is suppressing the entire imperial city. Even if a conflict arises, it does not immediately escalate into violence. Rather, it either leads to a duel outside the city or is simply brushed aside, or perhaps devolves into a war of words. Good sir, could you direct us to the location of the Little Sword sect? Wang Feng inquired, halting a passerby, whose expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing the rather rotund face of Xiao Hao. Are you two also participants in the entrance competition of the Little Sword sect? The passerby queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. It just so happens that the Little Sword sect is currently hosting its decadal entrance competition for new disciples. Entrance competition? Is the Little Sword sect indeed recruiting disciples at this time? Wang Feng mused, taken aback by the coincidence. What splendid fortune! This presents a perfect opportunity to enroll Xiao Hao, come what may. Yes, we are indeed heading to participate in the entrance competition. Might you tell us where the Little Sword sect is located? Wang Feng responded eagerly, though the passerby's expression grew more perplexed. How is it that you wish to partake in the entrance competition, yet remain unaware of the Little Sword sect's whereabouts? He inquired further, as it is customary for those intending to compete to ascertain the location in advance. We are merely wandering cultivators, hoping to chance upon success in the competition. Hence our ignorance of the Little Sword sect's location, which is why we are inquiring, Wang Feng explained. The passerby, recognizing the influx of outsiders, ceased further questioning. Many from neighboring dynasties and affiliated nations also seek to attend. Do you see that towering cloud-capped mountain beyond the city? That is where the Little Sword sect resides. And the entrance competition does not commence for another 10 days. He gestured towards the horizon. Wang Feng followed his. The mountain was indeed lofty, shrouded in swirling mists. However, from this vantage point, it was impossible to discern any sect nestled within. Those clouds might very well be a protective array against prying eyes. Apologies for the interruption, Wang Feng said as he deemed the inquiry resolved, bidding farewell before turning to depart with Xiao Hao. With 10 days to spare, they could indulge in leisure. Yet, despite Wang Feng's delightful reverie, on the third day of wandering the streets, indulging in food and sights with Xiao Hao, they encountered Jiang Hanshi once more. Hey! Master! There is mistress over there! Xiao Hao exclaimed, instantly recognizing the striking figure on the street. Jiang Hanshi, clad in a flowing white gown, had transformed her appearance. Wang Feng turned to look, and as a gust of wind swept through, her gown billowed dramatically, revealing a glimpse of her face beneath a delicate white veil. Wang Feng found himself momentarily spellbound. The ethereal presence of this celestial beauty gracing the streets was overwhelmingly strong. So beautiful. Of course, amidst such throngs, Wang Feng was not the only one captivated. Even those self-proclaimed noble ladies felt a sense of inadequacy upon witnessing her charm. Before Wang Feng could ascend, he noticed a young man approaching Jiang Hanshi to engage her in conversation. Upon first sight of this maiden, the young man felt an irresistible admiration blossom within him and dared to invite her to a nearby tavern for a chat. Wang Feng, with his acute hearing, caught the young man's words and felt an inexplicable surge of displeasure. He was well aware that Jiang Hanshi would likely disregard this fool, yet the annoyance lingered in his heart. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Target of strategy has been harassed. Task: drive away the harasser and escort Jiang Hanshi away. Reward: 100 source points. A task? Could it truly be so? What did target of strategy signify? Was the system transforming into a strategic framework? Wang Feng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the emergence of tasks. How delightful, as he too felt discontented. Disciple, proceed. Give him a solid blow. Xiao Hao, understanding the command, charged forth with the sword sheath raised, leaping to deliver a strike upon the young man's head. The young man was immediately rendered dizzy, shouting in bewilderment. Who are you to act so recklessly in the city? I am simply obeying my master's orders, Xiao Hao replied apologetically, the phrase undoubtedly taught to him by his master. How audacious! Assaulting someone in broad daylight. Do you not fear being imprisoned? Scoffed Xiao Hao. You brought this upon yourself by disturbing my master's wife. The young man's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. He realized that the woman was already married, thus positioning him as a third party attempting to seduce another's spouse. What evidence do you have to prove she is your master's wife? The young man retorted, only to reconsider as he noticed Jiang Hanshi had yet to speak. Why was he even arguing? Jiang Hanshi, remaining silent and disinterested in the farce unfolding before her, turned to leave. However, the young man, oblivious to his imminent folly, attempted to grasp her hand. She was poised to deliver a strike to send him flying, yet a figure appeared before her with swiftness. Wang Feng gently lowered his poised foot. The young man had already vanished from sight, and Wang Feng had withheld his strength to avoid causing him serious harm. After all, it was merely a few words that irked him. Wang Feng was not deranged enough to take a life over such trivialities. Fairy sister, what a coincidence. We meet again. Wang Feng called to Jiang Hanshi, waving cheerfully. Through the veil of her hat, he could feel a piercing gaze directed at him, sending a slight shiver down his spine. How can you be so unreasonable, daring to fight in the imperial city? Do you not regard Her Majesty, the Empress? The surrounding clamor felt overwhelming to Wang Feng. Yet he refrained from expressing his irritation in front of Jiang Hanshi, lest he ruin the image he sought to uphold. Fairy sister, come with me, he implored, driven by the thought of his task, but uncertain if Jiang Hanshi would acquiesce. Noticing her lack of inclination to accompany him, he sighed in resignation. Disciple, let us depart, Wang Feng called out to Xiao Hao, who had been quietly observing, and turned to leave, feeling a sense of loss. As the two had barely taken a few steps, a graceful figure in white followed closely behind Wang Feng, which brought a moment of joy to his heart. Ding! Successfully dispel the harasser and escort Jiang Hanshi away. Mission accomplished. Reward, 100 source points. With Jiang Hanshi catching up to him, the system's notification chimed in. Wang Feng couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he had obtained these 100 source points. Ding! The host is encouraged to enhance their relationship with Jiang Hanshi. Striving to break through the invincible realm as soon as possible, I long for it, and wish to no longer endure suffering. System, I desire that too. But you haven't even provided any affection points. How am I to gauge her feelings? Wang Feng grumbled internally, lamenting the lack of information on her feelings. Ding! Affection points are merely an abstract concept. The host should not attempt to measure emotions through such systematic values. Oh, system, where have you been lately? Wang Feng pondered, feeling that this seemingly foolish system had become somewhat more astute, even offering him advice on matters of the heart. The system fell silent once again, disappearing as it always did. Chapter 42. You don't expect me to merely call you that, do you? Outside, Xiao Hao sensed something amiss and promptly spoke up. Master, I have had a sudden insight and shall take my leave. Wang Feng cast a deep glance at Xiao Hao, acknowledging him with a nod. Very well, you may go. Wang Feng waved his hand, internally exclaiming that despite his disciple's apparent lack of common sense, he was quite perceptive and considerate. After Xiao Hao departed, before Wang Feng could speak, Jiang Hanshi inquired, when did you take on a disciple? I believe it was about 30 days ago, Wang Feng reflected, realizing he had nearly forgotten. The arrival of this disciple had been rather unexpected, and he hadn't kept track of the days. However, considering that the lad seemed to have been kicked in the head by a donkey, one should take his words lightly and not hold them too seriously. Wang Feng gestured to Jiang Hanshi, who walked alongside him. Where there is a master, there will be a disciple. Wang Feng was fully aware of her implication, having just remarked that Xiao Hao was as if kicked by a donkey. Was Jiang Hanshi implying that he too shared a similar fate? What do you mean, Sister Fairy? Wang Feng preferred to feign ignorance, deflecting the question back to her. You must not allow him to call me Master Madam again, otherwise I shall incapacitate him. Jiang Hanshi spoke coldly, and Wang Feng could only speculate what expression lay beneath her veil and hat. I see you enjoy intimidating others. If you truly wish to incapacitate him, you could have done so just now. Why wait until now to tell me? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, as Wang Feng understood Jiang Hanshi well enough to know that if something genuinely annoyed her, She would take action rather than merely complain. Did that mean she wasn't bothered by Xiao Hao addressing her as Master Madam? Nevertheless, Wang Feng dared not jump to conclusions and decided to cautiously test the waters with Jiang Hanshi. Currently, he was not afraid of being struck down by her sword. Even if he couldn't win, he could always flee. Sister Fairy, is it wrong for a male to address the master as master and a female as Master Madam? Wang Feng feigned a look of bewilderment, his expression one of utter confusion, as if he could not comprehend the question posed to him. Jiang Hanshi was momentarily rendered speechless by his inquiry, realizing that perhaps there was indeed no fault in his reasoning. Suddenly, Jiang Hanshi was jolted from her thoughts. No, this cannot be right. She recognized that spending too much time with this foolish lad was beginning to dull her own intellect. How could she suddenly feel that his question might actually hold some validity? Shermu refers to the wife of the master. Do you not even possess this most basic of common knowledge? Wang Feng gazed at Jiang Hanshi with wide-eyed surprise, as if he had never considered such a layer of meaning. The gentle breeze caused her white gauze hat to flutter gracefully, attracting the attention of countless passers-by who longed to behold her beauty. Yet, that white gauze hat seemed to cling to her head, revealing not a hint of her features. Oh well, ignorance is no crime. Observing Wang Feng's astonished demeanor, Jiang Hanshi's expression beneath the veil remained inscrutable as she remarked coolly, "It is not unusual for a simpleton from the countryside to be unaware. His selflessness for others makes this quite unsurprising. So, must I call you Fairy Sister as well?" Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Hanshi's countenance, her brow slightly furrowing, a sentiment she herself did not recognize until several days later. This simply would not do, Jiang Hanshi uttered coldly, leaving Wang Feng perplexed, wondering why she seemed suddenly irked. "Fairy Sister, you wouldn't want me to call you anything else, would you?" Wang Feng grinned mischievously, eager to test the waters, perhaps believing that the great glacier had begun to take a liking to him. "Fairy Sister?" Wang Feng tilted his head, a smile adorning his face, pausing momentarily before hastily completing the phrase. "Fairy Sister? Fairy Sister?" Noticing Jiang Hanshi's silence, he called out once more. Yet, Jiang Hanshi stood there, seemingly lost in thought, which only deepened Wang Feng's confusion. With her white gauze hat obscuring her expression, he could not discern her feelings. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanshi was fervently suppressing the tumult within her heart. With each utterance of Fairy Sister from Wang Feng, her heart raced ever faster. What was happening? She focused intently, yet confusion enveloped her mind. "You must not call me that again." Jiang Hanshi intended to convey something else entirely, but her words shifted, a sharp exhalation escaping her lips. "Very well," Wang Feng replied, his expression one of feigned grievance, like a child chastised by an adult. Witnessing his pitiable demeanor, Jiang Hanshi felt compelled to say something. Ultimately, her lips merely moved beneath the hat, yet the words remained unspoken. Having spent much of her life in rigorous training, Jiang Hanshi ultimately found herself outmatched in verbal exchange by Wang Feng, the one she had severed from 8 lifetimes. If one were to ponder who truly understood Jiang Hanshi, it would undoubtedly be Wang Feng, surpassing even her master in that regard. Uncertain of how to comfort others, Jiang Hanshi could only continue her journey in silence. "Hey, wait for me," Wang Feng called out as he hurried to catch up with the figure of Jiang Hanshi, who left him only with her retreating silhouette. Jiang Hanshi noticed that he had indeed ceased calling her name, which stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. The rapid heartbeat she had just felt, once stilled, inexplicably beckoned her to experience it once more. Seeing Jiang Hanshi's pace slow slightly, Wang Feng rushed to the roadside and purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. He offered one to her, but Jiang Hanshi did not accept it. Undeterred, Wang Feng grew bolder and gently placed the candied hawthorn into her left palm. When he realized she did not brush it away, he felt an immense sense of relief. "Sister Fairy, please try this. It is truly delicious." Wang Feng hesitated, yet ultimately summoned his courage to speak. "Fairy, would you mind removing that hat?" He appeared to ponder his words, caught between the term fairy and the earlier conversation with Jiang Hanshi. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Jiang Hanshi coldly remarked, holding the candied hawthorn as she gazed through the white veil at the street. "If you wish to call me, then why stop halfway?" Wang Feng silently marveled at the capricious nature of women. Moments ago, she had refused to let him call her that, and now she encouraged him to do so. "Sister Fairy, I simply do not know your real name, hence my instinctive urge to address you as Sister Fairy." Without hesitation, he continued to call out, for this was his intention all along. As the saying goes, one must feign retreat to draw in their quarry. Suddenly, Jiang Hanqi's words were interrupted, and a flicker of annoyance ignited within her as she turned to see the young man who had previously invited her to the tavern. Drawing her cold sword from the depths of her spiritual sea, she resolved that if he sought death once more, she would not hesitate to deliver it. "Sister Fairy, come quickly with me." Before she could react, Wang Feng abruptly swatted the candied hawthorn from her other hand. Grasping her palm, Jiang Hanqi felt an unexpected warmth from the hand that was not her own. Her eyes involuntarily quivered, and instinctively, she lifted the hand holding the cold sword to strike at Wang Feng. However, as she executed the motion, regret washed over her. How could a mere fool at the gathering spirit realm evade her strike? Wang Feng, acutely aware of her swing, nearly lost control of his bladder in fright. He hurriedly stepped forward, leaning his body to utilize the most adept technique available to him to evade her blade. He then grasped Jiang Hanqi's warm, yet strangely cool and soft hand, propelling her entire form into a frantic escape. "Don't run. To dare strike someone in the royal city will only compound your crimes." A group of pursuers, led by the most powerful among them, a cultivator at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm, fervently chased after them. To prevent Jiang Hanqi from discerning his true intentions, Wang Feng deliberately sought refuge among the densely constructed buildings, dashing wildly through the alleys. If one were to run in a straight line, how could a cultivator at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm possibly outrun one at the 9th level? Such a notion feels inherently flawed. Fortunately, there were no dead ends to impede their escape. Wang Feng grasped Jiang Hanqi's delicate hand as they sprinted, with their pursuers hot on their heels. In the midst of their flight, Jiang Hanqi sheathed her cold sword, her thoughts in disarray. After a frantic dash, they finally managed to elude their relentless pursuers, finding themselves on a secluded path with scarcely a soul in sight. Wang Feng was uncertain of their location. Yet this was of little concern. It was indisputable that the empire was vast, and trivial matters of violence could not possibly become common knowledge throughout the city. "Phew, dear sister, I nearly met my demise at your hands before they could catch me." Wang Feng exhaled deeply, his expression fearful as he looked at Jiang Hanqi. Just moments ago, he had felt the chilling blade of her sword brushing against his clothing. Had he not evaded swiftly, he would surely have suffered a grievous wound. "My apologies, I did not anticipate you would suddenly grasp my hand." Jiang Hanqi's tone was unexpectedly laced with a hint of fluster, acknowledging her own fault. Had that sword truly struck him, she believed that foolish boy would have been cleaved in two. Yet, it seemed he had employed some extraordinary technique to escape unscathed. "Your apology lacks sincerity." Wang Feng clung to Jiang Hanqi's hand, his voice soft and almost petulant. Jiang Hanqi, somewhat distracted, failed to notice the intermittent sensations of pressure in her left hand. "What compensation do you desire?" Jiang Hanqi faced Wang Feng, her tone devoid of its usual icy demeanor, now tinged with a trace of regret. In her heart, she recognized that her earlier strike could have cost him his life. It was merely his unexpected agility that had spared him. "Would you smile for me if you removed your hat?" Wang Feng initially intended to tease Jiang Hanqi into granting him a kiss, but reconsidered, deeming it impractical. He anticipated rejection or even anger, so he moderated his request. A fleeting smile escaped the corners of Jiang Hanqi's lips beneath her white veil, yet alas, Wang Feng could not behold it. As she prepared to lift her hat, she suddenly realized that her left hand was still being held by Wang Feng, and the gentle pressure persisted. It dawned on her that he had been taking advantage of her all along. Reflecting on their earlier sprint, the sensations in her hand had been equally captivating. Still not letting go? Jiang Hanqi's tone shifted dramatically, returning to a familiar sharpness that Wang Feng recognized well. The earlier flustered apology had vanished, replaced by indignation. For this foolish boy had indeed taken advantage of her throughout their flight. "Haha," Wang Feng chuckled awkwardly. He could not deny that Jiang Hanqi's hand was exquisitely soft, a delightful sensation to touch. It was smooth and tender, akin to jelly, yet firmened by the bones beneath. In summary, not only was she visually captivating, but she was also engaging, comfortable, and utterly delightful to touch. "Sister Fairy, you promised to compensate me." Wang Feng, noticing that Jiang Hanqi had yet to respond to his previous remark with any action, could not help but remind her once more. Very well. I shall not remove it." Before Jiang Hanqi, Wang Feng appeared almost like a delicate little wife, feeble and submissive. Nevertheless, the smile on his face remained undiminished. For Jiang Hanqi had already reached up to remove her bamboo hat, placing it within her divine sea space. As she brushed aside the hair that had been pressed down by the hat, a fragrant scent wafted toward Wang Feng, prompting him to inhale instinctively. The few passers-by on the path, regardless of age or gender, halted in their tracks, their eyes fixated on Jiang Hanshi, silently marveling at the beauty of this ethereal being. The women felt inadequate, while the men were captivated. And also, I wish to see you smile. Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement. For Jiang Hanshi indeed belonged to that category of individuals whose words did not always align with their actions. You have smiled. Jiang Hanshi's statement left Wang Feng bewildered. When had she smiled? Had it been while wearing the hat? No, you cannot be unreasonable. Just smile for me, will you? Once Wang Feng regained his composure, he realized that he was uncertain whether she had actually smiled beneath the veil of the white hat. Why were you so swift just now? Jiang Hanshi disregarded Wang Feng's playful demeanor, reflecting on the speed at which she had been pulled along by him, which was hardly characteristic of someone at the third level of spirit gathering. Seeing Jiang Hanshi remain unresponsive, Wang Feng reluctantly began fabricating a tale to address her inquiry. It is because I have learned to utilize my hips. The greater the stride I take, the faster I move. When I eventually cultivate a dragon spine, I shall be even swifter. Wang Feng rambled nonsensically, even jumping back and forth on his feet to demonstrate. Speak plainly. Oh, it is because I have mastered a family technique, something like cloud treading steps. Wang Feng scratched his head foolishly, pretending he could not recall the name immediately. His explanation vague. Jiang Hanshi chose not to press further. She was not particularly close to this foolish boy. Besides, it felt inappropriate to continuously inquire about someone else's ancestral techniques. Whether he was deceiving her mattered little. After all, this foolish boy could not possibly defeat her. Sister Fairy, this candied hawthorn is beginning to melt. Will you still partake? Wang Feng, convinced that Jiang Hanshi would most likely refuse, had barely finished his sentence before taking a bite of the hawthorn himself. Immediately, he was met with Jiang Hanshi's serene gaze, rendering him momentarily speechless. If you wish to eat, then eat. Why ask me? Very well, it seems my actions were a tad hasty. Nevertheless, he assumed that had he not taken a bite, he would still have been met with rejection. Fear not, Sister Fairy, I do not disdain you. Please indulge. Wang Feng offered the partially bitten candied hawthorn to Jiang Hanshi. His cheeks puffed as he spoke. Chapter 44. The enigmatic young woman Jiang Hanshi lifted her gaze slightly, her brows knitting together. Did this foolish boy not consider whether she might disdain him? Sister Fairy, you do not harbor any disdain for me, do you? Wang Feng seemed to have just thought of this, as a faint aroma of fragrant tea emanated from him. Jiang Hanshi cast a sidelong glance at him, responding with a faint tone. His disdain was unmistakably evident. Wang Feng, left with no choice, began to consume the nearly melted candied hawthorn. Yet, his gaze was deliberately fixed on Jiang Hanshi, wearing an expression of sheer delight, akin to a lovesick fool. Jiang Hanshi felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, puzzled as to why this foolish lad was so intent on watching her. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. At that moment, a young girl, dressed in an ancient gown reminiscent of Xiao Hao's age, suddenly appeared, craning her neck to gaze at Jiang Hanshi. Both Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were drawn to the sound. The girl's face still bore the freshness of youth, yet her attire was resplendent, a gown in hues of autumn leaves. Even in the imperial city, her garments were beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Who are you? Wang Feng inquired, a hint of displeasure in his voice, for he was in the midst of nurturing his bond with Jiang Hanshi when this unexpected child intruded. I am. At this point, Chu Yin'er composed herself and adjusted her attire, preparing to continue speaking. Master, help. A loud, incessant cry echoed from a distance, interrupting Chu Yin'er's words and diverting the attention of the three towards another voice. Not far away stood the group that had been pursuing Wang Feng. As Xiao Hao's shout subsided, he was promptly caught up, his collar yanked by the very person who had been chasing them, the highest-ranked practitioner among them. A ninth-layer gathering spirit realm cultivator. You little rascal, let us see how you escape now. The soldier, clad in military attire, scolded angrily, having exerted considerable effort to pursue this insufferable brat. A boy who looked barely matured, yet possessed several mysterious techniques. What they were, he could not discern. Master, help. Save me. Xiao Hao, still flailing wildly in the air, was helplessly held by his collar. Wang Feng, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and approached, accompanied by Jiang Hanshi and the inexplicable girl. Upon seeing the hapless boy thrashing about, Chu Yin'er couldn't help but burst into laughter, completely disregarding her own demeanor. What are you laughing at? Keep it up, and I'll have my master knock your teeth out. Xiao Hao, noticing her amusement directed at him, felt a wave of irritation. It was utterly bewildering. They were strangers after all. Wow, is this your master's wife? At this, Xiao Hao's gaze fell upon Jiang Hanshi, standing beside Wang Feng, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was his first glimpse of his master's wife. However, he was soon intimidated into silence by Jiang Hanshi's icy glare. Let him go, we can discuss this. Wang Feng addressed the man in military attire, who appeared neither too old nor too young, likely in his 30s. The soldier was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Hanshi's beauty, silently marveling at such an exquisite woman. You two happen to be here as well. So it would be best for you to cooperate and come with me now. Otherwise, being captured will lead to troubles far beyond mere imprisonment. Disregarding Wang Feng's words with an air of indifference, he adjusted his expression and spoke sharply. The young man, who had been kicked away by Wang Feng, was notably absent, leading Wang Feng to surmise that he was nursing his injuries elsewhere. Uncle Zhang, please let this big sister be, he implored. You know her? The man in military attire, referred to as Uncle Zhang, had already noticed the young woman, though he chose not to reveal this, suggesting a degree of familiarity between them. I don't know her, but I admire this big sister, Chu Yin'er declared, attempting to link her arm with Jiang Hanshi's. However, Jiang Hanshi instinctively distanced herself, finding her attempt thwarted. Chu Yin'er stood awkwardly, feeling somewhat out of place. This big sister appeared rather aloof, yet undeniably beautiful, more so than any woman she had ever encountered. Even her mother seemed to pale in comparison. Chu Yin'er, enamored, could not help but appreciate beauty in all its forms, irrespective of gender. What do you mean by admire? She's my big sister. Go play somewhere else. Wang Feng exclaimed, a look of alarm crossing his face at the thought of potential romantic inclinations. What kind of look is that? Can't I admire this big sister? Chu Yin'er retorted angrily, glaring at Wang Feng in defiance. Disciple, what did you just call her? Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Hao, then at Jiang Hanshi, his tone becoming somewhat boastful. His competitive spirit flared, eager to prove himself against the young girl. Master's wife. Xiao Hao chimed in cheerfully. Jiang Hanshi's expression hardened. She had previously instructed them not to address her in such a manner. Had her words fallen on deaf ears? After giving a warning glare, she was dismayed to find that her admonition had been forgotten. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, intending to impart a lesson to this audacious disciple who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Hey, please don't be angry, fairy sister. His mind must have been muddled. Wang Feng quickly interjected, stepping in front of Jiang Hanshi in a bid to placate her. Do you really think I wouldn't strike you? Jiang Hanshi replied coldly, disregarding Wang Feng's protection. With a flick of her wrist, she aimed for his chest. Wang Feng, taken aback, hastily summoned his chaotic spiritual energy to fortify his chest. Xiao Hao had merely called her master's wife a few times, yet Jiang Hanshi was now preparing to take action. Moments later, he thought, that doesn't hurt. Observing Jiang Hanshi's palm resting on his chest, he felt a surge of confusion. With a sudden decision, Wang Feng used the force of her push to fly backward, avoiding an awkward standoff between them. If Jiang Hanshi realized her efforts had failed, she would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. So he opted to play along. Wang Feng propelled himself backward, colliding with Uncle Zhang, who was still holding Xiao Hao. Haha, another little rascal has arrived. Uncle Zhang laughed heartily at the sight of Wang Feng sprawled on the ground. Ouch! Wang Feng lay on the ground, clutching his chest in agony, his face flushed. Yet inwardly, he was amused. The force of Jiang Hanshi's strike had clearly not exceeded the third level of the spirit-gathering realm. It seemed she mistakenly believed he was at that level as well. What a woman of great pride she is. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Jiang Hanshi stepped forward a few paces, gazing at Wang Feng with an unchanging expression and coldly inquired, have I not advised you several times already? Wang Feng remained on the ground, clutching his chest in excruciating pain. Observing his distress, a flicker of an unknown emotion crossed Jiang Hanshi's eyes. She hastily knelt down, pressing her delicate, fair hand against Wang Feng's body. Chapter 45. More difficult to suppress than ever, Wang Feng, in exasperation, had no choice but to disrupt the flow of his internal energy. For the average individual, this might be impossible, even leading to fatal consequences. However, for one who had cultivated across 8 lifetimes and ascended to the realm of the emperor, It was a simple task. Big sister, is he all right? The nearby girl timidly inquired, utterly taken aback by the fierce demeanor of this seemingly aloof woman. Master. Xiao Hao flailed helplessly in midair, bloodshot eyes filled with desperation. Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his fervent cry. Xiao Hao had finally grasped the meaning of trouble arises from the tongue. Yet this time, his master had come to his rescue. Let me go. Xiao Hao shouted in exasperation, his aura surging dramatically, causing the air around him to become razor-sharp. Uncle Zhang was startled. This fierce aura resembled that of the talented swordsman from the Little Sword sect. Yet Xiao Hao's presence was far more formidable than any sword cultivator he had encountered. After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Zhang reluctantly released his grip. Master. Xiao Hao hurriedly rushed to Wang Feng's side, only to feel a sudden sharp pinch at the back of his leg. Wang Feng, seemingly affected by the injury, let out a painful cough. Having spent considerable time with Wang Feng, Xiao Hao paused for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Wait, are you two just putting on a show? You had me all worked up, he exclaimed. Master, how could you be so ruthless? Lying on the ground, Wang Feng listened to Xiao Hao's words and mused to himself that this disciple was indeed teachable. He was quite clever. Wang Feng appreciated that. Subsequently, he discreetly placed his hands on Jiang Hanqi's hand, feigning pain. His hands seemed to shield his chest, conveniently aligning with Jiang Hanqi's hand resting upon him. When Jiang Hanqi felt his touch, she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Wang Feng quickly feigned a cry of pain, tightening his grasp on her delicate hand. However, to avoid detection, he shifted his other hand aside, resting it on his chest. Observing his seemingly genuine demeanor, Jiang Hanqi had no choice but to comply with his charade, concentrating on regulating the chaotic energy within his body. She had not anticipated that her strike, suppressed to the third level of the gathering spirit realm, would have such an effect on this foolish boy. She merely intended to impart a lesson to prevent him from nonsensically referring to her as his master. As Jiang Hanqi sensed the turmoil of energy within him, it was evident that it was not a mere act. Unless he possessed the control of someone at the Saint King realm or some extraordinary artifact to sustain his energy, such turmoil was impossible to fake. If you wish to avoid your master's demise, then keep your distance. Jiang Hanqi coldly scoffed upon seeing Xiao Hao still lingering around, leaving him no choice but to retreat to the side. Why did the flow of spiritual energy appear so chaotic, yet simultaneously seem destined to wander in such a manner? Jiang Hanqi endeavored to disregard the sensation of kneading emanating from her hands, focusing intently on regulating the spiritual energy within Wang Feng's body. Moreover, in her perception, Wang Feng's chaotic spiritual energy bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the emperor he was battling. She had noticed this anomaly quite some time ago. Could he possibly be the offspring of that emperor? No, that was implausible. Her confrontation with that emperor had transpired over 10,000 years ago. Even if his son had not perished, he should have already reached the third realm of Yuan. Jiang Hanqi mused internally. That emperor was adept in both law and body. Wang Feng was the same, and their spiritual energy mirrored each other perfectly. However, this foolish boy had yet to fully awaken. It seemed his constitution might indeed be of the same kind as that crafty emperor's, just not yet awakened. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but conduct a few more inspections. Oh dear, please do not let your spiritual energy stray into my realm, Wang Feng internally exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed as Jiang Hanqi regulated his energy. How could it suddenly surge into places it ought not to go, and repeatedly at that? Wang Feng's physiological reactions ultimately proved too much to suppress. He felt as though he were at his wit's end. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanqi was still attempting to multitask, balancing the regulation of his energy while contemplating. Were it not for the fact that that lascivious emperor was already deceased, slain by her own hand, with his soul obliterated by her as well, and even his corpse residing within her divine sea, Jiang Hanqi might have believed that this foolish boy was merely a reincarnation of the emperor's hidden hand. Could you perhaps refrain from letting your spiritual energy run rampant? I am on the verge of losing control. At that moment, Wang Feng, with a pained expression, struggled to voice his distress. His countenance reflected genuine agony, akin to one wearing a mask of suffering. Jiang Hanqi could not help but voice her confusion. What was this foolish boy on the brink of losing control over? It wasn't until she followed the shifting center of gravity in Wang Feng's body that she paused, abruptly retracting the spiritual energy that had wandered into his lower half. She had been puzzled as to why, during her examination, His otherwise smooth physique seemed to protrude in a particular area. Having never examined a man's body before, she had not considered such matters. Her subconscious had naturally equated Wang Feng's form to that of a woman's. "Do not move," Jiang Hanqi admonished him sharply, striving to mask her embarrassment as she earnestly regulated the chaotic spiritual energy within him, which was nearing stabilization. Wang Feng silently arched his body and then spoke once more. "Fairy sister, I cannot hold it back. What should I do?" At the instant Wang Feng uttered those words, Jiang Hanqi abruptly raised her head, their beautiful eyes locking onto one another. The cacophony surrounding them seemed to fade into insignificance. "What should I do? Am I to offer myself in return?" Jiang Hanqi remarked coldly as she and Wang Feng maintained eye contact. "That is not out of the question," Wang Feng responded, appearing somewhat hesitant. Jiang Hanqi's gaze turned even frostier. Her gaze, "Surely it wouldn't lead to my demise, would it?" Wang Feng thought to himself, feeling rather unfazed. His cultivation now surpassed Jiang Hanqi's by 5 small realms. As long as she did not summon that sacred artifact, everything would be manageable. He could simply flee the moment she brandished the cold sword. "Get up," Jiang Hanqi exclaimed, withdrawing her hand and standing, letting out a cold huff. This foolish boy had already stabilized his spiritual energy, yet it was surprising that he had been contemplating taking advantage of her. This Navi lad was preoccupied with lewd thoughts, embodying a cowardly spirit that lacked the courage to act on them. Feeling the lingering warmth of her palm, Jiang Hanqi's heart swelled with indignation. The warmth on her face was undoubtedly a result of her own anger. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, she retrieved a white gauze hat from the sea of consciousness and donned it. Meanwhile, Wang Feng silently recited calming techniques, knowing he would eventually need to stand. If he did not suppress the awkwardness beneath him, rising would inevitably lead to embarrassment. Chapter 46. A facade before others, a different demeanor behind their backs. I cannot rise. 1. 2. Jiang Hangzi counted once more, having confirmed that Wang Feng was entirely unscathed. I suddenly feel invigorated," Wang Feng exclaimed, feeling the pressure beneath him dissipate. And he leapt up, feigning surprise, much to the exasperation of the 3 onlookers nearby. Chu Yin'er couldn't help but question whether he was mentally unwell. "Are you out of your mind?" she scolded, unable to contain her frustration upon realizing Wang Feng was unharmed. "What is your problem? What does it have to do with you? Keep talking, and I'll make sure you regret it," Wang Feng retorted, his expression darkening. "Why are you acting like this? My master is both handsome and talented. Surely you possess the ability to articulate?" Xiao Hao chimed in, defending his master against Chu Yin'er's insults. Jiang Hanqi stood quietly observing the farcical scene, growing weary of the commotion. Utilizing a technique of evasion, she vanished from sight while the others continued to hurl insults, resembling a group of quarrelsome women. After a while, Chu Yin'er seethed, "You two lack any sense of decorum. You both insult me." She angrily clenched her fists and stomped her feet, turning to the still-dazed Uncle Zhang. As Uncle Zhang turned his head, he realized that the ethereal woman had vanished. His first thought was that she must be a formidable cultivator. Only someone of greater power could disappear from his sight in an instant. It seemed capturing her was out of the question, and he would have to settle for apprehending the 2 men instead. "Uncle Zhang, why aren't you helping me? I'll tell my mother." Chu Yin'er glared at him, her frustration evident. "Oh, have you not weaned yet? Still telling your mother?" Xiao Hao scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, rivaling Wang Feng in his audacity. Chu Yin'er was momentarily taken aback by his words, glaring fiercely at Xiao Hao, as if poised to strike him at any moment. "The farce must come to an end. Surrender obediently and accompany me at once. You must either seek forgiveness from the person you assaulted or spend a few days in confinement." It was at this point that Uncle Zhang finally spoke, yet he refrained from joining their verbal skirmish, instead addressing the earlier incident of violence. "Fairy sister," Wang Feng turned to look, only to find that there was no fairy sister in sight, save for Xiao Hao, who was still engaged in a heated exchange with the girl. "Stop! How annoying!" Wang Feng shouted, prompting Xiao Hao and the girl to cease their exchange of insults. "And you, if you continue to bother me, I shall end your existence." Wang Feng's gaze sharpened, unleashing the aura of a 6th-level spirit-binding practitioner, directing it towards Uncle Zhang in the distance. With Jiang Hanqi gone, there was no need for pretense. It was tiresome to be constantly troubled by someone so persistent. Uncle Zhang's face turned pale with fear. He had not anticipated that Wang Feng was a formidable cultivator above the spirit-binding level. In the imperial city, One could simply compensate for an accidental killing. It was inconceivable to offend a spirit-binding expert over a mere altercation. Such actions would only lead to further casualties. Incidents of this nature were not uncommon in the past. Unless a spirit-binding cultivator was rampantly murderous, it would provoke the intervention of a powerful guardian of the imperial city. Typically, those at the spirit-binding level would not kill without cause, for every life is precious. Even Chuyener, with her 8th-level spirit-gathering cultivation, felt her complexion drain under Wang Feng's oppressive aura. At that moment, she realized that the man had merely feigned weakness in front of the elder sister. Internally, she chastised him for his duplicity, presenting one facade in public and another in private. "We apologize for disturbing you, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave now." Uncle Zhang, sensing the shift in atmosphere, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and hurriedly led Chuyener away. "Master, you are so cool. The moment you exuded that aura, they fled in terror," Xiao Hao exclaimed with a grin beside Wang Feng, who could only helplessly facepalm. This inexplicably quirky disciple of his was quite amiable in many respects, though it seemed his intellect had indeed been compromised. "Let us go." Wang Feng playfully kicked Xiao Hao's backside and proceeded down the narrow path. Xiao Hao quickly followed, still relishing the memory of his earlier exchange with the girl. He couldn't deny that he found her angry demeanor quite endearing. She appeared a bit foolish, like a punching bag. Unable to best him in their verbal sparring, she could only glare at him with fiery eyes. He, lost in thought. Xiao Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Feng inquired, puzzled by his disciple's mirth. "Master, I can't help but laugh when I think of that girl's angry expression," Xiao Hao explained, a grin still plastered on his face. "What is so funny about that?" Wang Feng pondered, realizing there wasn't much humor to be found. However, he noted a peculiar resemblance between the two. Her nonsensical demeanor mirrored that of his silly disciple. In the imperial city, within the palace, the empress's chamber, the atmosphere shifted. "Yener, what troubles you?" The empress gazed at her daughter, Chuyener, who sat on the bed with a displeased expression. "Mother, today I was utterly exasperated." Chuyener fumed, clutching a corner of the blanket as she recalled the impudent young man who had remarked that she was still weaning. "What troubles you?" The empress, seated beside her, sought to soothe her daughter, puzzled by the sudden shift from her usual playful demeanor to this tempest of anger. "Today, I encountered a remarkably beautiful older sister, but she was accompanied by 2 insufferable young men." The empress, her youthful visage betraying no signs of age, regarded her with curiosity. What could this have to do with her ire? They insulted me." Chuyener seethed, her words stammering as she tightened her grip on the quilt, clearly enraged. "What did they say?" The empress, intrigued yet cautious, refrained from passing judgment on the young men until she understood the full context. After all, she was the first female emperor in this dynasty, not one to act without wisdom. They mocked me, claiming I am still nursing from you." With a resolute expression, Chuyener seemed to summon great courage to voice her grievance. The empress, usually so serious, could not suppress a chuckle at the seemingly trivial nature of the insult. "Mother, how can you still be laughing?" Chuyener pouted, half pleading, half indignant as she clung to the empress's arm. "My dear Yener, did you not cast insults at them first?" The question struck a chord, and Chuyener paused, acknowledging that she had indeed initiated the exchange. Seeing the change in her daughter's countenance, the empress surmised that this was merely the playful banter typical among children. "Yener, since you have thrown words of derision, you must be prepared to receive them in return. Moreover, as the daughter of the empress, I do not envision you inheriting this throne. Your future lies in the Shao Sword sect, where you must strive diligently and abandon such boorish behavior." The empress began to impart her wisdom, leaving Chuyener feeling somewhat ashamed. "Mother, I understand. I shall be more mindful in the future," she replied, her cheeks puffed out in a display of childish defiance, though she was typically obedient to her mother's guidance. "Very well, rest now. In just a few days, you shall participate in the entrance competition for the Shao Sword sect. With your unique sword body, you are destined for greater realms." "Yes," Chuyener nodded, pulling the blanket over herself as the empress gently patted her back, soothing her to sleep. "I truly wonder when Yener will mature," she sighed, hoping her daughter would forge harmonious relationships with her future peers at the sect. Days slipped by swiftly, and only one day remained until the competition at the Shao Sword sect. "Master, what is this? It is far too bitter," Wang Feng exclaimed, grimacing at the taste. Quickly, his master pressed his head down, closing his jaw and shaking his head vigorously. "Do not spit it out, swallow it." The inferior bone refining pill was intentionally reserved for Xiao Hao to consume at this moment. Today marks the awakening of his sword body and his breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm. It's so hot, master. Shortly after ingesting the inferior bone refining pill, Xiao Hao felt an intense heat enveloping his entire body. The heat was so overwhelming that he tilted his head back, gasping for breath. Yet his mouth was filled with an unbearable bitterness. That's right. Quickly refine it. As a genius. If you fail to ascend to the spirit-gathering realm after taking the pill today, I shall defeat you in tomorrow's competition, rendering you incapable of even crawling away, lest you bring me shame. Although, to be honest, I have little dignity myself. Upon finishing his words, Wang Feng unleashed a surge of sword intent. While Xiao Hao's cultivation level remained too low, his bare upper body was instantly marked with numerous cuts. Wang Feng employed a method of oppressive awakening, instilling a sense of danger within Xiao Hao's subconscious to prompt the awakening of his sword body. It was a simple and convenient approach, after all. The pain was borne by Xiao Hao, not him. Ouch, master. It hurts so much. Xiao Hao's bare torso was lacerated by the sword intent, causing blood to flow, albeit not profusely. Yet, the sensation of flesh being sliced by the sword intent was excruciating, leaving Xiao Hao wailing in agony. The medicinal power of the bone-refining pill gradually mended his skin and flesh, creating a torment of alternating injury and healing, compounded by the heat that engulfed him. Channel the breaking sky sword technique, or else the pain will only intensify, Wang Feng declared, disregarding Xiao Hao's cries. With a mere thought, he escalated the sword intent further. After all, the pain was not his to endure. He would push Xiao Hao to the brink until the sword body awakened. The sword intent deepened the cuts on Xiao Hao's flesh, making the wounds larger and longer. The surrounding earth was already marred by the relentless slicing of sword intent. Why isn't he awakened yet? Logically, he should have awakened halfway a few days ago. Frustrated by the delay, Wang Feng cursed loudly. He recalled that just days prior, Xiao Hao had displayed sword intent, albeit briefly. Wang Feng shouted, maximizing the sword intent while avoiding any fatal strikes on Xiao Hao. With a cry, Wang Feng unleashed the sword intent toward Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao met the onslaught of sword intent with a scream that startled even the birds perched in distant trees. In an instant, more and deeper wounds appeared on his body, and sweat poured from his brow. Disciple, if you do not awaken soon, I may have to target your neck, Wang Feng teased, genuinely contemplating hanging the jade disc around Xiao Hao's neck to provide him with a near-death experience, thereby increasing the likelihood of awakening by 99%. Xiao Hao was truly tormented, his body riddled with wounds of varying depths. Even the healing properties of the bone-refining pill struggled to keep pace with the relentless emergence of new injuries. Xiao Hao bellowed, and that very cry seemed to unleash a torrent, akin to a dam bursting. Boom! A surge of sword energy erupted from within him, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Wang Feng, the one who possesses sword intent. At last, the awakening is imminent. Wang Feng's face brightened as he observed the sword energy clashing with his own intent. However, in comparison to his sword intent, this energy appeared as feeble as a chick. Accelerate the cultivation technique, Wang Feng shouted, gradually retracting his sword intent and distancing himself slightly from Xiao Hao, who remained vigilant nearby. Just as they were on the verge of breaking through, a group of individuals nearby took note of the situation and rushed towards them. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing a breakthrough here? 3 elegantly attired individuals, 2 men and a woman, approached. The 2 men exuded a noble aura, their elongated features and handsome visages evoking the image of a second male lead from a drama. The other bore the face of a typical antagonist, his countenance and demeanor radiating a sinister charm. The woman, on the other hand, possessed a charmingly delightful appearance, her large, sparkling eyes and plump cheeks adding to her allure without excessive weight. In comparison to Wang Feng and Xiao Hao, each possessed their own merits. Wang Feng exuded an extraordinary aura, with a handsome and refined face, while Xiao Hao's features conveyed a youthful vigor and resolute spirit. Generally, those who have cultivated immortality are seldom unattractive, and even the least favorable appearances resemble that of an ordinary person, barring any congenital or irreparable conditions. Who are you? Wang Feng regarded them with caution, aware that those who intrude upon such a pivotal moment of breakthrough must be approached with care. We are disciples of the Little Sword sect. Upon noticing a fellow cultivator's breakthrough, we were curious and came to observe, The second male, Chun Bai Xiao, responded, his voice deep and somewhat magnetic. Brother, it seems he possesses sword energy, unexpectedly remarked the sparkling-eyed girl, glancing at her so-called senior brother with an unmistakable fondness. The antagonist faced UK, a stoic figure, merely nodded in agreement. However, his gaze towards Xiao Hao revealed a hint of astonishment. Now that you have seen, you may leave. Wang Feng's expression remained unfriendly, for many in the realm of cultivation have met their demise during a breakthrough. Fellow cultivator, may we observe? His sword energy is quite extraordinary and could perhaps benefit us. Chun Bai Xiao, unperturbed, stood by as they were indeed in the wrong for intruding during another's breakthrough. Bowing respectfully to Wang Feng. Chapter 48. The expanding power of Xiao Hao. Is that so? Wang Feng assessed their cultivation levels, noting that the highest amongst them was at the 4th layer of the spirit bonding realm, belonging to the antagonist faced U Quebec. I require this, Wang Feng said with a mischievous grin, his intentions clear. Fellow cultivator, here are 50 low-grade spirit stones, along with this storage bag, which is valued at around 100 spirit stones. Will this suffice? Chun Bai Xiao, observing Wang Feng's cheeky demeanor, could not help but twitch his lips as he produced a storage bag from his waist. Wang Feng accepted the tossed storage bag and inspected its contents, confirming it indeed contained spirit stones, neither more nor less. It remains a mystery how he managed to prepare in advance. Wang Feng produced several spirit stones and scattered them around Xiao Hao. The heavens and earth were unyielding as Wang Feng chanted a series of incantations, causing a crimson barrier to slowly rise around Xiao Hao. As a precaution, Wang Feng established an additional layer of protection just in case an adversary decided to strike. The three individuals in the distance displayed expressions of astonishment, swiftly arranging their formations, clearly masters of the art of array and undoubtedly possessing superior cultivation compared to them. Thank you, esteemed senior. The group changed their titles and settled down, observing as Xiao Hao broke through amidst a swirling aura of sword energy. They hoped to catch a glimpse of a breakthrough opportunity. How intriguing! All three are sword bodies. Does that render sword bodies worthless? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Feng's eyes, realizing that all three were sword bodies, yet he remained unaware of their quality. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, two of the three were the direct disciples of the sect leader, while one was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. They represented the strongest swordsmanship among the younger generation of the Danyang dynasty, marking the first occurrence in centuries of three sword bodies appearing simultaneously. At this moment, Xiao Hao let out a thunderous roar, and his sword energy erupted anew, far more intense than before. However, upon striking the barrier Wang Feng had erected, it subsided. The deepest sword wounds on Xiao Hao began to heal rapidly, and a gurgling sound emanated from within him, as his aura gradually receded and harmonized with his entire being. The three onlookers fixed their gaze intently, realizing that this was a simultaneous awakening of the sword body and a breakthrough in realm. What manner of sword body was this? The awakening alone exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a higher-level bloodline, suppressing a lower-level one. Master, I did it. Ha! Xiao Hao leaped into the air, executing a backflip, unable to resist the urge to draw his long sword and strike at the void nearby. Stop! At this moment, silence enveloped the arena. It was not due to overwhelming strength, but rather, a mere sound of wind would have been more resonant than the aura of that strike. They merely witnessed a gust of sword wind swirl before Xiao Hao, and then nothing more. Young lady, come here, come here. Wang Feng beckoned to the girl with bright, sparkling eyes, who possessed the lowest cultivation among them. What is it? The girl, momentarily dazed, was startled by Wang Feng's call and instinctively stepped back behind her senior brother. You Quebec esteemed senior, we must return to the sect now, so we shall not impose further. UK, with a face of aloofness, shielded the girl, Lin Yu. While Chun Bai Xiao, the second male, spoke gently. I only suggested a friendly spar. It's nothing serious. Though your cultivation is the lowest, it still surpasses my disciples. Only then did the three realize that it was indeed this matter. Among them, Lin Yu held the lowest cultivation level. A genius should embody the essence of a genius. It's not truly exceptional to engage in battles exceeding 1's level, Wang Feng remarked, noting that her cultivation was around the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He playfully kicked Xiao Hao, who was still reveling in his newfound power, waking him from his reverie. Oh, master, yes. In the 9th layer of the spirit-gathering realm, Xiao Hao, momentarily startled, pondered whether his master wished him dead. Yet, at this juncture, his burgeoning strength inflated his ego, reminiscent of past lives with Wang Feng, leading him to acquiesce. Come, we're this. Wang Feng retrieved a jade disc from his spatial storage and adorned it around Xiao Hao's neck, provoking a look of perplexity from him. You may proceed. With a swift shove, Wang Feng propelled the still baffled Xiao Hao forward before leaping onto a nearby tree. Young lady, do not hold back. As long as it is not a strike to the head, feel free to attack him. Wang Feng called down to Lin Yuyu, who was timidly hiding behind Quebec. Sister, since this is a request from our senior, it presents a splendid opportunity for you to test your recent advancements. Chen Baixiao, the second male lead, gently encouraged the little sister hiding behind the antagonist. Wang Feng couldn't help but speculate whether the three were entangled in a love triangle. Very well. Lin Yuyu unsheathed the jade sword from her left hand, which Wang Feng instantly recognized as an exquisite weapon of the highest quality. Be cautious, young lady. Xiao Hao, poised to charge, nearly stumbled upon hearing Lin Yuyu's words, almost twisting his ankle. You still haven't donned your clothing. Lin Yuyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she noted Xiao Hao's more muscular physique, which had become more pronounced after consuming a low-grade bone-refining elixir. Oh, right. Embarrassed by her remark, Xiao Hao hurriedly retrieved clothing from the storage bag given by his master and dressed swiftly. Here I am, the disciple of my esteemed master. Xiao Hao, he proclaimed with a bow, leaving the four in stunned silence. Do you not belong to any sect? Indeed, Xiao Hao replied, his tone unabashed. As it seemed his master was a rogue cultivator, or perhaps unwilling to divulge his sect affiliation. Without further ado, let us begin. With that, Xiao Hao raised his sword and charged at Lin Yuyu, unable to contain his eagerness to showcase his newfound prowess. Lin Yuyu reciprocated, leaping forward with her sword, and their blades clashed. Xiao Hao barely managed to defend himself and was sent flying by the force of the blow. Enough. After merely one exchange, Xiao Hao declared his surrender, much to Wang Feng's dismay. Girl, unleash your full strength upon him. Show no mercy, Wang Feng shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. It was crucial to exploit Xiao Hao's freshly awakened sword spirit to release its latent energy. Lin Yuyu hesitated momentarily, but after Wang Feng's resounding encouragement, she charged forward without restraint. Master, you are betraying your disciple. Xiao Hao lamented as he retreated, cursing Wang Feng under his breath, though he refrained from using foul language. Strike him. Aim to the utmost. Oh, and do not sever his sword. It shall be needed later. Listening to Wang Feng's instructions, Lin Yuyu intensified her attacks, deliberately avoiding the blade. The 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm erupted with formidable power, unleashing a blade of sword energy that sent Xiao Hao tumbling through the air. A deep crimson gash abruptly marred his chest. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuyu felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that her strike may have been excessively forceful. I am furious. Chapter 49, The Small Sword Sect. With a thunderous exclamation, Xiao Hao's sword ignited with flickering flames, rapidly turning a vivid red, though it quickly dimmed to a darkened hue. Is this the solar sword body? The three of them finally recognized it, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. While not the absolute best, this sword body certainly ranked among the top 10 in terms of strength. Lin Yuyu's demeanor became increasingly cautious. In the world of cultivation, it was rare for geniuses to battle beyond their means, yet possessing the solar sword body could very well grant one that capability. Ah, Xiao Hao bellowed, charging furiously towards Lin Yuyu, his momentum fierce and unrestrained. Moments later, however, he lay weakened on the ground, covered in sword wounds. Gazing feebly at Wang Feng perched atop a tree, the jade pendant around his neck was working to mend his injuries. Wang Feng leapt down, smiling, and directed Lin Yuyu to return. Xiao Hao had indeed not reached the point of being able to defeat Lin Yuyu. After all, it was implausible to leap 8 small realms in a single battle, especially wielding only a single sword. You see, without pressure, one's strength will not significantly improve in a short period. Wang Feng utilized spiritual energy to heal his wayward disciple while gently chiding him in whispers. Had he not suggested that the girl engage in a spar with Xiao Hao moments ago, it was unlikely that the energy of the solar sword body would have been unleashed. Consequently, this would enable Xiao Hao to wield it with greater finesse in the future. For example, the ability to infuse the sword body as strength into the blade itself could drastically enhance his combat prowess. Senior, may we depart now? A different voice emerged. Cool and composed. It belonged to the antagonist, Quebec. Yes, "Let us go," Wang Feng replied, waving them off as he hoisted Xiao Hao onto his back, bounding towards the city with ease. As the trio turned to leave, they glanced back, only to find that Wang Feng and UK had already vanished, leaving them in a state of surprise. They pondered just how much more powerful the Elder was than they, surely at least 5 small realms beyond. In truth, Wang Feng had merely utilized his swift movement technique, as he was only 2 small realms above UK, yet indeed 5 above Lin Yuyu. The following day, at the Small Sword Sect, after inquiring for directions along the way, Wang Feng and his companion finally arrived at the foot of the Small Sword Sect mountain. They stood at the base, gazing up at the ethereal sect with the wide-eyed wonder of country bumpkins. Indeed, it was at the mountain's base. Any sect of a higher caliber would typically employ such conventional measures, including a seemingly endless staircase. As for why Wang Feng also resembled a country bumpkin, it was simply because he relished the persona. Previously, he had visited the 3 mightiest sects of the celestial Tsan continent: the Sword Sect, Ice Palace, and Immortal Court. Beyond them lay the 9 sacred grounds, of which Wang Feng had only managed to visit a few before being tragically slain by Jiang Hanshi. In contrast, Xiao Hao was a true country bumpkin, tirelessly ascending these seemingly endless steps. Wang Feng, observing the lofty and distant staircase, couldn't help but express his disdain, as a mist lingered around them, making the place resemble an ethereal ascent to immortality. Occasionally, people passed by, climbing the steps, blending into the multitude of ascending figures, some there to spectate, others to compete, and many engaged in their own pursuits. "Let us soar up," Wang Feng remarked, glancing at the sky where some were already flying. Surely, there was no restriction on flying. If there were, the Sword Sect would be utterly foolish. With a firm grip on Xiao Hao's collar, Wang Feng took flight up the steps. Upon landing, Xiao Hao was awestruck and filled with excitement. "Master, it's so beautiful," he exclaimed, for this was the most stunning place he had ever seen since leaving his town. In the distance loomed magnificent halls, resplendent and grand, dwarfing the people beneath them like ants, while the grandeur of the palaces was truly breathtaking. "Look at your lack of ambition," Wang Feng chided him with a sidelong glance before stepping into the palace to explore. The two meandered until they arrived at a sword observation platform. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the swords. He yearned to seize them all. The swords varied in length, some resembling daggers, while others were as wide as a person. All were categorized as mid to upper-tier yellow artifacts, including a particularly striking low-grade blood sword, though 2 elders stood guard over it. Wang Feng noted that both were at the 9th level of the spirit-building realm, leaving him astonished. What kind of sect was this? He had assumed it was merely a small sect, yet even the guardians of the sword platform were so formidable. He resigned himself to abandon the idea of taking the swords, as escape from the mountain gate would likely prove impossible. As they continued their exploration, the sun ascended to its zenith, hanging high in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. "Esteemed friends and brethren, I trust all who should be here have arrived, and those who should not have also come. The competition is now officially set to commence." The resonant tolling of the bell was followed by a booming voice. Whoosh, bang. As the proclamation concluded, the sky erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, prompting the crowd to rush toward the spectacle. "Ah, truly magnificent," Wang Feng remarked, urging Xiao Hao to follow closely behind the throng. This sect was quite progressive, allowing visitors to explore the unimportant grand halls to stave off boredom before the competition commenced. Soon, they found themselves in a vast open arena, measured in the thousands of meters, showcasing the enormity of the space. In the very center of the arena stood approximately 100 platforms, each separated by 3 meters. Each platform was estimated to be at least 50 meters in size. Wang Feng surveyed the surroundings and noticed in the distance several massive columns, standing side by side at intervals of 1 meter. Each grand column also provided at least 3 meters of space atop it, where individuals donned in uniform attire, albeit in varying colors, indicative of their ranks, gathered. All of them, without exception, bore an embroidered azure sword upon their chests. On the first day of the competition, no names would be selected. Those at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm or below, who felt capable, were encouraged to participate. Each platform had a judge, and only 10 participants were permitted per platform, with entry on a first-come, first-served basis. The duration of each duel was a single incense stick's burn. The last person standing would gain entry into the Little Sword Sect. To prevent idleness in combat, the rule was clear: if more than 2 individuals remained standing, All would be disqualified and required to await the next round. This was an unmistakable indication that failure to engage in combat would result in elimination from the previous round, leaving only the option to wait for the next opportunity. Should one lose, yet possess talent that catches the eye of an elder, there remained the possibility of being accepted as a disciple of the sect. The rules dictated that one must strike to incapacitate, not to take a life. However, as blades are blind to intent, an unfortunate accident could result in severe injury, for which the Little Sword sect bore no responsibility. Nevertheless, victorious participants could apply for healing expenses from the sect post-competition. Lastly, the individual who secured first place would be awarded a top-tier sword intent stone of the Xian rank, while those in the second and third positions would receive mid-tier sword intent stones of the same rank. A dignified middle-aged man, standing amidst the towering columns, articulated the competition's rules and rewards using spiritual energy. Upon hearing these declarations, the throngs below erupted into a cacophony so deafening it threatened to overwhelm one's senses. The prospect of a top-tier sword intent stone stirred Wang Feng's thoughts. He contemplated whether to suppress his cultivation to the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm for participation. A glance towards the shadowy figure atop the column revealed the sect leader was indeed a practitioner of the 3rd level of the Yuan realm. The Broken Yuan realm. This was undoubtedly a branch of the Sword sect. Wang Feng's heart raced. Upon first hearing the name Little Sword sect, he had immediately thought of the Sword sect. This was a lineage that had endured for over 100,000 years, surpassing even the ice palace where Jiang Hanshi once resided. Initially, he had presumed the Little Sword sect was merely a coincidental naming. However, it was now clear to Wang Feng that the Little Sword sect was unequivocally a branch of the Sword sect. After all, what small sect could boast such grandeur and splendor? The number of practitioners, their strength. Most outer disciples were at least at the 7th level of the gathering spirit realm or above. During his visit, he had observed a considerable number of practitioners at the upper levels of the gathering spirit realm, though he had not encountered any inner disciples until now. The judges overseeing the contests were all cultivators of the spirit formation realm. Even the rewards for the competition were Xian rank sword intent stones. Yet, Wang Feng remained determined to acquire that sword intent stone. With the system at his disposal, they would be unable to see through him. As long as he consistently exuded the aura of a 9th level gathering spirit realm practitioner, ensuring those atop the columns could not discern his true strength, he would be fine. Let it be done. With a resolute mind, he prepared to take the stage shortly, aspiring only to claim the rewards without the necessity of joining the Sword sect. The reputation of the Sword sect was indeed commendable. He believed they would not coerce him into membership. Perhaps he might even leverage their influence to reach the central continent. Furthermore, during his 8th reincarnation, he had paid a visit to the Sword sect, which enjoyed a high standing even among the common folk. After all, these were the source points, and the more he accumulated, the more the system could restore itself, for he yearned to purchase another life. However, this life would demand no less than 10 million source points, and even then, it would be a flawed resurrection. This meant he might emerge as a simpleton or forget certain memories, or perhaps even be disabled or incapable of cultivation, among other possibilities. A proper resurrection would require 100 million source points, ensuring a complete revival, akin to his previous 8 lives, as the system had indicated. Therefore, he was reluctant to make purchases unless he encountered something truly desirable, yet expenditures were unavoidable. Over the past few days, he had gained a rough understanding of the geographical layout of the Tian continent, which was divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Wilderness, Southern Domain, Western Desert, Northern Frontier, and the Central Continent. A millennium ago, the world was not so complex, simply referred to by cardinal directions and the Central Domain. His desire to journey to the Central Continent stemmed from his 8th life as fear of death, which indeed came to pass. Buried in a certain location within what was once the Central Domain, now known as the Central Continent, was an object of significance. Had it been stored in his spatial storage, upon his demise, all contents would have transformed into source points for his revival. All items could be converted, but that particular object was exempt from such fate. It remained uncertain whether the object still existed. It bore no utility for combat enhancement. This was precisely why Wang Feng had refrained from bringing it to confront Jiang Hanshi, lest it fall into her possession. This object had accompanied him for 2 lifetimes. Initially obtained during his 7th life, though he could locate it in his 8th life, over the span of 10,000 years. it was likely to be more arduous to find in this current life. Beep. Task. Locate the object buried 10,000 years ago. Reward. 100,000 source points. What? System, have you gone mad? Wang Feng was taken aback upon reviewing the task, astonished that the system would assign him such a quest. Was this a means to conveniently bestow him source points? Beep. The host must find it first. Consider the reward amount to comprehend the difficulty involved. Beep. However, the host may spend 200,000 source points for a location pinpoint. System, you truly are a bit mischievous. The system's words weighed heavily on Wang Feng's heart. Fortunately, a location could be determined. He had employed a similar method in his 8th life, though that time, there was no task involved. Wang Feng was confident that the object would not have deteriorated over the millennia. Rather, the challenge lay in locating it. Stop. A middle-aged man stood atop a stone pillar in the sky, calling out to the raucous crowd below. Shortly, silence enveloped the gathering, as those who failed to comply would find their faces paling under the direct scrutiny of a spiritual energy wave. Now, the competition begins. Boom. Whoosh. Waves of colorful spiritual energy surged towards the arena. Wang Feng retrieved sunflower seeds from his spatial storage. What has unfolded over these past few days is quite serendipitous. Wang Feng, on the spot, procured dozens of packages, eagerly awaiting the bustling moment. Indeed, that moment has arrived, and they have proven their worth. He passed 2 packages to Xiao Hao beside him. They remained unperturbed, for each match lasted approximately half an hour. They would wait for their group of 9th-tier gathering spirit realm practitioners to conclude before taking their turn, making their ascension significantly easier. However, it was evident that many others shared their sentiment. Just moments ago, a multitude of figures raced toward the arena. Now, however, the arena seemed sparse, with only 1 or 2 9th-tier practitioners occupying each platform. 3 are needed here, bellowed a judge from one of the rings. 1 is needed here, followed by a cascade of similar declarations from the judges of the various platforms. The non-selective competition was limited to this single day. Those with the capability who failed to reach the arena today would have to await the next entry competition. An elder on another column spoke with spiritual power, his voice resounding, imposing a layer of pressure upon the crowd. This meant that once midnight struck today, even if one proved capable of standing in the arena, those who had not entered would miss their opportunity for selection. Consequently, many individuals, seeking to secure their chances, surged toward the arena once more. Boom. Another heavy bell toll sounded, this time signaling the commencement of the matches. Instantly, hundreds of arenas shimmered with a protective barrier, enveloping the entire area to prevent any stray attacks from escaping. Begin, commanded the judge, and flames erupted on the platforms as energies of various attributes swirled chaotically. Occasionally, someone would collide heavily against the barrier, creating ripples across its surface. Make way, make way. In Chapter 51, 2 rivals, Wang Feng called out to clear space around him. And amidst the fearful gazes of onlookers, he retrieved a large bed from his storage bag at his waist. This was a special preparation by Wang Feng. As the system's storage space was insufficient, he had resorted to utilizing the space of his storage bag. Master, your preparations are exceedingly meticulous. Xiao Hao shouted unabashedly, giving Wang Feng a thumbs up. Well, you haven't seen my master before. He typically lounges in spiritual springs while observing others compete, Wang Feng remarked, eliciting a wave of disdainful glances from the crowd. This person, appearing as a rustic bumpkin, had the audacity to boast about soaking in spiritual springs. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, and an array of snacks were all readily available. Competitors on the stage, please commence your performance. Wang Feng set a table before the bed and called out to the participants. It was evident, however, that the barrier possessed soundproofing capabilities, rendering the competitors oblivious to his calls. Yet, sounds from within the barrier could escape, seemingly designed to prevent outside interference. I want to eat too. At that moment, a young girl dashed over, unceremoniously leaping onto the large bed occupied by the 2 men. Not you again, Xiao Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the girl before him, none other than Chu Yenner. What has happened? Has my brother ceased to like me after just a few days? Chu Yenner, in full view of the crowd, donned an expression of utmost distress. Clenching her small hands and biting her lower lip, tears began to well up in her eyes. Who doesn't like you? No, who likes you? Who is your brother? Upon witnessing her demeanor, Xiao Hao's expression darkened instantly. He had only met this girl once. How could she consider him her brother? The crowd, observing Chu Yinner's delicate and pitiful appearance, began to regard Xiao Hao with peculiar glances, and some, without understanding the situation, indignantly accused him of being a heartless scoundrel. The sentiment of the masses is easily swayed, and soon, a multitude of bewildered onlookers joined in, suggesting that Xiao Hao must be unfaithful. "Stop!" Wang Feng shouted, unable to bear it any longer, and the surroundings quieted down somewhat. He then turned to Chu Yinner, still wearing her aggrieved expression, and spoke with a teasing tone. "Isn't he your good brother? Then prove it by sharing a kiss." As soon as Wang Feng uttered this, both Xiao Hao and Chu Yinner's expressions turned to astonishment. "Yes, yes, hurry and kiss." The crowd, reveling in the commotion, began to chant along, seemingly unconcerned for the implications. "No!" Xiao Hao and Chu Yinner shouted in unison. "Look, look, this girl is trying to deceive you all. She is a fraud." Wang Feng quickly seized the opportunity to point at Chu Yinner, shouting to the crowd. Revealed in her deception, Chu Yinner felt genuinely wronged and frightened, and tears began to flow. Having lived a life of privilege, she had never experienced such humiliation before a crowd. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Master, let it be." Xiao Hao, seeing Chu Yinner wipe her tears in front of everyone, felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. He could hardly bear to see a woman cry, especially one so beautiful. Though he and this girl had not gotten along, she was undeniably lovely. "No, we cannot let her off so easily after her deceit. Quickly, tell us what you came here for." Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Hao beside him and turned back to the still weeping Chu Yinner. She appeared as inexplicably present as Xiao Hao, and while undeniably attractive, he had grown accustomed to Jiang Hanqi's beauty, and found Chu Yinner merely pleasing to the eye without any deeper intrigue. "I wish to eat these," Chu Yinner replied, wiping her tears and pointing at the assortment of delicacies on the table. The sight of the food was tantalizing, and the aroma wafted through the air. "So, you went through all this trouble just to eat these?" "Yes." Chu Yinner, realizing that Wang Feng appeared somewhat clever, decided to drop her pretense. She thought it better to manipulate the one who seemed easily fooled. With her red-rimmed eyes, she cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Hao. "What are you staring at? Who told you to be a deceiver?" Clearly, although Xiao Hao could not bear to see a girl cry, his tongue was unrestrained. "Pay up." At that moment, Wang Feng extended his hand, catching Chu Yinner off guard. Nevertheless, she retrieved some silver coins from the storage ring on her finger. Wang Feng, surprised, had not anticipated that she possessed such a ring. It seemed she was not lacking in wealth, a fact he found quite tempting. However, he sought not mere silver coins, but spirit stones instead. What? Chu Yinner was taken aback. Did he truly desire spirit stones for these mundane edibles devoid of spiritual energy? "Just say whether you will partake," Wang Feng exclaimed, growing somewhat impatient. "Yes, I will eat, but I have no spirit stones left." "Then off you go, go on." Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, shooing Chu Yinner away like a duck. "Will this pill suffice?" she asked, producing a small vial. Wang Feng took it with a hint of skepticism. To his astonishment, it contained a low-grade body refinement pill, which was far more valuable than spirit stones. Indeed, she was quite affluent. "Eat up, indulge," Wang Feng exclaimed, stowing the pill away and instantly transforming into a jovial demeanor, much to Chu Yinner's eye-rolling dismay. Clap, clap, clap. "Excellent." Wang Feng, along with the three of them seated on the bed, munched on sunflower seeds and peanuts among other snacks. After all, it was not solely sunflower seeds and peanuts. Otherwise, Chu Yinner would not have been foolish enough to offer a body refinement pill. They occasionally took sips of a daring beverage, applauding enthusiastically at the thrilling moments. Cough, cough. "What is this? It's both bitter and spicy," Chu Yinner exclaimed, taking a sip from a bottle, the unfamiliar taste overwhelming her senses as she fanned her tongue. "Ha ha." Xiao Hao burst into laughter, recalling his own initial reaction upon tasting it. "What are you laughing at? Do you dare to provoke me?" Chu Yinner raised her delicate fist, glaring at Xiao Hao, who quickly pulled Wang Feng closer. "You dare? I'll have my master shatter your teeth." Xiao Hao, somewhat intimidated, noted that the girl's cultivation level far surpassed his own, but found newfound courage after drawing Wang Feng beside him. "Are you two adversaries?" Wang Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead, unable to shake the thought of Jiang Hanqi and her peculiarities. These two seemed to find themselves in each other's company just as inexplicably as he and Jiang Hanqi did, though their interactions were far from gentle. Wang Feng, after all, had been killed in 8 lifetimes, and in the 9th, he had nearly met his demise from that chilling needle. "Always hiding behind your master, huh?" Chu Yinner huffed in irritation, choosing to ignore Xiao Hao and instead focusing on the food as she watched the battles on stage. Chapter 52. Are you here to relieve yourself? Undoubtedly, from atop several large columns, one could observe the spectacle below, aside from the combat on stage. A bed occupied by 3 individuals, a table laden with food, making their gathering quite conspicuous. An elderly man, witnessing this scene, smiled and remarked, "These 3 are indeed true to their nature, living freely and unrestrained." Humph. Yet, no sooner had the old man spoken than a resounding voice echoed, leading one to believe a beautiful maiden was venting her ire. The old man glanced at the communication disc beside him. It served as their medium of exchange amidst the crowd. After all, they could not constantly rely on spiritual energy for conversation, lest their secrets be overheard by those below. Damn it, old two, what are you huffing about now? You spend your days just grumbling. The old man's expression soured instantly, for Tu Guangyi invariably countered his every remark. The 3 individuals displayed a complete lack of decorum, their actions in such a public setting seemingly designed to attract attention. Another elder, Tu Guangyi, spoke up, immediately casting aspersions upon Wang Feng and his companions. The leader seated at the center of the grand column chuckled and remarked, "What if 2 among them possess remarkable talent? What would you say then?" Tu Guangyi, sensing the leader's support for the elder's remarks, felt even more disgruntled. "Even if one among them is a solar sword body within the top 10, I still find such impudent individuals unworthy of my regard." "Very well," the leader replied, refraining from further confrontation, which left Tu Guangyi feeling perplexed. Could it be that 2 among the trio indeed possessed extraordinary gifts? Enough of that. Look at the arena. A playful yet elegant voice interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the announced platform, though most noticed only that it had already concluded. On a stage unseen by Wang Feng, a slender maiden clad in a flowing white dress and a gauzy conical hat held a chilling sword. Observing the 9 dispersed figures before her, none dared to initiate an attack as they appraised one another, but Jiang Hanshi soon grew impatient. With a swift movement, the 9 felt a sudden chill. Without exception, their garments were torn asunder at the chest. "We've lost." Instantaneous defeat. The 9 were initially struck with terror, but as realization dawned, they sank into despondency, inwardly cursing the appearance of such a prodigy in their midst. Among them were 2 practitioners at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm. Yet they had been effortlessly vanquished. Had this been a genuine battle, their heads would have already rolled. The ability to shred their clothing in an instant signified she could just as quickly sever their heads. "I shall claim this disciple." The sound of eager voices surged through the communication disc, some even expressing fervent desire to descend and recruit her. "Hold on, let us observe further," the leader cautioned, gradually calming the fervor within the disc. Casual conversations ensued, mentioning rare talents who had battled beyond their realm within the gathering spirit stage. As the series of contests neared their conclusion, evening approached, and the sun began its descent in the western sky, painting the clouds in hues of crimson. Layers of fiery clouds enhanced the visual depth and allure of the sky. Below, the camera swiftly descended toward the expansive grounds of the Little Sword sect, where hundreds of platforms could be seen, each encased in a barrier, with spiritual energy surging chaotically. "Hey, you little rascal. Do you truly believe you could defeat them if given the chance?" Chu Yenner asked, her tone laced with subtle mockery as she regarded Xiao Hao, who was merely a first-level practitioner of the gathering spirit realm, likely present just to witness the spectacle. "Uft, I could obliterate them in an instant," Xiao Hao boasted, downing a drink with bravado, a smug grin plastered across his face. "Eat more vegetables and stop guzzling down alcohol," Chu Yenner chided, tossing a handful of peanuts in front of him, her lips curling with sarcasm. "Humph, such bravado, claiming to obliterate them. If you're so bold, why not give it a try?" Amidst the crowd, there were murmurs of discontent. How oblivious this young man was to the vastness of the world. Indeed, Chu Yenner nodded in agreement with the sentiments expressed. Wang Feng, meanwhile, remained silent, intently observing the exchange, preparing to select a less formidable arena for Xiao Hao to contend in. As an incense stick burned to completion, the evening glow cast a crimson hue upon the earth, enriching the landscape. In this latest gathering, the participants at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm were notably fewer, suggesting that many had already participated. "Now, entry begins," called out the chief judge as the previous match concluded. Wang Feng seized the moment, deftly retrieving the jade disc and fastening it around Xiao Hao's neck. With a swift motion, He grasped the collar of Xiao Hao's garment and hurled him towards the arena like a javelin. A whoosh of wind accompanied Xiao Hao's bewildered flight toward the stage. Ah! Thud! Upon crashing onto the arena, Xiao Hao rolled several times, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, only gradually recovering thanks to the restorative properties of the jade disc. The remaining 9 competitors on the stage were taken aback by Xiao Hao's dramatic entrance, their lips twitching with disbelief. The strongest among them was a cultivator at the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, a choice made deliberately by Wang Feng, who had patiently awaited this moment. The others, witnessing the most accessible arena being claimed, were filled with frustration, left with no choice but to seek other platforms. Are you willing to risk your disciple's life? Chu Yenner exclaimed in astonishment, despite the relatively low level of the arena. After all, it was still a 5th level Gathering Spirit cultivator, significantly surpassing that impudent young man by 4 levels. What? Are you concerned for your dear brother? Who is concerned? Chu Yenner retorted, her face flushing with indignation as she recognized Wang Feng's playful jibe regarding earlier events. Then do not shout. Will you eat or not? If not, I shall put it away. Eat. I will participate in the next match. Are you also here to compete? Wang Feng queried, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. Indeed. Seeing her determination, Wang Feng relinquished the table and bed to her watch, then leaped towards an arena, gracefully arcing through the air. Chu Yenner gasped in disbelief. Was he not a cultivator at the spirit-binding realm? How could he ascend as well? Thud. The arena remained unscathed. The peak of the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm cannot even shatter this platform? Wang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, crouching awkwardly. Brother, are you here to relieve yourself? Chuckled the early entrants, amused by Wang Feng's squatting posture. Wang Feng quickly straightened, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed them. I do not wish to harm you. Surrender, if you will. Aware that mere words would not suffice to establish his authority, he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm in a sudden burst. As the barrier had yet to rise, the force of his energy swept through the area, tousling the hair of onlookers. All were left in astonishment, for his presence was undeniably more powerful than that of an ordinary 9th level cultivator. Chapter 53. This familiar feeling at last, Chu Yenner comprehended the situation. This individual was utilizing his superior realm to intimidate others. For a practitioner at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, such a formidable aura was utterly unprecedented, especially considering he was not even at that level. Yet, why had the sect leader and elders of the Little Sword sect failed to discern this until now? Although Chu Yenner could not perceive his true strength when Wang Feng deliberately suppressed his aura, she had indeed felt the oppressive pressure of his spirit-binding realm before. Meanwhile, the spectators on the arena finally adopted a serious demeanor, with some contemplating the option of abandoning the arena. After all, there would be future opportunities to compete. Yet they resisted the urge to leave, recognizing the potential to hone their combat experience through close observation. It was preferable to witness the battle up close rather than merely watching from a distance. The arena was spacious, and as long as they stayed in the corners and remained vigilant, they were unlikely to be targeted. Boom. The match commenced, with the resounding toll of a heavy bell. A barrier enveloped the entire arena. Henceforth, only one could emerge victorious while the others would either concede and lie down in the corners or be defeated. I concede. As the bell's sound faded, one participant promptly retreated to a corner, lying down in surrender. The others cast scornful glances at him before another individual followed suit. Lying down at the edge of the arena. You all fight. With that aura, I stand no chance. One of the two who had surrendered, a practitioner at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, spoke with a resigned expression. Ultimately, only one practitioner at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit realm remained, locking eyes with Wang Feng. You are indeed a remarkable talent. Wang Feng praised them, giving a thumbs up. These individuals were undoubtedly commendable. Will you not concede? If you do, we need not linger here. We can simply call for the judge to dissolve the barrier. After offering his commendation, Wang Feng turned to the last practitioner at the 9th level. He then unleashed an even stronger aura, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the spirit-binding realm. Merely a show of bravado. Even if you are at the pinnacle of the 9th level, I am not without my own capabilities. Wang Feng addressed the 8 individuals. Come. Let us give him a thumbs up. He raised his thumb first, and after a moment of hesitation, the others followed suit. Onlookers outside the barrier were bewildered by the spectacle. Were these 8 surrendering? This was not an uncommon method of conceding, finding a corner to lie down, as further aggression would result in expulsion from the sect by the judge. The sight of 9 individuals giving a thumbs up to one person drew a crowd, eliciting a mix of boredom and amusement. Jiang Hanshi, soaring on her flying sword, also took notice of this scene, pondering why this foolish boy had ventured to such a place. She was not alone in the skies. Others sought a broader perspective as well. Many cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm struggled to ascend into the skies using their magical artifacts. However, their demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of Jiang Hanshi, who appeared effortlessly graceful. It seemed she possessed some secret technique or treasure for concealing her aura, as others perceived her cultivation to be at the same level. Even the sect leader failed to discern her true capabilities, much like Wang Feng. At this moment, on the platform occupied by Wang Feng, a cultivator gazed at the conspicuous 9 thumbs-up symbols and felt a surge of frustration and anger. "Ah!" he shouted, his fists glowing with golden light as he sought to suppress Wang Feng, aiming to humiliate him. "Ah!" he cried out again, his voice filled with pain as his body was flung backward, resembling a bow in flight. With a resounding crash, the cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm was sent hurtling against the barrier, spitting out blood. The barrier rippled momentarily before returning to tranquility. Wang Feng withdrew his hand, shaking it slightly, his expression one of mild exasperation. "I told you I didn't want to hurt you, yet you persist. Is it over? Is this truly the conclusion?" We've witnessed nothing but silence. What battle experience can we glean from this? A single punch shattering myriad techniques? The other 8 cultivators were astonished, realizing that one punch had sufficed. Simultaneously, they felt a quiet relief for having surrendered early. Otherwise, they too would have faced a similar fate. With Wang Feng's speed, he could easily unleash 9 punches in the blink of an eye. They soon recognized that they hadn't even comprehended Wang Feng's velocity before the battle ended. Alarmed, they urged the judge to hasten the opening of the barrier, feeling a growing apprehension about remaining near Wang Feng. The judge, equally astonished, regarded Wang Feng with a mix of admiration and disbelief. That punch possessed strength comparable to the 1st level of the spirit-binding realm. Across the many platforms, hundreds of judges were of at least that caliber. Otherwise, they would not have been able to perceive Wang Feng's strike, and even if they had, they would have only seen a blur. The judge mused inwardly that another junior brother had emerged, as he controlled the platform to withdraw the barrier. Meanwhile, the injured cultivator, having regained his composure, descended from the stage. The impact of that single blow had vividly illustrated the disparity in strength between him and Wang Feng. Any further confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. Above, Jiang Hanshi clenched her hands at her sides, biting her crimson lip in frustration. "You have deceived me once more." "No, twice." Her delicate fists tightened as her eyes, tinged with anger, stared intently at Wang Feng, who remained carefree atop the platform. Due to Wang Feng's unique constitution, indeed, a consequence of the system, she was unable to discern his true cultivation. To her surprise, he had consistently projected an aura of merely the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. Now, she realized she had been misled. How could he, with such ease, send a cultivator at the 9th level flying if he truly was only at the 3rd level? The last time he had been struck by her palm, causing his aura to waver, must have been a ruse. That palm's force was only commensurate with the lower tier of the 3rd level. Yet how had he managed to create such chaos within his spiritual energy without self-detonating? This enigma perplexed her, deepening her curiosity about Wang Feng. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a flicker of anger ignited within Jiang Hanshi. Realizing this, she quickly recited a calming mantra to restore her composure. From the moment she encountered Wang Feng, her mind, which had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years, began to experience a myriad of emotions. What could possibly be the reason for this? Jiang Hangzi was perplexed as to why a mere man could evoke such profound changes in her disposition. On the arena, Wang Feng involuntarily shivered. What was happening? Despite the sweltering heat of the day, he felt an inexplicable chill. No, based on his perception, while he couldn't claim absolute certainty, he was still 99 sure of it. The familiar sensation he had experienced over 8 lifetimes prompted him to hurriedly scan his surroundings. Only when he realized Jiang Hanshi was not present did he feel a sense of relief. It must be that his prolonged absence from her had led to this strange hallucination. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanshi, observing Wang Feng's sudden alertness from above, discreetly averted her gaze. Wang Feng swiftly descended from the arena and hurried back to his bed, focusing on the battle taking place on the platform where Xiao Hao was competing. With Jiang Hanshi absent, he was eager to witness his disciples fight and had no interest in anything else. Chapter 54. I am a genius. I am a genius. I am a genius. You bully. How dare you? Chu Yin'er glared at Wang Feng, prepared to reprimand him, but was abruptly interrupted. Call me again, and I will shatter your mouth in front of everyone. Wang Feng harshly cut her off. The matter of suppressing realms could not be exposed. Chu Yin'er pouted, recognizing from Wang Feng's expression that if she dared to speak, he would indeed carry out his threat. He truly had no understanding of cherishing the delicate. Humph. With a huff of indignation, she grumbled, look at your brother. Don't scream carelessly. Humph. How could a smelly brat like him be worthy of being my brother? Despite her irritation, she couldn't help but glance towards the arena where Xiao Hao was competing. If it weren't for her mother insisting she lead an independent life, feeling secure within the little sword sect, and refusing to send formidable guardians to protect her, she wouldn't be intimidated by the man before her. Nonetheless, she was curious about how that smelly brat on the arena would handle opponents of higher realms. Surely, he would be forced to concede defeat. When that time came, she would make sure to mock him thoroughly. Wang Feng, too, became engrossed in watching. After teaching for so long, it was time to witness the fruits of his labor. On the arena, Xiao Hao utilized the Qingyun escape technique that Wang Feng had taught him, deftly evading the attacks from the cultivators. His movements were peculiar. Each step appeared to momentarily stutter, as if he were a character stuck in a game. Yet, once he regained his composure, he would reappear on the other side. Wang Feng observed, it was acceptable to evade until the others exhausted themselves. The rest were too preoccupied to notice anything beyond their immediate threats. Otherwise, attacking Xiao Hao would only result in their own defeat. Xiao Hao hadn't even drawn his sword, indicating that he had been evading since the beginning. Soon, amid the chaos on the platform, the battle reached its climax, and unsurprisingly, only the cultivator at the 5th level of the gathering spirit realm remained, panting heavily. On the ground lay 8 individuals, their anguished cries echoing through the air, utterly devoid of any combat capability. Some had even suffered broken bones. A few were barely clinging to life, attempting to recuperate after conceding defeat. Others, seeing the futility of their struggle, had wisely chosen to lie in a corner and surrender promptly, sustaining far fewer injuries as a result. Now, only Xiao Hao remained, facing off against a breathless 5th-tier cultivator of the gathering spirit realm. Seizing this opportune moment, Xiao Hao unsheathed his long sword with a sharp sound. Step sword technique, he proclaimed dramatically, reminiscent of a protagonist in a tale of heroism. In an instant, he glided effortlessly towards the cultivator, his blades swishing past him. With a final flourish, he turned, believing himself to be quite the dashing figure as he sheathed his sword before the adversary. Are you out of your mind? The cultivator spat, regarding Xiao Hao with scorn. Xiao Hao, undeterred, maintained a grave expression as he scrutinized the last remaining 5th-tier cultivator of the gathering spirit realm. How are you still standing? He inquired, bewildered, for he was certain he had struck the man. Upon inspecting the area he had just targeted, realization dawned upon him. The blow had been deflected by a surge of spiritual energy. You, a mere 1st-tier gathering spirit cultivator, should have been knocked to the ground if not for your nimbleness, the cultivator sneered, regarding Xiao Hao with the disdain one might reserve for a foul rodent. With a swift motion, he tossed an unknown pill into his mouth. You can still take medicine? Xiao Hao exclaimed, astonished. He had naively assumed that the use of pills was prohibited during such contests. Had he known, he would have procured some from his master beforehand. Back in the town, among his peers, one was ridiculed for wielding weapons in brawls. Idiot, the cultivator retorted, observing Xiao Hao's foolish expression, and quickly began to channel his energy to restore his spiritual state. As long as the medicine was not a forbidden substance that directly enhanced combat strength, normal restorative pills could indeed be consumed. He needed to recover swiftly and either knock this fool down or force him to concede defeat. Regaining his focus, Xiao Hao lifted his sword and once more employed the Azure Cloud escape technique to charge forward, leaping into the air for a downward strike. Clang! The sound of their blades clashing resonated as they momentarily locked in a stalemate. The seasoned cultivator swiftly retaliated with a kick aimed at Xiao Hao's abdomen, sending him crashing against the barrier with considerable force. Almost immediately, a dull blue sword energy surged toward Xiao Hao at breakneck speed. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Xiao Hao knelt, bracing himself against his sword, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. In his frantic state, he inadvertently positioned his hand against the blade's edge, resulting in a painful gash. Wang Feng shook his head in dismay, lamenting that his disciple's combat experience was akin to a novice's clumsy attempts at defense. My master always said, battling beyond one's rank is an essential lesson for the gifted, Xiao Hao mused, gradually rising with his sword held high, shaking it to unleash a burst of flames from its blade. And you, old maid in the audience, keep your eyes on this, he called out dramatically, casting a glance towards Wang Feng as he proclaimed his intent with youthful bravado. Even the multitude outside the arena was sent into shivers by his taunts. Yet Wang Feng laughed heartily. You are the true old maid. Your entire family embodies the essence of the old maid. Chu Yin'er glared at Xiao Hao on the stage. Her face flushed with anger, and amidst their verbal sparring, they became aware of each other's names. To her surprise, Xiao Hao had the audacity to call her an old maid. This simply could not stand. She resolved to bestow upon him a fitting nickname in return. Observing Chu Yin'er's exasperated expression, Xiao Hao wore a look of satisfaction. The jade pendant around his neck began to exert its power, desperately mending the wounds on his hands. Realizing that a direct confrontation was futile, he resorted to the agility taught by his master to engage in battle. Demon steps, Xiao Hao shouted dramatically, invoking another form of movement. He leaped and bounded, his form resembling that of a specter gliding through the air. Indeed, it was yet another novel technique. Wang Feng had imparted numerous stepping methods to Xiao Hao during his early cultivation, teaching him over a dozen when he was still in the body refining stage. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hao was covered in a multitude of sword wounds, his gaze fixed determinately on the opposing cultivator, who appeared only a third as injured. Battling beyond one's rank was an essential lesson for a genius, and he was also determined to prove himself to that old maid. This was the conviction fueling Xiao Hao's spirit. He had to win, if only to witness the flustered expression on that old maid's face. He aimed to silence those who had earlier looked down upon him. I am a genius. I am a genius. I am a genius. The mantra echoed within him, a phrase often uttered by his master. For him, fighting beyond his rank was entirely within reach. Meanwhile, Chu Yin'er and Wang Feng remained blissfully unaware of Xiao Hao's escalating madness, still chuckling to themselves. Wang Feng believed that Xiao Hao had already showcased enough of his solar sword body to warrant his acceptance as a disciple. Surely, he would concede soon. He did not expect Xiao Hao to battle across 4 realms. The notion of genius was merely a philosophy he had instilled in his apprentice. After all, he could not perpetually drill a mindset of mediocrity into him. Chu Yin'er, on the other hand, felt a flicker of joy seeing Xiao Hao's minor injuries. After all, he had persistently insulted her, and she anticipated that this insufferable brat would quickly concede upon realizing his own limitations. Chapter 55. The brainwashing seems too severe. 25 minutes later, the remaining 8 contestants huddled together in a corner of the arena, trembling in fear. Ignoring their own injuries, they united to form a barrier, determined to avoid inflicting harm upon one another. Although the arena was expansive, an additional layer of protection was essential for their peace of mind, as the combatant styles were utterly terrifying. In their line of sight, Xiao Hao was now half kneeling on the ground, the tip of his sword pressed against the earth. One eye was already gouged out, his left arm severed halfway, and he was drenched in blood. His body bore numerous gruesome sword wounds, some even emitting the acrid scent of charred flesh. The opposing cultivator was in no better condition, his right arm completely severed, and with his already limited spiritual energy nearly depleted, he had anticipated swiftly dispatching this first layer gathering spirit realm youth. However, he was taken aback by how this kid seemed as indomitable as a cockroach, the injuries on his body continuously healing. He was perplexed, overwhelmed with frustration during their battle. At that moment, the cultivator's face reflected terror as he stared at Xiao Hao, who had actually exchanged injuries with him. Despite having one eye gouged out, Xiao Hao severed his right arm. Ha! Old Chu, did you see that? Just wait, I will win for you. Xiao Hao grinned fiercely, his face marred by scars and blood. Particularly haunting was his eye, with one eyeball brutally destroyed, rendering him a ghastly sight. Below, Wang Feng's expression turned grave. How foolish could his disciple be, refusing to concede even now? Chu Yin'er had long lost the joy she felt 15 minutes prior. Observing Xiao Hao's terrifying visage, a flicker of concern ignited within her. Why did this reckless brat choose to fight to the death simply because she had ridiculed him? Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from mocking him. She hurriedly waved her hand at Xiao Hao, signaling him to concede. Old Chu, you want me to concede? Not a chance. Xiao Hao retorted, dismissively cursing Chu Yenner. Judge, he concedes. Let him down. Wang Feng called out, gesturing to the judge. Others had no authority to decide their fate. Rest assured, fatal injuries would be prevented. The judge coldly declared, Master, you always say that fighting beyond 1's level is a necessity for geniuses, is it not? Just watch. My disciple is undoubtedly a genius. Xiao Hao, far from disrespectful to Wang Feng, echoed his words. Wang Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead, questioning whether he had brainwashed him too much. Should he strangle the judge to force him to lift the barrier? Wang Feng pondered, glancing at the distant pillars and the barrier, ultimately discarding that thought. Now they understood the rules of the match. It was to fight until one was on the brink of death, but typically, no one fought so recklessly. Normal people would concede upon realizing they could not win, unlike Xiao Hao. However, there were indeed places more brutal than Xiao Hao's. Only when one was near death would the barrier's spiritual force intervene, or it might save someone on the verge of death. Fool, it's not too late to concede now. Don't end up with a lifelong disability instead of entering the Little Sword sect. The cultivator opposite Xiao Hao said, a hint of fear creeping into him as he recognized that this boy was fighting recklessly. Ha! Since you're afraid, why not concede? Xiao Hao's grin grew even more terrifying as he half knelt on the ground, his right hand gripping his sword and propping himself up, glaring at the cultivator. You truly deserve to die? The cultivator, enraged by Xiao Hao's words, cursed back, his heart boiling with fury. His left arm was severed. If he failed to enter the Little Sword sect, he would have to expend resources to reattach it. How could he concede? If he stepped down from the arena today, he wouldn't have another chance to fight for a long while. He would have to wait another decade. With that, he infused his low-grade yellow weapon with a layer of blue spiritual power, though this time it appeared dim, nearly invisible. A portion of Xiao Hao's ability to injure him stemmed from the disparity in their weapons. Xiao Hao wielded a medium-grade yellow sword. As the sword struck, the vibrations transmitted through the hand were significantly mitigated by the blade itself. Moreover, with the restorative powers of the jade disc, Xiao Hao possessed an abundance of spiritual energy far surpassing that of his opponent. Ha! Come again. He laughed maniacally, rising to his feet and summoning every ounce of strength within him to channel through the sword. Gradually, his body began to radiate a dark crimson hue, exuding an intense heat that was palpable to the observer. The long sword in his grasp erupted once more, enveloped in a more potent flame-like brilliance. You are the solar sword body. The onlooking cultivator was taken aback by this display. He had been overly aggressive earlier, and Xiao Hao's transformation was beyond his recognition. Hee. Who would have known? Xiao Hao chuckled, raising his sword and charging once again at the cultivator. Countless spectators below were captivated by this seemingly low-level skirmish, drawn in by the excitement of this extraordinary contest. Although their cultivation levels were modest, the battle was nothing short of riveting. Would the genius prevail against the odds? On the arena, Xiao Hao felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, his combat spirit soaring. The pain in his body had vanished, replaced by an insatiable desire to fight fiercely. Cursed be this. The cultivator, left with no choice, braced himself for impact. He was gravely injured, and should he fail to defeat Xiao Hao, he would be unable to fight again that day. Tomorrow would bring another round of selection contests. This left him with the grim reality of waiting for the next entry competition. And without joining a sect, he would bear the costs of his injuries alone. Therefore, he absolutely could not afford to lose. Reluctantly, he raised his sword, now infused with a dim blue spiritual energy, to engage in combat. Die, die, die. With a series of thunderous clashes and fiery sparks, the two engaged in a chaotic onslaught, devoid of strategy yet infused with immense force. For a time, the cultivator found himself on the defensive, exerting all his might to withstand the barrage. Xiao Hao's remaining eye glowed a deep crimson, as if a fierce fire were about to erupt from within. Ha! His laughter echoed like that of a villain, as he fought with reckless abandon. Both combatants began to accumulate wounds from their fierce exchange. Lacking battle experience? Then let them risk their lives. Xiao Hao noticed the cultivator attempting to retrieve a pill from his palm, clearly intent on using it. In an instant, he slashed forward, a fiery arc slicing across the cultivator's chest. The cultivator sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding a severed left hand. Undeterred, Xiao Hao pressed forward, aiming a piercing strike at the cultivator's heart. Die you. The cultivator, filled with rage and determination, resolved not to evade, ready to trade wounds as he plunged his sword toward Xiaohao's own heart. The spectators' hearts raced at the sight of their impending clash. Unexpectedly, instead of the sound of blades meeting flesh, both swords were repelled by a surge of spiritual energy. The sect leader, who had been observing from a nearby pillar, had intervened. He had been keeping a close watch on Xiaohao and the young lady long before he entered the arena. As for Wang Feng, he had been utterly disregarded. Chapter 56. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. The leader only noted that Wang Feng was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the gathering spirit realm, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. At that moment, he could only vaguely discern the extraordinary physiques of Xiaohao and Chu Yan'er from a distance. However, he never anticipated that Tu Guangyi would reveal his true nature. This lad was indeed a sun sword body. Observing him thus far, the reckless yet rational approach to combat adopted by this youth had genuinely impressed him. He must take him under his wing. With a physique like the sun sword body, he was more than qualified to become a direct disciple of their esteemed sword sect. Indeed, their minor sword sect was a branch of the greater sword sect, as indicated by its name. It was no wonder they had gained such renown amidst numerous imperial nations, with countless individuals eager to join. Enough, he declared, having witnessed the battle between the two. Your injuries render you unable to continue. With a wave of his hand, the barrier dissolved, and he tossed a token toward the cultivator of the 5th layer of the gathering spirit realm. Once you have recovered, take this token and directly enter the sect. Your recuperation expenses will be covered by the sect. The cultivator, overwhelmed with joy, accepted the token, first bowing in gratitude to the master atop the pillar, then offering a single-handed salute to Xiaohao, speaking with sincere admiration. I am in awe of you. I shall take my leave now. With that, he grimaced through the pain as he retrieved his severed limb and sword, soaring down to the ground to recuperate. Now that he was entering the sect, his injuries would be compensated, which allowed him to converse amicably with Xiaohao. He had previously feared losing and being left to bear the cost of his own recovery, which would have depleted his entire fortune. The master waved his hand again, and Xiaohao, along with his severed arm, began ascending toward the grand pillar. Wang Feng and Chu Yan'er simultaneously exhaled, relieved. Wang Feng was in no rush. After all, he was merely a mentor of convenience, preparing to pass Xiaohao on to them. Had it not been for the sword intent reward Xiaohao had brought him, he would not have considered accepting him. Yet, after spending so many days together, Wang Feng had grown fond of this disciple, who was obedient and compliant, though it seemed his mind had indeed been kicked by a donkey, as he could become reckless over mere words from others. As for Chu Yan'er, after witnessing the heart-stopping scene without incident, her heart gradually settled. Meanwhile, atop the grand pillar, once Xiaohao ceased fighting, the pain from his injuries surged forth, causing him to cry out in agony, likely audible to those below. However, his cries soon ceased, for the master had stilled his suffering, administering an unknown elixir that alleviated the pain, leaving only a tingling sensation. Observing Xiaohao, the master wore a peculiar expression as he noted the boy's injuries were healing autonomously. Only upon noticing the jade disc around Xiaohao's neck did he realize it was the source of this phenomenon. Yet, the minor sect master did not recognize the fragment of the creation jade disc. He had only seen vague representations of the complete 9-piece disc in ancient texts. Moreover, the jade disc appeared to be a whole small shape, leaving him unaware that it was, in fact, a remnant of the creation jade disc. Wang Feng had previously pondered the reason behind the fragment's apparent completeness. The system has conveyed that the chaos jade disc did not shatter, but rather transformed into separate fragments. As for the reason behind this separation, it remains unknown. However, collecting 9 shards will allow for the reassembly of the chaos jade disc. The young leader of the sword sect stepped forward, placing a hand upon Xiaohao's blinded eye. Xiaohao, momentarily bewildered, felt a gentle pressure on his empty eye socket. When the hand was withdrawn, he was astonished to discover that he could see once more. You possess considerable potential. Would you care to join my sword sect? With your talents, there is no need for further competition, the sect leader proclaimed solemnly, as he continued to hover his hand over a severed arm in midair. In a state of shock, Xiaohao watched as the leader forcefully pressed the severed limb against the stump of his own arm. An eruption of brilliant light emanated, dazzling him to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open. When he regained his senses, he found that the severed arm was miraculously restored. For one at the broken Yuan realm, Mending the eye and arm of a mere novice at the gathering spirit realm was an effortless feat. No elixirs were required. As long as the eye and limb remained intact, the restoration was a simple matter of superior cultivation. I must consult my master, Xiaohao remarked, testing the newly restored arm, which felt completely natural. He bowed respectfully to the individual before him, acknowledging his status as the sect leader, a fact he had gathered from overheard conversations below. That prominent figure down there. The young sword sect leader's lips twitched as he glanced at the cluster of shadows below, where a man and woman were seated, enjoying sunflower seeds while engrossed in the competition. Xiaohao peered down, catching sight of Wang Feng amidst the crowd, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. How high is this? He had not noticed the altitude when he was drawn up earlier, but now he fully comprehended the height. The sect leader quickly grasped his back and pulled him down, realizing that he had a fear of heights. Thank you. Please return me. I wish to consult my master, Xiaohao requested. His sword wounds had nearly healed thanks to the jade disc and the elixir, prompting him to address the leader once more. Very well, but allow me to advise you. Joining my sword sect would undoubtedly provide greater benefits than remaining with your master. Surely, you have heard of the sword sect, the foremost sect on the continent? The leader encouraged, hoping to recruit a prodigy and reap the rewards that came with it. One day as a teacher is akin to a lifetime as a father, but if my master disapproves, I shall have to abide by his wishes, Xiaohao replied. His expression filled with uncertainty, yet resolute. His time spent alongside his master had been comfortable, without any sense of deprivation, and he had learned numerous techniques. Growing up in a small town where few practiced cultivation, many residents were unaware of what spirit stones were. He had never heard of the sword sect, but the leader's claim of it being the continent's foremost sect sounded impressive. Indeed, loyalty and camaraderie are virtues we cherish. My sword sect is in dire need of talents such as yours, the young leader declared with satisfaction, giving Xiaohao a gentle push toward the pillar. Xiaohao gazed at the increasingly approaching ground, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. Yet, in the fleeting moment just before contact with the earth, he suddenly halted, only to plummet again from a height of approximately half a meter. Ouch! Xiaohao exclaimed as he crashed down, but upon realizing he was unscathed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, rising to sprint towards Wang Feng. Master! Master! Wang Feng was seated on the bed, engrossed in watching a fierce duel on stage, when he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. My good disciple, let me see. Have those injuries healed? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Feng leapt up, disregarding the gazes of those around him, and enveloped Xiaohao in a heartfelt embrace. The two resembled a pair of long-separated lovers, on the verge of tears. You're all right? Just as they were lost in their emotional reunion, an untimely voice intruded. What is it to you, you old maid? Both Wang Feng and Xiaohao retorted in unison, unable to believe someone would interrupt their moment. Chapter 57. Even if I missed the previous match, I shall wait for him to arrive before entering the fray. Chu Yenner, gritting her teeth, glared at the two, emitting huffing noises akin to a disgruntled puppy, as if she intended to bite them. Keep huffing, and I'll shatter your teeth. Wang Feng couldn't help but issue a warning at her ridiculous demeanor. With no choice, Chu Yenner sulkily resumed her snack. Master, it was he who healed my wounds, and that person mentioned wanting me to join their sword sect. Wang Feng, seated on the bed, nodded in delight upon hearing about Xiaohao's experiences. Then go ahead and join. The sword sect is splendid, as I knew it would be. Master, how do you know? Xiaohao questioned, perplexed by Wang Feng's exuberance. The sword sect is not the minor sword sect. The minor sword sect is merely a branch, while the sword sect is the main entity. This simple truth should be clear to you, Wang Feng explained, noting Xiaohao's bewildered expression and realizing he had yet to grasp the concept. Meanwhile, those around them were unperturbed, as it was common knowledge that the minor sword sect was indeed a subsidiary of the sword sect. Master, I understand now, so I shall join. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohao finally comprehended. Yes, it was always intended for you to join the minor sword sect. I did not anticipate such delightful news. Wang Feng casually stated this without concern. Following this, Wang Feng resumed munching on sunflower seeds, while Xiaohao and Chu Yenner, for reasons unknown, began to hurl verbal barbs at each other once more. Wang Feng feigned ignorance, letting their exchanges flow in one ear and out the other. After observing that Xiaohao's injuries had nearly healed, Wang Feng reclaimed the jade disc. After all, this was one of the fragments of an imperial artifact, Invaluable and beyond mere monetary evaluation, a rare treasure. Wang Feng did not harbor hopes of locating the remaining 8 fragments. He was content to let fate decide, as his need was not pressing. After a stick of incense had burned down, a resonant bell tolled. The next match was about to commence. You dead rat. Just watch how I wipe the floor with them. Chu Yinner interrupted her banter with Xiao Hao, angrily hurling insults. Humph. Just don't end up crying like a baby afterward, he retorted. Xiao Hao donned a sorrowful expression, choosing to disregard the newly acquired nickname that had been bestowed upon him. It was rather amusing, for in her eagerness to showcase her prowess to Xiao Hao, Chu Yinner had foregone participating in the previous match. Only after Xiao Hao's arrival did she decide to take the stage. Wang Feng, casually munching on sunflower seeds, observed the two with a bemused smile. They seemed well matched, though the question of whether they shared a genuine connection remained unanswered. With a vigorous leap, Chu Yinner ascended the arena, and the onlookers did not regard her lightly merely because she was a girl. They had witnessed her seated with the 2 formidable fighters, one of whom had effortlessly sent a cultivator of the 9th layer of the gathering spirit realm flying with a single punch, while the other had engaged in battles beyond his level. Clearly, this girl was not to be underestimated. As the match commenced, the arena's barrier rose, and Chu Yinner's cultivation surged forth, revealing her as an 8th layer cultivator of the gathering spirit realm. The countenance of the highest-ranked cultivator on the stage, also at the 8th layer, relaxed slightly. However, as an eerie chill began to emanate from Chu Yinner, she drew a jade sword from her storage ring. Frost began to coalesce upon the blade, forming ice crystals even beneath the blazing sun. You possess the body of the Een sword. Will you not allow us to live? In a flurry of whispers, the spectators resolved to encircle her with 9 individuals. Initially, some had considered conceding, but their resolve wavered. Very well. Given that all of us are at the 7th or 8th layer of the gathering spirit realm, if we can bring this girl down, each of us stands a chance at victory, and we can conserve our energy by depleting hers. The plan was simple: overpower her, and the final showdown would come down to medicinal pills. You shameless lot. This is a chaotic battle. How can you resort to such tactics? We are indeed shameless. Ha ha ha. Chu Yinner felt the harshness of society for the first time, her face flushed with anger. She glanced at the 2 bystanders, the dead rat and Wang Feng, who were gesturing for her to concede. I shall not yield, she declared fiercely, charging towards the 9. Moments later, Frost Scorch, with her body battered yet resolute, she shouted the name of her sword technique at the remaining 4 opponents. The other 5, realizing they could not withstand her, had already surrendered, retreating to a corner to recuperate for the next match. Wang Feng found amusement in the spectacle, recognizing the youthful exuberance in her display. The remaining 4 were taken aback, quickly evading her as they knew she would unleash her technique upon uttering the name. Like the earlier overachieving lad, she exhibited a certain youthful flamboyance. Ha ha ha, you fell for my ruse. Chu Yinner suddenly burst into laughter, her form flickering, and in an instant, her sword was poised against one of their throats. I concede, he shouted hastily, prompting her to relent. Her ability to hold back was evident, as most of the others had similarly surrendered in that corner. Tut, 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 my disciple. You must not emulate her. Individuals like her are destined to meet a grim fate in the realm of cultivation. Wang Feng could not appreciate Chu Yinner's benevolent heart. She needed to endure more trials to comprehend the harsh realities of society. In the brief moment when Chu Yinner let her guard down, the 3 adversaries seized the opportunity. They unleashed several waves of sword energy towards her. Although she managed to deflect 2 assaults, her body, already weary, succumbed to the final strike, which landed forcefully on her back. This was the most severe injury she had sustained thus far, her clothing torn open, revealing her fair skin. Fortunately, the fabric was of high quality, likely imbued with protective magic, so it was not a grave matter. Yet, she could not hold on much longer. Infuriated, Chu Yinner flushed with anger and hurled curses, though her words bore no weight against them. After all, such tactics were commonplace in battle. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Chu Yinner steadied herself and consumed a healing elixir. With her battered body swaying unsteadily, she made her way towards Wang Feng, while behind her, the 9 defeated opponents wore expressions of utter despair. They had besieged a single girl and yet faced defeat. Their humiliation was palpable. This girl was truly formidable. Not only had she triumphed in a 1 versus 9 confrontation, but despite her injuries, she could still move. The spectators parted to give her passage as she approached. Observing that Chu Yin'er had not sustained any grievous injuries, the sect leader perched atop a pillar refrained from summoning her to the stage. It was likely that she was the junior disciple of that young man, and should she ascend, she would presumably seek her master's counsel. Moreover, her master's jade plate possessed healing properties, alleviating the need for him to expend spiritual energy on her recovery. Hey, quickly fetch her a cloak. Wang Feng nudged Xiao Hao, intent on fostering a connection between the two. He was astonished to discover that Chu Yin'er was of the Taiyin sword physique. Fate, indeed, was at play. One was a Yang sword physique and the other a Taiyin sword physique. Their connection was undeniable. It was said that if these two physiques could cultivate together, their powers would amplify significantly, benefiting both. Chapter 58, Battle against Jiang Hanshi. Absolutely not. Xiao Hao's expression darkened at the thought of providing clothing to the insufferable Miss Chu. TCH. Wang Feng clicked his tongue, his gaze piercing enough to chill Xiao Hao to the bone. Reluctantly, Xiao Hao retrieved a set of clothing from his master's storage space and approached Chu Yin'er. The empress of the Danyang dynasty, having disguised herself among the crowd, observed the scene quietly. There was no way she could allow Chu Yin'er to venture out alone. While the two physiques were indeed fated to be, their relationship seemed somewhat discordant. That young man showed no concern for Yin'er at all, she mused. Xiao Hao reached Chu Yin'er and draped the garment over her back. You're quite impressive, aren't you, you stubborn girl? Chu Yin'er managed a weak smile as she looked at Xiao Hao. Impressive indeed. You are the most formidable. Xiao Hao, seeing her condition, decided against further banter, wary of her anger causing her to spit blood on him. Lean on me a bit. Chu Yin'er was acutely aware of her current state, longing to collapse onto the ground and rest without a care. Yet, her pride forbade such an indulgence. Otherwise, she would not have been brought to tears by a mere few words from Wang Feng. You are truly a nuisance, Xiao Hao remarked, but upon observing her woeful demeanor, he unceremoniously hoisted her onto his back and sprinted toward Wang Feng. I asked for assistance, not to be carried. Old Chu girl, you are indeed a handful. Xiao Hao grumbled, disregarding her protests as he bore her weight. Chu Yin'er felt the firmness of his back, her cheeks flushing slightly. Master, I have brought her back to you. Is everything satisfactory now? Xiao Hao announced as he approached Wang Feng. What do you mean by brought her back? Just put her down. Wang Feng retorted. Oh. Xiao Hao roughly tossed Chu Yin'er onto the bed and reclaimed his seat beside Wang Feng to continue watching the competition. You brute. Could you not be a bit gentler? Chu Yin'er fumed, not noticing her own injuries. You never mentioned it. You truly are a nuisance, Xiao Hao replied, his expression one of exasperation. I carried you here, and yet you have so many demands. No wonder you lack a partner. Chu Yin'er and Xiao Hao exchanged barbs once more. Wang Feng, in agony, rubbed his temples. His disciple had many admirable qualities, yet he was excessively blunt, seemingly lacking a certain awareness. Days passed swiftly, and the competition narrowed down to just 2 contenders. Transitioning from 100 participants to one-on-one duels, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. At that moment, Wang Feng trembled as he beheld his opponent across the arena. Slender and graceful, her mere silhouette inspired a flurry of thoughts. Yet he lacked the inclination to admire her beauty, for that figure was none other than Jiang Hanshi, perpetually adorned in her white gauze hat. He had encountered her during the top 16 rounds and had sensed a familiar aura just days prior. Though tempted to concede during the top 16, he ultimately propelled his opponent away with a single strike, driven by the unwillingness to squander days of effort and emerge empty-handed. After entering the top 100, one must not concede within half an incense stick's time. You should be aware of that, Wang Feng contemplated as he prepared to yield, comforted by the knowledge that he had at least secured a place among the top 3, thus earning a mid-grade sword in 10th stone. However, Jiang Hanshi seemed to sense his thoughts, coldly articulating the rules for the competition following the top 100. This is it. Retribution is upon me. She must have gleaned that I am not at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm, Wang Feng thought, feeling a sense of dread. Jiang Hanshi, her grip firm around her cold sword, narrowed her beautiful eyes beneath her white gauze hat. She anticipated that, upon realizing her identity, this foolish boy would undoubtedly wish to concede. This foolish boy seemed perpetually intimidated by her, though she could not fathom the reason. In the days that followed, she had already broken through to the 2nd level of the spirit-binding realm, making it all the easier to toy with him. This time, she had leveraged the abilities of the imperial corpse she had refined to forcibly suppress her own cultivation. Though it felt uncomfortable, it was the most effective method to conceal her strength below the emperor realm. Moreover, she had a keen desire for that sword-intent stone. Dear fairy sister, could you please be a bit gentler? Wang Feng suddenly recalled the newly added rule by the elders on the pillars after entering the top 100. He merely wished to obtain a sword-intent stone, yet fate had conspired to bring him face to face with this adversary once more. Wasn't it evident that she was here to create trouble for him? At the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, both Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were on equal footing. Who would emerge stronger remained to be seen. This time, Jiang Hanqi did not refuse, but calmly uttered a single phrase. In an instant, she flashed forward, wielding her cold sword, striking Wang Feng's backside fiercely with the sword's body rather than its edge. With a resounding smack, ouch! Wang Feng let out a howl of pain and quickly distanced himself from Jiang Hanqi. Damn it! I can't tolerate this any longer. Anger surged within him. Today, he would ensure that Jiang Hanqi faced the consequences, fulfilling a long-held wish from his previous lives. After all, they were both at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. He refused to believe that Jiang Hanqi could best him. Fairy sister, I shall be serious now. Wang Feng's gaze sharpened, and an almost imperceptible aura began to emanate from him. Even Zhang Hangzi was taken aback by this imposing presence, feeling an undeniable sense of pressure. With a firm stance, Wang Feng lunged at Jiang Hanqi like a frog leaping forward. Observing the foolish boy soaring into the air, Jiang Hanqi thought it was absurd to engage in combat with someone wielding weapons. It was akin to a fragile egg striking against a rock, flawed in every aspect. To avoid harming Wang Feng, she deftly adjusted her sword, intending to strike him with the hilt instead. Seeing Wang Feng still smiling, a sense of unease washed over Jiang Hanqi. As she regained her focus, her pupils constricted. Wang Feng had vanished from midair. Just as she prepared to retreat, she realized it was too late. Swiftly, she twirled her sword, redirecting it behind her with a calculated strike. With considerable confidence, she aimed to deliver a blow, uncertain if the foolish boy could withstand it. Huh, you didn't think I could evade to your rear, did you? Wang Feng grinned mischievously, appearing from Jiang Hanqi's side and lunging heavily toward her. When Jiang Hanqi glanced sideways, she discovered that Wang Feng was already within arm's reach. This is the last thought that crossed Jiang Hanqi's mind as she was toppled. With a loud thud, the two of them crashed to the ground, rolling several times. During this tumultuous motion, Jiang Hanqi managed to flip over, ultimately pinning Wang Feng down. Damn! Wang Feng cursed inwardly. In the midst of their rolling, he realized that she possessed an unexpected strength that rendered him immobile. Chapter 59. My fiancé, Jiang Hanqi's hat was dislodged by the impact, causing an uproar from the spectators below. Is this the fairy? Regardless of gender, everyone gasped in awe at Jiang Hanqi's true appearance. Wang Feng struggled, his hands firmly pressed to the ground, exerting all his strength, yet finding himself unable to break free. What is happening? How can my dual cultivation of body and spirit be outmatched by her? Jiang Hanqi cannot possibly possess such immense strength. Wang Feng gazed in astonishment at Jiang Hanqi, who sat upon his abdomen, truly remarkable as ever. Why did you deceive me? Jiang Hanqi pressed firmly against Wang Feng, her icy gaze piercing him as if seeking to uncover hidden truths within his depths. She had already discerned that Wang Feng was undeniably the man known as the Wokoa, his movements identical to those she had witnessed before. This signified that he was the one who had seen her vulnerable form, the same individual who harbored ill intentions towards her in the village, and even the one who had bound her and taken her back. Wang Feng mistakenly believed that Jiang Hanqi was referring to her deception regarding cultivation, and in his guilt, he turned his head away in silence. However, it became apparent that Jiang Hanqi had unraveled the truth. She had been deceived throughout their journey together. Upon seeing Wang Feng's silence, her fury surged to its zenith. She swiftly rose, seizing his wrist and hurling him toward the barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier rippled, and Wang Feng felt a metallic tang surging in his throat. He struggled to swallow the bitter taste of blood, spitting a mouthful onto the ground, his expression one of anguish. Jiang Hanqi had not held back in her strike, nearly forcing the life from him. Strike! Come! Wang Feng activated the 7-star step, lunging at Jiang Hanqi as they both raised their hands simultaneously. The sound of their palms meeting echoed sharply, and Wang Feng chose to withdraw, allowing Jiang Hanqi to strike his chest. He had no choice but to employ a strategy of self-sacrifice. His body was propelled backward like a rocket, crashing into the barrier once more. This time, he could not withstand the force, a crimson spray of blood escaping his lips, a blend of 7 parts passive and 3 parts active. Jiang Hanqi instinctively stepped forward. But recollecting the numerous times Wang Feng had deceived her, she resolutely halted her advance. This would serve as his lesson. What Jiang Hanqi had forgotten was how she had dealt with those who had wronged her in the past, swiftly and decisively, with death. Yet with Wang Feng, she found herself devoid of such intentions. Continue. Strike me as you wish to vent your anger. Wang Feng called out, wiping the blood from his mouth. He then flopped onto the ground, surrendering to her, as he no longer wished to fight. After all, when faced with death, the barrier and the judge would intervene. Truth be told, he had finally begun to cultivate feelings for Jiang Hanqi, and he genuinely did not wish to become adversaries. It could be said that the emotional bonds he had forged in this lifetime surpassed all those from his previous 8 lives combined, which were steeped solely in animosity. This lifetime had offered him a rare opportunity as Jiang Hanqi underwent her recultivation, allowing him to draw near her. The affection he had painstakingly nurtured was so profound that he could overlook Xiao Hao addressing her as Shizun, unless absolutely necessary. Wang Feng truly wished to avoid enmity with Jiang Hanqi. Across from him, Jiang Hanqi regarded the prone Wang Feng, refraining from further attacks. Lost in contemplation, she sat down in meditation after a moment of silence. Wang Feng, relishing the respite, was content to feign death rather than endure further conflict. The judge observed the scene, hesitating to declare Jiang Hanqi the victor, as Wang Feng did not appear to be in a state of utter defeat. The rules stipulate that in the matches following the top 100, only those who are unable to continue fighting or who concede after a brief interval may surrender. Otherwise, the adjudicator has no authority to intervene, particularly in the case of the first and second rankings. This regulation was established by the elders to ensure more captivating battles, as all participants are elite, and the sect would undoubtedly accept them. Moreover, one can discern character and talent from their confrontations. Presently, it is the audience below who are discontent, murmuring complaints. The clash between the first and second ranks pales in comparison to the revival match of the third and fourth ranks. After half an incense stick, I concede, Jiang Hanqi declared, drawing the fallen white gauze hat back to her hand and donning it once more. Instantly, a chorus of regret arose from the spectators. Her ethereal beauty was something they could gaze upon for a lifetime without growing weary. The adjudicator opened the barrier, his expression peculiar. Jiang Hanqi descended from the arena, yet did not stray far, seemingly awaiting Wang Feng. After a prolonged moment, the adjudicator noted that Wang Feng remained motionless. Could he be dead? That shouldn't be the case. The barrier would react if he had perished. Had he simply expired the moment the barrier was activated? The adjudicator swiftly ascended the arena to check on Wang Feng's condition. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanqi, awaiting Wang Feng's return, felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. What was happening? Just as she was about to take flight towards him, she noticed Wang Feng had already roused, rubbing his bewildered eyes and expressing dissatisfaction at the adjudicator's incessant probing. In an instant, Jiang Hanqi's concerns dissipated. It turned out the foolish lad had merely dozed off atop the arena. No, he shouldn't be referred to as a foolish lad. He was indeed a cunning trickster. Step down, it's over, the adjudicator exclaimed, pulling Wang Feng down from the platform, who remained in a daze. What? It's over? Wang Feng shouted in shock, earning a chorus of exasperated eye rolls from the audience, who chastised him for having the audacity to nap during a battle. Furthermore, why had the celestial maiden conceded, allowing such a simpleton to claim first place? Indeed, it is concluded. You are the champion, the adjudicator replied, exasperation evident in his tone. Wang Feng finally grasped the situation. Jiang Hanqi had surrendered. Who was she to relinquish her rightful victory? The adjudicator, dragging Wang Feng as they descended, inquired, clearly eager for the gossip. This match was undoubtedly the most bewildering he had witnessed in his tenure as adjudicator. Let me share a secret. She is my fiancée. I had inadvertently offended her recently, and to my surprise, I encountered her here. Thus, I had no choice but to seek her forgiveness, Wang Feng whispered, leaning closer to the adjudicator, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Oh, I see. The adjudicator seemed to comprehend, his expression contemplative as he fixed his gaze intently on Wang Feng's back. Noticing his stare, Wang Feng stiffly turned his neck, locking eyes with Jiang Hanqi. Even with her white gauze hat, he could perceive the chilling glare in her eyes. Had she overheard? Did you hear that? Wang Feng cautiously posed his question in the most straightforward manner. Did you not say she was sobbing? He quickly covered the judge's mouth, realizing that Jiang Hanshi likely hadn't overheard. It was imperative that it remained unspoken. Do not utter a word. Seeing that the judge had ceased his outcry, Wang Feng finally relaxed his grip, and the judge, understanding the gravity of the situation, fell silent. One glance at his brother's countenance revealed how terrified he was of his fiancée, and he had no desire to accumulate adversaries. Thus, he obediently kept his mouth shut, allowing the two to resolve their matters privately. Just as Wang Feng intended to hastily depart, he suddenly felt a tug at the back of his collar. His expression turned to one of dismay. He was on the verge of tears. Jiang Hanshi had seized him and led him away from the throng. The cacophony of voices began to diminish, yet many eyes were still upon them. Here, Jiang Hanshi produced a pill from her palm, grasped Wang Feng's chin, and forced it into his mouth. Startled, he thought, could this be a poison pill? And instinctively lowered his head in an attempt to expel it. Do not spit it out, it is for healing. In response to Jiang Hanshi's commanding tone, Wang Feng hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at her before reluctantly swallowing the pill. If it were indeed poison, the system could counteract it, albeit at a significant cost to his essence. Jiang Hanshi had not deceived him. The pill was truly a remedy. The oppressive pain in his chest dissipated swiftly after consumption, and Wang Feng soon realized that the pill did far more than merely heal. It gently nourished his meridians and blood, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Why did you deceive me? Jiang Hanshi echoed, her voice chillingly cold, capable of freezing Wang Feng's eardrums. With a tear-streaked face, he lamented that this time, Jiang Hanshi clung to his arm with an iron grip, fearful he might flee. Did she not despise being touched by men? Yet now, she seemed unperturbed by the contact. Wang Feng could only feel helplessness as he gazed at the arm she clutched so tightly. Because. You cannot readily conjure a reason to deceive me this time, can you? Jiang Hangzi swiftly answered for him, her frustration palpable. This trickster had deceived her throughout their journey, and she was genuinely enraged. Fortunately, Wang Feng had not taken advantage of her vulnerability, otherwise he would currently be facing dire repercussions, likely reliving the tumultuous scenes of his eighth life. Though his cultivation surpassed hers, he possessed no magical artifacts, all having transformed into essence points during his resurrection. Jiang Hanshi's icy gaze remained fixed upon him. His silence in the arena had ignited her fury, causing her to grip him with uncharacteristic strength. Wang Feng, caught like a child caught stealing fruit, felt utterly helpless. I'm sorry, he meekly apologized, unsure how to explain himself, opting instead to acquiesce to her sentiments. Come quickly to claim the sword intent stones. At that moment, the leader of the Little Sword sect called out telepathically, bringing a spark of joy to Wang Feng's heart. Rescue had arrived. Let us go claim the sword intent stones. The sect leader is summoning us. Wang Feng discovered that the sect master had come to the rescue, and he was on the verge of laughter. However, the moment he beheld Jiang Hanshi's next move, his smile vanished entirely. To his astonishment, Jiang Hanshi presented a binding spirit rope right before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, she swiftly secured it around his wrist, leaving him in utter disbelief. Good heavens, Jiang Hanshi had the audacity to bind him in such a manner. As she grasped the other end, she realized it seemed somewhat inappropriate, akin to walking a dog. Thus, she decided to tether the other end to her own wrist, sparing his dignity. How considerate of her. After all, this rope posed no threat to her at her current level of cultivation, and it had already acknowledged its master. Even though she had ascended to the gathering spirit realm, it would not restrain her own spiritual power. Sister Fairy, are we becoming a bit too intimate? Wang Feng gaped at the rope on his wrist, then glanced at Jiang Hanshi. This rope was designed to bind those in the gathering spirit realm, rendering it ineffective against those in the binding spirit realm, leaving him puzzled about Jiang Hanshi's source of this peculiar item. Initially, he had intended to unleash his spiritual power and break free from the rope, then employ a mystic teleportation talisman he had purchased to swiftly escape the sect. How dare she aspire to be my master? Yet, upon witnessing her bind herself with the rope as well, he decided to abandon his rebellious thoughts. Well, at least she has some sense. This time, you shall not escape. With that, Jiang Hanshi moved, pulling Wang Feng toward the Little Sword sect. The crowd along the way buzzed with speculation, bewildered by how the two, who had appeared to be at odds moments ago, now shared a binding rope on their wrists, no less a binding spirit rope. Everyone who has not been selected should disperse. The entrance ceremony for our sect is about to commence, and it would be inappropriate for you to remain, the sect master of the Little Sword sect proclaimed, channeling his spiritual energy as he called out. Those present, having grown accustomed to the unexpected, began to leave, and in no time, the throng had dwindled to around 2,000. Master! Master! At that moment, Xiao Hao came rushing in, calling out, accompanied by Chu Yenner. Her injuries had nearly healed thanks to her own medicinal pills. Greetings, mistress. Xiao Hao greeted Jiang Hanshi as he approached Wang Feng. However, Jiang Hanshi chose to ignore him this time. Whether it was a tacit acceptance or mere indifference remained uncertain, though the latter seemed more likely. Perhaps an 80% chance of the latter and a mere 20% of the former? Old Chu, return my master's bed. Chu Yenner shot him a glance. For Xiao Hao's demeanor led one to believe he was demanding Wang Feng's bed. With a flick of her thought, a large bed materialized from her storage space before them. Xiao Hao also retrieved a table from Wang Feng's storage pouch, though his pouch was relatively small. And accommodating both a table and various other items left no room for the bed. My disciple, I must depart in a few days. So seek out another formidable ally in the sword sect, Wang Feng remarked upon seeing the bed and table. He intended to utilize the teleportation array of the Little Sword sect to journey to the central state. Huh. Xiao Hao was left bewildered. What did he mean by seeking another ally? Huh. You're being abandoned by your master, you dead rat. Chu Yenner chuckled playfully beside him. Observing that Xiao Hao's expression was on the verge of tears, which only made her find the situation more amusing. Master, where are you going? To fetch something. But we want to depart for a few days. Wang Feng leaned closer to Xiao Hao's ear, only to discover that the rope in his hand was insufficiently long. Instinctively, he gave it a tug, disregarding Jiang Hanshi on the other end. Also, you should get along well with that old maid, as mutual cultivation with her would greatly benefit you. Wang Feng's whispered suggestion caused a faint blush to rise on Xiao Hao's face, realizing how rather lewd his master sounded. Who would want to be with that old maid? Just then, Xiao Hao noticed Chu Yenner's strange gaze beside him and promptly shut his mouth. Suit yourself. It's not my concern, Wang Feng casually remarked, indifferent since it wasn't his own mutual cultivation at stake. You too, are you secretly speaking ill of me? Chu Yenner scrutinized the pair with a look of suspicion. The top three, please come forward to receive the sword intent stones. The sect leader called out, sweeping his gaze over the large crowd before leaping downwards. As he was about to land, a platform slowly rose to meet him, and he gracefully stood upon it. Chapter 61. The entrance ceremony. Passing away just like that suddenly, Wang Feng felt a tug on his hand, and he was pulled forward, under 1,000 gazes. Jiang Hanshi silently led Wang Feng towards the platform, ignoring the peculiar stares from the multitude. What are you two up to? The sect leader regarded them with a curious look. Oh, it's nothing. She just likes it this way. Fearing that her beloved might run away, Wang Feng casually replied, waving his other hand. Just as he finished speaking, he felt the rope tighten abruptly, turning his hand a shade of blue. Wang Feng quickly tugged gently, pleading for mercy. And fortunately, Jiang Hanshi relented. Oh, the sect leader noticed this too, a knowing smile playing on his lips, yet he did not inquire further. Raising his hand, 3 ancient black stones appeared, hovering in the air before him. These are the sword intent stones, marked with deep sword scars that seem to cause a twinge of pain just by looking at them. They are the result of immense effort from the young prodigies of our sect's Yuanyuan realm, and I hope you will utilize them wisely. The 3 accepted the sword intent stones, while a bystander had already departed. Noticing that Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi lingered, the sect leader's expression turned puzzled. Master, may I ask if there is a teleportation array to Zhongzhou here? Wang Feng spoke up, prompting Jiang Hanshi to turn towards him, ready to respond. But this foolish boy had beaten her to it. Little did he know that this foolish boy also intended to use the teleportation array to Zhongzhou. Jiang Hanshi wondered what he needed to go there for, but chose not to inquire further. We shall discuss this later. There are still many awaiting below. The sect leader did not provide a clear answer, asking him to wait. Seeing that her question had already been addressed, Jiang Hanshi pulled Wang Feng down from the platform. Fairy sister, hey, don't pull so hard. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, he was abruptly pulled, nearly losing his footing. Jiang Hanshi departed without uttering a word. The subsequent initiation ceremony was bustling with onlookers, all eager to take the 4 of them as disciples. Old Two, did you not claim that even if this individual possessed the solar sword body, you would not deign to accept him? An elder stood before Wang Feng, mocking Tu Guangyi, evidently referring to a prior conversation atop the grand pillar. Who said that? Who said that? I merely wish to inquire. Who said it? Tu Guangyi, unashamedly feigning ignorance, realized that every talented individual was highly coveted. He decided to cast aside his pride today. After all, fostering connections could prove advantageous in the future, should any of these promising youths achieve greatness. Suddenly, a powerful and targeted wave of spiritual energy erupted among the crowd, indicating that an elder had taken action. A person was obliterated within the throng, leaving no trace of their existence. The crowd erupted into chaos, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wang Feng, startled, instinctively clutched Jiang Hanqi's arm, only to reluctantly release his grip when she admonished him. Silence. Among those present were practitioners of dark arts, bloodthirsty and indiscriminate in their violence, thus necessitating immediate action. The sect leader raised his hand, utilizing spiritual energy to project his voice and quell the tumult. It became evident to those who were previously oblivious why the minor sword sect dispersed the unselected individuals prior to the initiation ceremony. Those who were well-informed remained composed, reassured by their clean conscience. With a swift motion, the sect leader concluded his statement, and dozens of figures soared towards the mountain gate. In a single gesture, he summoned them back. Allow me to demonstrate that we are in no way engaged in wanton slaughter. To instill confidence in the crowd, he executed a secret technique upon the gathered individuals. Those affected exhibited an overwhelming aura of malice, dark energy, or bloodlust, all indicative of practitioners of dark sorcery. While it is common for cultivators to take lives, these individuals had preyed upon innocents, indulging in their blood and flesh. Utilizing the blood of mortals to enhance their nefarious arts, they were unworthy of pity. With a flick of his wrist, the sect leader commanded, and in an instant, the subdued individuals were reduced to ash. Ultimately, around 100 individuals were selected, as the sect leader sought to reassure the crowd. He employed the secret technique once more, revealing the true nature of their auras. 1,000 observers gasped in shock, realizing that dark cultivators had been concealed among them. Some had even conversed with these malevolent beings. The 100 or so dark practitioners, held firm by the sect leader and the elders, could not resist at all. Their fate was unequivocally sealed, as they too were turned to ash. At last, the disciple recruitment ceremony could commence in earnest. Young friend, over here. I would bequeath my entire fortune to you if you would take me as your master. Wang Feng, overwhelmed by the cacophony around him, tugged on the rope, leading Jiang Hanqi away. Hey, do not leave, dear friend. If you must go, please leave the girl behind. Wang Feng realized that, aside from Xiao Hao, the majority of the individuals surrounding him had come in search of Jiang Hanqi. Fairy sister, do you wish to become my disciple? Wang Feng leaned closer to Jiang Hanqi, whispering softly at her side. Knowing her well, he was certain she would never take a master. It was likely she would never do so in her lifetime. As expected, Jiang Hanqi gently shook her head, adorned with her white veiled hat, and Wang Feng felt a sense of relief. Do not call out. Neither of us shall take a master. Seek my disciple instead. Wang Feng raised his spiritual energy and shouted, pointing toward Xiao Hao. Despite his repeated booming declarations, the crowd remained somewhat unconvinced. All four of you come with me, commanded the sect leader, allowing Wang Feng and his companions to depart amidst the reluctant gazes of the elders. The elders, left with no choice, turned to search for individuals among the crowd who met their approval. Ha, some people truly lack shame. I wonder who claimed that even if he were the solar sword body, you would not deign to accept him. Wang Feng heard laughter behind him as he departed, curious as to whom it was directed. In the guest hall of the Little Sword sect, the sect leader addressed the four of them. Do you wish to join our sect? Recognizing their talents, he was eager not to lose them. Well, my disciple, Xiao Hao, is surely joining the sect, but I shall not. As for the rest, I am uncertain. Wang Feng nudged Xiao Hao forward, prompting a more pleasant expression from the sect leader. I want to join. I came here specifically to enter the Little Sword sect, exclaimed Chu Yenner eagerly from the side. Young friend, I must clarify that you are not joining the Little Sword sect, but the Sword sect. Your aptitudes are remarkable, and you also possess a sword body. The sect leader explained to Chu Yenner, who, upon understanding, became even more elated. Her mother would undoubtedly be overjoyed upon hearing this news. Having arranged for the three, the sect leader turned his attention to the final young woman. Chapter 62. You must be that peculiar fellow, right? I shall not enter. Jiang Hanqi stated coldly as she met the sect leader's gaze. Well, I shall not force you. You may rest here for a few days before utilizing the teleportation array to depart. I will communicate with the main sect on your behalf. The sect leader felt content to have secured two extraordinarily gifted sword bodies. The other two, while powerful and having achieved first and second place in the recent competition, had unclear potential, and their victories were likely attributed to their realms. Since they had no desire to join the sword sect, he would not impose. Young friend, are you not also headed to the central continent? We could travel together. The sect leader suddenly recalled Wang Feng's earlier inquiry, suggesting they could proceed together in a few days. May I join as well? Jiang Hanshi, who had been silent, spoke softly yet succinctly, and the sect leader immediately grasped her intention. It was decided that they would go together. Later that night, at the Little Sword sect, Jiang Hanshi, to prevent Wang Feng from escaping, chose to share a room with him despite the availability of other accommodations. She did not feel particularly uncomfortable, after all. She had previously lived with this fraud. Although he had deceived her, he had never committed any egregious acts. This was also the reason why Jiang Hanshi had not been driven to murder Wang Feng. Beneath his despicable nature, he was not entirely wicked. Now, what excuse do you intend to concoct? In the room, Jiang Hanshi fixed her cold gaze upon Wang Feng, her crimson lips parting to articulate a few words. Wang Feng, bound and resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, refused to meet her eyes. He could only lower his head in silence. Jiang Hanshi remained patient, her eyes locked on him, enveloping the room in a heavy silence. Fairy sister, do you believe me when I say that my cultivation has improved these past few days? Wang Feng uttered, grappling for words, ultimately resorting to such a foolish statement. Do you think I would believe that? Jiang Hanshi replied, her unwavering gaze piercing through him, her lips curling to deliver two icy retorts. If it were me, I would believe it. I am certain that fairy sister would as well. And what else is there? Wang Feng asserted with a semblance of confidence, as if he genuinely believed his own words. Yet, he was also perplexed by what Jiang Hanshi referred to as the other matter. You are that hideous gourd man, aren't you? A single phrase from Jiang Hanshi nearly sent Wang Feng into a panic. She had discovered him. That revelation echoed in his mind. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly be that grotesque gourd man? Wang Feng stubbornly insisted, attempting to maintain an innocent facade as he gazed at Jiang Hanshi. Do I appear to be a fool? A flicker of displeasure ignited in Jiang Hanshi's eyes as she posed a soul-searching inquiry. Perhaps a little, Wang Feng muttered reflexively, realizing he had been deceived for so long, still ensnared in his own ruse. Jiang Hanshi was aware of his true identity, though not entirely. Jiang Hanshi nearly faltered in her aloof demeanor upon hearing Wang Feng's words. Since you have forgotten, I shall keep you bound until you recall. Fairy sister, does that mean I must sleep beside you? Wang Feng laughed, finding unexpected delight in such a prospect. He would gladly endure years of restraint for it. What do you think? Jiang Hanshi retorted, retrieving a longer binding rope from her divine sea space, executing a more elaborate form of restraint upon Wang Feng. He was bound in such a way that he could only squirm, while she untied the rope from her own wrist. Fairy sister, surely this is excessive? Wang Feng protested, assessing the situation. If he truly wished to escape, this was merely a matter of overcoming the binding meant for the spirit-gathering realm. Does she truly believe I am at the 9th level of spirit gathering? Little did she know, I am at the core establishment realm. Fairy sister, please don't. Wang Feng lamented, feeling the discomfort of his bindings. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room, and both their gazes turned toward the closed door. Master. Shortly thereafter, a delicate voice emerged, seemingly verifying whether it had disturbed Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, and the source of this voice was none other than Xiaohao. Jiang Hanshi glanced at Wang Feng, who was bound on the floor, and gently lifted him onto the bed, tenderly covering him with a blanket. Close your eyes, she instructed. Wang Feng, complying with her, obediently shut his eyes, only to secretly crack them open a fraction. Your master is asleep, Jiang Hanshi coldly announced towards the doorway. A moment later, Xiaohao unexpectedly exclaimed from outside, May master and mistress bless us with offspring. You fool, we are here to find your master. How did this turn into a blessing? Hey, stop shouting and run. The laughter echoed, exhilarating and thrilling. As time passed, the voices receded, akin to a fading finale. Following that, there was the voice of Chu Yenner, followed by sounds of hurried footsteps fading into the distance. Wang Feng lay snugly under the covers, acutely aware of Jiang Hanshi's firm grip on the blanket. Fairy sister, don't mind his nonsense. He's just a fool. He quickly reassured, though internally he felt a surge of joy. Go to sleep. Jiang Hanshi lifted the blanket, and covered Wang Feng's head. Subsequently, she approached the table and poured herself a glass of water, sipping it leisurely. She contemplated the necessity of bringing this foolish boy back to the Ice Palace for a talent assessment. If he possessed a constitution akin to that of the great thief emperor, it would not be unreasonable to make an exception for accepting a male disciple. Conversely, if he did not, she could procure something as a token of gratitude for his past assistance. Jiang Hanshi pondered as she took a sip of water. Wang Feng had indeed saved her during her confrontation with the city lord. Otherwise, her fate would have remained uncertain. After all, had she unleashed the true might of the imperial corpse, her condition would not have merely been a few days of weakness. Wang Feng had not anticipated that his whimsical remarks, along with the enigmatic nature of his constitution, would prompt Jiang Hanshi to consider bringing him to the Ice Palace, a place notoriously selective in accepting male disciples. Jiang Hanshi was well aware of this issue. However, if Wang Feng truly possessed the potential of an emperor, what harm would there be in admitting a male disciple? In fact, the Ice Palace had made exceptions in the past. During her own seclusion, she had never encountered that male disciple, only hearing whispers of his existence. It was said that his qualifications were not particularly remarkable, but the Ice Palace's saintess had been moved during her trials and had forcefully brought him into the palace, threatening her own life, despite the vehement opposition of the elders. The saintess held great potential, poised to achieve the status of an emperor, and although the elders were strongly against it, they could not bear to watch her resort to such drastic measures. Thus, they reluctantly acquiesced. At that time, she had just emerged from her seclusion, and her standing in the Ice Palace far surpassed that of the saintess. It could be said that the title of saintess was merely a name she had once worn. In merely a few short years, she shed the title of saintess and ascended within the ranks of the Ice Palace. Chapter 63. Oh, the fairy sister is quite fearsome. At that time, she had just broken through to the Saint King realm and was intrigued to hear that the Ice Palace had accepted a male disciple. However, she dismissed it, trusting that the higher-ups of the Ice Palace were well aware of their decisions. According to the rumors that reached Jiang Hanshi, although the male disciple possessed unremarkable talents, he was of commendable character. Aside from spending sweet moments with the saintess, he diligently practiced under her encouragement, causing no disruption among the other female disciples. Consequently, the higher-ups of the Ice Palace did not harbor disdain or malice towards him, occasionally offering him resources for cultivation. However, subsequent rumors hinted at a tragic fate for the duo. They perished in the Demon Valley during an expedition, their bodies never recovered. The Ice Palace's leaders, incensed by the incident, dispatched their forces to cleanse the Demon Valley, a news that sent ripples throughout the Tian continent. This cleansing was no trivial matter. It resulted in the emergence of a quasi-emperor-level demon cultivator, notorious across the Tian continent, particularly for preying on women. The higher-ups speculated that perhaps it was this very demon that had claimed the lives of the saintess and her companion. After all, the saintess was secretly protected by a peak Saint King guardian, who also vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the quasi-emperor demon met his demise at the hands of the Ice Palace's Grand Elder. The remaining demon cultivators, demon beasts, and other malevolent creatures were systematically eliminated. For a millennium, the demon cultivators of the Tian continent dared not stir trouble, for any disciple of the Ice Palace encountered would be slain without exception. Fairy sister, I feel as though I'm suffocating. At that moment, Jiang Hanshi's reverie was interrupted by a voice. Wang Feng, cocooned in the blankets, could no longer endure the stifling heat. Even at night in the sweltering summer, it was unbearably oppressive. Now he had to feign being an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy. I am exhausted from playing along with your act. Could you please be a little gentler with me? Jiang Hanshi's thoughts were broken as she approached and pulled the covers away from Wang Feng. His phew. Wang Feng quickly gasped for fresh air, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. After catching his breath, he exchanged a gaze with Jiang Hanshi, their eyes locked in silent communication. It's getting late. Perhaps we should retire for the night? Wang Feng tentatively proposed, secretly hoping for an opportunity to share a slumber with Jiang Hanshi. Purely sleep, with no ulterior motives, just simple rest. Are you being restless while bound? Do you wish for me to suspend you? Wang Feng swiftly closed his eyes, ignoring Jiang Hanshi, realizing the possibility of her actually doing so. Observing his startled expression, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Hanshi's lips, only to fall away almost immediately. You look truly lovely when you smile. Hee hee. Wang Feng beamed with a foolish grin, his eyes narrowing into a thin slit. Do you like it? Indeed, he. Wang Feng chuckled, expecting Jiang Hanshi to smile more. Instead, he was met with her indifferent retreat as she turned away and sat down to meditate in solitude. In a state of resignation, Wang Feng closed his eyes and commenced his clandestine cultivation, only to find his consciousness gradually sinking. However, the chaos dominance body technique began to autonomously circulate within him. The night passed in silence. The following morning, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Master. Wang Feng, roused from his slumber, opened his bleary eyes. He attempted to stretch, only to realize he was bound tightly. Turning his head, he noticed Jiang Hanshi seated on the ground, engrossed in her own practice, seemingly undisturbed by the commotion at the door. Wait, please stop knocking, Wang Feng called out, sensing that Jiang Hanshi was in a critical moment of her cultivation. The knocking ceased. After a considerable interval, Jiang Hanshi slowly opened her enchanting eyes. Fairy sister, could you please loosen my bindings? Wang Feng, who had been fixated on Jiang Hanshi, quickly spoke up upon her awakening. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of being seen in such a state by his disciple. Pride was at stake. Jiang Hanshi cast him a sidelong glance, then approached him to discreetly untie the ropes. Ultimately, she collected the longer piece and reattached the shorter into her own wrist. Until you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about escaping, or I shall break your legs. With a sharp intake of breath, Wang Feng gazed at Jiang Hanshi in terror. Fairy sister, you are quite fearsome, akin to a trafficker from that mountain village. He had not anticipated her capacity for intimidation. In the past, he had never experienced such treatment. Previously, admonitions of chop him down were followed through without hesitation. Do you believe I jest? Jiang Hanshi seemed intent on ensuring Wang Feng took her seriously, deliberately exuding an icy aura that chilled the surrounding air slightly. Human air conditioning was Wang Feng's immediate thought. No, absolutely not. He hastily waved his hands, recalling that Jiang Hanshi had indeed broken his legs before. He could not remember which incarnation that was, but he vividly remembered the lack of idle chatter. She had simply delivered a kick that shattered his leg bones. His arms had been severed as well. As for the reason behind such harsh treatment, he dared not inquire. It was merely the consequence of his foolishness in attempting to pilfer Jiang Hanshi's intimate garments. At that time, she had not yet ascended to greatness, and Wang Feng, emboldened by the advanced techniques bestowed by the system, had allowed his confidence to swell, leading to his downfall. Given Wang Feng's understanding of Jiang Hanshi, if she truly harbored such intentions, she would have acted long ago rather than merely frighten him. Outside the dwelling, with a creak, Xiao Hao observed as the door swung open. Master and mistress, your affection remains as strong as ever, yet you insist on binding yourselves together. He sighed. Before I head to the sword sect, I must return to the palace to visit my mother. Will you accompany me? Before Xiao Hao could elucidate further, Chu Yenner interjected. Were you two here yesterday for this matter? Wang Feng recalled the couple who had come to bestow blessings for an early progeny. Indeed, Chu Yenner affirmed with a nod, revealing that she and Xiao Hao had intended to share this news with Wang Feng. Unexpectedly encountering them indoors, one could only speculate whether they were engaged in intimacy or merely asleep. No way. There's nothing entertaining at your place. Wang Feng decisively declined her invitation, primarily because he was currently bound by Jiang Hanshi, rendering his movements rather inconvenient. Xiao Hao stepped closer to Wang Feng's side and raised his hand, leaning in to whisper in Wang Feng's ear, Master, she claims her mother is the current empress of the Danyang dynasty. The palace must possess numerous treasures. Really? Wang Feng furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Xiao Hao, whose expression mirrored uncertainty. Observing Xiao Hao's shake of the head, Wang Feng directed an investigative glance towards Chu Yenner. Typically, he refrained from scrutinizing the information of those whose realms he could penetrate, which led him to be unaware of Chu Yenner's identity. To his surprise, she turned out to be a princess. Chu Yenner identity, daughter of the empress of Danyang dynasty realm, 8th layer of spirit gathering innate weapon, imperial grade heavenly jade sword, sealed. Wait, what? An imperial weapon? A sealed imperial weapon? Wang Feng initially thought he was mistaken, but after a thorough examination, he confirmed the truth. However, given Chu Yenner's naive demeanor, she likely remained oblivious to this fact. Should he seize it from her? Chapter 64. Jiang Hanshi, the soft-hearted one. After contemplating, Wang Feng decided against it, reasoning that her background was probably quite formidable. One who possesses an imperial weapon is unlikely to be merely a princess of a mundane dynasty. The system sometimes displays only a singular aspect of identity. Wang Feng had long lamented this issue, which remained unaddressed. Much like a gaming company on the Blue Star that solely consumes origin points and ignores other matters, even when issues arise. You all can skip it. I shall take my leave. Chu Yin'er did not press the matter and turned to depart, but just a few steps away, she was halted. Wait, we're going. We must go. How could we dare refuse Princess Chu's invitation? Wang Feng called her back urgently. Even changing his address from old Chu girl to Princess Chu, he secretly mused that he must acquire something valuable from the palace in exchange for origin points. No, it is alone. Aside from her somewhat lively and irritable temperament, Chu Yin'er was quite amiable. Wang Feng was in dire need of origin points for his development, just a smidge, nothing excessive, and he would surely repay it, for he was a person of integrity. Then let us proceed. Chu Yin'er smiled and waved her hand. Though these individuals were somewhat at odds with her, they were among her few friends. Fairy sister, let us go. I wish to explore the palace, for I have yet to see it. Wang Feng spoke nonsensically. How could he claim to have never visited the palace? He gently tugged at the rope binding Jiang Hanshi, who stood there in silence. I shall not go, Jiang Hanshi succinctly uttered, her words sounding rather out of place. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin'er felt a tinge of disappointment, for the person she most wished to invite was this elegant elder sister. She wanted her mother to meet this exceptionally beautiful elder sister, yet at present, she was still obscured by her veiled hat. Could you loosen the ropes for a few days? Wang Feng raised his hand and tugged, causing Jiang Hanshi's wrist to sway slightly with the rope. Why must you cling to such trivialities? Cultivation is the true endeavor, rather than indulging in frivolous pursuits. One should devote more time to enhancing their skills. Jiang Hanshi's melodious voice, concealed beneath her white veil, took on a more serious tone. She believed that since Wang Feng might become a member of the Ice Palace, it was imperative to correct his mindset, even if he were unlikely to join. She thought it essential to guide him properly, for his potential could lead him to become a formidable figure in the realm of Yuansan or beyond. His innate qualities were undeniably extraordinary. Life is unpredictable, and one can never foresee whether fate or tomorrow will come first. Thus, the first step in life should be to seek joy. Wang Feng concluded with a pause, raising his voice emphatically. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Xiao Hao enthusiastically applauded, and Wang Feng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. But master, did you not always say that a genius should strive to surpass their limits through diligent cultivation and years of hard work to earn a beautiful life? Xiao Hao's expression was one of confusion. Were it not for Wang Feng's understanding that Xiao Hao's intellect might be somewhat lacking, he might have thought his friend was mocking him. I refuse to go. Jiang Hanshi coldly rejected him, her demeanor indicating she would not allow Wang Feng to proceed. I don't care. I want to go. Will you, or will you not untie the ropes? Wang Feng's expression shifted, his gaze sharp as he looked at Jiang Hanshi, his tone unfriendly, as if he might transform into a fierce tiger ready to devour her. Not far off, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er quietly distanced themselves, engaging in hushed whispers. TSK, 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 it seems my master is aiming for a higher position. Do you think he can keep his master wife in check? Absolutely. I believe in him. The two exchanged banter, careful to avoid Wang Feng's ears. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn quite close, even obliviously leaning towards one another. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanshi, hearing the unfamiliar sharpness in Wang Feng's tone, felt a flicker of interest, curious to see how he would handle her. Turning to face him directly, she said, "Oh, if I do not untie them, what will you do? You refuse to untie them? Fine," Wang Feng retorted, collapsing at her feet with a speed that was almost startling, grasping one of her ankles. I don't care. I want to go. He lay on the ground, clinging to her foot, unabashedly throwing a tantrum like a child wanting a toy that their mother refuses to buy. Ah, it seems we were overly concerned. In the distance, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er observed the scene, their expressions twisting as they realized their earlier words had been as empty as air. Disciple, look. She won't let me go. What should I do? I don't care. I want to go. Either you unbind me, or I shall remain here indefinitely. Jiang Hanshi found herself utterly speechless by Wang Feng's audacious antics, her brows furrowing as she pondered how one could possess such shamelessness. Lowering her beautiful gaze, she noticed Wang Feng's pristine white attire had visibly gathered dust, turning a shade of yellow. Get up. Do not go, she thought for a moment, then relented. Her words succinct, yet unmistakably clear. Really? Just as Wang Feng instinctively began to protest, he caught himself, his voice abruptly halting. His previously distressed expression instantly transformed into one of joy, and he quickly released his grip, flipping over to stand upright. Given Wang Feng's understanding of her, coupled with their time spent together, he recognized that she responded favorably to such tactics. Truly, she was one who preferred gentleness over force. Then quickly set me free, Wang Feng urged, shaking the rope binding his wrist to signal Jiang Hanshi for her assistance. In silence, Jiang Hanshi stepped closer, only to pass by him without a word. Hey. Wang Feng, still standing in place, initially thought Jiang Hanshi intended to untie him, but he stumbled a bit when he realized the truth. Approaching the whispering Chu Yenner, Jiang Hanshi softly spoke, "Let us go." Oh, let's move," Chu Yenner responded with a hint of joy, pleasantly surprised that Wang Feng's dramatic display had indeed been effective. Wang Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and followed Jiang Hanshi, contemplating how to seamlessly procure items within the palace. Should he aim for elixirs and spirit stones, or perhaps weapons? The four of them exited the sect and descended the mountain, under the astonished gazes of the disciples of the Little Sword sect. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, having secured first and second place respectively in the entrance competition, had already made quite a name for themselves. As for the astonishment, it stemmed from their apparent coupling. Why then would they still be tied by a rope when holding hands would suffice? Wang Feng thought, "I wish it were so." While Jiang Hanshi retorted, "Dream on." In the palace, apart from Jiang Hanshi and Chu Yenner, Wang Feng and Xiao Hao ambled around, gazing at their surroundings like country bumpkins. Wang Feng discreetly surveyed which halls housed weapons and which contained resources. Naturally, thievery was out of the question. As for how to obtain what he desired, it was simply a matter of borrowing, an innocent borrowing, not thievery at all. All right. I've invited a thief into my midst, and a thief who justifies his actions. How absurd, Chu Yenner exclaimed. Chapter 65. I am his master, your highness. The palace maids and other attendants greeted Chu Yenner with respect as they crossed paths. You are still the grand princess? Xiao Hao inquired, astonished. Upon hearing this, Chu Yenner slowly lifted her proud head. It's nothing extraordinary, merely that my mother is the reigning empress, and I am her only daughter, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Though she feigned modesty, the pride associated with her status was nearly palpable. Does your mother have a harem of 3,000 beauties? Xiao Hao asked curiously, wondering if the empress conformed to the traditional notion of emperors having countless concubines. Knock. Oh, ouch. Master, why did you hit me? Xiao Hao covered his head, a look of confusion in his eyes as he grinned at Wang Feng. How could one dare to inquire, in front of another's daughter, whether her mother possessed a harem of 3,000 handsome suitors? Wasn't that akin to asking if her mother had 3,000 husbands? Wang Feng cast Xiao Hao a glance, silently urging him to reflect on his words. Not at all. My mother is nothing like those ancient emperors. Upon hearing Xiao Hao's remark, Chu Yenner's expression darkened slightly. Oh, I apologize. Then what about your father? As the four of them continued walking, Xiao Hao posed questions to Chu Yenner, driven purely by curiosity, for she had never mentioned her father before. He has passed away. Chu Yenner appeared visibly unsettled, especially when the topic of her father arose, a flicker of anger glimmering in her eyes. Xiao Hao promptly fell silent. Wang Feng shot a glance at Xiao Hao, noting that while he was well-meaning, his bluntness often led him to speak without thinking. However, Chu Yenner was not overly sensitive. After a while, she resumed her cheerful chatter. Mother. Chu Yenner's eyes sparkled as she spotted her mother, the current empress, approaching them. Wang Feng and the others looked up in unison. Before them walked a woman who bore no signs of aging, exuding an air of authority that radiated nobility and grace, clad in an ornate phoenix robe. She did not resemble a young maiden, but rather a woman of around 30, her complexion remarkably well preserved. Wang Feng scrutinized her closely, his heart pounding not in astonishment at her beauty, but at her former identity and cultivation level. Chu Moxie identity, former saintess of the celestial court, empress of the Dongyang dynasty realm, peak of the 9th layer of the Saint King realm, inherent weapon, supreme holy artifact, flame phoenix spear. By the heavens! Wang Feng felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The former saintess of the celestial court had retreated from the cultivation world to become an empress in the mortal realm? Impossible. If she had truly withdrawn, she could not possibly maintain such stability. Just her sect, the celestial court, would not permit it, let alone her myriad enemies. Thus, there must be deeper circumstances at play. Wang Feng finally understood that her imperial position was secure not due to the support of the so-called powerful figures within the imperial city, but because she possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of millions. Jiang Hanqi gazed at Chu Moxi, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. The aura emanating from her was beyond her current level of comprehension. Even with her ancient cold eyes, she could only perceive a faint, domineering crimson essence radiating from Chu Moxi. This individual either possessed an exceptionally high level of cultivation or shared a constitution akin to that of the foolish trickster beside her. However, she had only encountered two individuals with such a constitution, the trickster himself and that notorious thief emperor. Thus, this person's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, the fiery essence she observed suggested a fire-type spiritual root or constitution, indicating complexity beyond the ordinary. Yenner, who are these individuals? Chu Moxi's voice was melodious yet tinged with curiosity, although she already had an inkling of Wang Feng and his companions' identities. Nonetheless, it was prudent to observe the formalities. Mother, these are the ones I mentioned who have spoken ill of me, except for this older sister, who is truly stunning. Dear older sister, could you please remove your hat so my mother can see your face? Chu Yenner playfully requested of Jiang Hanqi. Chu Moxi observed Jiang Hanqi, adorned with a white veiled hat, and extended her consciousness to investigate. She was curious to discover the beauty that had so captivated Yenner. Given that this woman was at the second tier of the spirit bond realm, it was unlikely she would notice the probing of her consciousness. Although Jiang Hanqi once possessed the incomplete consciousness of an emperor, it was inconceivable that she could be oblivious to the presence of another consciousness seeking to behold her visage. However, she made no effort to resist. She could have, but the cost would have been substantial. Moreover, it hardly warranted a confrontation over a mere glance. Thus, she removed her hat and stored it within her spiritual sea. Chu Moxi thought little of it, assuming she had utilized some external object akin to a storage ring. Upon seeing the hat removed, she ceased her probing. As Jiang Hanqi unveiled her face, Chu Moxi was momentarily entranced. It was no exaggeration to say that this woman surpassed her in beauty. No wonder Yenner was so enchanted, with just a glance. Chu Moxi's fondness for Jiang Hanqi increased by at least 10%. Wang Feng had also sensed an unusual aura surrounding him moments ago. Although he did not possess the incomplete consciousness that fell from Jiang Hanqi's imperial cultivation, his 9 lives had endowed him with keen perception. Upon reflection, he realized that the illustrious Saintess Chu Moxi of the imperial dynasty was scrutinizing Jiang Hanqi's appearance. To his surprise, Jiang Hanqi had revealed her face directly. Let us proceed inside to converse, Chu Moxi said with a gentle smile, guiding Wang Feng and the others to a small pavilion designated for guests. During your interactions, my Yenner hasn't offended you with her words, has she? Chu Moxi inquired, displaying no airs of superiority as she brewed tea and spoke as any ordinary parent would. Mother, Chu Yenner whined, expressing her discontent at her mother's apparent favoritism towards them. No, Wang Feng and Xiao Hao spoke simultaneously, with Xiao Hao being the one to assert the latter. You insolent fool, do you seek a beating? No, absolutely not, Xiao Hao quickly countered, compelled by Chu Yenner's furious gaze to amend his response to Chu Moxi's query. Hee, you are quite amusing, Chu Moxi chuckled lightly, placing the brewed tea delicately before Wang Feng and the others. By the way, why are you two bound to one another? At this moment, it seemed Chu Moxi had just noticed the connection between Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi, and she asked with curiosity, afraid he might run away. Jiang Hanqi replied quicker than Wang Feng, clearly concerned that he might say something foolish again. Oh, are you enemies? Not at all. Are you partners? Not at all. With each question posed by Chu Moxi, Jiang Hanqi responded with a calm demeanor, adhering to basic etiquette. Then what is your relationship? I am his master. Jiang Hanqi hesitated briefly, as if contemplating the appropriateness of her words, but ultimately conveyed her answer. Ah. 3 exclamations echoed beneath the small pavilion, belonging to Wang Feng, Xiao Hao, and Chu Yenner, with Wang Feng and Xiao Hao's voices being particularly loud. Wang Feng exclaimed, when did Jiang Hanqi become my master? Xiao Hao added, how did the master's wife turn into the grandmaster? Chu Yenner chimed in, isn't she just a dead rat, his master's wife? Chu Moxi questioned, what is the meaning of their reactions? Jiang Hanqi pondered, why do they react this way? Is it inappropriate to be his master? Mother, please let me return. Just as Wang Feng and the others finished their astonished outbursts, a voice emerged from a distance. Drawing their attention, Chu Moxi's gaze sharpened but vanished in an instant. Chapter 66. The favorability should be at 30% by now. I have guests today and do not wish to argue with you, so hurry and leave. Mother, why is he so bothersome? Chu Yen'er spoke irritably, lamenting that this fellow had been appearing daily to seek her mother, insisting he was her royal brother. Strangely, her mother refused to condemn him for impersonating a royal descendant. Chu Yen'er began to question whether this individual might truly be her royal brother, despite having never known of his existence throughout her life. Mother, father has abandoned me. I have nowhere to go but to seek you. The youth in the distance cried out again, tears streaming down his face. Please wait a moment. An uninvited guest has arrived. Chu Moxie rose, her phoenix robe swirling, exuding an aura of authority. I shall say this one last time. I am not your mother. If you dare return tomorrow, I shall execute you for the crime of impersonating a royal descendant. Moreover, this is the palace, not a place for your insolence. Chu Moxie approached the young man, delivering a cold warning, while the guards failed to restrain him. Mother, he is dying. Otherwise, he would not have driven me away. The boy wiped his tears, revealing a shocking piece of news to Chu Moxie. What? Her heart trembled. Could it be that the heartless man was truly on the brink of death? Would you care for a snack? Wang Feng offered a grape to Jiang Hanqi, who shot him a frosty glance. No, she replied, yet before she could protest further, Wang Feng had already placed the grape in her mouth. No need for thanks. He chuckled, before biting into a pear, quietly observing the two conversing in the distance. What had once been within earshot was suddenly obscured by an overwhelming aura, rendering them mute to the exchange. Jiang Hanqi gazed at Wang Feng, who seemed to treat the act of feeding her as a mere casual gesture. Feeling the weight of her stare, Wang Feng felt akin to an ordinary person encountering a ghost, compelled to pretend he did not see her to escape scrutiny. After a moment, Jiang Hanqi diverted her gaze, biting into the grape, finding it quite sweet. Leave me be. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Chu Moxie dissipated, their conversation coming to an abrupt halt with her furious shout. The young man departed, his steps heavy with disappointment. Chu Mo, she returned to the pavilion. Her eyes slightly reddened. She instructed Chu Yen'er, please entertain them well. I have some matters to attend to. Without allowing Yen'er a chance to respond, she hurriedly departed, disappearing from their sight. It was only then that Wang Feng and the others regained their senses. It's all that guy's fault for angering my mother again. Chu Yen'er exclaimed, biting into a fruit resembling an apple, her voice filled with indignation. That annoying fellow had upset her mother not just once or twice, but several times over. However, this time was particularly egregious. It seemed that he had said something to her mother that warranted her leaving to deal with an unspecified issue. Previously, she would have simply ordered him away. If she couldn't dismiss him, she would personally unleash her 8th-tier cultivation to send him flying. Clearly, Chu Yen'er was unaware of her mother's true power. She also questioned the palace guard's effectiveness, as they couldn't even stop a single intruder. Why hasn't your mother executed him? After all, she is an empress. Xiao Hao wondered aloud, voicing his confusion. I don't know, Chu Yen'er replied, her frustration evident as she took several more bites of the vibrant fruit in her hand. Wang Feng contemplated the situation, while Jiang Han, she sat quietly beside him, choosing not to speak, instead reaching for another grape and delicately placing it in her mouth. Wang Feng chuckled at the sight, and when Jiang Han she met his gaze, she paused momentarily with the grape before ultimately consuming it. She felt that stopping now would only make her seem overly dramatic. The atmosphere in the small pavilion fell silent for a moment. Let us not discuss this anymore. How about we stay here for the night and return to the sword sect tomorrow? We still have a few days before we need to go to the sect, Chu Yen'er suggested, extending an invitation. Despite her noble status, she found the palace exceedingly dull. The servants were too fearful to play with her, wary of incurring her wrath. She wondered why she appeared so terrifying. That sounds great, Wang Feng replied eagerly after sipping his tea. Why are you so excited? Chu Yen'er asked, looking at him in confusion, as he was the most animated among them. No, I'm not. Wang Feng quickly composed himself, anxious that Chu Yen'er might suspect something amiss. The group had spent the day wandering the palace, with Xiao Hao and Chu Yen'er enjoying themselves thoroughly. In stark contrast, Wang Feng and Jiang Han, she walked together like a pair of parents, observing the antics of the others in the distance. Fairy sister, please loosen the rope for me. I have something to attend to, Wang Feng implored throughout their walk, while Jiang Han she remained silent, continuing to walk. Fairy sister, I beg you, he pleaded, gently poking her shoulder with his finger. At last, Jiang Han, she turned to him. What do you need to do? She inquired. It's a secret. Then I won't loosen it. Ah. Wang Feng's face fell. Why had Jiang Han she suddenly taken it upon herself to be so controlling? Could it be that she wished to become his master? Wang Feng suddenly recalled the words she had just spoken to Chu Mo Shi, pondering whether Jiang Han she wished to accept him as her disciple. Reflecting on Jiang Han she's demeanor towards her throughout this life, a smile involuntarily crept onto Wang Feng's lips. He was not a fool. Comparing Jiang Han she's attitudes from her previous 8 lives to this one, it became clear to him. He surmised that Jiang Han she's fondness for him had likely reached 30%. As for any escalation beyond that, he dared not even entertain the thought. Unless he were to kiss Jiang Han she in her presence, and she would not react with anger. Only then would he allow himself to imagine such possibilities. With this realization, Wang Feng's courage swelled considerably. Jiang Han she, might you wish for me to be your rebellious disciple? If so, does that imply that all he needed to do was refrain from provoking her too greatly? He resolved not to yield. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Feng felt emboldened. He recognized that he had been overly generous with his favorable treatment towards Jiang Han she. He decided to hold his ground. If she refused to relent by nightfall, he contemplated revealing a fraction of his concealed prowess before her. Though it appeared as though he had merely broken through to the first level of the spirit bond realm, in truth, he was merely releasing his cultivation. Moreover, he had been practicing diligently in recent days, compressing the spiritual energy within him, which was now nearing full capacity. When the time came, he would combine it with some elixirs to attempt a breakthrough to the expansion realm. Chapter 67. A grapefruit forced to ripen is not sweet, yet. Wang Feng chose to disregard Jiang Han shi, silently observing the surrounding palaces. Some areas were indeed exquisitely crafted. Noticing Wang Feng's demeanor, Jiang Han, she felt a twinge of curiosity. What mischief was this foolish trickster concocting? However, she could not be bothered. She doubted he could orchestrate anything significant while bound. As the day waned, Wang Feng and Jiang Han, she walked in silent harmony, seemingly attuned to one another, sharing the day without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er frequently engaged in playful tussles, though it was always Xiao Hao who ended up on the receiving end. Yet he remained defiantly unyielding, embodying a rebellious spirit. The royal palace was far from dark under the night sky, with lanterns illuminating the surroundings, their brilliance suggesting they were no ordinary lanterns. Princess Chu, do you have any wishes? Wang Feng suddenly inquired of Chu Yin'er, who sat on the steps gazing at the stars. Chu Yin'er furrowed her brow, narrowing her eyes as she pointed at Wang Feng, asking, what do you want? Are you plotting something? Speak your desire, and if it lies within my capability, I shall assist you in fulfilling it. Wang Feng replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying her suspicions, though Chu Yin'er thought little of it. Really? If possible, I wish to see my father. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together as if making a wish. She did not truly expect Wang Feng to accomplish such a task. She merely longed to meet the father she had never known. Having been told by her mother that he was a heartless scoundrel, she dismissed it as just a wish. Very well. Should the opportunity arise, I will ensure you meet your father. Wang Feng contemplated, acknowledging that finding a person in a vast sea of humanity was indeed a formidable challenge. However, his tone remained unwaveringly resolute, to the point where Chu Yin'er nearly found herself convinced. Truth be told, Wang Feng felt a twinge of guilt, prompting him to agree to one of Chu Yin'er's conditions. After all, she had innocently invited him to her palace for a visit, while he was contemplating borrowing something from her. Yet, in desperate need of the fundamental point to activate the system's functions, he had no choice but to proceed this way, hoping to repay her in some other manner when the opportunity arose. In this lifetime, Wang Feng was confident he could reach the celestial origin realm within a century, armed with countless techniques and the accumulated insights from 8 previous lives. If he failed to attain the celestial origin realm in 100 years, it would simply mean that his past lives had been in vain. He couldn't help but wonder about her father's cultivation level. Her mother was certainly no ordinary person, so her father was likely formidable as well. But what was he hesitant about? Chu Yin'er looked at Wang Feng, seated beside the beautiful elder sister, with curiosity. No, nothing. Wang Feng waved his hand, deeming it inappropriate to disclose. All right, I will arrange a room for you. I assure you the palace's grand bed is exceptionally comfortable. At this point, Chu Yin'er exchanged a knowing smile with Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi paused, momentarily taken aback by Chu Yin'er's expression, though she made no move. Wang Feng noticed this and softly suggested, "Fairy sister, perhaps we should sleep in separate rooms?" "No," Jiang Hanqi flatly rejected. Her tone as resolute as someone rebuffed in a confession. "Look, even the master's wife doesn't wish to share a room. Master, you should not evade." Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Hao was nearby, fanning the flames. "Away with you. It's none of your business, you know nothing." Wang Feng lightly kicked Xiao Hao, sending him far away. Resigned, Wang Feng decided to acquiesce to Jiang Hanqi's wishes, let her have her way. To his surprise, Chu Yin'er indeed provided them with a remarkably large bed, the mattress impossibly soft. Wang Feng gazed in astonishment at the grand bed within the room, wondering if it could comfortably accommodate 5 people. "How is it? Spacious enough?" Chu Yin'er asked with a grin directed at Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi. "Ahem, it's acceptable." Wang Feng coughed twice, regaining his composure. "What about mine? What about mine?" Xiao Hao inquired eagerly from the side. "Yours? Over there." Chu Yin'er gestured towards the door, pointing to an outdoor doghouse. Even more amusingly, a short-legged black dog was barking at them from within, seemingly beckoning Xiao Hao. However, Chu Yin'er was merely jesting. After bidding farewell to Wang Feng, she departed with Xiao Hao. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room quieted, leaving the two standing by the door for quite a while. Wang Feng rubbed his hands together, his handsome face unchanged, though his aura had taken on a slightly lecherous quality, breaking the silence. With a gentle creak, he closed the door, turning to pull Jiang Hanqi, who was observing him with scrutiny, to sit on the bed. Wang Feng realized that the old maid had either done this intentionally or inadvertently, as the room contained neither a table nor a chair. Aside from a large bed, there was merely a partitioned bathing area. Nothing else remained. "Fairy sister, please untie me. I truly have matters to attend to tonight." This marked yet another instance of Wang Feng's repeated pleas. Bringing someone along to pilfer goods undoubtedly proved to be far more troublesome than embarking on such escapades alone. "What do you intend to do tonight?" Jiang Hanqi inquired, sitting on the edge of the bed, her azure gown flowing gracefully as she removed her white gauze hat, revealing her ethereal beauty. She was perplexed as to what this foolish trickster could possibly need. Should she release him? What if he fled? Yet, would withholding his freedom hinder his endeavors? A sense of inner turmoil enveloped Jiang Hanqi. She was not the type to act selfishly or obstinately. She had already delayed this foolish trickster's undertaking once before. The moniker foolish boy frequently crossed her mind. If her thoughts were a person, she would long to strike it with a palm. "I need to fetch something. Please, please, just untie me." Wang Feng extended his hands in a petulant manner, attempting to shake Jiang Hanqi's arm. She shifted slightly and evaded his grasp. "Do not speak like that," she chastised, finding his tone excessively saccharine. "Will you untie me or not?" Wang Feng straightened, adopting an exceedingly serious demeanor as he posed the question to Jiang Hanqi. She remained silent, seemingly deep in contemplation. "I do not care. Hurry up and untie me." Wang Feng rolled onto the bed, throwing a tantrum like a child. The tugging sensation from his bound arms caused Jiang Hanqi to sway slightly. Observing Wang Feng's childish antics on the bed, she felt a pang of conflict within her. She still yearned to bring him back to the ice palace. If this trickster possessed a physique akin to the imperial corpse within her divine sea space, with the nurturing of the ice palace, he might one day ascend to greatness. Coupled with her own diligent cultivation, if neither were to falter, the ice palace could potentially boast 2 emperors. Such a status would undoubtedly elevate the ice palace's standing in the continent. Furthermore, should the 2 emperors exist in the world, the ice palace would have a 90% chance of surpassing the sword sect, which had amassed a heritage of hundreds of thousands of years. The ice palace had nurtured her for millennia. She had served as a direct disciple, a saintess, an elder, a sect master, a supreme elder, and even an ancestor. To claim she had never wished for the ice palace's expansion would be a falsehood. However, one cannot force a bitter melon to taste sweet. Yet, thirst must be quenched. Thus, Jiang Hanqi resolved. Chapter 68. Form-fitting night attire. "I shall accompany you." "Are you certain?" Wang Feng promptly straightened, his eyes sparkling like titanium alloy, fixed on Jiang Hanqi as he inquired. "Certain," Jiang Hanqi replied, her tone remaining consistently cool, concise, and comprehensible. "Then you must not disturb my plans. And you cannot strike me. Everything must proceed according to my strategy. Can you manage that?" Wang Feng outlined his conditions. Should this prove unfeasible, he contemplated breaking through to the spirit realm right then and there, shattering the bonds and making his escape. Jiang Hanqi's gaze was piercingly cold. laced with a hint of suspicion as she spoke. What trickery do you intend to employ this time? Just tell me whether you can accomplish it. If you cannot, then untie me. As long as your plan does not involve any physical interference with me, that will suffice. Wang Feng was about to utter a second sentence when Jiang Hanshi interrupted him. Upon hearing her words, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. His original plan had indeed involved some slight physical interaction with Jiang Hanshi, should she agree. It was well known that Jiang Hanshi was a woman of her word. She would not go back on her promises unless pushed to the utmost limits of her anger. Do not inquire as to how Wang Feng was so aware of this. It was merely information garnered over several lifetimes. All right, Wang Feng responded eagerly, excitement surging within him as he contemplated the night's impending rendezvous with this grand glacier. Jiang Hanshi's gaze flickered with an unusual intensity. This charlatan seemed overly enthusiastic. Could he be attempting to deceive her once more? For Wang Feng, there was no urgency. But seeing his calm demeanor, Jiang Hanshi felt no rush either. Bound by a single rope, they sat across from each other on the soft bed, commencing their dual cultivation. As time flowed gently by, the night deepened, and outside, the only sound was the incessant chirping of insects. Wang Feng eventually sat up from his meditative state, retrieving a high-grade sword intent stone of the mysterious tier for inspection. System, how many origin points can this worthless stone yield? Ding, 30,000 origin points. Not bad at all. Indeed, it was commendable. The sword intent stone, left behind by a prodigy of the sword sect, was worth 30,000 origin points, a noteworthy sum. Wang Feng stored the stone away, planning to organize the items in his storage space before converting everything into origin points at once. It would be a gratifying endeavor, a true sense of fulfillment. He glanced at Jiang Hanshi, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. She had been watching him for an unknown length of time, her gaze cold and profound, as though she sought to pierce through to his very essence. Meeting her eyes sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him with a significant psychological shadow. Fairy sister, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Wang Feng inquired, raising a hand to touch his cheek in confusion. Nothing, Jiang Hanshi replied, subtly averting her gaze and inching closer to him. This startled Wang Feng, leaving him perplexed as to her intentions. Was it possible that the rope was simply not long enough? Jiang Hanshi moved to the edge of the bed, gently slipping on a pair of white long boots she had retrieved from beneath the bed. How had he not noticed she had removed her shoes earlier? Regaining his composure, Wang Feng followed suit and got off the bed to put on his own shoes. He then retrieved 2 sets of night garments, handing one to Jiang Hanshi. As for how he acquired these night outfits, it was a result of Wang Feng spending 1,000 origin points to have the system discreetly place them in the system shop. The system could manage such trivial items. After all, they were merely pieces of fabric. However, items imbued with spiritual energy were beyond its capabilities. Where are you planning to go? Why must one wear such attire? Jiang Hanshi gazed in bewilderment at the nocturnal garment presented by Wang Feng. You need not concern yourself. Donning this outfit is essential for what I am about to procure, Wang Feng declared, thrusting the attire into Jiang Hanshi's hands. Without a hint of embarrassment, he began to disrobe right before her eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Hanshi exclaimed, hastily turning away. Changing my clothes, Wang Feng replied nonchalantly, unfazed by her modesty, for he had no qualms about being seen. Besides, he possessed a pair of flamboyant undergarments, having secured 2 pairs previously. Thus he felt justified in his actions. Go change in the partition, Jiang Hanshi instructed, facing away from him, her ears attuned to the rustling sounds that filled the air. Sister Fairy, do you think I can go like this? Or perhaps you would join me inside? Wang Feng teased, tugging at the string of his outfit, his eyes glinting with mischief. As Jiang Hanshi felt the warmth radiating from her arm, she snapped back to reality and fell silent, realizing that entering the partition with him would be no different from changing together in their current location. In a flurry of movement, Wang Feng swiftly donned the nocturnal attire. I'm ready, your turn now, he exclaimed with a playful grin. At his announcement, Jiang Hanshi turned back to behold Wang Feng clad in the outfit, resembling a thief in the night, nearly losing her composure. Are you stifling a laugh? Not at all, she retorted, suppressing the urge to smile. There was no way she would allow herself to find amusement in this situation. Hurry and change, under the cover of darkness. We must retrieve those items, Wang Feng urged, his gaze fixed eagerly upon her. Just then, a startled gasp echoed from within the confines of the room. The scene shifted back to reveal Wang Feng, bound hand and foot by ethereal ropes upon a soft bed, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the bathing partition. "Sister Fairy, your figure is truly remarkable," he mused, captivated by Jiang Hanqi, who emerged in her fitted nocturnal attire. A faint blush graced her cheeks, scarcely noticeable unless one looked closely. The snug garment accentuated her silhouette exquisitely. "Do not look," she admonished coldly, prompting Wang Feng to obediently turn his head. Though his gaze lingered, Jiang Hanqi approached, binding herself to him before untying the ethereal ropes. Rising to his feet, Wang Feng stretched and, with a warning in his tone, declared, "Everything shall proceed according to my plan. Do not interfere, understood?" Jiang Hanqi cast him a sidelong glance, her expression inscrutable, remaining silent. "Put this on your face," he commanded, producing 2 pieces of black cloth that appeared to be torn from the nocturnal garments. Jiang Hanqi's brow furrowed with suspicion. What exactly was he planning to retrieve? And why the need for such clandestine measures? After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the black cloth from Wang Feng's hands, eager to uncover the intentions of this deceiver. Chapter 69. The system owner, let us proceed, Wang Feng whispered, having donned his attire. He gently took Jiang Hanqi's hand and cautiously opened the door. First, he peered outside to ensure the coast was clear before pulling Jiang Hanqi along as they ventured forth. Clad in the garb of thieves, they slipped out and quietly closed the door behind them. Despite Jiang Hanqi's nocturnal garments, her ethereal presence remained unmistakable. Were it not for the attire that rendered her akin to a rogue in the night, she might have appeared as simply beautiful in ordinary clothing. Even with the black mask obscuring her features, the beauty of her eyes and the upper part of her face would stir one to believe that beneath that mask lay an enchanting woman. As for Wang Feng, in 3 words, a thief. "Fly," he exclaimed, tugging on the other end of the rope, and Jiang Hanqi seemed to comprehend as she followed his lead, leaping alongside him. They soared to the pinnacle of the palace, where Wang Feng turned and gave Jiang Hanqi an approving thumbs up. "Crouch down," he urged, gesturing for Jiang Hanqi to lower herself beside him. Abruptly, she realized that they were not merely retrieving something. They were, in fact, engaging in theft. "What are you planning to steal?" Jiang Hanqi did not adopt a righteous tone to chastise Wang Feng. Rather, she inquired with curiosity. She was no saint, after all, and felt no particular attachment to the palace. Even if it were to explode, as long as she remained unaffected, she would not concern herself with it. "TSK, how can this be called stealing?" "It is merely borrowing, with the intent to return later," Wang Feng replied, sensing his intentions had been unveiled. He then guided Jiang Hanqi, both of them crouching as they approached a certain palace, known as the Armory Hall. "You seek weapons?" Jiang Hanqi discerned his purpose and queried with intrigue. "Indeed, there is no need for such caution. Accompany me to the northern region, and I shall provide you with as many as you desire," Wang Feng responded. "What business do we have in the north? I have never ventured beyond the southern domain. I merely wish to explore the central continent," Jiang Hanqi retorted. Wang Feng feigned ignorance, fully aware that Jiang Hanqi's true aim was to seek the Ice Palace. "You promised to heed my guidance. Do not forget," he reminded her, tugging on the rope as he reiterated their earlier agreement. Jiang Hanqi fell silent, conceding to his wishes. "Follow me." Together, they stealthily approached the Armory Hall, holding their breath. They observed the 2 guardians stationed below, both at the 9th level of spirit gathering. Wang Feng raised his hand, forming a slashing gesture. Without waiting to ascertain if Jiang Hanqi understood, he abruptly leaped down, compelling her to follow his lead. Their speed was so swift that they appeared as mere shadows, leaving the guards unable to react before darkness enveloped their vision. Gazing at the 2 incapacitated guards on the ground, Wang Feng gently pushed open the tightly shut palace doors. "Young friend, what brings you here?" A mysterious voice emanated from within, belonging to an elderly man, the guardian of the hall. As their vision sharpened, they beheld an elderly man leisurely reclining in a rocking chair at the heart of the Armory Hall, swaying contentedly. Wang Feng, ever vigilant, cast a probing glance. To his astonishment, the old man was at the 1st level of the spirit bonding realm. Initially, Wang Feng had presumed him to be some reclusive powerhouse tasked with guarding the hall. Jiang Hanqi, however, was even more astute. Upon discerning the elder's realm, she seized Wang Feng by the arm. In an instant, he felt himself pulled, and the surroundings blurred as he and Jiang Hanqi found themselves beside the old man. When Wang Feng regained his composure and looked again, the elder had already closed his eyes, slumped in his chair. A twitch of irritation crossed Wang Feng's lips. His perception of Jiang Hanshi, once a perceived burden, had shifted. She was, indeed, a formidable ally, sparing him the need to act. Quickly, Jiang Hanshi urged, frowning at Wang Feng, who remained momentarily dazed. Prompted into action, he hastily began stowing the weapons from the wall into his spatial pouch. After securing the door, Wang Feng took on the role of the supplier while Jiang Hanshi kept watch. The arsenal comprised mostly ordinary weapons, with but a few of superior quality. Truth be told, Wang Feng felt somewhat impoverished at the sight. Jiang Hanshi silently trailed behind him, observing his adept handling of the weapons. "Have you done this often before?" she suddenly inquired, breaking his concentration. "No, absolutely not. I swear this is the first time in my life," Wang Feng declared, raising 3 fingers to dispel any lingering doubt in her eyes. Indeed, this was the first time in this 9th life he had engaged in such activity. As for his previous 8 lives, well, that was another story. "Someone's coming," Jiang Hanshi said softly, her demeanor exuding the confidence of a vigilant sentinel as she watched Wang Feng continue his task. Wang Feng hastened his movements, stuffing a few more weapons into the pouch before tugging on the rope and pulling Jiang Hanshi into a nearby corner. The doors of the hall creaked open, and upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Feng froze in surprise. A fellow traveler? The figure before them was clad in a black robe with a hood, resembling a peculiar egg. Though not dressed in typical stealth attire, he moved with remarkable speed and purpose, showing no hesitation. He had spotted the 2 unconscious individuals at the entrance, along with the dazed old guardian. In a flurry of motion, he dashed to the weapons Wang Feng had yet to stow away, fervently filling his own spatial pouch while maintaining a wary eye on his surroundings. Wang Feng discreetly examined the newcomer's information. Name, Qin Feng. Identity, owner of the Imperial Thief System realm. 2nd level of the Spirit Bonding Realm signature weapon. Superior quality celestial gold fish intestine sword. Wang Feng was taken aback. This individual was a system possessor as well. Naturally, if he could wield a system, others could too. And in this world, there were many destined individuals. Those endowed with elderly mentors, systems, or extraordinary abilities were plentiful. The true measure lay in their strength. Such individuals were often regarded as prodigies or, indeed, as anomalies. Certainly, there exist those unfortunate souls who traverse or are reborn without the benefit of extraordinary abilities, most of whom meet their demise within the realm of cultivation. However, regardless of the circumstances, Wang Feng has vanquished them all. This is not due to a cruel disposition, but because those who, after their reincarnation, receive extraordinary gifts are akin to him when he first crossed over. They mistakenly believe themselves to be destined for greatness, immune to death, and certain to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Yet, bound by the constraints of Jiang Hanshi, Wang Feng cast aside such delusions after experiencing death across several lifetimes. With the might of his formidable system, he ultimately reached the apex of the Emperor realm. It is noteworthy that he has lived through 8 lifetimes, indeed, a full 8. Wang Feng ascended to the status of Emperor after 8 lifetimes. Could those inept individuals possibly achieve such heights in a single lifetime? System. Should I consume the opposing thief system, how many tens of thousands of source points might I acquire? Wang Feng pondered as he observed Qin Feng, who was still busy stowing weapons not far off. Indeed, it would be in the tens of thousands, at the very least. A system operates in multiples of 10,000 source points. Ding, 200,000 source points. The opposing system is an 8th-tier system. The systems are ranked from 9 to 1, with 9 being the lowest and 1 the highest. As for what lies beyond, the system remains reticent with Wang Feng. Chapter 70. Confusion. Killing you. That is also my business. With resolute intent, Wang Feng planned to absorb the system of Qin Feng, who was currently engaged in stowing weapons into his storage bag. If this individual proved to possess decent character, Wang Feng intended to offer him a supreme imperial-level technique as compensation. If not, he would simply eliminate him. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. It is a realm where one either consumes another or is consumed in turn, and Wang Feng merely adheres to the unspoken rules of this domain. In the past, when his visage was trodden underfoot by others, he had no choice but to relinquish his resources. Ultimately, relying on his hidden cards, he unleashed a devastating punch. Cranium shattered, heart pulverized, soul seized and ignited like a lantern. Then, he was consumed by heavenly fire, reduced to ash. Finally, his remains were divided into thousands of pieces. interred in the 4 cardinal directions, ensuring no possibility of resurrection remained. Those who dared to humiliate him would find themselves subjected to a fate worse than death. Robbery, too, serves as a swift means of acquiring resources. Wang Feng considered it quite commendable to leave an opening. He gestured a hand sign towards Jiang Hanqi, who, with a fleeting glance, immediately understood. Disliking complications, she deftly untied the ropes binding her hands, knowing that there was but a single exit. She was confident in her ability to incapacitate the man in mere moments. With a sudden burst of speed, Jiang Hanqi surged forth like the wind toward the individual across from her. Qin Feng, ever vigilant, quickly reacted, having sensed the presence of an intruder. He deftly retreated several steps, and upon discerning the identity of his adversary, he was taken aback to find it was a young woman. With just a glance, he recognized the beauty concealed beneath her veil, complemented by her alluring figure. Jiang Hanqi, with great force, stomped down upon the floor, propelling herself forward. In a swift maneuver, Qin Feng shifted his stance and reached towards Jiang Hanqi's chest. She regarded him with an expressionless demeanor, and just as his hand was about to make contact, he grasped nothing but air. What he encountered was merely a fleeting afterimage. Jiang Hanqi appeared behind him, wielding a cold sword, her gaze frigid as she swiftly slashed at his neck. She had changed her mind. It was no longer sufficient to merely incapacitate him. In an instant, Qin Feng's head was severed, yet no blood spilled forth. As Qin Feng collapsed, Wang Feng met Jiang Hanqi's emotionless stare, a chill coursing through him as he recalled that she would not hesitate to kill if she desired. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Feng's back, thoroughly drenched in fear. "Huh! You little wench, perish!" A voice emerged from behind Jiang Hanqi. It was Qin Feng, brandishing a dark golden fish intestine sword, a sinister smile adorning his face. Wang Feng immediately recognized that he had used a substitute doll to absorb the blow meant for him. No wonder the headless corpse did not bleed. Without waiting for Jiang Hanqi to act, Wang Feng had stealthily maneuvered to Qin Feng's side and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crack, Qin Feng was sent hurtling away, embodying his namesake, as free as the wind. The force behind the kick was nothing short of the strength of a 6th-layer spirit realm cultivator. Let us not forget, he was also a body refinement practitioner. Boom! The wall was shattered, resembling a spider's web, with Qin Feng embedded within it, giving the impression that he could not be dislodged. Observing Wang Feng's strength, Jiang Hanqi's eyes flickered with intrigue, yet she remained passive. Wang Feng approached Qin Feng, yanking off his hood. "Please, spare me. I will give you all my possessions." Qin Feng, blood trickling from his lips, spoke in a stuttering manner, as if on the brink of death. Piercing technique. A flash of white light glimmered in Wang Feng's eyes as he sensed the aura emanating from Qin Feng, revealing his vulnerability. With a mere glance, he reached out and twisted the neck of the bloodied, feeble Qin Feng, delivering him to his final fate with a crunch. "Fool! Killing you means all your possessions become mine." Wang Feng mentally cursed, truly perplexed by the man's lack of sense. Jiang Hanqi silently observed this scene from behind, astonished. She had believed this foolish trickster would spare him. Ding! The previous worthless host has perished. A traveler and reborn individual detected. Qualification: celestial talent. Congratulations. Would you like to bind the thief system? Wang Feng gazed at the options that emerged in his mind. These systems only bind to travelers and reborn individuals. The systems of the native residents of the cultivation world do not bind, though the reason remains unknown. This was also something Wang Feng had learned from his own system. It was the reason Jiang Hanqi had been oblivious to the presence of systems among those she had slain. Of course, she had heard tales of individuals calling out for a system or some golden finger before their demise, only to suddenly gain immense power, as if resurrected. Yet, in the end, they were all severed by her sword, mere clowns in her eyes. She merely regarded their so-called systems and golden fingers as their trump cards. For example, ding, 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 detection complete. Perish. Uncertain if this is my host. The voice of the thief system stuttered, likely on the verge of being consumed by Wang Feng's system. Before the thief system could finish its statement, the voice abruptly ceased, leaving Wang Feng eager to know what it had detected. "Why didn't you let it finish?" Wang Feng mentally grumbled, as this was a recurring occurrence. He had eliminated dozens of system owners, and even in his 8th life, he had slain a quasi-emperor with a secondary system. Yet, the system within Wang Feng's body only allowed them to utter the phrase detection complete. Even that secondary system was no exception, providing him no further information. Nevertheless, he could surmise that his system was undoubtedly extraordinary. I'm full. I didn't expect the thief system's storage to contain some treasures. Here are an additional 50,000 source points and a top-tier mystical weapon, the celestial golden fish intestine sword, to aid you in conquering Jiang Hanshi and achieving invincibility. Should you need anything else, reach out to me. I shall rest now. Wang Feng gazed at the panel, which displayed an additional 250,000 source points and the newly acquired fish intestine sword, roughly the size of a dagger. His previous resentment towards the system dissipated, replaced by amusement. At that moment, he felt a tug on his hand, realizing that Jiang Hanshi was preparing to rebind the rope. System, quickly purchase the fiery pepper fruit that refreshed today. Let me showcase it. Wang Feng urgently called out to the system, having encountered a fruit resembling a pepper. However, the spiciness of this fiery pepper fruit was unbearable, even for those in the spirit transformation realm, and there was no way to cleanse it with spiritual power. Yet, it could be cleansed, making it rather impractical. I had just fallen asleep when you summoned me. The system's tone conveyed a hint of indignation, yet it complied with Wang Feng's request. His original 259,680 source points dwindled by 3,000, leaving him with 256,680 points. The fiery pepper fruit was quite inexpensive at 500, yet the system charged him 2,500 for its operation. Chapter 71. I have killed someone? Wang Feng had no time to scold the system as he opened his mouth beneath the masked black cloth. A red fruit, roughly the size of a grape, appeared in his mouth, and he silently crushed it. Within moments, Wang Feng's eyes turned red, overwhelmed by the intense spiciness. Woo-woo, fairy sister. I have killed someone. Dazed, Wang Feng glanced at his hands before turning to embrace Jiang Hanshi's shoulders, bursting into tears. His tone faltered, as if gripped by fear. The heat in his mouth made tears flow uncontrollably, and he attempted to exhale but had to suppress it. His teeth were bared, yet his lips remained sealed, leaving only his tearful eyes visible beneath the black cloth, evoking a sense of sorrow. Jiang Hanshi was momentarily taken aback by his display, halting her binding of the rope. Had he hesitated to kill all this time? She had encountered many such individuals. Those who kill for the first time often waver. However, it seemed this deceiver had made a swift decision. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly extinguished the man's life. Little did Wang Feng know that he merely observed the aura surrounding Qin Feng, encapsulated in 4 words: a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was astonishing that a mere figure in the spirit bonding realm bore the weight of thousands of lives. While it is true that cultivators inevitably take lives, he himself must carry the burden of at least several 100,000 souls. Yet, he only targeted those who provoked him. Or perhaps innocents were mistakenly caught in the crossfire, a consequence that becomes increasingly unavoidable with greater mastery. However, Qin Feng's actions were not so easily justifiable. Could someone of his realm truly cause the demise of thousands? Even if it were conceivable, during his attempt to approach Jiang Hanshi, Wang Feng immediately deemed him a villain. Regardless of whom he had slain, it was imperative to eliminate him first. Through the form-fitting night attire, Wang Feng felt as though he had brushed against Jiang Hanshi's delicate arm. Despite the differing textures, the sensation was exquisite. Wait, could he be deceiving me? Jiang Hanshi glanced down at Wang Feng, whose trembling arms clutched her, contemplating the situation. Sister Fairy, I have taken a life. What should I do now? Woe is me. Wang Feng's voice quavered, his body shaking uncontrollably. This pitiful demeanor somewhat alleviated Jiang Hanshi's suspicions. As the intensity of his words increased, his stammering grew more pronounced, resembling a child's sobs. No, wait. Jiang Hanshi suddenly realized that this charlatan had seemed quite pleased when he witnessed her slay that middle-aged city lord. With a swift motion, she withdrew her arm, stepping back. I recall your delight when you saw me kill that lord, she stated coldly, leaving Wang Feng utterly bewildered. He had been so focused on the fact that he had not taken a life in front of Jiang Hanshi in this lifetime that he had forgotten this particular incident. Sister Fairy, but I killed him with my own hands. Wang Feng turned to the now lifeless Qin Feng, who was staring at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Wang Feng stumbled back, whether by accident or design, and fell to the ground in shock, gazing fearfully at the vacant eyes of Qin Feng. Seeing Wang Feng so frightened, Jiang Hanshi was unsure whether it was intentional or a mere accident. She shifted her position slightly to obscure his view of the corpse. The deceased Qin Feng, with his eyes wide open, seemed to scream, "What a pair of wretched souls." Wang Feng sat on the ground, hugging his knees, his tear-streaked face reflecting a profound desolation as he looked at Jiang Hanshi. It was as though she had transformed into a nurturing figure, while he appeared as a frightened, delicate maiden. Jiang Hanshi approached Wang Feng quietly and untied the ropes binding his hands. "Enough, enough, I shall not bind you any longer. Sister Fairy, are you not afraid I might flee?" Wang Feng suppressed the burning sensation in his throat, attempting to infuse his tone with a hint of trepidation as he gazed up at Jiang Hanshi with reddened eyes, tears streaming down his face. "I am not afraid." As Jiang Hanshi loosened the ropes, Wang Feng could have sworn that her voice had softened slightly. "Let us hasten back. It is likely that others will arrive shortly," Jiang Hanshi declared as she rose to depart. However, she soon noticed that Wang Feng remained seated, instead of standing. My legs are weak," he stammered, tears streaming down his face, the intense spiciness overwhelming him. His trembling legs were not due to the fiery fruit, but rather a simple weakness he could control at will. Jiang Hanshi furrowed her brows in contemplation. As Wang Feng prepared to stand on his own, he inwardly lamented Jiang Hanshi's lack of awareness. Unexpectedly, she crouched down and effortlessly lifted him onto her back, swiftly departing from the armory hall. Wang Feng found himself quite comfortable upon her shoulders. As she wore a fitted night cloak, he could distinctly sense her warmth and heartbeat. The fragrance of her hair enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of comfort and security. Even the pungency in his mouth seemed to diminish significantly. Wang Feng endured the discomfort, channeling his energy through the chaos body technique, allowing the spiritual essence to wash over the spiciness until it was nearly imperceptible, and his tears gradually ceased. Jiang Hanshi glided silently across the hall's roof, employing an unknown technique that granted her remarkable speed. Holding her breath, she observed the patrolling soldiers below, then instructed Wang Feng to do the same. He quickly stifled his breath, lowering his presence to a minimum. Below, groups of soldiers rushed by, searching for something, clearly aware of the theft at the armory hall. It seemed evident that the theft extended beyond just that location. The deceased Qin Feng may have pilfered additional treasures, and one could only speculate how much the system had consumed. Wang Feng was certain that the value within Qin Feng's storage space could not merely be 50,000 source points. The stingy system had already demonstrated its worth by offering him the exquisite heavenly golden fish intestine sword. As they traversed the rooftops, Jiang Hanshi carried Wang Feng with the grace of a breeze, occasionally taking refuge atop buildings, within the hall, or even in empty rooms. After a swift journey, they finally approached their destination. "Descend," Jiang Hanshi commanded coolly, setting Wang Feng down. As he dismounted, he feigned a stumble, his legs appearing unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. He quickly opened the door and, once Jiang Hanshi entered, shut it behind them. "Quickly, remove your clothes." Chapter 72, Cold Sword. No love left. "Quickly, remove your clothes," Wang Feng exclaimed, disregarding all modesty as he began undressing in front of Jiang Hanshi. True to form, she promptly turned her back, exclaiming, "Why must you always change in my presence? Do you not feel any embarrassment?" Jiang Hanshi coldly questioned Wang Feng, her back turned to him. "What are you embarrassed about? We're quite familiar with each other. How about this? If you feel wronged, you can exchange clothes in front of me, and we shall be even." After changing his attire, Wang Feng approached Jiang Hanshi with a grin. "Get lost," she retorted, casting a glance at his foolishly smiling face, as if dark lines were appearing on her forehead. She then gracefully walked into the bathing compartment to change her clothes. When she emerged, she was clad in a flowing blue gown, exuding an ethereal aura, a stark contrast to her previous appearance with the rogue Wang Feng. "Fairy sister, where's your night attire?" Wang Feng inquired, puzzled. "What do you want it for?" Jiang Hanshi replied expressionlessly, realizing that this trickster had the audacity to desire the clothes she had worn. It was evident he intended to use them for nefarious purposes. Wang Feng, noticing the scrutinizing gaze Jiang Hanshi directed at him, fell silent. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from outside the door, as if it would be forcefully kicked open if not answered promptly. Wang Feng hurried to the door and opened it wide. The soldiers at the entrance paused upon seeing Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. They quickly donned smiles, saying, "We were unaware it was you two. My apologies." The soldiers had witnessed the Grand Princess escorting these guests and had seen them enjoying each other's company, making it unlikely they were thieves. even if they were. The soldiers pretended not to know. What is going on? Wang Feng peeked outside, feigning confusion at the commotion. Oh, nothing, nothing. There are intruders in the palace. A soldier replied, waving his hand dismissively. Please come in and search. We have nothing to hide, Wang Feng insisted, opening the door wide enough for them to see inside. How beautiful, the soldiers thought, as Jiang Hanshi, without her white veil, appeared like a celestial being in her blue gown, exuding a cool and serene aura. They were momentarily entranced. No worries, we trust you. We must search elsewhere, so we bid you farewell, the lead soldier said, bowing slightly before gesturing for his companions to leave in haste. Wang Feng casually closed the door, his expression unfazed, as though the entire affair had no bearing on him. Your deceit must have reached perfection by now, Jiang Hanshi remarked as she seated herself on the bed, the soft mattress enveloping her form. No, I can deceive others. But someone as intelligent as you, fairy sister, would be impossible to trick, Wang Feng chuckled. Jiang Hanshi stared at him, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. Wang Feng scratched his head, cautiously approaching the bed. Are you coming up to sleep? Jiang Hanshi asked, revealing the trickster's newfound boldness. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor of yielding to her. He gazed at the solitary bed, and in that moment, Wang Feng felt as if he had returned to Lu village, echoing sentiments of the past. However, this time, Jiang Hanshi furrowed her brows and remarked, then you shall sleep. To his surprise, she did not shove Wang Feng aside. Instead, she rose and moved to the floor. No, look how spacious this bed is. There's no need to squeeze. You sleep on that side, and I shall take this side, Wang Feng said, as if to reassure Jiang Hanshi, dividing the bed with the blanket as if marking an insurmountable chasm, though it appeared rather tenuous. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Hanshi glanced at the boundary line and then at the expressionless and solemn Wang Feng. Ultimately, she gently removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, and lay down. Wang Feng, observing this scene, chuckled mischievously, finally realizing he was regarded as a trustworthy individual in Jiang Hanshi's eyes. Good night, he said, settling down, closing his eyes, and lying rigidly, silently practicing the chaotic body technique. As usual, after about 15 minutes of practice, while his technique flowed, his mind drifted into stillness. At that moment, Jiang Hanshi opened her eyes, gently turned her head to look at Wang Feng, lost in thought. After a soft laugh, she turned back, placing her hands on her abdomen and drifting into slumber. In the dead of night, Wang Feng shifted in his sleep, scratching his backside. Suddenly, as if in a somnambulistic trance, he inched towards Jiang Hanshi until he reached the boundary of the blanket. Without realizing, he grabbed the imaginary chasm and pulled it over himself, finally coming to a halt. Moments later, Jiang Hanshi abruptly opened her eyes, raising her head to find Wang Feng clinging to her like an octopus. One of his arms was firmly wrapped around her, binding her tightly, while one of his feet pressed against her. To Wang Feng, this sensation brought an overwhelming sense of security and comfort. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted to his nose. Soothing his mind, Jiang Hanshi grasped Wang Feng's hand and gently tried to pry it away, but to no avail. She exerted more force, yet still found herself unable to escape. In a final attempt, she summoned all her strength, but still could not break free. Irritated, she shot a glare at Wang Feng. Realizing he had deceived her, his physical cultivation must have undoubtedly reached the spirit-refining realm, and likely surpassed her own by a significant margin. It was evident that his magical cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm, explaining why he could easily kick the thief away when close. Sensing the strength in her grip, Wang Feng instinctively tightened his hold, showing no intention of relenting. Warmth enveloped him. It felt delightful, intoxicatingly fragrant, thoughts that lingered in the recesses of his mind. Jiang Hanshi suddenly felt her body tense up, and she hastily exerted greater force in her struggle. Yet, before Wang Feng, she appeared feeble and powerless, much like an archer faced with a high-defense tank in close quarters. Jiang Hanshi's beautiful eyes glared furiously at Wang Feng, whose presence began to chill the atmosphere around her. She contemplated whether to draw the cold sword and strike him with a swift motion of her still-functioning wrist. After some reflection, it appeared that Jiang Hanshi was not even inclined to delve into the depths of her consciousness within the divine sea space. The cold sword lamented from its corner, "Don't say it. I understand." At that moment, Wang Feng sensed the temperature drop around him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He loosened his grip on Jiang Hanqi and began to fumble for the blanket behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hanqi prepared to extricate herself from Wang Feng's embrace. However, just as she moved, her body was suddenly constricted, followed by a heavy blanket cascading down upon her. Chapter 73. Alas, the innocent know no guilt. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Feng felt the softness in his hands and couldn't help but squeeze it gently. What was this? With his eyes still closed, his heart began to race. He touched it again, squeezing twice more. It was soft, warm, and delightfully smooth. Wait a moment. This is an arm. After several more squeezes, realization dawned upon him. Whose arm could it be? Whose arm indeed? Wang Feng's heart raced as he embraced her once more, and this time, his hand slipped into her sleeve. No wonder it felt so slick and warm. Why was this happening? His senses should have alerted him, even in the dead of night. He could detect if someone entered his room silently. Yet, why had he not noticed Jiang Hanqi in his embrace? She must have realized it by now, especially since she was at the second level of the spirit bonding realm, capable of staying awake for countless days and nights. But why did she not resist? Feeling the sensations emanating from her arm, Jiang Hanqi languidly opened her enchanting eyes and turned to look. Wang Feng remained obliviously nestled under the covers, eyes tightly shut. Jiang Hanqi endured the sensations in her arm, having long since grown accustomed to them. Throughout the night, her arm had been squeezed countless times. If she were a mere mortal, it would surely be red by now. What should she do? What should she do? Wang Feng's heart raced, almost wishing to pull out his phone like he would back on Blue Star and post a message. What should I do in this situation? Waiting for a response, urgent. Wait, why was she not resisting? Yes, her lack of resistance could be taken as consent. Jiang Hanqi pondered, did I consent? Having come to this realization, Wang Feng felt the soft fabric of Jiang Hanqi's blue attire brushing against his face. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from her arm, savoring the smoothness and tenderness along the way. Jiang Hanqi visibly stiffened at his touch. After withdrawing his hand, Wang Feng rolled over, inadvertently dragging the blanket with him, forming a cocoon as he slept soundly on the bed. Jiang Hanqi quickly flipped out of bed, seemingly fearful that Wang Feng would embrace her again. She raised her hand, aiming it at Wang Feng, then slowly lowered it. Alas, it is not entirely his fault. He likely remains oblivious to his nocturnal escapades. Regardless, ignorance is no crime. Jiang Hanqi suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her as she stood by the bedside, gazing at Wang Feng's delicate and pristine profile. Would you be willing to become my kin? This thought briefly flashed in her mind, reminiscent of the moment she had tended to Wang Feng's injuries. Jiang Hanqi realized she might have already regarded Wang Feng as family. Deep within her heart, there existed an inexplicable sentiment towards him, which vexed her greatly. Perhaps it was indeed true that she had come to see Wang Feng as kin. She mused. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hanqi, this notion was one of the most taboo regulations within the Ice Palace's code. Wang Feng lay with his eyes closed, attuned to the sounds around him, silently praying for divine protection, fervently wishing not to be struck. Since Jiang Hanqi had risen from the bed, he had waited a full hour before he could finally ease his anxious heart. Cautiously, he cracked his eyes open a sliver to observe, only to find Jiang Hanqi positioned beyond his line of sight. Hesitant to make any sudden movements, he decided to fully open his eyes. Otherwise, should she catch a glimpse of the narrow slit of his eyes, she would undoubtedly realize he had not been asleep. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Feng discovered that Jiang Hanqi had somehow returned to lie upon the bed, her eyes closed as if nothing had transpired. It was as if the commotion that had just unfolded was merely a figment of his imagination. He touched the blanket wrapped around him to confirm that this was certainly no illusion. This meant he had genuinely held Jiang Hanqi in his arms. Moreover, Jiang Hanqi had not resisted. Wang Feng lifted the blanket that ensnared him and sat up, feigning a look of utter bewilderment. How did this blanket end up on me? Perched upon the soft bedding, he scratched his head, wearing an expression of feigned ignorance. Hearing Wang Feng's voice, Jiang Hanqi opened her eyes and sat up. Indeed, how did the blanket come to be draped over you? Her words left Wang Feng momentarily speechless. She was teasing him in a rather sardonic manner. Though her tone remained as frigid as ever, the implication behind her words was unmistakable. Could it be that the blanket sprouted legs? Wang Feng quipped with a dry jest, chuckling to himself until he met Jiang Hanqi's frosty gaze, which promptly silenced him. As Wang Feng anticipated that Jiang Hanqi would address the incident from the morning when he had embraced her, he was taken aback when she acted as if she were entirely unaware, ignoring him completely. Instead, she sat at the edge of the bed, delicately donning her white long boots. Wang Feng, seated upon the bed, felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet it was not overwhelmingly severe. Let us depart. We must return to the little sword sect, he declared, keenly observing Jiang Hanqi's expression, as if searching for some revelation within her countenance. Alas, Jiang Hanqi merely responded with a composed acknowledgement. Was it merely an illusion? No, it could not be. Such a notion was utterly impossible. Wang Feng instinctively grabbed his clothing and inhaled deeply, still imbued with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Jiang Hanqi observed Wang Feng's actions, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Wang Feng met her gaze, hastily feigning ignorance. Why does it seem that I smell a bit more fragrant? How peculiar. Could it be the blanket's influence? Remarkable indeed. The palace's bedding is truly exceptional, even possessing a lingering aroma. He gave a thumbs up to the blanket in appreciation. Let us depart, Jiang Hanqi calmly uttered, her eyes fixed on Wang Feng, choosing not to mention his concealed cultivation level or the fact that he had slept holding her. It seemed as though she was oblivious to these matters. Yes, let us go, Wang Feng quickly nodded, preparing to open the door. Come here for a moment, Jiang Hanqi called out coldly, prompting a look of confusion in Wang Feng's eyes. Nonetheless, he approached, curious about her intentions. Jiang Hanqi retrieved the binding spirit rope from earlier, her demeanor unflustered as she resecured him in front of his feigned horror. Didn't she just release me? Why the sudden change of heart? Something feels amiss. She shouldn't act in this manner. Wang Feng pondered, though he dismissed his concerns, knowing that escaping from the rope would be a trivial matter. Let us go, Jiang Hanqi stated, tying the other end of the rope to her wrist before softly leading Wang Feng towards the door. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered Xiao Hao and Chu Yenner, who were on their way to find them. Look, my master and mistress are still so affectionate, Xiao Hao remarked, leaning in to whisper in Chu Yenner's ear. Indeed, she sighed, observing how the rope seemed to bind them together like a red thread of fate. It's truly heartwarming. Are you envious? Wang Feng asked as he approached the pair, noting their admiring gaze. Absolutely. They both nodded fervently, expressing their desire for such a celestial partnership. Sister Fairy, why not give them a rope as well? Jiang Hanqi shot a glance at Wang Feng, remaining silent. To Wang Feng's surprise, after a brief moment, Jiang Hanqi indeed produced another binding spirit rope from her divine sea space and offered it to them. What? Xiao Hao and Chu Yenner were momentarily dumbfounded. We certainly do not wish to be bound to each other, they exclaimed in unison, instinctively stepping back a little. Furthermore, this is a binding spirit rope. If we were to use it, we would lose our cultivation. Chu Yenner suddenly recalled, having forgotten due to witnessing Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi bound together daily. Then it seems you are not destined to enjoy it. Wang Feng grinned, inwardly relieved at the prospect of not being tied up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanqi retracted the rope back into her divine sea space. By the way, master, don't you find it uncomfortable to be tied together? Why not simply hold hands? Xiao Hao inquired, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. Chu Yenner leaned in closer, eager to hear the explanation, equally puzzled. Indeed, Sister Fairy, their reasoning is quite compelling. Wang Feng seemed to have an epiphany, cautiously bringing his hand closer to Jiang Hanqi's palm. Roll, came the familiar phrase, as expected. Chu Yenner, seeing this, approached Jiang Hanqi, offering a gentle admonition. Elder sister, you two are so affectionate. Why do you refuse to even hold his hand? Jiang Hanqi remained silent. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she pointedly ignored her. Elder sister, are you keeping him on a string? I've heard that some women deceive men and toy with their feelings. Chu Yenner lowered her voice deliberately while speaking, her expression seemingly lost in contemplation, as if savoring words she had heard from an unknown source. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanqi finally reacted, her beautiful eyes turning to Chu Yenner with a chilling glance that made her feel uneasy. She hurried back to Xiao Hao, giving him a couple of taps until she calmed down. Old Chu girl, you've hit me again and again. Once I cultivate to a higher level, I will surely bind you and hang you from the rafters for a good beating. Xiao Hao cursed angrily, but after receiving a few kicks to his rear from Chu Yenner, he ceased his complaints, too intimidated to speak further. Why was Xiao Hao now so afraid of Chu Yenner? Because he noticed Wang Feng strolling along, cracking sunflower seeds, and gleefully watching the old Chu girl strike him. Based on Xiao Hao's understanding of his master, he knew that in such a cheerful scenario, his master would certainly not come to his aid, unless perhaps the old Chu girl dealt him a serious blow, then his master might intervene. Oh, by the way, did the intruders disturb you in the palace yesterday? Chu Yin'er suddenly recalled this matter and inquired. No, Wang Feng and Xiao Hao shook their heads, with Xiao Hao oblivious to the palace break-in. He vaguely remembered being knocked on the door last night, opening it to soldiers who mumbled something, then closing the door and going back to sleep. Oh, that is good to hear. A thief died in my armory yesterday. TSK. I wonder who dealt the final blow. But he deserved it. Unfortunately, all his belongings are missing. Chu Yin'er expressed her indignation toward the end. Jiang Hanshi also shifted her gaze toward Wang Feng. Wang Feng grinned at Jiang Hanshi, who blinked her lovely eyes without uttering a word. Were there many items stolen from your palace? Wang Feng posed this question, curious to know what treasures the royal thief had pilfered. These external possessions are of little consequence. We merely lost some elixirs, silver, spirit stones, weapons, and gold. Stop. What grades were the elixirs and weapons? Wang Feng interjected hastily, concerned that if she continued, an overwhelming list would emerge. He had anticipated that the already deceased Qin Feng had stolen so many items. Oh, the finest among them were of superior quality. As for the more valuable items, my mother wouldn't be foolish enough to leave them in the palace. Do you feel distressed? Wang Feng asked, eager to gauge Chu Yin'er's reaction. Not at all. Those items do not belong to me. Why should I feel distressed? Besides, they are all worthless junk. Chu Yin'er responded to Wang Feng with a casual indifference, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He mused to himself about the distinctive nonchalance of the affluent. Dog system, just how much have you consumed? The four of them leisurely traversed the road, while Wang Feng engaged in a mental dialogue with the system. Moments later, the system responded, all right, here you go, another 50,000 source points. Truly an insufferable host. Humph. With a dismissive clatter, the system relinquished the points to Wang Feng before retreating into silence. It was well aware that failure to comply would result in an incessant barrage of complaints from Wang Feng, a noise that could prove unbearable. Observing the system's ability to dispense 50,000 source points, Wang Feng surmised that the Grand Thief system must possess an abundance of items, potentially exceeding 1,000,000 source points. As he walked, his thoughts remained preoccupied with the system, prompting him to check his panel. Wang Feng Physical Realm. 6th layer of the spiritual realm, body's spiritual energy, is at capacity. A breakthrough is imminent. Cultivation method. Chaotic dominance body technique divine ability. Sword intent source points. 306. 680 items. Fragment of the creation jade butterfly X1. Low-grade Huang Qi long straight sword X1. Large floral underwear X1. Mysterious grade divine movement talisman X1. Infinite water flask X1. Random weapon borrowing card X1 comprehensive evaluation. Practiced for over 2.5 months. Pathetic. The system thoughtfully encouraged Wang Feng to hasten his breakthrough. And the panel now included a new entry labeled Divine Ability, evidently unlocked by the sword intent. The comprehensive evaluation had also altered, presenting a somewhat peculiar impression. He decided to upgrade his storage space to 100 cubic meters. With a single command, 700 source points were deducted, expanding the storage to 10 cubic meters. An additional 100,000 points were then subtracted, enabling the upgrade to 100 cubic meters, a tenfold increase in cost. Wang Feng's source points plummeted to 205,980. However, 100 cubic meters sufficed, and any less valuable items could be stored in a bag. Pondering the situation, Wang Feng resolved to seek an opportunity to acquire a storage ring. Aside from the creation jade butterfly fragment, the high-grade Xiankong fish intestine sword, large floral underwear, mysterious grade divine movement talisman, infinite water flask, and random weapon borrowing card, along with some low-grade body tempering pills and food, he resolved to exchange the remainder for source points. He transferred all items from his storage bag into the storage space and mentally communicated with the system. The weapons and various items in the storage space transformed into source points. Wang Feng's source points surged by 146,758. Current source points, 352. 738. Chapter 75. Fortune card excellent. The prospect of his next life is just around the corner. As long as he refrains from provoking Jiang Hanshi to the utmost fury, she would likely refrain from taking action against him again. Should he indulge in a couple of lottery draws? With source points in hand, Wang Feng felt a twinge of excitement. Oh no. This is the psychology of a newly wealthy individual. Should he proceed with the draws? Wang Feng found himself in a state of indecision. Let us do it. In the pursuit of a grand prize, one yearns for a substantial reward, envisioning a staggering 10,000 in the prize pool. Once this round concludes, I shall refrain from any further attempts at fortune. After all, he must rely on the essence of his origin to sustain his existence. Oh, benevolent system, grant me fortune. I implore you, celestial forces, bestow your blessings upon me from the heavens, the earth, and the very air I breathe. Wang Feng fervently repeated his prayers within, invoking the aid of every deity imaginable, leaving the system utterly speechless. With trembling resolve, Wang Feng inched closer to the ominous yellow button. He pressed it. The sound of the spinning wheel resonated, initially slow, then quickening, accelerating, decelerating, and finally slowing to a crawl. Perhaps it was the efficacy of Wang Feng's fervent supplications that led the pointer to gradually gravitate towards the golden edge. Just a tad closer. A smidgen more. Move inward just a little more. Wang Feng's consciousness screamed at the wheel in his mind, wishing fervently to leap in and nudge the pointer himself. His excitement overwhelmed him, and he inadvertently shouted in reality, startling those nearby. Xiao Hao and Chu Yan jumped in surprise, while Jiang Hanqi, closest to Wang Feng, trembled slightly in shock. Once she regained her composure, a flicker of anger mingled with surprise danced in her eyes. How could one not be startled when suddenly confronted with such a shriek while on their way? Come closer. I wish to see what you intend to do. Jiang Hanqi, almost against her better judgment, stepped closer to the dazed Wang Feng. Chu Yan and Xiao Hao, sensing the impending drama, discreetly distanced themselves to observe. Meanwhile, within Wang Feng's mind, an explosion erupted. The wheel shattered spectacularly, even fracturing the void surrounding it, only to be swiftly restored. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an orange card, the auspicious fortune card. Wang Feng's consciousness quivered. Could it be? He had drawn a small fortune? The very name suggested its extraordinary nature. Ignoring the commotion around him, he quickly focused his mind to examine the card's details. Auspicious fortune card effect. For 9 seconds post-usage, luck shall surge, and you shall become the favored child of destiny. Duration, 9 seconds. Overwhelmed with elation, Wang Feng exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, unable to contain his exuberance. In a moment of impulse, he instinctively embraced the nearby Jiang Hanqi, planting fervent kisses upon her blushing visage. Ha ha ha! At last, fortune has smiled upon me. Wait a moment. What did I just do? As reality dawned upon him, Wang Feng froze in place, staring blankly at Jiang Hanqi. Feeling the icy glare brimming with murderous intent directed at him, his exhilaration swiftly extinguished. He pondered whether to utilize the auspicious fortune card at that very moment. Wang Feng, Jiang Hanqi, finally losing her composure, shouted in fury, disregarding her image. This trickster had audaciously called her over for a kiss. Wang Feng silently commanded the system to place the jade disc upon his chest. If Jiang Hanqi were to be serious, then he would need to utilize his auspicious card at this very moment, though it may merely be a fleeting 9 seconds. For a cultivator, such a brief interval is ample time to accomplish a multitude of tasks. In fact, Jiang Hanqi could be so overwhelmed with emotions that he falls deeply in love within those 9 seconds. This implies he has 3 seconds to remove his own garments, another 3 seconds to divest Jiang Hanqi of hers, and in the final 3 seconds, oh dear, it seems your master is in dire straits. Chu Yan'er, observing the furious Jiang Hanqi, gasped in shock, while Xiao Hao nodded in understanding. The two discreetly retreated several hundred meters away, where Xiao Hao produced 2 bags of sunflower seeds, offering one to Chu Yan'er. They obediently settled a distance away, assuming the role of onlookers. Fair lady, I assure you this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Wang Feng shifted his stance slightly, but did not immediately sever the rope to flee. For Jiang Hanqi had not drawn her cold sword in that instant. The sword seemed to understand, remaining silent. Jiang Hanqi's eyes blazed with fury, yet her actions betrayed her true thoughts at that moment. With a swift tug on the binding rope, Wang Feng was abruptly yanked forward with a cry of surprise, help. Noticing that Jiang Hanqi had not drawn her sword, Wang Feng felt a surge of courage. After all, if she truly wished to unleash her powers and escape, she could do so at any time. However, should he flee now, their next encounter would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Help! Ark! Just as Wang Feng's cries for assistance escaped his lips, a flurry of punches landed upon his face. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed, accompanied by Wang Feng's lamentations. From a distance, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er watched in dismay, their expressions filled with concern for the beleaguered Wang Feng. The commotion startled a flock of birds in the nearby forest, which circled above, curious about the source of the ruckus, mistaking it for the roar of a primordial beast. With a sudden snap, the rope broke, not from being cut, but rather from the sheer force of the tug. Wang Feng was propelled through the air like a rocket, crashing violently against a tree with a resounding thud. Quickly, he summoned his formidable spiritual energy to explode within him. This was his only recourse. Over the past few days, he had discerned that Jiang Hanshi harbored some feelings for him, as she had not drawn her sword to kill him. If even this did not prove sufficient, he would have no choice but to flee, repeating the cycle of his 8th life, changing locations every 3 days. With a sudden cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing heavily to the ground and retching violently. Observing this, Jiang Hanshi gradually ceased her assault and landed before Wang Feng. Master, Xiao Hao could no longer bear to watch. He cast aside the sunflower seeds and rushed over. He feared that if he continued to observe, his master would perish, astonished by the ruthlessness of his mistress. Xiao Hao hurried to support Wang Feng. "Don't touch me. It hurts," Wang Feng weakly protested, his voice barely a whisper, as if he might succumb at any moment. Once more, he coughed violently, spewing forth blood as if it were of no consequence to him. The jade disc gradually mended his body, yet it could not quell the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within Wang Feng. "By the heavens, either don't take me out at all," exclaimed the jade disc. Suddenly, a violent cough erupted from him, blood gushing forth like a torrent from a faucet. Chapter 76. The emergence of the film Emperor persona. His demeanor appeared utterly sincere. Master, please no," cried the old maiden. "Do you have any healing elixirs? Hurry, quickly." Tears welled in Xiao Hao's eyes as he attempted to lift Wang Feng. Jiang Hanshi stood before them, her gaze intent and probing as she scrutinized Wang Feng. In her heart, she mused, "This cannot be right. Isn't his physical cultivation far superior to mine?" After all, that night, she had struggled in vain against his grasp, unable to break free despite exerting all her strength. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Feng expelled several mouthfuls of blood, supported by Xiao Hao, his eyes glazed over as if he were on the brink of death. This time, Wang Feng had truly bled profusely, in the most literal sense. I am dying," he muttered, his gaze fading, his body slumping in weakness, blood flowing freely from his lips. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi's fury began to dissipate, replaced by a growing sense of panic. What is happening? Isn't his cultivation level supposed to be high? Why is he in such a state? In an attempt to avoid severely injuring this deceiver, she hadn't even resorted to her spells. How could he be so gravely harmed? Seeing Wang Feng's eyes rolling back, nearly closing, her mind went blank. Without hesitation, she retrieved the precious elixirs from her limited stock in the sea of consciousness. Supreme Royal Elixir, 6-flavored Di Huang pill. Yet, its exterior seemed to be encased in something, for otherwise, the aroma would have permeated the vicinity for miles around, attracting not just cultivators, but also demonic beasts. With Wang Feng's eyes nearly shut, Jiang Hanshi's earlier ire transformed into a frantic urgency. After extracting the elixir, she pried open his mouth and swiftly placed it inside. The moment the elixir touched his lips, Wang Feng gently closed his mouth, swallowing with a soft gulp. Then, astonishingly, another identical elixir materialized in his storage space. Such marvels. Simultaneously, Wang Feng activated the chaotic dominance body technique, complemented by the effects of the jade disc, hastening his recovery. In truth, his injuries were not severe. They were more akin to the sting of an ant bite. Jiang Hanshi had refrained from employing secret techniques or spells against him, which was one reason he had not fled. Without spells, her maximum force could only reach between the 4th and 5th levels of the spirit realm. Wang Feng's condition rapidly improved, akin to resurrection, leaving Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er in astonishment. Jiang Hanshi's frantic heart gradually calmed, though she remained oblivious to the fact that the 6-flavor Di Huang pill's effects should have been far more potent. "Mistress, your methods are rather ruthless," Xiao Hao remarked, relieved to see Wang Feng regaining his breath as he chastised Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi did not refute, closely observing Wang Feng's physical condition. Upon noticing his recovery, she quietly sighed with relief, though she could not comprehend why she felt this way. Indeed, were they not married? After a mere kiss, Why had the altercation escalated so violently? Chu Yin'er, standing nearby, began to doubt the authenticity of their marital bond. Stop. I'm not. Wang Feng's arm was draped over Xiao Hao's neck as he unsteadily lifted his hand to wipe the blood from his lips. It was only then that they fell silent, the atmosphere growing tranquil. The journey had been slightly delayed, allowing Wang Feng to sit on the ground and recuperate. However, it was not a significant issue. The sun had yet to reach its zenith. Once he had regained his strength, Wang Feng discreetly changed out of his blood-stained clothing behind a tree, hidden from their view. He then approached Jiang Hanshi, who leaned against the tree, her eyes fluttering away whenever she caught a glimpse of him, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. I'm sorry. I didn't expect your reaction to be so intense. Cough, cough. The actor had arrived. Wang Feng's voice was still tinged with weakness. And after his words, he hunched over, coughing violently. Jiang Hanshi quickly supported him, her expression tinged with remorse as she gazed at the hunched figure of Wang Feng. She had forgotten that it was Wang Feng who had initiated the kiss. How had the tables turned? Wang Feng chuckled inwardly, amused that this icy glacier could display such emotion, and all because of him. I was too reactive. Stop it. I was the one who initiated it. Ultimately, enduring your blows was my own fault. I truly am a beast. Wang Feng interrupted Jiang Hanshi, harshly berating himself, and even raising his hand as if to strike his own face. Jiang Hanshi swiftly intervened, and Wang Feng noticed the blood from his own mouth staining her hand. My blood has sullied your hand. I apologize. Wang Feng spoke with regret, his voice slightly hoarse. Jiang Hanshi felt even guiltier. He was not blaming her, but rather focused on her. It's nothing. She concealed her hand behind her back. As if by hiding it from Wang Feng, she could erase the stain. Wang Feng remained silent for a moment before abruptly retrieving a large basin from his storage pouch. He then fetched a water jug, filled it, and submerged his hands within, channeling his spiritual energy. His energy was potent, and in a short while, the water grew warm. Hand. Wang Feng extended his hand, delivering the most succinct statement he had ever made to Jiang Hanshi. I really can't. Jiang Hanshi tightened her grip behind her back. Though her expression remained indifferent, her tone softened considerably. Hand. Wang Feng repeated his previous words, beckoning with his outstretched hand. Wait, I'll do it myself. Jiang Hanshi's words were cut short as Wang Feng, displaying a hint of displeasure, seized her arm and drew her closer. Her hand, which she had hidden behind her back, was caught in a blend of passivity and initiative as Wang Feng grasped it. In silence, he retrieved a small chair from his storage pouch and placed it beneath Jiang Hanshi. Sit down. Wang Feng gently uttered a word, for he too bore the stains of dried blood upon his hands, which he would wash away together. Jiang Hanshi's cheeks blossomed with a faint hue of peach blossom. Her ears flushed as if scalded by boiling water, a sight both charming and endearing. A little dazed, Jiang Hanshi complied with Wang Feng's words and settled onto a small chair. The more he acted this way, the deeper her feelings of guilt grew. She regretted not having restrained herself moments earlier. Would the water be too hot or too cold? Wang Feng knelt down, gently scooping a handful of warm water to sprinkle upon the delicate back of Jiang Hanshi's hand. No, it was just right. Jiang Hanshi felt somewhat distracted, uncertain of the water's temperature herself. That's good. Just be quiet, he softly reassured, gently placing her hands into the basin. Chapter 77. The Mandarin ducks frolicking in water. That's good. Just be quiet. Like a child being soothed, Wang Feng tenderly immersed Jiang Hanshi's hands in the water, washing them gently. Of course, blood, once dried, is notoriously difficult to cleanse, so he applied a bit of force to the task. Jiang Hanshi lowered her head, watching Wang Feng, who was intently focused on washing her hands, becoming somewhat lost in thought. The two pairs of hands in the water resembled a pair of mandarin ducks, playfully frolicking together. One pair was obedient, quiet, and beautiful, while the other was lively and cheerful, splashing water onto the demure and lovely hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin are huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just a moment ago they were at each other's throats, and now they've turned so affectionate. Is this what they call love and hate? Chu Yin mused, wondering if this was indeed the love-hate relationship often depicted in stories. Envious? Should I wash your hands too? She suddenly turned to Xiao Hao, her expression one of disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Or has your own nature burned your brain? Do you want me to release some yin energy to cool you down? Chu Yin reached out as if to touch Xiao Hao's forehead, checking if he was indeed out of sorts. How else could the boy who constantly threatened to hang her from the beams and beat her say such a thing? Xiao Hao quickly recoiled. Go away. Others may ask me to wash their hands, but I wouldn't do it for you. Feeling the skeptical gaze of Chu Yan-er, his cheeks visibly flushed. However, Chu Yan-er did not expose him, merely smiling as she replied, Really? Then come on. With a cheerful grin, she extended her hands towards him, waiting for him to grasp them. I've changed my mind. I want tea wash for you. Xiao Hao turned away, his tone a mix of embarrassment and anger. Just moments ago he refused, and now she wanted him to comply. He was not something that this old maid could demand at will. Humph. You wouldn't dare wash for me anyway. Chu Yan-er scoffed, though her face bore a faint blush. It seemed she was attempting to suppress her warming cheeks with her innate energy. Who says I wouldn't? Just wait. I'll wash for you next time. All right. I'll wait for you, come on. Meanwhile, Wang Feng gently lifted Jiang Hanqi's hands from the now faintly reddened water. With a swift motion, a fragrant towel appeared in his hand. No, that's unnecessary. I'll do it myself shortly. Jiang Hanqi attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet Wang Feng held on tightly. Be good, he gently remarked, meeting her averted gaze. It was only when he sensed her struggles had diminished significantly that he began to delicately wipe her hand with a fragrant towel. Does it smell nice? This towel is crafted from the essences of 99 different flowers, he remarked, speaking whatever came to mind, believing that whatever convinced Jiang Hanqi was indeed correct. As she inhaled the alluring scent wafting towards her, she acknowledged its pleasantness with a soft hum. Observing the blush spreading across Jiang Hanqi's cheeks and the flush of her ears, Wang Feng felt a surge of delight within. He estimated her affection for him had surpassed 40%. This was merely his conjecture, the accuracy of which remained uncertain. Sister Fairy, you're blushing, he teased. I am not. You must be mistaken, Jiang Hanqi quickly retorted, as she summoned the icy energy within her to suppress the warmth rising to her face. Unbeknownst to her, however, her ears remained a vivid red, revealing her sensitivity to embarrassment. It seems I was indeed mistaken. Ha, Wang Feng replied, playing along with her words and chuckling lightly. Jiang Hanqi, avoiding his gaze, diverted her attention to the scenery around them. I apologize for earlier, she said after a moment, turning to him with an earnest tone. As her apology progressed, her regret deepened, her voice gradually softening. It's all right. I was too presumptuous, Wang Feng replied, having dried her delicate hand, unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Jiang Hanqi swiftly withdrew her hand to her side, as if to shield it from further affection. Seeing her transformed into a bashful girl, Wang Feng felt an irresistible flutter in his heart. This is too delightful, too adorable. I wonder how long she can maintain this demeanor. I wish she could remain like this forever, he mused, his heart blooming with joy at the thought. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Jiang Hanqi inquired softly, concern lacing her voice, wary of causing him any harm. Simultaneously, she pondered whether his extraordinary strength that night stemmed from something beyond mere physical prowess. Cough, cough. I feel a bit of tightness in my chest, he feigned weakness, accompanying his words with a few coughs. Don't move. Let me check, she said, at last revealing her hidden hand, slowly reaching towards Wang Feng's chest. From a distance, Xiao Hao and Chu Yan-er observed the scene, their voices dripping with mockery. Oh dear, they're getting handsy again. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Hanqi's hand made contact with Wang Feng's chest as she attentively felt for any irregularities. Wang Feng watched her concentrated expression, noting the faint pink hue still lingering in her ears. With an enchanting blend of aloofness and bashfulness, Jiang Hanqi captivated him, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Seizing the moment while she still harbored a sense of guilt, Wang Feng slowly extended his hand. Jiang Hanqi was entirely focused on sensing Wang Feng's physical condition. Although she had thoroughly examined him, her unease compelled her to scan him several more times. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar sensation on her face, and in an instant, the few soft contours of her cheeks bounced back. Withdrawing her hand, her gaze bore a hint of annoyance, yet she refrained from striking Wang Feng again. Wang Feng secretly rejoiced, knowing that Jiang Hanqi had chosen not to retaliate this time, whether it was a figment of his imagination or reality. It seemed as though her eyes glimmered with a mix of shyness and irritation as she shot him a glance. No more of this, she seemed to admonish, perhaps fearing that Wang Feng would again pinch her cheeks. Consequently, she donned a white gauze hat from her divine sea space. Chapter 78. The Cold Sword That Seeks to Kill Wang Feng. Oh, fairy sister, please do not wear that hat, Wang Feng implored with a pitiful expression. However, Jiang Hanqi appeared to revert to her usual demeanor, ignoring Wang Feng as she made her way towards Chu Yan'er. Wang Feng had no choice but to quickly dispose of the basin of red water and stow everything back into his storage space before following her. At the Shao Sword Sect, in a particular room, Jiang Hanqi retrieved a mid-grade sword intent stone from her Divine Sea space. Wang Feng found himself perplexed as to why she would participate in the Shao Sword Sect's competition for this sword intent stone. Jiang Hanqi drew forth the cold sword, prompting Wang Feng to instinctively distance himself from her. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Hanqi inquired, puzzled, as she noted that every time she took out the cold sword, this trickster seemed to cower in fear. "Fairy sister, it's not you I fear, but rather that sword," he replied. "Huh?" Jiang Hanqi expressed her confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the connection between him and the cold sword. "Fear not. It will not harm you without cause," she reassured him. Wang Feng's lips twitched. Indeed, the cold sword should not strike without reason. But what if there were a reason? After speaking, Jiang Hanqi raised the cold sword and thrust it straight into the sword intent stone, piercing it with the ease of stabbing tofu. In an instant, the sword intent intertwined, and the essence of the sword intent surged forth from the stone. Just as the intent was about to explode outward, either Jiang Hanqi or the cold sword exerted force. The cold sword unleashed a powerful suction, swiftly drawing the rampant sword intent into its blade. "Is this unsealing?" Wang Feng realized Jiang Hanqi's intent, silently praying to the heavens and the earth, hoping that after this unsealing, the cold sword would not speak. He repeated this wish in his heart countless times. Once the sword intent stone had relinquished all its essence, it shattered with a loud bang, scattering into fragments, leaving no trace of sword intent. Jiang Hanqi gripped the cold sword and sensed it, her brow furrowing. She still could not convey words. However, it was now capable of expressing clearer intentions. Yet, the first notion conveyed after the cold sword's partial unsealing caused Jiang Hanqi's frown to deepen. The implication was unmistakably clear. She was commanded to eliminate Wang Feng, to hasten his demise, for he was a villain. How could this be? Jiang Hanqi was taken aback. While it was true that Wang Feng was indeed a malefactor, he was not irredeemably wicked. Why did Han Jian react so vehemently? What entanglement existed between them? Kill him. End his life. Han Jian quivered in her grasp, its intentions unmistakably conveyed. "No. Are you refusing to heed my words?" Jiang Hangzi admonished, perplexed by Han Jian's repeated insistence. Gradually, Han Jian ceased its agitation, its chilling aura dimming considerably, as though it bore some grievance. "Do not act this way. If there is something amiss, please wait until you can articulate it to me," Jiang Hanqi softly implored. Caressing Han Jian, the sword trembled, its tip slowly rising to point at Wang Feng. In a flurry, Wang Feng raised his hands, a visage of fear upon his face. Indeed, this sword harbored a grudge, merely pricked its master once. But I wonder if it remembers me, considering I had met my demise at its edge several times. Surely, it had forgotten, for Jiang Hanqi had wielded it to slay countless foes. Little did she know that Han Jian could not possibly forget. A single individual had perished upon it 5 times. Amid the interminable tedium of its existence, it had found amusement in those moments, quietly committing Wang Feng's visage to memory, eager to witness whether he would return to challenge its master once more, thus courting death for the 6th time. Indeed, Han Jian encountered him again, though this time, he fell victim to the might of its master's foot. Alas, he did not perish upon the sword. In later years, Han Jian remained oblivious to the fact that the notorious thief, who had battled its master for countless epochs, was none other than Wang Feng. Yet, even after millennia, when Han Jian beheld Wang Feng in Nanlin, it instantly recognized him. To its surprise, that master had been unable to vanquish him. Fortunate indeed that the master possessed protective artifacts, or the outcome would have been dire. This animosity towards Wang Feng stemmed from his relentless provocations towards its master, returning to instigate trouble even after being slain. Undeterred by the passage of millennia, most infuriating of all was that the current master had been duped by him. It seethed with rage. Why could it not yet articulate its feelings? Unbeknownst to Han Jian, Wang Feng himself wished to avoid encountering Jiang Hanqi. Yet, it seemed they were inexorably drawn together, destined to meet regardless of the circumstances, unless Jiang Hanqi were to perish. However, Wang Feng could not contend with Jiang Hanqi, thus he resolved to win her over, to make her an ally. Not only would he shed his fears, but he would also find joy in the endeavor. Are you concealing something from me? Why does my sword harbor such disdain for you? Jiang Hanqi questioned, eyeing Wang Feng with suspicion as she withdrew Hanjian into her spiritual realm. Following this recent unsealing, she felt a newfound confidence, bolstered by Hanjian's cooperation and certain secret arts, to contend with adversaries at the peak of the 9th tier of the spirit convergence realm. Sister Fairy, you must trust me. I swear, I have never harmed your sword in any way. If you truly doubt me, I shall swear upon my life. What do you think? Wang Feng raised 3 fingers, speaking as if he were indeed serious. However, it was true that he had never harmed Hanjian. All the harm had been inflicted upon him by Hanjian. Then swear, Jiang Hanqi intended to test him, eager to see if this deceiver would dare. I, Wang Feng, swear upon my life that I have never wronged Hanjian, he declared. Enough of this matter. Jiang Hanqi suddenly interrupted his oath, for reasons unknown, and her doubts about Wang Feng dissipated. Hanjian stated, 3 days hence, at noon, at the teleportation array of the Shaojian sect. Wang Feng and the others gazed at the teleportation array before them. 16 recesses surrounded it, forming the energy core of the array. Are we all prepared? The sect master of Shaojian inquired, looking at the 7 individuals within the array. Indeed, there were 7. While the other 3 bore the faces of antagonists, one with a villainous countenance, another with a secondary male lead's visage, and the last with the cherubic face of a big-eyed child. These were UK, Chen Baixiao, and Lin Yuyu. Wang Feng was not particularly surprised. It was only natural that these individuals, possessing sword bodies, would be sent to the main sect of swords. We are ready. Upon hearing this, the sect master retrieved 16 exquisite spirit stones from his storage ring and scattered them into the 16 recesses. As the spirit stones approached the recesses, they adhered to them automatically, and a crystalline barrier gradually rose around the teleportation array, accompanied by a rustling sound. The recesses embedded with the spirit stones began to rotate slowly. With a sudden acceleration, a gust of wind swept through, and the 7 of them vanished within the teleportation array. The sect master glanced at the empty recesses, feeling a twinge of heartache. These were exquisite spirit stones. Yet, there was no alternative. Crossing from the southern region to the central continent required such a teleportation array. This array was also a fixed one connected to the main sect of swords, ensuring safety and reliability. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. The main sect would replenish the stones. How splendid it was to send several sword bodies at once. Surely, the main sect would reward him generously with 100 or 80 drops of low-grade spirit essence. Chapter 79. Arrival in the central continent in the void of the teleportation path. Wang Feng and the others felt darkness enveloping them when they opened their eyes again. Nothing was visible. Sister Fairy, what on earth is happening? Why can't I see anything? Wang Feng's voice trembled with anxiety, and in his fright, he clung tightly to the fragrant Jiang Hanqi beside him. Let go. Where are we? I'm scared. Where have we been transported? Why can't I feel the ground beneath my feet? We won't be trapped here, will we? Wang Feng grasped Jiang Hanqi's arm tightly, his body nearly pressed against hers, his speech faltering. We have not yet been fully teleported. We must wait a moment longer. Jiang Hanqi attempted to pry Wang Feng's hand away, but he clung to her as if glued. In the darkness, her eyes gleamed. Ancient cold eyes. Activate. In an instant, Jiang Hanqi's vision sharpened in the dark void. However, apart from seeing the figures, the void remained an expanse of nothingness. Turning her gaze to her right arm, she found Wang Feng adhering to her like a piece of chewed bubblegum, firmly stuck to her side. His expression still bore signs of panic, his eyes darting about, resembling the typical behavior of an individual in distress. It appeared to be his inaugural experience with teleportation. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but reminisce about her own first teleportation. Back then, she had felt just as Wang Feng did, fearful and uncertain. Although her master stood beside her, she understood that if she succumbed to fear and trembled at such a trivial matter, she would surely face reprimands. Thus, in that moment, she had no one to rely upon. She had to stifle her dread, burying all her grievances deep within her heart until she finally beheld the light once more. The oppressive sensation, the overwhelming fear, and the feeling of helplessness in the absence of support were known only to those who had experienced it. After observing Wang Feng for a while, Jiang Hanqi gently lowered her hand, seemingly granting him permission to hold on to her. At least he could rely on me now. Master, what is happening? Why can't I feel my feet? Why can't I see anything? With no ground beneath him, Xiao Hao mistakenly believed he had lost sensation in his legs. Chu Yin'er, fumbling beside the commotion, suddenly slapped the back of the loud individual's head. "Ah, who hit me?" Xiao Hao assumed a defensive stance, closing his eyes dramatically and attempting to sense with his mind. He was determined to uncover the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, he felt a slap. "What is all this shouting about? This is a normal occurrence during teleportation." Xiao Hao fell silent, momentarily stunned by the reprimand and the straightforward explanation, muttering a few sounds of compliance and ceasing to speak. Laughter erupted around him, with Chu Yin'er's voice ringing the loudest. The treatment Wang Feng and Xiao Hao received stood in stark contrast to one another. Aside from Jiang Hanqi and Wang Feng, the remaining 5 felt as though they had not moved at all. In this void, surrounded by nothingness, they seemed to be suspended in stillness. The speed was unimaginable, rendering them motionless. The darkness enveloped them, and with no ground to stand on, Xiao Hao felt a twinge of fear, instinctively drawing closer to the nearest person. "Who?" Chu Yin'er suddenly felt a jolt to her chest, startling her. "Old Chu girl, you wretched rat, don't come any closer," she scolded, but Xiao Hao did not reply. The presence of someone nearby offered him a modicum of comfort. Surprisingly, Chu Yin'er chose not to speak further. In the central state, at the Sword Sect, a sect leader and numerous elders were leisurely conversing by a teleportation array. "I heard that the branch in the southern region sent over 5 promising candidates. I only need one. Is it as simple as you say?" As the elders continued their discussion, tensions began to rise, almost leading to a quarrel. After all, they had heard that these were 5 individuals with sword physiques. Those blessed with such bodies were undoubtedly gifted. Securing even one of them could bring both benefits and prestige to their respective sections. Silence. Seated in the esteemed position, the sovereign raised his hand and called for silence, bringing the fervent discussion to a halt. The elders of the Sword Sect awaited his words, eager to discern his intentions. "I require only the solar sword body and the lunar sword body. The rest is yours to claim." The latter part of the sovereign's statement nearly caused the elders to tumble to the ground in disbelief. "You demand, yet you call for a pause to announce it. Such authority is indeed impressive," they murmured, expressing their gratitude to the sovereign for reserving 3 for them. Yet, they were acutely aware that they lacked the qualifications to contend for those 2 sword bodies. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the teleportation array before them, followed by the ascension of a luminous barrier. "They have arrived." The elders, having shifted from their heated exchange, adopted a serious demeanor, their gazes sharp and solemn as they regarded the array. 7 figures materialized within the teleportation array, and the barrier dissipated. "Are you the esteemed sword bodies of the Minor Sword Sect?" The Sword Sect's sovereign inquired, while the elders sat upright beside him, enhancing his majesty. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Apart from Wang Feng and his 3 companions, Chun Baishao and the others offered a respectful salute to the elders. "Why do you for not bow?" one elder questioned, perplexed by the presence of additional individuals, as it was said there would only be 5 sword bodies. Wang Feng, though displeased by the tone, maintained his composure, harboring a disdain for those who flaunted their superiority. If age were the measure, he and Jiang Hanqi were surely far older than these individuals. Despite his long absence from the mortal coil, in his youth, he had not often asserted superiority over others. At most, he would merely unleash a fraction of his aura for effect. However, he found himself constrained in the present, unable to confront them directly. Had he been in the 8th generation, their pretentious airs would have been swiftly quelled by his overwhelming prowess. "No matter, it is but a formality." The sovereign waved his hand dismissively. "Humph." An elder grunted, observing that as the number of individuals increased, so too did the peculiarities, an immutable truth. "You too, step forward." The sovereign's gaze swept across the room, immediately discerning the natures of Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er. Wang Feng noted the sovereign's appearance and details, realizing that the leader from a millennium ago had abdicated. Jian Lan, title, sovereign of the Sword Sect, realm, mid-level quasi-emperor, weapon of choice, supreme sacred artifact, the celestial blaze sword. Wang Feng was taken aback to learn that he bore the surname Jian. In the presence of such a figure, it was wise to exercise caution. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor stage, realms are categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages, as each advancement thereafter signifies a qualitative leap. Xiao Hao glanced at Wang Feng, who subtly nodded in response. Thus, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er approached Jian Lan, perplexed by his intentions. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" "I do." Chu Yinner responded eagerly, recognizing the significance of the man standing based on the elder's demeanor. I do not. Xiao Hao flatly rejected. His unexpected response leaving Sovereign Jian Lan momentarily speechless. You do wish to. He insisted. Wang Feng stepped forward and called out twice beside Xiao Hao. Master commands you to bow, whether one master or two, it matters not. Just remember that I am your master from now on. Wang Feng abruptly interrupted whatever words Xiao Hao was about to utter. By the way, are you the sect master? Although Wang Feng already knew the answer, he felt it necessary to ask, to fulfill a formality. Indeed. Well, you see, our disciple-'s master, when he was training with him, always saved up little by little. The sect master cast a sidelong glance at him, realizing he was asking for something. Hey, I didn't mean to imply I was asking for anything, so don't overthink it. The crowd murmured, sensing that the master seemed to be selling him off. The sect master, having made his intentions clear, said no more and rummaged through the divine sea space. Eventually, he produced a storage bag from an unknown source. Inside are some elixirs and spirit stones. Take them. Wang Feng eagerly accepted with a beaming smile, marveling at how effortlessly he acquired these resources. Truly, those in high positions rarely stoop low. They are the easiest to exploit. Disciple, see how good he is? Rest assured, staying by his side will surely bring you good fortune. Wang Feng quickly pulled Xiao Hao closer and whispered in his ear. All right. With his master's endorsement, Xiao Hao could only acquiesce. Come with me. The sect master beckoned to both Xiao Hao and Chu Yinner. He seemed indifferent to the fact that Wang Feng was Xiao Hao's first master. Wait a moment. At that moment, Jiang Hanshi, who had been silent, spoke up, halting the sect master. Puzzled, the sect master turned to look at her. Why do you wear a bamboo hat? The sect master had no interest in probing her aura to see her face, perhaps assuming she wore the hat because her appearance was unpleasing. Even if she were beautiful, he had seen countless lovely faces and had no particular desire to gaze upon a woman of lower cultivation. Jiang Hanshi gently removed her hat, thinking it better to reveal herself now than to wait for them to inspect her with their spiritual senses. Gasps filled the air as the crowd beheld her. Taken aback by her ethereal beauty, the sect master silently retracted his earlier assumptions. I am from the Ice Palace. While training outside, I accidentally traversed into the southern region due to spatial turbulence. May I borrow your sect's teleportation array? Jiang Hanshi explained, prompting a flurry of discussion among the elders. They had not anticipated that this stunning woman hailed from the Ice Palace. What evidence do you possess? The sect master scrutinized Jiang Hanshi with suspicion. In response, she produced a token inscribed with the character for ice. The token, shimmering gold with a hint of blue, emanated a faint chill. The elder's pupils dilated in shock, gasping once more. For such a token was not something an ordinary disciple could possess. It indicated at least a status of saintess or higher, suggesting that this lady could very well be the new generation saintess of the Ice Palace. In an instant, they forgot about recruiting disciples, engrossed in discussing Jiang Hanshi. It is imperative that she does not encounter any mishap within the Sword Sect. Otherwise, the Ice Palace would inevitably find itself at odds with them, potentially igniting a conflict between the two sections. After all, the massacre at the Demon Valley remains fresh in memory, where a quasi-emperor of the demonic path perished, stirring unrest across the continent. Although the Sword Sect does not fear the Ice Palace, it is essential to maintain a harmonious relationship. Very well. You may stay for a while. I shall arrange matters on my end. Upon seeing the token, the sect leader acquiesced, and as a final glance fell upon Xiao Hao and his companion, he beckoned them to follow. Ah, and he will accompany me, Jiang Hanshi said slowly, extending a delicate finger to point at Wang Feng. She was jesting. I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude. By the way, where is the main entrance to your establishment? Upon this, Wang Feng attempted to make his exit, only to discover that the Sword Sect was rather expansive, leaving him at a loss. The transformation of the Sword Sect over the past millennia was profound, rendering Wang Feng's unfamiliarity with the surroundings quite understandable. Could someone bind him? Please? Jiang Hanshi's words elicited a flurry of eager gazes from the elders, their eyes gleaming with interest. The holy maiden of the Ice Palace, with limitless potential. Her mere token alone denoting an extraordinary identity. Cultivating a rapport with her now could prove advantageous in the future. The Sword Sect remained unaware that they were in the presence of the Ice Empress, as their information indicated that the Ice Empress was still alive. Even within the Ice Palace, only a handful of high-ranking members were privy to Jiang Hanshi's resurrection. Meanwhile, The Grand Elder of the Ice Palace was equally anxious, as Jiang Hanshi had not landed at the prearranged location. Countless disciples had been dispatched to search for her, yet their efforts had yielded no results thus far. As Wang Feng set forth, he suddenly felt a constriction, finding himself ensnared. It was a futile endeavor to break free. Even his cultivated strength could not assist him. "Thank you," Jiang Hanshi expressed, as she lifted Wang Feng effortlessly, akin to a chick in hand. He found himself bound by a golden thread, a binding unlike any other, as it was forged from golden silk, rendering escape impossible for those beneath the spirit transformation realm. The sole advantage was that it did not suppress spiritual energy. "This golden thread is now yours," the elder remarked, erasing its imprint so that it could recognize a new master. "Thank you," Jiang Hanshi reiterated, committing the elder's visage to memory. "Dear sister, please do not treat me this way," Wang Feng protested, writhing in vain as he was carried by Jiang Hanshi. After the farce concluded, the bystanders suddenly recalled Lin Yu and her companions, who had been silently observing from the sidelines. A wave of emotion surged through them as they approached, their eyes brimming with tears. They began to question whether their talents were insufficient, leading the elders to disregard them. Otherwise, why had they been left unattended? As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, within the guest quarters of the Sword Sect, arrangements had initially been made for 2 rooms. However, the Sword Sect had not anticipated that Jiang Hanshi, this enigmatic woman from the Ice Palace, would forego the second room in favor of sharing the space with the young man. Her reasoning was straightforward, encapsulated in 4 words. She feared he might escape. The elder who led them to the guest room surprisingly believed her words. After all, there was a well-known rule in the Ice Palace concerning matters of romance between men and women. Consequently, he heeded Jiang Hanshi's request and arranged for them a relatively spacious room. At that moment, Wang Feng felt akin to a hostage, tossed onto the bed like a writhing insect. "You shall accompany me to the Ice Palace in the Northern Realm. Should your aptitude meet the standard, you may take me as your master. Even if your qualifications fall short, I will provide you with ample resources. You will not incur any loss." Wang Feng, bound to the bed, was taken aback to discover that Jiang Hanshi genuinely intended to take him as a disciple. Was it not true that the Ice Palace did not accept male students? Had the rules changed? Is this how one invites others to one's home? Wang Feng inquired, glancing at the golden thread binding him. With a flick of her hand, Jiang Hanshi loosened the golden thread, allowing it to float back into her grasp. "I feared you might flee," she explained as she stored the thread in her sea of consciousness, her voice calm. "Are you saying I must go whether I want to or not? Was my earlier struggle in vain?" Wang Feng's eyes reflected his exasperation. Jiang Hanshi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. "If you don't let me leave, I shall scream," he warned. "Go ahead," she replied, taking a seat and pouring herself a glass of water. Seemingly unfazed. "I truly will." "Scream away," she retorted, casting him a dispassionate glance. Wang Feng dramatically positioned his hands near his mouth and, eyeing Jiang Hanshi, reiterated, "I truly will." Her response was succinct, merely a single sound. "Damn it, what good would that do?" Chapter 81. In truth, I have a nickname. Wang Feng realized that calling for help would be futile. At most, he could only manage to dash out of the room, only to be apprehended by the old guards outside, who would surely return him to Jiang Hanshi as a small favor. Coming to this realization, Wang Feng lowered his hands and sat across from Jiang Hanshi, meeting her astonished gaze. He forcefully lifted the water jug from the table and clumsily placed a cup down before him. He poured himself a glass of water, his eyes fixed on Jiang Hanshi as though he could pierce her with his stare. With a gulp, he downed the water, only to discover it was scalding hot. The sudden heat made him jump, and some of the water spilled from his mouth. His mouth felt as though it were ablaze. Thankfully, his cultivation allowed him to withstand the heat. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered burns and a sore throat. Jiang Hanshi could not help but chuckle at the scene. The water she had drunk was chilled by her icy powers. This fool had rushed in without a second thought and taken a sip without even glancing at it. As Wang Feng focused on using his spiritual energy to heal his mouth, he suddenly heard her voice again. He looked up to find Jiang Hanshi maintaining her composure, as if nothing had occurred. Was he imagining things? Did she genuinely know it was hot water and chose not to warn him, simply relishing in his embarrassment? "Why are you so adamant about taking me to the Ice Palace?" As Wang Feng waited for his mouth to feel more comfortable, he feigned ignorance and inquired of Jiang Hanshi, "You might possess the potential to become an emperor. If that proves to be the case, when you join my ice palace. I shall not treat you poorly. What do you think? What can I possibly think? Jiang Hanqi retorted. You can just tie me up. Who could possibly restrain you? Wang Feng revealed a look of exasperation. Jiang Hanqi, at present, was bound by a golden thread. Moreover, they were currently at the Sword Sect. Although the relationship between the Ice Palace and the Sword Sect was not akin to that of siblings, it was still relatively cordial, leaving him with no escape. Unless, of course, he exhausted his source points, took a gamble on a lottery, and hoped to draw a high-grade teleportation talisman. However, given the dubious nature of the system's produced teleportation talismans, Wang Feng feared that he might end up falling right atop Jiang Hanqi's head instead of being transported away. If that were to happen, not only would he fail to teleport, but he would also waste a talisman landing awkwardly in her embrace. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Feng decided against struggling. Instead, he thought it would be more beneficial to cultivate their relationship. In fact, I have a nickname that I particularly enjoy being called by those I like. Jiang Hanqi raised her delicate brows, her curiosity piqued. What does that have to do with me? She gently set down her cup, regarding Wang Feng with a puzzled expression. Are you genuinely unable to comprehend? Or are you merely pretending? Wang Feng mused inwardly. My nickname is husband. If you were to call me by that name, I would willingly accompany you to the Ice Palace. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanqi's gaze visibly shifted to one of skepticism. What does that nickname even mean? She questioned, clearly perplexed. Why would calling you that compel you to follow me to the Ice Palace? A moment's reflection revealed the absurdity of the situation. There was a 99% chance something was amiss. There is no other implication. It's simply because I like you. Jiang Hanqi's eyes widened as she met Wang Feng's gaze, momentarily taken aback. Was he expressing affection for her? You like me? She asked. Her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, rendering her utterly adorable. This was the first time a man had expressed such feelings toward her, and her heart involuntarily raced. Previously, she had dealt with men who were swiftly dismissed for even the slightest misstep. Indeed, Wang Feng affirmed, his innocent eyes sparkling. That is unacceptable. Do you not know that the Ice Palace forbids any form of romantic entanglement? Jiang Hanqi exclaimed, rising from her chair and turning away. Since you may become my disciple, you must adhere to the rules of the Ice Palace. That's all right. If you call me husband, I will obediently accompany you to the Ice Palace. How does that sound? Is that true? When Jiang Hanqi turned back, any trace of her earlier blush had vanished. Indeed, Wang Feng confirmed. At this, Jiang Hanqi's lips began to curl into a smile. Husband. Her melodious voice resonated, momentarily faltering as she met Wang Feng's innocent gaze. Ah, that single utterance set Wang Feng's heart aflame, igniting a fervor within him. How delightful. Are you deceiving me again? Jiang Hanqi sensed something amiss. It was merely a call. Yet he appeared so delightfully exuberant. No, it's because I like you. When the person I adore calls my name, it truly brings me joy. Wang Feng unabashedly launched his advance toward Jiang Hanqi. She regarded him with suspicion, unsure of what trick this charlatan was attempting to play. I do not harbor any feelings for you. That's fine. My affection for you suffices, and it does not impede your indifference toward me. Jiang Hanqi found herself at a loss for words, choosing instead to ignore Wang Feng, redirecting her gaze elsewhere in the room. Despite her blatant rejection, he remained obstinately oblivious. Wang Feng observed her evasive glance, his heart bubbling with amusement. Although she had not yet reached the point of love, surely there must be some sentiment. For how else could he elicit a blush from her? In the past, had he dared to tease her in such a manner, she would have not only blushed but would have also considered drawing her icy sword against him. Ding! The three major illusions of life. The greatest delusion of the underdog. She looked at me. She must like me. Hey, dog system, cease your incessant clamor. Wang Feng cursed inwardly at the sudden mockery of the system. As night fell, he suggested, let us retire for the night. Jiang Hanqi glanced at the bed, which could accommodate only one person. The memory of a recent midnight encounter flooded her thoughts, causing her arms to feel slightly numb. If you're tired, you may sleep first. Jiang Hanqi scrutinized Wang Feng's expression, as if attempting to discern something from his face. Yet, after such a prolonged period, she had gleaned nothing. It was improbable she would now. Aren't you going to sleep? I shall not. My cultivation is far more beneficial than sleep. Observing Wang Feng's bewildered demeanor, Jiang Hanqi unflinchingly rebuffed him. Ah, I see. It is the bed that is too small, isn't it? Wang Feng seemed to realize, indeed, this bed was rather cramped. The elder who had guided them likely considered only Jiang Hanqi, inadvertently neglecting his presence. Jiang Hanshi remained silent, unwilling to mention the bed's size. Even if it were larger than the room itself, she had no intention of sharing it with this trickster. Chapter 82. A feigned attack followed by a surprise strike. Then you may sleep. I shall take the chair. Upon saying this, Wang Feng settled into the chair, closing his eyes as if in meditation. Jiang Hanshi contemplated whether she should practice on the bed or meditate in the chair. His choice to forego the bed seemed harmless, and the distance from him would be more reassuring. After reflecting, she acknowledged that it was only when he had been resting on the bed that he had embraced her. Ultimately, Jiang Hanshi reclined on the bed, practicing the Emperor's ice technique. With a more comfortable setting available, it was only natural to choose a more conducive environment for cultivation. As night deepened, a sudden crash startled Jiang Hanshi, prompting her to turn alertly. She caught sight of Wang Feng, who had toppled from his chair, landing face down in a most undignified manner. Jiang Hanshi, upon witnessing his unsightly appearance, could not help but stifle a laugh at the charming curve of his lips. Wang Feng, with his eyes half closed and a dazed expression, slowly propped himself up with his hands. Once upright, he swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken man. As he ambled towards Jiang Hanshi, "He is coming again," Jiang Hanshi thought, her expression tightening as she hastily prepared to roll off the bed to evade Wang Feng's approach. However, as he reached the edge of her bed, he suddenly collapsed onto the floor, lying beneath the bed and obstructing Jiang Hanshi's escape. He sprawled out in a star-shaped position, deeply asleep like a drunken brute. Jiang Hanshi stared at Wang Feng for about 15 minutes before gradually relaxing her demeanor. It seemed that either his cultivation method was flawed or he possessed some treasure that caused him to act so unconsciously at night. Jiang Hanshi was partially correct. Indeed, Wang Feng's cultivation technique was actively operating within him. However, whether it was a subconscious issue or a flaw in his technique remained uncertain. Noticing that Wang Feng had ceased his movements, Jiang Hanshi reclined once more, focusing intently on refining the complete Ice Emperor technique. After a quarter of an hour, there was no sound. After half an hour, still silence. After 3/4 of an hour, the atmosphere in the room under the night sky felt incredibly serene. In the sword sect, it seemed even the chirping of insects had ceased, leaving only a tranquil and warm room. A faintly glowing object adorned the wall, the nature of which was unknown. Time passed, and beside the bed where Jiang Hanshi lay, a hand slowly crept up. As soon as she opened her eyes, that hand grasped the edge of the bed, and with a sudden turn, Wang Feng toppled over. Given the small size of the bed, he landed squarely on Jiang Hanshi. By the time she realized what was happening and had rolled half her body away, Wang Feng had already pinned her down, this time more so than the last. Wang Feng enveloped her completely, pressing heavily upon her. A flicker of panic flashed in Jiang Hanshi's eyes, but after a moment of calm, she struggled in Wang Feng's embrace. Yet, he clung to her like an unyielding adhesive, refusing to let go. Wang Feng's head rested against her left shoulder, and Jiang Hanshi distinctly felt the warmth of his breath. "I should have never trusted you," Jiang Hanshi exclaimed in exasperation. It seemed Wang Feng had hurt her, as his hands slowly moved to her back, eventually entwining their fingers. His feet followed suit, effectively trapping Jiang Hanshi's legs beneath his own. Their bond was as steadfast as gold, and this time he held her firmly. Jiang Hanshi's body erupted with a chilling aura, aiming to repel Wang Feng. This, as she anticipated, only elicited an even more domineering presence from him, suppressing her icy energy with overwhelming force. This was one of the reasons she had been unable to break free from Wang Feng just days prior. Jiang Hanshi found herself utterly incapable of retrieving the cold sword from the divine sea space to pierce Wang Feng. Her hands had been completely bound. At this moment, she faced a choice: either summon a sacred artifact to vanquish Wang Feng or endure his embrace until dawn. However, could she truly invoke a sacred artifact? This deceiver was not worthy of such an effort, she mused inwardly. The coolness was quite pleasant, indeed. Jiang Hanshi distinctly heard Wang Feng's murmured dreams, his tone imbued with a foolishly dazed quality. It dawned on her that her chilling aura merely served to provide him with a gentle breeze. "Let go." Jiang Hanshi's composure faltered for the first time, her cheeks flushing with anger as she began to struggle vigorously. Clearly, her strength was utterly ineffective against Wang Feng's grip. "Don't move." Wang Feng, lost in a blissful slumber, mumbled incoherently, oblivious to her plight. Jiang Hanshi struggled for an indeterminate duration, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ultimately resigning to her fate. Why was he so formidable at night? She pondered, recalling how she had easily bested him during the day. Yet, under the cover of darkness, he seemed to gain an unimaginable strength, and once ensnared, she could not break free. Was his martial art tailored to the night? The cultivation techniques in the realm of immortals were peculiar. Some even required practitioners to transform into human sticks to refine their skills. Who could have conceived such absurdities? Some cultivators appeared grotesque by day, only to transform into ethereal beings by night. Jiang Hanshi began to question whether Wang Feng's technique fell into this category. It was plausible, yet she doubted he had inherited anyone's method. It was likely a manifestation of his own unique constitution, as it was impossible for him to restrain her otherwise. Certain physiques could spontaneously evolve martial arts, and without exception, these were exceptionally powerful. Jiang Hanshi was now more certain than ever that Wang Feng's constitution was extraordinary, over 80% likely akin to that of the infamous Great Thief Emperor. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Feng's prowess was a result of his martial art evolving his physique, rather than the other way around. I am eager to see how you explain this tomorrow. Jiang Hanshi decided to cease her struggles, curious to observe the deceiver's reaction upon awakening. Resigned to her fate, she began to cultivate while being ensnared by Wang Feng, striving to disregard the presence of another person. During these days, she had already surpassed the 4th level of the spirit bonding realm and was now approaching the 5th. Fairy sister, the most beautiful, Jiang Hanshi abruptly heard a whisper near her ear, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a charming smile. She found herself unable to suppress it, often surprised to realize that she was smiling. As dawn approached, Wang Feng seemed to sense some discomfort and, still holding Jiang Hanshi, turned over. In a surprising twist, she found herself atop him, with Wang Feng below. Jiang Hanshi was ensconced like a pillow, tightly enveloped in his arms and legs. Their bodies pressed closely together, yet sadly, 2 layers of clothing separated them. Jiang Hanshi, diligently cultivating, was abruptly interrupted by this commotion, leaving her utterly speechless. The following day at noon, this time, Wang Feng, enveloped in comfort, slumbered soundly until midday. Ah, the great sect is indeed exceptional. Even sleep is aided by calming incense. With a chuckle, he drowsily remarked, just as he was about to stretch. However, upon movement, an unsettling sensation gripped him, as if something were pressing down on him. Chapter 83. The big black rat feeling the softness against his chest, Wang Feng's mind, still hazy from sleep, instinctively snapped open his eyes. 2 pairs of exquisite eyes locked onto one another. Jiang Hangzi's, cold as frost. Why are you pressing down on me? Wang Feng exclaimed, suddenly realizing the predicament. His voice cutting through the air. He seized the opportunity to regain the upper hand, momentarily stunning Jiang Hanshi. Even if you wish to share a bed with me, it cannot be like this. Jiang Hanshi remained silent, yet her gaze grew icier. With Wang Feng awake, she found her hands and feet firmly restrained by him. How dare he speak so brazenly? If he wished to sleep together, he could have simply said so. She was not opposed to the notion. Wang Feng gently released his hold. Then, run. In an instant, he slipped away from beneath Jiang Hanshi. The scene abruptly shifted outside, as if struggling to keep pace with Wang Feng's speed. Bang! The door of the room, where Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were situated, shattered into pieces. Wang Feng employed his agility to the utmost, blending every technique he possessed. He summoned a profound-grade teleportation talisman from his storage space. The paper ignited in an instant, transforming into a flash of fire that surged into his being. Boom! The sound of wind echoed as dust and debris from the shattered door filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng vanished from Jiang Hanshi's sight. Dazed, Jiang Hanshi's mind momentarily stalled. She stared blankly at the broken door with her beautiful eyes. So fast, she marveled. It turned out he could escape. Why had he allowed her to dominate him for so long? She murmured to herself, bewildered by Wang Feng's astonishing speed. Simultaneously, she was left in shock and confusion. Where did this trickster acquire such a teleportation talisman? What secrets did he harbor? With his agility combined with the profound-grade talisman, even she could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before he vanished entirely. Though her current cultivation level was lower, she was certain that Wang Feng's skills were formidable. By the time she gathered her wits to pursue him, there was no trace of him outside. His speed resembled that of a hybrid between a rocket and an aircraft, leaving her wondering where he had flown off to. At the Sword Sect, countless disciples strode purposefully, their swords in hand, heading towards their respective destinations. Suddenly, a shadow akin to a large black rat captured their attention. Upon closer inspection, they realized they did not recognize this fleeing individual. Inquiring amongst one another, they found that none knew him, which was indeed peculiar. However, the disciples of the Sword sect did not act recklessly. Those who could enter the gates of the sect were likely to be their own. Where is the entrance? Where on earth is it? Wang Feng was on the verge of madness. Upon waking, he found himself inexplicably embracing her once more. He had wondered why he felt so comfortable sleeping, particularly with the soft and fragrant sensation at his chest, which was undeniably delightful. He had assumed that the guest rooms of the Sword sect would emit a calming fragrance while one slept. It turned out to be the scent of Jiang Hanshi. How could this not be comfortable? He had long wished to share a slumber with Jiang Hanshi. Alas, his only regret was that this sleep was far too proper. As he ran, he lamented. The moment he opened his eyes, he was utterly bewildered, only realizing he was not in a chair, but in a bed. After a moment's reflection, he must have climbed into Jiang Hanshi's bed and embraced her, likely having done something similar before. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, momentarily bewildering Jiang Hanshi with a swift reversal of roles. Otherwise, he would surely have been caught and beaten to vent her frustration. Wang Feng dashed through the Sword sect, his black hair billowing behind him in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. Hey, stop for a moment. At that instant, someone in the sky called out Wang Feng's name and flew towards him. However, Wang Feng had no time to attend to him. He only wished to escape the Sword sect and distance himself from Jiang Hanshi. We can talk later, goodbye? He zipped past the individual, causing his white robe to flutter noisily. The person stared blankly in the direction Wang Feng had vanished, speechless, preparing to depart, when he suddenly saw Wang Feng racing back, leaving him utterly perplexed. Brother, where is the exit of the sect? Please tell me quickly, there's no time. Seeing Wang Feng's urgency, the man ceased his hesitation and pointed. Thank you. Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Wang Feng expressed his gratitude and hurriedly ran towards the indicated direction. What I meant to say is, look at that woman. She is so beautiful. One of the disciples of the Sword sect stood frozen, pointing at a distant figure. As Jiang Hanshi flew across the horizon, he was nearly entranced. Curse you, you fool. Wang Feng, having just left, returned within 3 seconds and leapt up to deliver an electric shock to the man's head. Why are you hitting me? Don't run. Thus, another pursuer joined Jiang Hanshi in the chase after Wang Feng. After running for a while, Wang Feng realized he was becoming utterly disoriented. The Sword sect was indeed vast. He had lost track of how long he had been running, relying on memories from a millennium past. Yet, the entrance from that age had long since vanished, replaced by one building after another. Observing the surroundings, which looked much like before, despair settled upon Wang Feng. He was utterly hopeless. The energy from the spirit movement talisman within him began to wane. Indeed, a lower cultivation level proved inconvenient. Not running anymore, Jiang Hanshi approached slowly from a distance, her voice cold as she addressed Wang Feng from above. She hesitated to admit her familiarity with the terrain of the Sword sect, though she had visited it during her years in the Emperor realm. At that time, her cultivation and spiritual awareness allowed her to retain a general memory of the place. As for the Sword sect disciple from earlier, he had long since been cast aside. Resigned, Wang Feng reclined on the ground, his expression teetering on the brink of tears, his face a portrait of dismay. Come on, he exclaimed, lying flat on his back, defenselessly facing Jiang Hanshi, and closed his eyes. Jiang Hanshi furrowed her brows and inquired, What are you doing? Without further ado, he replied, Just hit me. Wang Feng remained with his eyes shut, silently awaiting the anticipated consequence. Since there was no escape, he might as well embrace it. The sound of footsteps approached, each step resonating in the stillness, drawing nearer to Wang Feng. In his perception, Jiang Hanshi had already sheathed her sword and stood beside him. Wang Feng's body trembled slightly, whether intentionally or not, as if he were afraid of her. After a moment of silence, feeling no pain, he wondered, why isn't she striking me? What is she up to? Chapter 84. Parting ways with the disciple Wang Feng. Filled with trepidation, opened his eyes, only to find Jiang Hanshi standing beside him, her gaze lowered. Upon noticing his eyes open, her expression hardened. A flicker of amusement danced in Wang Feng's heart. He feigned a slight tremor in his arms, once more shutting his eyes in an exaggerated display of fear. I am aware of what I did to you, yet I truly do not comprehend why it has come to this. If you wish to strike me, go ahead. Rather than allowing her to take the initiative, he opted for a candid approach, pretending that last night's events were beyond his control. Although a beating would hardly inflict any real pain, maintaining the fade was proving to be quite a hassle. Why would I hit you? Wang Feng, startled by Jiang Hanqi's words, shot his eyes wide open and sprang to his feet in a flurry of confusion. He gazed at her in bewilderment, wondering if she intended to lower his guard only to strike him afterward. Had he truly heard her correctly? He had slept beside Jiang Hanqi, and she was not angry? He was certain that during noon, when he had ensnared her, he must have embraced her in the dead of night. Yet, how could he have lost control of himself at such an hour? Was he sleepwalking? That seemed implausible, as he was a cultivator. Just the previous night, he had dreamt of joyfully exploring with a gentle and considerate Jiang Hanqi. In his dreams, she was far warmer than her icy demeanor in reality, often smiling. How he wished she could be like that in real life as well. You won't strike me? I will not. Wang Feng confirmed this several times, until Jiang Hanqi began to show signs of impatience. If you ask again, I shall grant you your wish. All right, I want to ask again. Wang Feng chuckled, contemplating whether he should awaken in the night to embrace Jiang Hanqi as he slept. Follow me to the ice palace obediently, and I shall forgive you. That was Jiang Hanqi's demand. With a wave of her hand, Wang Feng instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. The outcome was merely a gentle breeze that swept away most of the dust clinging to him. It turned out that Jiang Hanqi only intended to assist him in brushing off the remnants of dirt. What are you afraid of? Jiang Hanqi's expression darkened slightly. She had promised not to strike him, and she would certainly uphold her word. This deceiver actually doubted her sincerity. No, there's dust on your face. Allow me to tidy it up. Wang Feng turned his hand, which had been shielding his face, and gently brushed it off. Let us go? Where to? To the ice palace. Oh, understood. Wang Feng obediently followed Jiang Hanqi, while numerous disciples of the sword sect exchanged puzzled glances. Just moments ago, this man, resembling a large black rat, had vanished, and now he was walking alongside this ethereal woman? The scene of Jiang Hanqi soaring through the sword sect had also captured the hearts of many. Her celestial beauty seemed unforgettable at first glance. Are you a newly inducted junior sister? Just as Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were about to seek out an elder to guide them to the sect leader, a figure suddenly descended before them. No. Jiang Hanqi coldly articulated the two words as she regarded him. Having said that, she grasped Wang Feng's sleeve and attempted to leave. But the somewhat handsome man blocked their path. Wait a moment, who are you? His tone remained relatively calm, lacking any hint of reprimand, though he feigned ignorance. She is with me. You may step aside. Do not attempt to flirt with her. Wang Feng positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Hanqi, preempting her from uttering another word. Oh, Shi Tian voiced his confusion, clearly unconvinced. Miss, you must be a disciple of the Ice Palace, correct? Why are you so bothersome? Did you not hear that she is with me? Wang Feng retorted, muttering under his breath. Does he think himself handsome? Knowing full well that Jiang Hanqi belonged to the Ice Palace, he still pretended to inquire if she was a junior sister. Shi Tian narrowed his eyes, glaring at Wang Feng, who glared back in defiance yet refrained from taking action. After all, this was his territory, and his information indicated that he was the holy son of the sword sect at the harmonization realm. He must have recently ascended to this position, otherwise, the holy son's cultivation level could not be so low. He should at least be at the celestial origin realm. It does not concern you. Jiang Hanqi frowned, her displeasure evident, as she tugged at Wang Feng's sleeve and walked away. Shi Tian fell silent, watching them depart. The woman was truly beautiful. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman brings disaster. Could that young man truly withstand the temptation? The regulations of the Ice Palace alone would be enough to keep him occupied. Oh, the Ice Palace. Were it not for his apprehension of this formidable force, he might have pursued this woman. Alas, it was a pity. Standing there, Shi Tian felt a pang of regret. The sect leader had specifically instructed him not to provoke that woman. Today, having chanced upon her, she was indeed exquisite, and he could not help but wish to admire her, only to be thwarted by that young man. On the path of the sword sect, disciple, focus on your cultivation within the sword sect. Once you achieve success, your master can return to share in your resources, Wang Feng said earnestly as he patted Xiao Hao's shoulder. Indeed, the four of them had gathered once more, but this time, they were preparing to part ways. Master, what will I do without you? Please don't leave. Xiao Hao spoke, his eyes reddening with unshed tears, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. It's all right, I'll visit your masteress sect. We will have the chance to meet again." When Wang Feng uttered the words masteress wife, he leaned close to Xiao Hao's ear and lowered his voice, as if wary of Jiang Hanqi overhearing. "Master, why do you fear merely saying masteress wife?" Xiao Hao's remark caused Jiang Hanqi to turn her head, eliciting a wave of exasperation from Wang Feng toward Xiao Hao. This disciple could be truly infuriating at times, yet undeniably clever at others, evoking a mixture of affection and frustration within Wang Feng. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng awkwardly chuckled a few times before abruptly stopping, walking back to Jiang Hanqi to offer an explanation. Ha ha. You know how it is. His mind must have been muddled, probably from the effects of his own physique, misinterpreting my words as masteress wife. Jiang Hanqi silently absorbed his absurd explanations, her icy gaze fixed on Wang Feng, as if deep in contemplation. Her demeanor sent a shiver down Wang Feng's spine. Fortunately, she chose to remain silent, seemingly disregarding his words entirely. "Old Chu, I entrust my disciple to you. Kindly take the time to educate him thoroughly. He must be trained rigorously," Wang Feng said through clenched teeth to the jovial Chu Yan nearby. "Ha ha ha, all right. You rascal, did you hear that? Call her senior sister for us to hear," Chu Yan jested, addressing Xiao Hao with a laugh. "I am the senior brother. You, old Chu, are mistaken. I took my vows before you," Xiao Hao retorted. "I am the senior brother. I took my vows before you. Ha ha ha." Xiao Hao's attempts to counter were rendered futile by Chu Yan's relentless teasing, which sent her into fits of laughter, while Xiao Hao's face flushed crimson with frustration. Chapter 85. Could the heart of the palace master be swayed by this insufferable man? At the sword sect. In the grand hall. "Miss, I have made contact with the ice palace. I believe they will send someone to seek you today." "Thank you. It's no trouble at all." Jiang Hanqi expressed her gratitude, receiving a perfunctory response from the sect master. She then led Wang Feng out of the grand hall. "Sister Fairy, where are we headed now?" "I don't know. We wait." Jiang Hanqi's response left Wang Feng speechless. Were they truly to stand here awaiting those haughty women from the ice palace? Frankly, he had no desire to confront their frigid faces. He was more inclined to search for the buried treasure from millennia past. As for whether someone else might claim that treasure, he was not overly concerned. That artifact had tasted his blood. If it dared to disavow him, Wang Feng would not hesitate to reduce it to its primordial essence. When he activated the mysterious grade movement talisman, his intention was to flee the sword sect in one swift motion. Yet, encountering a foolish obstacle had left him pondering a return visit to deliver another jolt. Wang Feng found a vacant spot with Jiang Hanqi, retrieving food, tables, and chairs from his storage bag. Jiang Hanqi was taken aback, astonished by the abundance within his seemingly magical storage. "Shall we eat?" Wang Feng sat upon a chair, holding a fruit resembling a strawberry and bringing it close to Jiang Hanqi's lips. Unlike the previous occasion when Wang Feng fed her grapes, this time the fruit was larger and could not be easily consumed. A hint of awkwardness lingered as the fruit was caught between Jiang Hanqi's crimson lips, and Wang Feng eagerly anticipated her choice. "Don't hold back," he urged. Jiang Hanqi furrowed her brow, glancing at Wang Feng, who often acted without her consent. She gently pinched the fruit, examining it closely. Just as Wang Feng thought she would refuse, Jiang Hanqi slowly brought it to her mouth and took a delicate bite. It was sweet with a hint of tartness, accompanied by a unique fruity fragrance. Indeed, quite delectable. For someone like Jiang Hanqi, who rarely indulged in mundane fare, often subsisting on spiritual pills, this was a delightful treat. "Is it to your liking?" Wang Feng inquired, but Jiang Hanqi remained silent, allowing the fruit to melt in her mouth. No longer hesitant, she gradually lifted her hand to join Wang Feng in savoring the delicacies laid out before them. Wang Feng chuckled softly at her actions, yet maintained his aloof demeanor as he continued to relish the food. The two spent the afternoon in this manner, enjoying the feast together. Wang Feng had ceased eating, silently observing Jiang Hanqi as she consumed the remaining morsels. It wasn't until the food on the table had been entirely devoured that Jiang Hanqi returned to reality. Her eyes met Wang Feng's, a fleeting moment of mutual gaze, while her delicate hand lingered over an empty dish, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. In this meal, Wang Feng had consumed a mere 3 parts, while Jiang Hanqi had indulged in 7. He was genuinely surprised at her fondness for mortal food, having expected her to stop after only a few bites. Particularly with the grapes, Wang Feng had only eaten 2, leaving the rest to her. Jiang Hanqi slowly withdrew her hand, attempting to regain her composure to dispel the awkwardness. Yet, recalling the earlier embarrassing moment, her ears betrayed her, flushing a deep crimson. Do you enjoy it? Wang Feng queried, a playful glint in his eyes. If you do, I shall bring you such delights often. As he collected the empty plates from the table, he noticed the telltale blush on Jiang Hanqi's ears. I do not, she retorted, clearly contradicting her feelings. Since the fairy sister does not like it, I shall discard all these plates immediately, so they no longer offend your sight, Wang Feng replied, his expression serious as if he were truly about to follow through on his words. No need, she interjected. But do answer me once more, do you like it? At his inquiry, Jiang Hanqi visibly lowered her gaze, her attention fixated on her delicate hands resting on her lap. Her voice barely rose above a whisper, and as she spoke, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Princess, I have come to escort you. A voice called from afar, interrupting Wang Feng's playful teasing. Both turned to see one of the three esteemed elders of the Ice Palace approaching, and Wang Feng nearly startled himself into a fright, realizing that this elder had survived for over 10,000 years. Her appearance remains unchanged, still resembling that of an old crone, a visage she has consistently maintained. Moreover, her cultivation has progressed further, now reaching the late stage of quasi-emperor. In an era devoid of great emperors, she stands among the most formidable individuals on the continent. Come, Jiang Hangzi softly called to Wang Feng, yet he did not dare to move an inch. This was due to the icy glare of the elder, whose face bore a stern expression, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Jiang Hanqi seemingly paid no heed, shifting her stance slightly to obstruct the old woman's line of sight. This subtle maneuver left the elder profoundly astonished. Could it be that the palace master's affections were to be swayed by this insufferable man? Proceed, Jiang Hanqi said curtly, her displeasure evident. The elder dared not delay, despite her cultivation level being significantly higher than Jiang Hanqi's. Yet, the respect she held for Jiang Hanqi, along with the latter's formidable presence, was deeply ingrained in her heart. She had no doubt that Jiang Hanqi possessed the capability to subdue her, even if not through her own strength. Very well, I shall prepare, the elder replied resignedly, beckoning Jiang Hanqi to follow her. The trio made their way to the head of the sword sect. Thank you, my friend, for your hospitality these past days, the elder said, producing an unknown object and handing it to the sword sect leader, who beamed with delight. Not at all. Not at all. Ha ha ha. Care to stay a while longer? Alas, I must escort her back. The elder waved her hand dismissively, her words conspicuously omitting Wang Feng's presence, clearly disregarding him. With a gesture, she summoned a large teleportation array, casting it skyward. Golden light erupted as a luminous barrier resembling a cylindrical shield descended from the array. Palace Master, let us depart. The elder's words caused the heart of the sword sect leader to race with astonishment. This woman is the Palace Master of the Ice Palace? No, her cultivation is too low. She must be the heir, which explains her possession of the Ice Palace's emblem. The Ice Palace's master has always been shrouded in mystery, revealing nothing of her true form to outsiders. Thus the world remains unaware of her appearance. Bring him along, Jiang Hanqi said, casting a glance at Wang Feng, who stood before her. Palace Master. The elder's tone was persuasive, attempting to dissuade Jiang Hanqi from taking Wang Feng with them. Upon our return to the palace, I shall provide an explanation. Do not waste time, Jiang Hanqi replied coldly, her expression unwavering and devoid of warmth, as though issuing a command. The elder's countenance reflected her utmost reluctance, her displeasure evident as she regarded Wang Feng. Very well, should this boy harbor any ulterior motives, I shall deal with him directly. Ultimately, she acquiesced, allowing Jiang Hanqi to lead Wang Feng into the light beam before stepping in herself. Following this, the elder performed a series of gestures, causing the array above them to spin rapidly. In an instant, both the array and its occupants vanished before the sword sect leader's eyes. Chapter 86. Disciples by Direct Transmission Goodness. Has this so-called palace master truly developed feelings? Shall we witness a repeat of the scene involving the saintess of the Ice Palace? The sword sect leader mused, gazing at the vacant space where they had just been. This grand revelation, if possible, he would eagerly wish to savor. There exists a matter known to but a scant few, scarcely exceeding the number of fingers on one's hands. It pertains to the fact that the world is aware of a certain saintly maiden in the Ice Palace who harbored feelings for a man. Defying the elder's opposition and resorting to death as a means of coercion, she brought him into the Ice Palace. Initially, There seemed to be nothing amiss. However, what transpired next took countless individuals by surprise. The man was, in fact, a practitioner of demonic arts, and a peak sage at that, concealing his aura with some unknown treasure. Ultimately, in the Demon Valley, he did something to both the saintly maiden and her protector, achieving a sudden breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor. It is not difficult to surmise that he likely either drained their essence or sacrificed them to attain such elevation. After all, the bodies of the maiden and her protector were never found, leaving them in a state of despair. Fortunately, the aforementioned elder ultimately vanquished the demonic practitioner, sparing the continent from further bloodshed. In the northern realm, deep within the ice palace, a golden light erupted from the ground before two elderly women, revealing three figures. The two elders had intended to pay their respects to Jiang Hanshi, but upon recognizing one of the figures, their expressions hardened, and a palpable aura of hostility filled the air. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted to an extreme chill, for among the returned individuals stood a man. "Old three, have you lost your senses? You actually brought a man back to the palace." The elder leading the trio, Wang Feng, exclaimed vehemently, his tone laced with fury. "I had no choice. The palace master insisted on bringing him back. Am I to defy her will?" retorted the elder standing beside Wang Feng defiantly. "Indeed, I brought him back," Jiang Hanshi interjected, prompting the three to cease their quarrel, their anger somewhat abated. They held Jiang Hanshi in high regard, as she represented a significant foundation of the Ice Palace. During her reign as an emperor, she had contributed immeasurable resources and prestige to the palace. Even now, despite not holding the title of emperor, she undoubtedly possessed formidable secrets. "He may possess the potential to be an emperor. I brought him back for evaluation, and he has rendered me a favor." The words of Jiang Hanshi astonished the three elders, as they held her words in high esteem. "My current cultivation is limited. You may proceed," Jiang Hanshi said, pulling forth Wang Feng, who was trembling in fear behind her. What is happening?" Wang Feng appeared utterly bewildered, inwardly lamenting that he should never have accompanied Jiang Hanshi to the Ice Palace. The glances of those three elder women mirrored the same disdain they had directed at him a millennium ago, as if they were prepared to strike him down. "Do not fear, it will be over soon," Jiang Hanshi whispered softly beside Wang Feng, causing the three elders to feel a sense of suffocation within. The palace master exhibited such tenderness towards a man. Where had that frigid empress gone? No, the man must be expelled, or an opportunity must be seized to eliminate him covertly. "Do not move." The foremost elder spoke with a tone that was less than amiable, grasping Wang Feng's shoulder with the intent to assess his physique. It is widely acknowledged that the potential of an emperor is rare and cannot be sought after. Thus, one must refrain from exerting undue pressure upon him. Just as the elder was preparing to demonstrate her authority over Wang Feng, she was effectively disarmed by Jiang Hanshi's words. This only solidified her determination to secretly eliminate Wang Feng, provided he truly lacked the qualities of an emperor. Reluctantly, the elder proceeded to conduct a normal examination of Wang Feng's body. The spiritual energy within Wang Feng was strikingly similar to that of the infamous emperor from a millennium ago. The elder was increasingly astonished as she observed that the nature and hue of Wang Feng's spiritual energy mirrored precisely that of the emperor who had once visited their ice palace. Although that notorious emperor ultimately fell to the blade of the empress, if this young man truly possessed the same constitution, it would unequivocally indicate that he indeed had the potential of an emperor. To further ascertain that Wang Feng shared the same constitution as that emperor, the elder retrieved a jade-edged mirror. Wang Feng was taken aback upon merely glancing at it. Was it truly necessary to employ a supreme sacred artifact for such a simple assessment of constitution? Furthermore, he had yet to cultivate his chaotic dominance body to the third tier, so they would only perceive his aura at best. Wang Feng internally scoffed. Although he was nearing the second tier of his chaotic dominance body, he anticipated that once he entered the expanding spirit realm, he would break through, and upon reaching the Yuan San realm, his chaotic dominance would truly manifest. At that point, he would be invincible within a major realm, barring encounters with exceptionally gifted prodigies. The elderly figure before Wang Feng raised the mirror, directing it at him, and instantly, a beam of golden light erupted forth. As the golden light enveloped Wang Feng, he felt his chaotic spiritual energy surge forth, stimulated by the illumination. In an instant, the golden light became entwined with the chaotic energy, transforming from its original state into a chaotic hue. However, Just before it could make contact with the mirror itself, it dissipated. The constitution akin to that of the emperor from a millennium ago was indeed present, albeit still dormant. In truth, the elder did not need to voice this revelation. They had already grasped the implications within their hearts. Fortunately, Wang Feng's constitution had not fully evolved. Otherwise, the mere stimulation could have caused a disruption in the natural order. Such an event might have enveloped the entire ice palace in a tempest of chaotic energy, though the impact would not have been catastrophic. The three elders softened their demeanor slightly. Individuals like him must either be embraced as allies or eliminated. The elder, having altered her previous stance, contemplated taking Wang Feng under her wing. She resolved to observe his character further. If he proved unsuitable, she could either incapacitate him or, if necessary, eliminate him discreetly. Those with the potential of an emperor deserved special consideration for admission into the ice palace, contingent upon their character not being fundamentally flawed. Are you willing? Henceforth, you shall be my direct disciple. You may relay this directive, and tomorrow I shall introduce him to the others, the elder declared. However, before she could finish, Jiang Hanshi stepped forward, interrupting her. She pulled Wang Feng behind her, as if fearful of him being taken away. Palace Master, please reconsider. You have yet to refine your skills. You must devote yourself to your cultivation. Indeed, focus on your training and leave him to us. The Palace Master should think thrice before acting. In an instant, the three venerable matriarchs implored Jiang Hanshi earnestly, hoping to persuade her to entrust Wang Feng to their care. However, Jiang Hanshi remained resolute, her demeanor frigid and ethereal, akin to a celestial being untouched by earthly concerns, dismissing their pleas. I have declared that he shall be my direct disciple. I will not allow his progress to hinder my own. Palace Master. The three esteemed elders wished to voice further objections, but Jiang Hanshi silenced them with a mere hum, leaving them to sigh in resignation. Chapter 87. Sister Fairy. Do you reside here as well? After Jiang Hanshi departed with Wang Feng, the three venerable elders resumed their discussion as they settled back into their grand chairs. Should this young man be preserved or eliminated? The eldest elder spoke, her tone as frosty as the air around them. I believe that since he possesses the potential of an emperor, it would not be unwise to cultivate him if he could bring profit to our ice palace. The second elder tapped her fingers lightly on the armrest, contemplating the implications. I concur with the second elder. After all, that emperor who suddenly emerged a millennium ago nearly brought ruin to our palace master. It is said that he had only recently broken through. Had he taken the time to consolidate his power, he could have decimated our ice palace single-handedly. As the third elder spoke, she recounted Wang Feng's 8th incarnation, a figure whose disruptive influence had tainted the continent. Indeed, during his ascent to the pinnacle of near-emperorship, Wang Feng wreaked havoc across the land. In an era devoid of emperors, he reigned supreme, impervious to any opposition. Countless individuals breathed a sigh of relief, for Wang Feng was not a slayer. He merely delighted in borrowing treasures from others. At that time, cultivators across the continent would flee at the mere mention of him, fearing he would seize their possessions. Yet, I observed the palace master's demeanor. She seems quite taken with him. The second elder spoke again, reflecting on Jiang Hanshi's attitude towards Wang Feng and their own. Just the thought left her breathless. Indeed, when I first encountered the palace master, her cheeks were flushed, resembling a bashful maiden. The third elder wholeheartedly agreed with the second elder's observation, having never before witnessed such a display from the palace master. This cannot stand. We may cultivate him, but we must sever the palace master's emotional ties. The second and third elders echoed each other, both surprised by their synchronicity of thought. Very well. Since you are all in favor of nurturing him, we shall observe him further. However, this connection between the palace master and him must be severed. I truly wish to avoid a repeat of that previous incident. Alas, the eldest elder sighed at the conclusion of her words, her heart heavy with the memories of that event. The other two elders nodded in agreement, affirming her sentiments. The camera gradually pulled away from the interior, gliding towards Wang Feng. Sister Fairy, they are truly terrifying. Wang Feng trembled slightly, following Jiang Hanshi, his voice quaking with fear. Do not worry. As long as I am here, they will not harm you. Is that true? Wang Feng gazed at Jiang Hanshi with eyes of pure innocence, searching for reassurance. Indeed, unless I perish. Jiang Hanshi, seemingly anxious about Wang Feng's unease, uttered such a grave statement. However, her words held another meaning, unless she were to die. the three venerable elders would still heed her command. No, no, no. We mustn't speak such ominous words. Wang Feng hurriedly covered Jiang Hanqi's ruby lips, causing her to halt mid-step. Jiang Hanqi removed his hand with a cold glance and continued, "Next time, call me master in front of the disciples of the Ice Palace." Ah, does that mean I can no longer call you Sister Fairy? Wang Feng's tone was tinged with regret, as if mourning the loss of that affectionate title. I only specified in front of the disciples, Jiang Hanqi replied, quickening her pace, seemingly wary of Wang Feng catching a glimpse of her face. Haha, but there is no one around now. Yes, Sister Fairy is truly wonderful, Wang Feng exclaimed, laughing joyfully as he leapt to catch up with Jiang Hanqi. Beneath the softly falling snow, a lively and cheerful young man pursued a woman who resembled a celestial being through the ice palace. In the depths of the palace, there were no disciples, for this was the dwelling place of the palace master and the venerable elders, a sacred ground forbidden to the disciples. After walking for a while, Jiang Hanqi brought Wang Feng to a spacious courtyard, which, though not overly extravagant, exhibited exquisite architecture. You shall reside here from now on. And what about you? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi in confusion, as if concerned about her accommodation. I naturally have my own dwelling. You need not worry about that. The cold weather, combined with Jiang Hanqi's frosty countenance, accentuated her ethereal aura. Wang Feng's spirits visibly drooped, and given their earlier exchange, it was not difficult to surmise what he lamented. Noticing his despondence, Jiang Hanqi remarked, "You may enter now." All right, just as Wang Feng was about to step inside. Contemplating that perhaps not living with Jiang Hanqi was a blessing, she stepped in before him. Huh, Sister Fairy, do you live here too? Wang Feng was bewildered. Jiang Hanqi was certainly defying expectations. I have always lived here, Jiang Hanqi replied coolly, continuing into the courtyard. As night fell, Wang Feng lay on his bed, utterly unprepared for Jiang Hangzi's unexpected twist. The courtyard even had partitions, yet Jiang Hangzi stubbornly refused to share a room with him. Perhaps I could seize an opportunity to break down this wall in the name of training? Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the door. After a moment of silence, a celestial figure quietly opened the door and stepped inside. It is none other than Jiang Hanqi. Wang Feng lay in bed, quickly closing his eyes to discern the intentions of this fellow Jiang Hanqi. Are you asleep? Jiang Hanqi entered softly, making her inquiry. Wang Feng remained still, his breathing steady, lying flat as if he were a lifeless body. Observing this, Jiang Hanqi chose not to disturb him, taking a seat at the table where she placed an object whose nature was unknown. Then, her footsteps echoed as she approached the door, the sound of it closing resonating in the air. Wang Feng suddenly sprang up, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. However, as he prepared to investigate the object on the table, he froze. Jiang Hanqi stood quietly at the door, her gaze unwavering upon him. Their eyes locked, as if they had fallen in love at first sight, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify. Oh, old six. Wang Feng silently cursed Jiang Hanqi, realizing that she had not exited but rather chosen to play tricks on him. Haha, fairy sister, do you have something to discuss? He awkwardly resumed his seat by the bed, inwardly lamenting Jiang Hanqi's antics. Jiang Hanqi returned to her chair by the table. Why did you not respond if you were awake? She asked. Because I was afraid, he confessed. Afraid? Afraid that upon seeing you, I would uncontrollably fall for you. Jiang Hanqi's expression darkened at his words. Even a fool could tell he was speaking nonsense. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself feeling somewhat pleased. Here are some elixirs and spirit stones, along with weapons and various resources. Please focus on your cultivation. She gestured towards the storage ring on the table. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Hangzi stood and walked towards the door, as if her sole purpose was to impart these trivial remarks. Wait a moment. Jiang Hanqi paused, casting a puzzled glance back at Wang Feng. Fairy sister, I am frightened. It is so cold here, and I fear those three old ladies might launch a surprise attack on me. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly hugged a nearby pillow, looking at Jiang Hanqi with wide, pleading eyes. Could you tell me about the layout of the ice palace? Wang Feng played his card of request, hoping for a 50% chance that Jiang Hanqi would remain. You will become familiar with the ice palace's layout over time, Jiang Hanqi countered, attempting to evade his request. But I am unaware of your palace's rules. What if I inadvertently offend someone? Jiang Hanqi pondered this at the door. Very well, if you refuse, I shall not press you further. You should return to your slumber. Wang Feng played a card of retreat, then turned onto his bed, avoiding Jiang Hanqi's gaze. It appeared that he was on the verge of sleep, yet any discerning observer could perceive that Wang Feng seemed somewhat aggrieved. Jiang Hanshi stood at the doorway, and upon witnessing this scene, the defenses in her mind shattered into fragments. Well, if you wish to hear it, I shall recount the tale, lest you cause chaos in the Ice Palace later. Jiang Hanshi returned to the room, gesturing lightly as a chair gracefully floated to the bedside. Having crafted an excuse for herself, she then approached, adjusted her gown, and settled down. He, you're the best, fairy sister. Wang Feng, who had been wearing an expression of grievance, turned joyfully to face Jiang Hanshi after she finished speaking, gazing at her in silence. The Ice Palace harbors 3 cardinal taboos, the first being romantic entanglements, the second, rebellion, and the third, succumbing to demonic influences. Let us discuss the first taboo regarding romance. It is the most strictly forbidden. After Jiang Hanshi articulated this rule, she shifted her words towards Wang Feng. Thus, you must not harbor feelings for me. I shall not return them either. When she uttered the latter, she seemed to falter momentarily before quickly reiterating. Jiang Hanshi elaborated on the romantic taboo, emphasizing its significance to Wang Feng. I wish I could, but I simply cannot control myself. I constantly think of you. What am I to do? Wang Feng lay on the bed, silently gazing at Jiang Hanshi, exuding an air of hopelessness. The intensity of his gaze rendered Jiang Hanshi somewhat uncomfortable. The second taboo pertains to rebellion. Jiang Hanshi appeared oblivious to Wang Feng's remark as she continued with the second rule. Wang Feng noticed a faint blush creeping up her ears, and he chuckled foolishly, choosing not to reveal his awareness. There are numerous minor regulations that you will gradually come to understand. As Jiang Hanshi spoke, she eventually realized that Wang Feng had closed his eyes and was breathing steadily in slumber. A subtle smile graced her lips as she gently draped a blanket over him. She then turned and made her way to the doorway, opening it to exit the room. After a brief interval following Jiang Hanshi's departure, Wang Feng's eyes fluttered open, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Jiang Hanshi, surely you won't be the death of me this time. Ha ha ha. At long last, I can live a fulfilling life. What a splendid existence it is, after several millennia, indeed. I have been a solitary bachelor for countless ages. In this lifetime, not only must I win your heart, but I shall also become invincible. He. Wang Feng reclined once more, the corners of his mouth betraying his joy. And with these delightful thoughts, he began to cultivate the chaotic dominance body technique. 5 minutes later, his consciousness gradually waned, and with sweet dreams enveloping him, he sank into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, with no disturbances due to sleeping in separate quarters, all remained tranquil. The following day, at noon, Wang Feng awoke feeling utterly refreshed, free from the burdens of the blue star's relentless grind, accompanied by a celestial being, and living as he pleased. What regrets could one possibly have? Wang Feng rose, retrieving a storage ring from the table, along with a storage pouch he had obtained from the leader of the sword sect. Observing the storage ring in one hand and the pouch in the other, a smile of delight crept across Wang Feng's face. He extended his consciousness towards them, having erased the spiritual imprint, and effortlessly entered within. After a thorough examination, it came as no surprise that the resources contained within the storage bag bestowed by the sword sect master were significantly fewer than those in Jiang Hanshi's storage ring. Wang Feng transformed the entirety of the sword sect master's storage bag into origin points, ultimately acquiring a total of 685,368 origin points. It must be said that the sword sect master was not overly stingy, but rather lacked spiritual essence, which was somewhat regrettable. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual essence is regarded as a superior form of currency compared to spirit stones. It is extraordinarily pure, suitable for consumption and bathing, with numerous applications and potent effects, particularly in the case of top-tier spiritual essence. Wang Feng then meticulously examined the storage ring gifted to him by Jiang Hanshi, eager to discover what treasures she had chosen to present. Upon a mere glance, he was left momentarily stunned. Goodness, this trip to the Ice Palace was indeed worthwhile. Wang Feng's prior demeanor shifted dramatically as he expressed immense satisfaction with this expedition. Had he known such treasures would be bestowed upon him, he would have obediently followed Jiang Hanshi without her needing to resort to binding him. Within the storage ring lay thousands of weapons, the most abundant items in the space. All 18 varieties of weaponry were present, along with many oddly shaped ones. Wang Feng found it curious that Jiang Hanshi had gifted him such an array of weapons. Yet he felt no discontent, Having them was already a boon. With a flick of his consciousness, a high-grade holy sword materialized in his hand. The sword's blade was entirely black, adorned with flecks of gold that resembled twinkling stars. Wang Feng decided to name it the Star Sword. This Star Sword was indeed the most valuable item within the storage ring. However, the moment he drew it forth, he found himself struggling to maintain control, as the Star Sword began to writhe in his grasp. Clearly, Jiang Hanshi had anticipated this and had it sealed beforehand. Struggling to hold it, Wang Feng gently made a small incision on his finger. To his astonishment, as his blood stained the blade, it did not absorb the essence. Placing it on the ground, he let another drop of blood fall, determined to test it further. The blood slowly merged into the sword, and Wang Feng's expression shifted to one of delight. Yet, suddenly, that drop of blood was expelled from the Star Sword, splattering onto Wang Feng's face. What on earth? It can spit it out. Infuriated, Wang Feng stomped on the Star Sword and swiftly stored it within the system's storage space. Within this realm, time stood still, rendering the sword unable to tremble, its anger with no outlet. No longer preoccupied with the Star Sword, Wang Feng resumed his exploration of the contents within the storage ring. To his astonishment, he discovered a small quantity of top-tier spiritual essence, roughly equivalent to that of a mineral water bottle. Wang Feng was taken aback. What a generous gift from her disciple. If he were to become her husband, wouldn't that be even more delightful? Beep. Host, the little servant has arrived. May I inquire if dear host has collected this top-tier spiritual essence? The little servant can offer you 1,000,000 origin points in exchange. To Wang Feng's surprise, the system, akin to a loyal dog, appeared at the scent of opportunity, even offering a substantial sum of 1,000,000 origin points for a mere bottle's worth of top-tier spiritual essence. Scram. Go eat dirt. Chapter 89. Meeting the inhabitants of the Ice Palace. Oh, I shall no longer collect these items, only those of inferior quality in the future. Wait. I was just joking. Look at this little servant making a jest, and the dashing host took it so seriously. Wang Feng was utterly speechless at the system's antics. However, he could not genuinely refrain from collecting these items, as he was still in need of source points. As for why the system was exhibiting such humility, Wang Feng could not quite comprehend. He merely recognized that the system appeared to be infatuated with these more advanced items. Perhaps there existed a similar metric of achievement in their realm. Consequently, Wang Feng divided his items into two categories, those that were useless and those that held value. Ultimately, he transferred all of them into his storage space and, utilizing it as a medium, began the process of collecting weapons and the like. By the end, only the spiritual sources from low to high grade remained, including a high-grade holy artifact, the Starlight Sword, several imperial artifacts, and a selection of elixirs. Wang Feng, however, chose not to collect nearly all the elixirs, for in the realm of cultivation, they were considered hard currency and could be utilized when needed. Wang Feng reviewed his status panel once more. Wang Feng Physical Realm. 6th layer of the Spirit Formation Realm. Please, host, break through quickly. Martial Art. Chaotic Overlord Body Technique Divine Ability. Sword Intent Items. High-grade Holy Artifact Starlight. Sword X1. Large Floral Shorts X1. Fortune Card X1. Fragment of the Creation Jade Plate X1. Random Weapon Borrowing Card X1 Source Points. 4, 568. 523 overall evaluation. A somewhat affluent chicken. Particularly in the realm section, it was evident that the system was becoming quite frantic due to Wang Feng's reluctance to advance. Is it that you cannot move past the term chicken? Wang Feng muttered in disdain as he gazed at the panel, recognizing the system's utter lack of decorum. The source points had surpassed 4 million, showcasing how highly Jiang Huanqi regarded him. This was without accounting for the recovery of holy artifacts and the like. Had he reclaimed everything, he would have amassed over 10 million source points. At present, Wang Feng possessed only an empty ring. He felt it prudent to store his belongings in the storage space for safety. After all, if he were to perish, he could rely on the system's power to convert all items within the storage space into source points for revival. Wang Feng calculated that if everything were transformed into source points, it would yield around 10 million. However, should he only utilize 10 million for revival, it was likely he would awaken disabled and devoid of intellect. What purpose would such a resurrection serve? Thus, he deemed it necessary to accumulate at least 50 million source points, as a full revival would require 100 million. Once all arrangements were in place, Wang Feng proceeded to select a small vial containing a superior elixir from the countless potion bottles in his storage space. Lifting the vial to his nose, he inhaled. It bore no scent, only a cool, refreshing aura. System, remember to mute the sound of my breakthrough. Ding. 5,000 source points. No negotiation. Oh, so you've developed a lofty attitude after quenching your thirst, have you? Wang Feng cursed under his breath, frustrated with the system's apparent disregard once the item was in hand. The system remained silent, seemingly indifferent to Wang Feng. With a sense of resignation, he expended 5,000 source points. Otherwise, the commotion from his breakthrough would likely attract the attention of those 3 women from the Ice Palace. Ah, little servant. I shall assist you in your endeavor. Dear host, feel free to break through, came a voice. Bah, truly a dog. Wang Feng scoffed, raising the elixir in his hand, ready to consume it. Knock, knock, knock. Are you awake? A chilling voice from Jiang Hanshi pierced through the door, which then creaked open. What difference does it make whether you knock or not? Wang Feng stared blankly at Jiang Hanshi, rendered speechless. Yet, she seemed deliberately oblivious to his expression. Today, you must meet the disciples of the Ice Palace. Are you preparing for a breakthrough? She inquired, noticing the elixir in his grasp. Had she interrupted him? It's fine. Let us go, Wang Feng replied, stowing the elixir away. Jiang Hanshi frowned slightly, realizing she had indeed disrupted him. Hence, she resolved to enter quietly next time without knocking. Following Jiang Hanshi, who donned a white veil and hat, Wang Feng felt a shiver as the 3 women surrounded him. The 5 of them traversed through the astonished gazes of numerous female disciples of the Ice Palace until they reached a platform. Disciples of the Ice Palace, gather here at the declaration stage, bellowed the Grand Elder, as waves of spiritual energy resonated throughout the palace. Master, why has another man entered our Ice Palace? A chorus of murmurs erupted among the female disciples and elders, filled with discontent. Some whispered, others questioned, while many remained silent. They recognized Jiang Hanshi as the palace master, having seen her before, albeit not her true visage, as she was surrounded by 3 esteemed elders whose cultivation levels were inscrutable. Who else could command such reverence from the 3 elders but the palace master herself? Silence. With a commanding shout from the Grand Elder, the cacophony gradually subsided. This man shall be the palace master's personal disciple. What? Why is yet another man being accepted? A wave of melodious gasps ensued, faces paling among the disciples, all of whom were renowned for their beauty. Even if there had been some less than pleasing appearances in the past, they had since been refined. In the mortal realm, they would typically be referred to as fairies. Why? Is the palace master, like the previous saintess, becoming infatuated? Some stubborn individuals, among the crowd, dared to voice what should not have been said. However, it was clear that Jiang Hanshi had already devised a strategy for this. If you harbor grievances, feel free to challenge him. The first to win shall receive a royal artifact. Her words were cold yet concise, exuding an undeniable authority. At her declaration, the murmurs of doubt vanished without a trace. The expressions of countless female elders and talented disciples turned grave. Clearly, the man who had entered was no ordinary individual. As Wang Feng's expression visibly soured, he pondered, am I to forego sleep, meals, and even my basic bodily functions? A swift glance revealed that there were at least 10,000 disciples present. How long would this battle endure? Yet, with his current cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, he could not contend against those above the spirit expansion realm. Fortunately, Jiang Hanshi's next statement offered him a reprieve. Many in the crowd began to comprehend. The confidence of the palace master indicated that this man was not of the same caliber as those brought back by the previous generation of saintesses. I had faith that the palace master would not act out of sentimentality. It appeared that this man's talents were indeed formidable. Indeed, the palace master had an eye for excellence. Suddenly, flattery erupted from the crowd, sweet voices echoing back and forth from the audience. Wang Feng noted that numerous individuals at the 9th level of the spirit formation realm were also present. What could he do in such a situation? Thus, he resolved to directly break through to the 9th level of the spirit formation realm or higher that very night, no longer intending to conceal his aura. Conceal what? He had hidden his cultivation solely to pursue Jiang Hanshi, but as for those who wished to take advantage of him, he would crush them all. Cough, cough. Wang Feng cleared his throat and raised a hand to signal for silence. The crowd quieted, eager to hear what this man, chosen as the palace master's personal disciple, had to say. It must be said, the young man was quite handsome. Some Navi girls, caught in his gaze, instinctively averted their eyes. Cough, cough. I hope those below the 8th level of the spirit formation realm refrain from challenging me. I fear that one punch might end your existence. Boom. This statement instantly left countless female disciples in shock. They had expected a refined, modest individual, only to discover such arrogance. Arrogant. Come down here. Let us see if we can't beat you into submission. The cries of indignation erupted from the audience, all eager to confront Wang Feng. Wait. Wang Feng shouted again, but his voice was drowned out by the uproar. Disciples, please take your seats. Elders must remain standing. Who do you think you are? Demanding we sit? The female disciples clearly disregarded Wang Feng's words, leading him to glance helplessly at Jiang Hanqi. Clad in a white veiled hat, she stood nearby, seemingly wishing to kick him off the stage. Was he seeking to provoke them on his first appearance? Sit down, commanded the Grand Elder, raising her hand to impose silence. Curious to see what trick this young man intended to play. Aside from the elders, countless female disciples had no choice but to tidy the snow on the ground before sitting down. Cough, cough, cough. What I wish to convey to all present is this. You are all worthless trash. Wang Feng cleared his throat, the last words delivered with increasing emphasis. You scoundrel, I will end your life. Countless female disciples sprang to their feet, furious, drawing their swords and preparing to charge at Wang Feng. Meanwhile, the expressions of the elder women twitched, a wave of exasperation washing over them. It is no wonder that they are commanded to stand. This fellow possesses a certain discernment. Wang Feng hastily concealed himself behind Jiang Hanqi. Meanwhile, the female disciples failed to ascend as intended. Perhaps they suddenly lost the desire to confront Wang Feng. For with a gentle pull from those around them, they promptly halted. Master, this man is excessively arrogant. I suggest we impose upon him the punishment of castration. Thus, we would become like sisters in the same sect, and no one would ostracize him any longer. I second that. I too support this. One individual proposed a solution, and upon hearing it, Jiang Hanqi, with her hat askew, turned her head towards Wang Feng. What do you think of this suggestion? Jiang Hanqi spoke in the most nonchalant manner, leaving Wang Feng feeling a chill run down his spine. No. If you were to castrate me, it would be tantamount to making me a eunuch of the Ice Palace, thus bringing disgrace upon it. This idea is utterly unacceptable. Jiang Hanqi, seemingly indifferent, replied coolly and addressed the disciples below once more. As I said earlier, you may commence the execution of this plan tomorrow. Just do not kill him. Why must it wait until tomorrow? Can't we proceed now? Someone questioned. The master has decreed tomorrow, and it is not your place to question, rebuked the Grand Elder, silencing the inquisitive disciple. The countless female disciples were ablaze with excitement. Although they could not confront Wang Feng until the morrow, their anticipation was uncontainable. This man had provoked them too much. They would return that evening to prepare ropes and talismans. When the time came, they would bind him and challenge him one by one, ensuring he would be bettered in for a month. Such arrogance from this scoundrel. That will be all. Disperse now, commanded the Grand Elder. Yet the crowd did not immediately disperse. They continued to discuss how best to thrash that wretched man. In a discreet corner, a strikingly beautiful woman, with a hint of allure in her expression, watched Wang Feng's retreating figure with intrigue. How interesting. A phrase from a past life. I wonder if you are a fellow countryman? Upon finishing her thought, she gracefully stepped away, her slender legs moving with elegance. Greetings, holy maiden. The female disciples who encountered her offered their salutations, to which she responded with a gentle nod. The scene shifted to the three Grand Elders walking alongside Wang Feng, who was subjected to their counsel directed at Jiang Hanqi. Master, this youth is far too arrogant. We suggest that we three take it upon ourselves to discipline him. Such a temperament will only hinder your path of cultivation. I am usually quite obedient. Earlier, I merely feared being challenged by that group of lesser cultivators, which would impede my own training, Wang Feng replied, his demeanor pitiable as he cowered behind Jiang Hanqi, seemingly lost in this unfamiliar place. Master, is it permissible? The three elders disregarded Wang Feng, addressing Jiang Hanqi in a tone of persuasion. She pondered the matter thoughtfully. Master, as long as I have the honor of being by your side, I am content. However, if you insist that I go elsewhere, I shall have no choice but to comply. Though the disciple's heart is reluctant, the master's command cannot be disobeyed. As soon as the master issues an order, the disciple accepts without complaint. Wang Feng rushed before Jiang Hanqi, kneeling on one knee, clasping his hands, and gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. You wretched boy, do not think you can disturb our master's heart. Sticking with us three will surely not lead you to misfortune. The second elder's staff struck the ground fiercely, visibly agitated, leaving a dent in the earth. What a disaster! If he fell into the hands of these three old hags, would he ever find peace? He could only imagine being relentlessly pressured to cultivate, perhaps even tormented beyond endurance. Wang Feng lamented his fate, hoping Jiang Hanshi would not abandon him to these three old crones. Jiang Hanshi, shrouded in her hat, observed the kneeling Wang Feng in silence. The four of them awaited her response in tranquil anticipation. Rise. At last, Jiang Hanshi spoke. Though her tone was frigid, it nonetheless conveyed a distinct meaning to their inquiries. Sigh. Yet, even this single utterance caused the three elderly women beside her to sigh deeply. After countless years together, they understood Jiang Hanshi all too well. Alas, the master has made her decision, and there is nothing we can do. However, we hope the master can discern the gravity of the situation. The Grand Elder's words shifted again, conveying an ambiguous message to Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi naturally grasped her meaning and replied softly. Upon hearing this, the three elderly women turned and walked away. Their retreating figures evoked a pang of sorrow, and Wang Feng felt a bittersweet ache watching them depart. Stop pretending. Hee. I knew my fairy sister was the best, Wang Feng exclaimed, rising to happily grasp Jiang Hanshi's hand, only to have her deftly evade him. Do not overreach. Jiang Hanshi's tone was frigid, as if she had reverted to the Jiang Hanshi of her previous 8 lives. Chapter 91. Breakthrough in the Expansion of the Spiritual Realm. Had she been possessed? Wang Feng pondered, perplexed. After yesterday, it felt as if Jiang Hanshi had transformed into an entirely different person. Fairy sister, wait for me. As Wang Feng contemplated, Jiang Hanshi had already covered considerable distance. Focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me. With that cold remark, Jiang Hanshi departed, resembling a heartless woman who discards those who have served her. Wang Feng scratched his head, unable to comprehend, and decided to dismiss the matter. Closing the door, he sat cross-legged on the bed and consumed a pill. As time elapsed, the effects of the medicine began to manifest, a surge of formidable spiritual energy rushing towards Wang Feng. Ding! Activating the breakthrough concealment function requires 5,000 source points. Damn system, didn't you collect them last time? Ding! You used them last time, but did not achieve a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. So petty. Fine, activate it. Wang Feng was on the verge of madness. He was ready to unleash everything. Yet, due to the system's interference, he had to forcibly suppress it. Ding! Activate it. Wishing the host a pleasant breakthrough, Wang Feng ignored the system, as there was no time for it. A torrent of spiritual energy was already swirling chaotically within his body. A powerful gust of energy surged forth from Wang Feng, only to be instantaneously neutralized by an unknown force. This was the protective aura of the system's activation. Otherwise, Wang Feng would have surely found himself encircled by Jiang Hanshi and those 3 troublesome women. At this moment, having suppressed himself for too long, he had just achieved a breakthrough, and with the aid of a top-tier elixir, he swiftly ascended 2 minor realms. The 8th layer of the Spirit Binding Realm, achieved. The 9th layer of the Spirit Binding Realm, shattered. Next, Wang Feng focused intently on compressing the gathered spiritual energy within his dantian. He continued this process until dawn, finally directing his consciousness toward the barrier that lay ahead. With a resounding explosion emanating from within him, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, only to be quelled just as swiftly, leaving no ripples in its wake. The spiritual energy ceased to cluster and instead transformed into countless tendrils, flowing languidly throughout his body. This was the expansion of spiritual energy, allowing the essence to permeate every action and attack, imbuing them with spiritual force. Whenever he desired, Wang Feng could unleash spiritual energy from any part of his body to strike his foes. As he entered the realm of expansion, the bottleneck of the chaotic body technique also shattered. With a series of cracking sounds, the void before Wang Feng fractured, resembling a shattered mirror that birthed a small vortex, revealing an abyss of chaos. Gradually, the chaotic energy began to coalesce into a gentle stream that drifted toward Wang Feng's brow. He quickly commenced absorption, and upon contact with the chaotic essence, he felt a profound transformation within his body. His strength surged dramatically. This was the intertwining of chaotic energy and power, signifying an 80% awakening. To the outside observer, he appeared fully awakened. He only needed to advance to the third layer of the chaotic body technique at the Yuan-San realm, at which point a fundamental transformation would occur, completing the chaotic body. In such a state, he would possess the confidence to remain invincible within a major realm, aided by countless secret techniques. This was a natural progression. He had experienced this in his 8th incarnation. If he were unable to achieve it this time, he would be deemed utterly worthless. As the aura surrounding Wang Feng began to escalate, the chaotic energy in the vicinity attempted to surge from his body, only to be swiftly neutralized by an inexplicable force, stirring no disturbance. At that moment, an unexpected event startled Wang Feng, compelling him to halt his practice of the chaotic body technique. What on earth was that? Wang Feng exclaimed in astonishment at the fractured chaos before him, quickly ceasing his cultivation. The broken chaotic void began to mend itself in an instant. Just as Wang Feng felt a sense of relief, a voice sent a jolt of fear through him, prompting him to prepare for escape. Crack! The sound of the void fracturing echoed once more, instilling terror in Wang Feng as he swiftly retreated. Again, the void shattered with a crack, and before he could react, an unidentified chaotic entity shot toward his brow with incredible speed, leaving him no time to respond. In an instant, Wang Feng's entire head was jolted backward as if struck by a bullet. With a sudden push of his legs, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to utter a sound. The midday sun blazed overhead. Wang Feng rubbed his forehead and stood up, just as he was preparing to call upon the system. Its piercing voice erupted in his mind. "Host, you have struck it lucky. You've won a prize. A tremendous fortune. Be quiet." Wang Feng, having just awakened and still disoriented, felt his head spin from the system's loud proclamation. After a brief moment of stillness, he gradually regained his composure and inquired about the prize. "What did I win? Did you use my source points to scratch off a lottery ticket and win 100 billion source points? Although this is not on par with 100 billion source points, it is still quite notable. Take a look at your current panel." With skepticism, Wang Feng hastily opened his panel. Wang Feng Physical Realm. First layer of Spirit Expansion Technique. Chaos Overlord Body Art Abilities. Sword Intent. Weapon Transformation Items. 1 pair of colorful boxer shorts. 1 fortune card source points. 4, 558, 523 overall evaluation. A modest amount of strength. Wang Feng meticulously scanned through the information, and only under the system's incessant chiding did he finally notice the term weapon transformation. His previous disorientation had caused him to overlook it. Was this the ability that had just entered his mind? Or was it a divine power? Wang Feng was astounded. Had he truly acquired such a divine ability so effortlessly? Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, an elderly man shouted into the emptiness. "Where's my treasure?" He was infuriated, for he was so close, just a single step away, from merging with this divine ability. Yet, in an unfortunate twist of fate, it had slipped away, leaving no trace behind. Was achieving immortality truly this arduous? The elder's anger intensified as he ruminated on the situation, causing the chaotic energies around him to swirl erratically, yet failing to stir even a ripple. All he required was this catalyst to unlock his path to immortality. After laying the groundwork for over 10,000 years, he was merely one step away. One step. The elder's bloodshot eyes burned with fury, his cries echoing louder than anything else. His white hair billowed wildly in the chaotic void as he unleashed hundreds of blood-red palm strikes, each 100 feet wide. Yet, amidst the chaos, no disturbance arose. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and in his rage, he found himself exceedingly furious. A deep, hoarse roar emanated from the depths of the chaos, clearly directed at the elder. Startled, the elder's anger dissipated, and in a panic, he shattered the void to escape. With a crack, the void sealed behind him. But it soon shattered once more, creating an opening. Suddenly, a dark, whip-like entity emerged, striking him with tremendous force and sending him hurtling through the air, causing him to vomit blood repeatedly. Chapter 92. Divine Ability. Weapon Transformation. The whip sought to strike again, but the void was rapidly closing, forcing it to retreat in resignation. Once I achieve immortality, I shall hunt you down. Once the void completely sealed, the elder felt an intense surge of power and let out a furious roar. Crack! It seemed as though the void responded to the elder's outcry, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. Observing this, the elder swiftly retreated. Back in the ice palace, Wang Feng gazed in astonishment at his arm, which had transformed into a sword in an instant. With a mere thought, it morphed into a knife. The blade formed from his arm felt entirely natural, leaving him both amazed and perplexed. The concept of weaponizing his own body. At last, Wang Feng comprehended the implications. With another thought, his arm reverted to its original form. This indicated that the strength of the weapons he manifested was directly proportional to his own physical prowess. For someone like him, who had honed his body, this was nothing short of a boon. Previously, a single palm strike would merely send an opponent flying. Now, it could cleave them in two. Incredible. Wang Feng spent quite some time experimenting, even trying to weaponize his legs, but to no avail. It seemed not every part of his body was capable of transformation. However, when he attempted to convert his feet, they swiftly morphed into two short guns that plunged into the ground. Remarkable. Wang Feng quickly reverted his feet back to normal, reassured by their familiar appearance and sensation. After indulging in this newfound ability, Wang Feng turned his attention to assessing his strength. Clenching his fist tightly, he felt capable of obliterating the three old women with a single punch. Exhilarating. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed a punch with 8 parts aggression and 2 parts certainty. Boom. The force of his strike rivaled that of a missile, and he was instantly buried beneath the rubble of the collapsed building. Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang Hanshi, lost in thought while practicing, was startled by the resounding explosion. In a flash, she darted outside, her gaze falling upon Wang Feng, who looked as if he had just emerged from a grave. "What have you done?" she questioned, surveying the ruins that had once been a structure. "Fairy, sister, I swear it was an accident. Please believe me," Wang Feng stammered, coughing from the dust as he crawled out. Jiang Hanshi silently regarded him, resembling a specter as he struggled to rise, her brows slightly furrowed. "Enough. Just handle it yourself," she replied, dismissively waving her sleeve as she retreated indoors, leaving Wang Feng in a state of bewilderment. Could it be? What has changed? Did she discover something? No, it cannot be. If she were to uncover my true identity, she would likely strike me down with a single sword. Wang Feng remained sprawled on the ground, momentarily forgetting to rise, staring blankly at the already vanished Jiang Hanshi. "It's over. She has turned away from me. Where shall I sleep tonight?" With a grimace, he resolved to get up regardless. As snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing softly upon his head, they added to the air of desolation. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Three Supremes suddenly appeared before Wang Feng, startling him nearly back to the ground. "Grand Elder," he exclaimed. Wang Feng clasped his hands and performed a respectful bow. After all, he was now a member of the Ice Palace, and there was nothing amiss in that. The third elder of the Supreme Council responded, then glanced at the ruins before turning his gaze back to Wang Feng. You have broken through to the expansion spirit realm?" In an instant, the third elder's eyes widened in astonishment, circling Wang Feng repeatedly. To ascend a major realm overnight. What an extraordinary concept. Possessing the potential of an emperor, indeed. Ha! The third elder couldn't contain her laughter, feeling fortunate that they had taken this young man under their wing back then. However, a sudden thought struck her regarding the previous generation of the Holy Maiden. Moreover, his rapid breakthrough felt rather suspicious. "Hand over your storage ring and all your belongings for inspection," the third elder commanded abruptly, leaving Wang Feng momentarily dumbfounded. "What? Are you out of your mind? One moment you're laughing like a lunatic, and the next, you're all serious." Why? Panic surged within Wang Feng. All his resources were stored within his spatial ring and transformed into source points. What was he to do? Though anxious internally, he maintained an impassive facade. "Submit them, and I shall return them after my examination." The third elder's demeanor darkened as the thought of the previous holy maiden crossed her mind. "Oh, all right, Wang Feng replied, observing her eccentric behavior and hastily relinquishing his storage ring and pouch, genuinely fearing a violent reprimand. The elder first examined the ring. Finding no issues, it was the one given to him by Jiang Hanshi. Then she meticulously inspected Wang Feng's storage pouch, which was devoid of any contents. "Wait a moment. Where are the resources within this storage ring?" The third elder's eyes narrowed in dismay as she discovered it to be empty. Her gaze fixed on Wang Feng with growing hostility. "They were taken back by my master," Wang Feng replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite his racing heart. "Oh, is that so, Palace Master?" Following her gaze, Wang Feng turned and nearly lost his composure upon seeing Jiang Hanshi standing quietly at the entrance, observing them. This was disastrous. The elder's surprise inspection could ruin him. Wang Feng envisioned himself being interrogated in the cold confines of the Ice Palace's dungeons. It seemed he would have to employ that fortuitous card, coupled with some clever maneuvers, to make his escape. Just as Wang Feng felt his situation was dire, Jiang Hanqi merely uttered a soft "Hmm." "You see, I told you," the third elder simply wouldn't believe it. Wang Feng sighed in relief, grateful that Jiang Hanqi had chosen to remain silent for reasons unknown. "Don't move. Resist with your mind, and you'll regret it." The third elder barked again, her eyes flashing. Wang Feng suddenly felt a probing consciousness invade his mind. His instinct was to resist. However, as that thought emerged, he forcibly suppressed it. To challenge the elder's consciousness, a peak of the emperor level, would be akin to an egg striking a boulder, utterly futile. As Wang Feng pondered, he considered whether he should feign ignorance. Given that he had been subjected to a probing of his divine C, which typically elicits such behavior, the Supreme Elder's consciousness traversed through Wang Feng's mind. Yet it uncovered nothing. It appeared as though her divine perception had not entered Wang Feng's divine C at all, but rather a different realm altogether. Ding. "Host, I have assisted you once again. Deduct 50,000 source points directly, no negotiations." All right. Go play elsewhere." Indeed, the system had intervened. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the scrutiny of the quasi-emperor's consciousness. Wang Feng did not protest against the deduction of 50,000 source points. Fortunately, the old woman refrained from soul-searching him. She merely forced her way into his divine C for a cursory examination. Otherwise, the cost would have been far greater, likely exceeding 500,000 source points. Ha, splendid. The third Supreme Elder withdrew her consciousness and patted Wang Feng on the shoulder with her wrinkled hand. Yet, Wang Feng appeared dazed, his gaze devoid of focus as he stared blankly at her. Jiang Hanqi descended gracefully, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the vacant expression on Wang Feng's face, her emotions visibly escalating. Chapter 93. The disguise is shed, yet not completely did you search his divine C? Jiang Hanqi coldly interrogated the second Supreme Elder, her voice sharp as ice. "Yes." "Why?" Jiang Hanqi's tone became increasingly cutting. The third Supreme Elder was taken aback. It was the first time Jiang Hanqi had expressed anger towards her. "Palace Master, there is something you are unaware of. Do you recall the enchanted saintess of that generation? What does that have to do with this?" Jiang Hanqi's brows furrowed, her demeanor frigid. "What you learned upon emerging from seclusion was merely what we wished the world to know. In truth, the quasi-emperor demon cultivator from that time was none other than the one who captivated that saintess." After the third Supreme Elder's explanation, Jiang Hanqi fully grasped the situation. "Do you realize that probing someone's divine C can lead to severe consequences, leaving them dazed or incapacitated for days?" "I am aware. But he possesses the potential of an emperor. If he cannot withstand this, he is no more than a sheltered bird." The third Supreme Elder saw nothing improper in her actions. After all, the Ice Palace did not require the weak. Moreover, she had acted to ascertain whether the young man harbored ulterior motives. Fortunately, after a thorough search, she found no cause for concern, allowing them to nurture him. She did not doubt that, with her quasi-emperor level cultivation, she would not misjudge. Gently, Jiang Hanqi raised her delicate arm and shook Wang Feng by the shoulder. Yet, Wang Feng remained as if his soul had departed, unresponsive. His vacant gaze drifted through the haze of his surroundings, secretly reveling in his cleverness. He had indeed outsmarted the situation. Otherwise, even if he had evaded this calamity, Jiang Hanqi would inevitably interrogate him about the whereabouts of the resources within his storage ring. "Palace Master need not worry. Leave him to me. I shall keep a close watch over him," the second Supreme Elder stated, clearly intending to take Wang Feng away. "No need. You may return," Jiang Hanqi replied, her gaze lingering on the motionless Wang Feng, a wave of doubt washing over her. "Palace Master." Jiang Hanqi responded with a frown, her displeasure evident. "Since the Palace Master is unwilling, I only hope that she will not let her emotions sway her. You must understand what is most taboo in the Ice Palace." The second Elder, witnessing this, could only attempt to mediate, hoping that Jiang Hanqi would heed his advice. "Leave." Jiang Hanqi's words were laced with displeasure, her tone sharp enough to freeze the air. Seeing this, the third Elder, feeling helpless, decided to depart first. "Stop pretending. She has already left," Jiang Hanqi remarked, turning around after a moment and headed towards the house. After taking a few steps, she noticed a lack of movement behind her, and a chill, laced with a hint of murderous intent, surged within her. "I shall see how long you can maintain this charade." Her voice was cold, tinged with a slight anger. She entered the house, choosing to ignore Wang Feng, who stood behind her. Wang Feng understood now that Jiang Hanqi was fully aware of his identity. Otherwise, such a drastic change in her demeanor would be inexplicable. However, her current demeanor suggested two possibilities. First, her knowledge was incomplete. Second, she still harbored some feelings for him, considering she had numerous opportunities to strike him down yet refrained. The latter seemed more probable. What about Wang Feng's feelings? He dared not move, paralyzed in the frigid landscape, fully aware that if he attempted to escape, the three elders would swiftly capture him again. At that point, it would truly be the end. He could only rely on his acting skills, as his survival hinged on Jiang Hanqi's perception of him. Of course, after so many years, he could not entrust his fate to another. Worst case, he would shatter the two cards hidden in his storage space. With an Emperor's artifact in hand and some cunning techniques, he could likely make his escape, albeit at a cost. As time passed, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, it gradually turned to night. Wang Feng stood in the snow, his figure completely blanketed in white flakes, his feet buried in the thick snow. Yet, compared to his previous lives, this was trivial. From a distance, he resembled a snowman, appearing somewhat ominous in the darkness. Inside the house, Jiang Hanqi gazed out through the walls at Wang Feng, standing motionless against the biting wind. She had been observing him all day. His still figure showed no signs of life, as if he were already dead. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself any longer and opened the door to step outside. Approaching Wang Feng, Jiang Hanqi raised her hand to brush away the snow from his eyes, locking her gaze onto his. Although she had cleared the snow from his eyelids, remnants remained, giving his eyes a frosty appearance. This only served to emphasize Wang Feng's apparent soullessness. Few could withstand such torment. With a flick of her hand, the frost in his eyes vanished. It seemed she was searching for something within those lifeless orbs. Yet, Wang Feng concealed his true self too well. After a prolonged gaze, she found nothing, unable to believe that he had truly lost his spirit. After all, Wang Feng had deceived her from his identity as a mere villager to that of a nameless figure she had slain 6 times, luring her to the ice palace. His methods were numerous, and even the inexplicable teleportation talisman within the sword sect appeared to have come from nowhere. Throughout this time, he had tricked her countless times. According to Han Jian, he even intended to kill her. This deceiver possessed remarkable acting skills, as if everything unfolded within his grand design, and she was merely a pawn, manipulated at his whim. Jiang Hanqi found it difficult to contend with such a person. She sensed a transformation stirring within her heart. You have perished at my hands 6 times. In this life, do you still wish to meet your demise at my hand? Jiang Hanqi stood before Wang Feng amidst the swirling snow, her sword, Han Jian, manifesting with a sharp clang. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from her, sweeping the snow from Wang Feng's form. The ice that had encased his hair was blown back, scattering the frost into the air. Wang Feng's eyes remained vacant, feeling the waves of cold wash over him. He was truly enduring great suffering. Yet, he stood motionless, as if he had already departed from this world. Master, it is he. It is he. Quickly slay him. Ha ha ha. The moment of your demise has finally arrived. A melodious female voice emanated from the sword, seemingly belonging to a girl of 16 or 17. Wang Feng was all too familiar with this voice. No wonder, upon returning to the ice palace, Jiang Hanqi had unsealed Han Jian to the extent that it could speak, representing the maximum control she could exert. However, 6 lives? It appeared she remained oblivious to my 8th incarnation. As for the 7th, she likely knew nothing of the calamity that had befallen him. Chapter 94. The Gambling God Wang Feng System. Hurry. You die? Wang Feng urgently called out to the system within his mind, feeling a twinge of fear. No need for your words. It is already quietly placed upon your chest. Wang Feng clenched the fortune card tightly within his storage space. Should the blade pierce his body, it would shatter instantly. Jiang Hanqi observed the vacant Wang Feng, her demeanor icy as she began to count, seemingly hoping to instill fear enough for him to flinch. Master, quickly strike him down. Why continue counting? Yet, Jiang Hanqi appeared oblivious to Han Jian's pleas, continuing her countdown. 2. Master. 1. The final number emerged almost through gritted teeth. Ha ha, perish. With a swift motion, Jiang Hanqi lunged the sword toward his forehead, causing Wang Feng's heart to nearly cease. No, why do you deviate from the expected course? Aim for my heart. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng's consciousness, still clutching the fortune card in his storage space, prepared to act. After a long moment, a warm drop of blood fell from Wang Feng's forehead, trickling down Jiang Hanxi's cold blade and landing on the pristine snow below. Wang Feng's grip on the fortune card remained unwavering. His eyes were stained by the blood trickling down from his forehead. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable, he dared not move. For the cold sword in Jiang Hanxi's hand had not advanced even an inch. Wang Feng had gambled correctly, just a little more, and he would have transformed a tender bond with Jiang Hanxi into a bitter enmity. It seemed that he truly had lost his senses. Jiang Hanxi's tone was tinged with melancholy as she slowly lowered the cold sword in her hand. She lifted her fair left hand and gently touched Wang Feng's bleeding brow, channeling her spiritual energy to heal him. Master, why not slay him? He is a villain. The excited voice of the cold sword echoed in her mind. Jiang Hanxi fell silent, retracting the sword back into her divine sea space to avoid further vexation. Jiang Hanxi, your heart is in turmoil. While healing Wang Feng, she couldn't help but mock herself. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, she felt such distress. In the past, when faced with such situations, a swift kill would suffice, and she wouldn't have felt this way. But this time, she found herself unable to strike at the sight of Wang Feng, who stood there foolishly. This sword. Jiang Hanxi's words trailed off abruptly, leaving Wang Feng puzzled about her intentions. However, he released a heavy sigh, gradually relaxing his grip on the luck card he held. Jiang Hanxi gazed at Wang Feng, whose forehead had now healed. With a graceful motion, she lifted him into a princess carry and slowly walked towards the room. Shortly after they entered, the snow outside appeared to intensify, with flakes fluttering gently to the already closed door. "Where's that scoundrel?" shouted the countless female disciples searching the ice palace. "Wasn't it agreed that we could challenge him? How can we do so if he doesn't emerge? Indeed, I have prepared my ropes and dozens of binding talismans for my senior sister, but where has that rascal gone?" The female disciples scoured the ice palace, turning it inside out. They searched until nightfall, leaving only a few restricted areas unexplored. Wait, he is the disciple of the palace master. He wouldn't be residing within the main palace, would he? Realization dawned upon them. But if he doesn't come out, how can we challenge him? Never fear. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden forever. Thus, a new daily task was added for the female disciples of the ice palace, to keep a watchful eye on Wang Feng. As night fell, the snowfall grew heavier, and the wind howled fiercely. Within a secluded courtyard deep in the ice palace, a few lights flickered, casting a warm glow amidst the darkness. Wang Feng's eyes had long been closed by Jiang Hanxi, and in that moment, he gave her a thumbs up. It was indeed quite uncomfortable to keep his eyes wide open in a daze. Lying on the bed where Jiang Hanxi had once rested, Wang Feng inhaled the faint fragrance that permeated the room. It was not from any soothing incense, but rather a unique, delicate scent that had gradually infused the bedding from her presence. In the center of the room, Jiang Hanxi sat upright, engaged in her cultivation, while Wang Feng could only feign a dazed state, silently counting sheep in his mind. He has, in a sense, managed to reside within Jiang Hanxi's abode, albeit at a somewhat perilous cost. Alas, Jiang Hanxi, when will you cease to be so indifferent towards me? I grow weary of this charade I must uphold each day. Wang Feng suddenly felt a profound exhaustion, questioning whether such a humble existence was truly necessary for survival. He likened himself to a player navigating a challenging quest, equipped with 8 lives by the system, yet he remained inept, unable to conquer the challenge thus far. Beep. Please refrain from such despondency, host. Your current existence still holds promise. If you successfully navigate her heart, you shall transcend invincibility, and the pinnacle of life will no longer reside solely in fantasy. You come to console me, system? Oh, I am utterly fatigued. I find myself contemplating the cessation of my existence. Should I not simply rise and charge at Jiang Hanxi, allowing her to end my misery with a single strike? Wang Feng lamented to the system within his mind. Beep. Please do not entertain such thoughts, for while you may wish to perish, I have no such desire. Gather your spirits. This system rewards you with 100,000 source points. Wang Feng beheld the sudden influx of 100,000 source points in his mind, a smile blooming within. As for his outward appearance, the title of Master of Countenance Management of 9 Lives was not a mere facade. If one were to inquire about the origin of this title, it was self-bestowed, yet recognized by the system. Ah, so you, deceitful host, are merely attempting to swindle me out of 100,000 source points, are you? Indeed, Wang Feng candidly admitted, inciting a furious uproar within the confines of his mind. Why would you deceive me? Just then, he snapped back to reality, noticing that Jiang Hanshi had unexpectedly ceased her cultivation and approached the bedside. Had you admitted it sooner, I would not have been so irate. Had I confessed earlier, you would have likely ended my life with a swift stroke of your blade. The two engaged in a dialogue from disparate realms, one within his thoughts, the other in the tangible world. Like you, my mother also enjoyed deception. She promised to return shortly, but vanished upon the arrival of her master. Jiang Hanshi coldly remarked, her expression devoid of emotion, indicating that such matters no longer affected her. Yet, as her words trailed off, she hesitated, perhaps revealing an unacknowledged impact, though she did not outwardly express it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hanshi, this was her first revelation of such sentiments to another. Perhaps it was only in Wang Feng's current disoriented state that she felt compelled to share these thoughts. Chapter 95. The Dilemma, Oh Dear. Wang Feng was taken aback to discover that Jiang Hanshi harbored such experiences. He was aware of her abandonment, but had never fathomed the depth of her suffering. What secrets and intentions do you possess? How is it that you can resurrect time and again? Standing by the bedside, Jiang Hanshi gazed at the ethereal countenance of the figure lying before her, pale and pristine. Why endure such trials and tribulations to draw near to me? Jiang Hanshi murmured to herself, her only response the rustling of the wind outside. Do you wish to continue lurking by my side in this lifetime? As Jiang Hanshi's tone shifted, it seemed as though she were inquiring about the disoriented Wang Feng. He chose not to respond, nor did he dare to. He allowed her to indulge in her own assumptions while he continued to feign indifference. That wretched cold sword was in dire need of a few well-placed kicks. The murderous intent it harbored was far too intense. After posing her question, Jiang Hanshi remained motionless beside the bed. Wang Feng, with his eyes closed, almost believed she had departed. As for the question of whether to continue lurking by his side, he did ponder it briefly. However, this entangled fate was not so easily severed. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to leave the Ice Palace for a few days, to seek out that item in Zhongzhou. Wang Feng found himself torn between staying by Jiang Hanshi's side to pursue her affections or venturing forth to find that elusive object. System, do you possess the capability to ascertain how much longer until that item emerges? If not, then it is of no consequence. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Wang Feng mused, contemplating the sacred artifact within his storage space. Ding. What do you mean by that? What do you imply that the system cannot do? Just wait. Wang Feng remained expressionless, too wary to betray any emotions, silently awaiting the system's response. Ding. The exact timing is indeterminate. However, it can be confidently stated that it will take at least another millennium. Curse it. After 10,000 years, that item has yet to materialize. I should have crushed it with a single palm strike when I was at the Emperor's realm, rendering it lifeless in exchange for the source point. Wang Feng simmered with indignation. After all this time, he was still left waiting for that object. Ding. Do not fret, host. We can expedite its emergence with the source points. It would require merely 999 source points. Are you running a promotional sale? Be honest. Are you attempting to deceive me? Upon seeing that price, Wang Feng felt something was amiss, and the subsequent words from the system only solidified his suspicions. Just tell me if you want it or not. Regardless, what I stated about at least 1,000 years stands. If you don't want it, then so be it. Forget you. I'll decide once I find it. You can go back to your slumber, you stingy host. During the time, Jiang Hanshi silently observed Wang Feng. He had already engaged in a heated exchange with the system for quite some time. After a brief silence, Jiang Hanshi ultimately shook her head in disappointment. It appeared she had indeed momentarily lost her spirit to the sea of searching gods, and she wondered when she would awaken from this state. She turned back to her chair, while Wang Feng lay rigidly not far from her. In Wang Feng's mind, he and the system, stingy host, had been locked in this verbal duel for 3 days and nights without pause, a testament to Wang Feng's profound boredom. The system, no longer its usual silent self, began to engage with him, seemingly anxious that Wang Feng might develop a morbid mindset. This was also one reason why, despite having spent years in the realm of cultivation, Wang Feng had neither succumbed to madness nor reached a frenzied state of enlightenment. Jiang Hanshi had been cultivating in the room for 3 days and nights, and her curiosity grew over why he had yet to awaken. Logically, he should have regained consciousness within 5 days at most, especially considering his imperial potential. On the 4th day, within the room, a thunderous sound erupted. A fierce aura erupted from Jiang Hanshi, signaling her ascendance to the 9th layer of the Spirit Foundation realm. Upon her return to the Ice Palace in the northern region, her cultivation progressed with astonishing rapidity, akin to an airplane soaring through the skies. The frigid spiritual energy of the north, combined with the resources of the Ice Palace, facilitated her training remarkably. For realms below the Yuan San, breakthroughs were relatively straightforward. After her advancement, Jiang Hanqi concealed her aura, likely employing the suppression of the imperial corpse within the sea of divine consciousness. Unless she chose to reveal it, even those on the verge of becoming emperors could not discern her presence. This was a contributing factor to the deference the three esteemed elders showed her. Yet, the most significant reason was undoubtedly the respect and reverence they held for Jiang Hanqi. Jiang Hanqi descended from her meditative position and approached Wang Feng with measured steps. At that moment, Wang Feng was engaged in an intense exchange with the system, oblivious to her arrival. It wasn't until he sensed an overwhelming consciousness encroaching that he was taken aback. Brother, hurry, shield me from her," Wang Feng exclaimed in a frantic tone, his address shifting dramatically. The system, fully capable of action, had already commenced its protective measures without his prompting. "Afraid, are we? Huh. In the end, you will still rely on your system," it taunted. Wang Feng ignored the quip, focusing instead on the reflection of a mirror-like sea of divine consciousness within his own. Jiang Hanqi halted her consciousness outside, refraining from entering, likely to avoid inflicting further damage on Wang Feng's sea of consciousness. Observing the myriad of luminous orbs floating in the sea, she felt a profound sense of fragmentation. Indeed, her spirit had been shattered. Jiang Hanqi withdrew her consciousness and retrieved a communication artifact. "Palace Master, I have arrived," came the voice of the Grand Elder moments later. Clearly, the Grand Elder was already aware of the situation. Upon entering, her expression betrayed no surprise. "Old Three, you were rather heavy-handed," she remarked, casting a glance at Wang Feng, who lay upon the bed. Yet, she could not suppress a feeling of suffocation at the thought of a man resting on the bed where she had once slept. However, given the circumstances, it was unavoidable.